year 1070 of the multiracial era, at Kaiyuan First High School in Jinlin City, Daxia, the principal stood on an elevated platform delivering a graduation speech. His passionate words echoed throughout the venue. Students, today is not only your graduation day but also your last chance to rise from the ordinary. Victory in the graduation tournament will grant you direct admission to the strongest academy in Daxia, the Multiracial Academy. In this era of multiple races, academic grades were no longer the ultimate measure of success. Only combat prowess could lead one to the pinnacle. The senior students below listened with fervor, knowing this tournament was their final opportunity to transcend their current status. Among the crowd stood a burly young man named Qin Xiaoshui, who regretfully turned to his friend Suan and said, "Suan, good luck. Just thinking about life at the Multiracial Academy without you feels so dull." Suan, annoyed, gave his childhood friend a punch. Ever since discovering the path of cultivation, Qin Xiaoshui had advanced rapidly, even securing direct admission to the Multiracial Academy through the college entrance exam. Hearing his name called for the tournament, Qin Xiaoshui suddenly leaned in close to Suan and handed him a blood-burst pill, whispering, "This will temporarily boost your vitality and might help you take down an opponent unexpectedly. I'll be waiting for you at the academy." Holding the pill worth 50,000 yuan, Suan calculated silently. With his strength, having undergone 6 body refinements, even with the pill's help, it would be challenging to defeat an opponent who had undergone 7 refinements. Moreover, he would need to defend his position in subsequent rounds. Without real skill, it would be impossible to last until the end. Just as Suan was about to enter the ring, an invisible wave suddenly struck, targeting his consciousness. An ancient entity attempted to seize control of his body, but was unexpectedly consumed by the devouring force that erupted from the depths of his soul. A gigantic stone carving radiating golden light appeared in his mind. The Destiny Stone began to strip away the memories of the intruder. In 1073 of the multiracial era, internal conflicts fragmented the human race, and the allied multiracial forces invaded, resulting in a crushing defeat. By 1075, the remaining humans, led by the last human emperor, were barely surviving, only to be betrayed from within, leading to the discovery of their hideout and the annihilation of the human race. Suan stood frozen, his mind racing to process the sudden turn of events. What shocked him even more was when he looked at the school's beauty, Yi Qingru, on the distant stage and discovered she was the holy maiden of the blood god cult. She would secretly collaborate with cult members to massacre hundreds of talented students from Jinlin City on their way to Daxia Academy. Yi Qingru, a member of an evil cult? Suan was quite familiar with Yi Qingru. Although they hadn't interacted much, he clearly remembered the outgoing, easygoing Yi Qingru who had many friends. A question now swirled in his mind. How could someone like her become the saintess of a cult? Suddenly, a more pressing thought struck Suan was to report to the capital of Daxia tomorrow. Did this mean the cult planned to act then? Cold sweat drenched his forehead as memories flooded back, vivid and terrifying. Corpses everywhere, rivers of blood. Even Jinlin City wasn't spared, suffering countless casualties under the cult's massive attack. This was a matter that could shake the entire Daxia. Most of the casualties were students, including many human geniuses. Such a tremendous loss would be a heavy blow to Daxia. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. But the problem was, even if Suan knew about these impending events, how could he stop them? Revealing future information would lead to immediate erasure. Even if he went to the principal, who would believe him given his insignificant status? There must be a way. Suan forced himself to calm down and meticulously review the unsealed memories. These memories didn't require deliberate control. As his strength grew, they would automatically unlock upon encountering significant future events or people. Just like now, everything about Yi Qingru and the cult's massacre of Jinlin City students vividly unfolded in his mind. Moreover, the unsealed memories not only revealed future events, but also contained the martial arts experience and insights of an unknown strong person. Although 80 of the memories were removed, some ingrained training experiences remained. These memories felt as if they inherently belonged to Suan, and as they slowly unsealed, he would inherit everything. After a while, Suan opened his eyes, a strange light flickering within them. "I've become stronger," he muttered, clenching his fist. Although his strength hadn't changed, he could clearly sense his newfound power. It was a precise control over his strength, rich combat experience, and a deep understanding of his current training stage. Most importantly, he had found a way to break the deadlock. Suan looked up at Yi Qingru on the stage, muttering, 9 times body refinement isn't that strong. At the highest platform, the 5 strongest students of Kaiyuan First High were awaiting their challengers. Among them, 2 had refined their bodies 9 times, 2 had refined 8 times, and 1 had refined 7 times. Naturally, the one who had refined 7 times was the busiest, being the weakest. Meanwhile, the strongest, Qin Xiaoshui and Yi Qingru, had no challengers. Qin Xiaoshui was intensely focused on the platform of the 7-time body refiner, where two contestants were fiercely battling. Hit him harder. Injure that bastard so my brother can take his place. Qin Xiaoshui shouted internally. Great chance. Kick his groin. Poke his eyes. Knock him down. Damn it. How can you be so clueless even in a sneak attack? He squatted by the platform, cheering for the challenger. Seeing the opponent's incompetence, he couldn't help but curse. For his good brother Suan, he was really worried. Damn it. Qin Xiaoshui, don't go too far. Wang Ming barely dodged a low blow, breaking into a cold sweat, and glared angrily at Qin Xiaoshui. So what if I am? Qin Xiaoshui retorted, hands on his hips, taunting Wang Ming. Do you dare challenge me? I'll let you use both hands. Wang Ming's face turned livid, but he didn't dare respond. I may not be your match, but if Suan dares come up, I'll break his leg, he said indignantly. He was unlucky to become the weakest in the strongest school. But even as the weakest, defeating someone who had refined their body 6 times was no problem. Haha, if you break his leg, I'll break your third leg. Qin Xiaoshui shrugged nonchalantly, silencing Wang Ming immediately. Why is Xiaoshui so good to Suan? He's only refined his body 6 times. Yi Qingru looked at Qin Xiaoshui, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Though both had refined their bodies 9 times, she knew Qin Xiaoshui was undoubtedly a genius. Her 9 refinements were due to supplements and pills, while Qin Xiaoshui had trained himself. She once tried to recruit him into her faction, even considering seduction. That night, after a beer, she intentionally fell onto him, pretending to be drunk. Any normal person would know what to do next. But Qin Xiaoshui simply said, if you can't handle your drink, why bother? Recalling that scene, Yi Qingru couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Suan saved my life and is my future brother-in-law, so don't even think about him, Qin Xiaoshui said casually. But seeing a figure approaching in the distance, he grinned and waved. Over here, over here. Wang Ming is exhausted. Hurry up. Wang Ming's face darkened. This fight was going to be tough. If he fought hard, Qin Xiaoshui would beat him up. If he went easy, he might lose. Damn it. Why do I have to deal with these 2 unlucky bastards? Wang Ming cursed inwardly. To everyone's surprise, Suan bypassed Wang Ming and the other 2 8-time refiners, stopping directly at Yi Qingru's platform. He then leaped onto the stage, casually grabbing a long knife from the rack. Old Su, if you want to commit suicide, you could just come to me. Qin Xiaoshui was stunned seeing Suan on the platform. Yi Qingru, Wang Ming, and the others were also taken aback. A 6-time refiner challenging a 9-time refiner? That was practically suicide. Get lost? Suan twirled the knife and glanced at Qin Xiaoshui. Watch how your father wins. Qin Xiaoshui ignored the playful address and said seriously, don't joke around. If you don't get into the 10,000 Clans Academy this time, it will be much harder later. Wang Ming and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. These 2 really knew how to brag. A 6-time refiner challenging a 9-time refiner, and one of them talking as if getting into the 10,000 Clans Academy was a done deal? Suan, challenge. Ignoring Qin Xiaoshui, Suan looked at Yi Qingru, gripping the long knife tightly. Heh, be careful then. Yi Qingru chuckled, a hint of disdain in her eyes, not even bothering to pick up a weapon. Suan smiled at this, gripping the knife tightly and charging straight at her. Suan moved like lightning, appearing in front of Yi Qingru with his long blade raised high. With a fierce whoosh, he brought it down with tremendous force. Yi Qingru's eyes flashed with disdain as she met the attack barehanded. With a resounding bang, the blade was deflected. Su An's expression remained unchanged as he steadied his grip and swung again. In that brief moment of combat, a flood of practical experience and insights surged into Su An's mind. Techniques for striking, generating power, and blocking rushed in like a tidal wave, and he absorbed this invaluable combat wisdom like a thirsty sponge. Each of Su An's strikes grew stronger and faster, visibly improving with every move. The intense duel drew the attention of the crowd. Yi Qingru, the school beauty who had undergone 9 body temperings, being challenged naturally caused a stir. But when people realized the challenger was merely Suan, who had gone through only 6 temperings, laughter erupted. Has Suan lost his mind? There's no way he can beat Yi Qingru. He's bound to lose, but at least the school beauty will remember him. Damn, why didn't I think of this? I'll challenge her next. Amidst the jeers and laughter, no one believed Suan could win. After all, in the realm of body tempering, each tempering significantly boosts strength. Someone who has undergone 9 temperings has the strength of 3 cauldrons, capable of delivering a punch weighing 3,000 pounds. Suan, with only 6 temperings, barely reached 1,500 pounds, a stark difference. The principal, alerted by the commotion, frowned slightly. Su An's homeroom teacher, Li Ligua, quickly explained, Principal, it's one of my students. Suan and Qingru are in the same class. They just wanted to spar before graduation. As he spoke, Li Ligua cursed Suan internally for causing trouble. The principal waved it off, not pursuing the matter further. Li Ligua sighed in relief and turned his attention to the arena. hoping Suin would concede quickly, but what he saw left him stunned. Suin remained calm, his attacks relentless. Yi Qingru, however, was growing increasingly strained, retreating from what she initially handled with ease. Despite her superior strength and speed, Suin's strikes consistently targeted her weak points. Her formidable power was only half as effective. What the hell? How is he so strong? Yi Qingru thought, sweat forming on her brow as she stared at Suin in disbelief. Another cunning slash forced Yi Qingru to retreat hastily, falling right into Suin's rhythm. His blade seemed to multiply, pushing her back step by step. The laughter from the crowd gradually died down, replaced by a stunned silence. Moments later, an uproar ensued. No way. What's going on? A 6-time tempered body overpowering a 9-time tempered body? Did Suin take some kind of drug? How is he this strong? This is insane. I'm also at 6 temperings, but I'd be floored by one of his strikes. No one had anticipated Suin could harness the power of 6 temperings to such an extent, suppressing Yi Qingru despite the considerable gap in their abilities. On the sidelines, Chen Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. Damn it, is he seriously going for the win? He had thought Suin just wanted to show off, not realizing he intended to win. How does a high schooler have such combat awareness? Wang Ming, watching with cold sweat, muttered, "Good thing Suin didn't pick me. I'd be done for." Chen Xiaoshui suddenly turned, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I'm going to tell Suin that you plan to break his legs. Shit, just tell me how much you want." "Not much, just $500. Damn it, you bastard." Wang Ming cursed as he transferred the money, thinking Suin would have demanded 1,000 if he knew. On the podium, the principal and Li Ligua stood up. "What incredible combat awareness!" the principal exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. "It's not just his awareness. Suin's power application and fighting experience are overwhelming Yi Qingru," Li Ligua added excitedly. Every move and strike from Suin was textbook perfect. Despite Yi Qingru's greater strength, Suin continuously found and exploited her weaknesses. She couldn't fully unleash her power, constantly disrupted by Suin's relentless assault. Everyone could see Yi Qingru was on the verge of defeat. But just then, something unexpected happened. Beaten and forced to retreat, Yi Qingru took a desperate slash to break free from the web of blades. Gasping for breath, her eyes burned with fury. "I didn't expect you to be this strong, but you will still lose," she snarled through gritted teeth, striding quickly to the weapons rack and grabbing a long sword. "There are many things you won't expect today." Suin stood with his knife, smiling brightly. The recent battle had allowed him to fully integrate his experience and insights from the body tempering stage, and even the next level. Yi Qingru is done for. Now, it's time to get serious. Huh. Yi Qingru let out a sharp cry, her anger fueling her every move as she slashed at Suin with all her might. The sword light was fierce, each streak seemingly following a certain pattern, aiming straight at Suin. Not far away, Chen Xiaoshui frowned as he observed. "Jiugong sword? A member of the Yi family," he muttered to himself. "I recognize that technique, but why would someone from the Yi family be in Jinlin City for 3 years? Suin also noticed the extraordinary nature of Yi Qingru's swordsmanship, but it didn't concern him much. Slash. Without hesitation, Suin precisely cut off the force of her sword. Clang. The strike hit the sweet spot, and Yi Qingru felt a wave of nausea. She tried to pull back, but Suin gave her no chance. His knife was swift and aimed at her vital points. One mistake, and Yi Qingru would be drenched in blood. "Suin, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me?" Yi Qingru cried out, drenched in cold sweat, her face pale with fear. Against Suin's full strength, she had almost no chance to counterattack. The audience below sensed something was wrong. Murmurs rose and fell. Suin's going too hard. One slip, and there's going to be blood. Yeah, can Suin really control his strength at this level? Are you kidding? Suin's going all out. There's nothing to control anymore. Isn't Suin afraid of accidentally killing Yi Qingru? The tension on the stage had everyone on edge, cold sweat running down their backs. Even Li Ligua, standing at the podium, couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurriedly called out, "Suin, enough!" But his words had the opposite effect. As soon as he spoke, Suin's attacks became even faster, and with a swift slash, he disarmed Yi Qingru. Another strike followed, aimed mercilessly at her. "Stop! Enough! What are you doing?" Shouts erupted from the podium. The principal, Li Ligua, and all the class teachers rushed towards the stage. But it was too late. Suin's eyes were cold and ruthless as he moved behind Yi Qingru in an instant, slashing her neck without mercy. Blood splattered, staining the stage red. "Deep breaths, dizziness is normal," Suin murmured, his heart pounding as he supported Yi Qingru's collapsing body. It was his first kill, and while unsettling, it wasn't as hard to accept as he thought. The inherited memories had accustomed him to blood. Yi Qingru clutched her neck tightly, staring at Suin in disbelief. She wanted to ask why he had killed her. She was unwilling. She was from the Yi family, had humbled herself to stay in this small city for 3 years, and was about to reap the rewards of her patience. But she hadn't expected to die in a trivial arena match. Rest in peace, Saintess, Suan whispered softly in her ear, offering no further explanation. Yi Qingrou's eyes widened in confusion, unable to understand how she had been exposed. Killing the blood god cult's Saintess, saving countless humans who would have died at her hands in the future. Gained 5,000 fate points. Suan had no time to check what fate points were. He was surrounded by the principal, class teachers, and the inspection department. Yi Qingru was dead, completely and utterly. The crowd below went wild, with vomiting and shouting echoing as if to tear the sky apart. Chen Xiaoshui approached Suan, glancing at the corpse at their feet. Brother, you really stirred up trouble. It's a big deal, Suan shrugged, covered in blood, looking at Chen Xiaoshui with a wry smile. It's not a good idea to be associated with me right now. I'm a murderer, and I killed a genius. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Suan quizzically. What does that have to do with me? Suan was taken aback. I'm a murderer. Chen Xiaoshui scoffed. So what? Being a murderer makes you special? Suan was speechless at Chen Xiaoshui's odd logic. Relax, you killed someone. So what? It's not a big deal, Chen Xiaoshui laughed, ignoring the murderous glares from the class teachers. Suan smiled but said nothing, giving Chen Xiaoshui a hard punch. Chen Xiaoshui grumbled, but he didn't move an inch from Suan's side. The school doctor checked and shook his head at the principal. She's beyond saving. The principal's face was grim, his eyes blazing with anger. Give me an explanation. If your reason isn't sufficient, not even your genius status will save you from death. Killing a top student in front of thousands was an atrocious act, and no one dared to defend Suan. An explanation? Suan wiped the blood from his face, speaking calmly. Yi Qingru was the saintess of the blood god cult. Is that reason enough? An uproar ensued, with everyone looking at Suan as if he were crazy. Such an outrageous reason, who would believe it? Suan. The principal's words were cut off by Suan. The inspection department can check Yi Qingrou's phone records or her residence. If nothing is found, just capture a blood god cult member, and you'll understand. Someone nearby frowned and said, cult members are like rats in the streets, hiding deep. Where would we find one now? Suan immediately responded, I know. Not only the blood god cult's location, but also 3 other cults' locations in Jinlin City. This statement prompted the inspection department to immediately call the city lord. If Suan's claim was false, it wouldn't matter, but if true, no one could bear the responsibility. Shortly after, the entire inspection department and the city's standing army gathered outside the school. Seeing this, Suan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Killing Yi Qingru, causing a stir, and exposing her as the saintess to root out the cults in Jinlin City, this was the plan he had quickly devised. Despite its flaws, it had successfully garnered the upper echelon's attention. As long as someone believed him, the deadlock could be broken. Do you know the locations of the foreign cults in Jinlin City? The lord of Jinlin City arrived in a rush with a large number of troops and immediately sought out Suan. His face was filled with tension and urgency, clearly showing how seriously he took the news about the foreign cults. The foreign cults are a bunch of traitors who have betrayed humanity, the lord said through gritted teeth. They hide among us, slaughtering human geniuses and plundering our resources. Compared to other races, these traitors are even more despicable. Suan didn't keep him in suspense and directly revealed the locations of the foreign cults in Jinlin City. The Shadow Cult is in the underground garage of the Tinglan community in the north of the city, the Blood God Cult is in the Shangfeng Industrial Park in the suburbs, and the Feather Cult consists entirely of the internal members of Feng Corporation in the city. He added, these locations are absolutely accurate. They are gearing up to attack Jinlin City tomorrow. Lord, you should bring more people. The foreign cults are very powerful. Upon hearing this, the Lord immediately ordered, mobilize all standing troops in Jinlin City. The inspection department is to seal off all routes. Notify all academies. Warriors of the second realm and above, mobilize. His voice was filled with murderous intent. This time, I will cleanse the entire Jinlin City. Suan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, we should be able to eliminate those foreign cults. After making all the arrangements, the Lord turned to Suan and asked, Suan, right? How did you know the locations of these foreign cults? And about Yi Qingru being a member of the Blood God cult? Suan calmly explained, Yi Qingru secretly approached me, probably trying to lure me into joining the Blood God cult. By coincidence, I discovered her identity and secretly investigated the location of the Blood God cult. The other cults have always been in contact with the Blood God cult. At that moment, the Lord's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression changed instantly. Hello? Lord, the locations of those foreign cults are correct. Our people are engaging them, but their strength is overwhelming. There are second realm spirit warriors among them, and we can barely hold them off. The Lord didn't waste any time. He took a step and soared into the sky, speeding away into the distance. Watching the Lord's disappearing figure, Suan asked Qin Xiaoshui in surprise, "What realm is the Lord in to be able to fly?" Qin Xiaoshui calmly replied, "You can do it too. Once you reach the spirit realm, you'll be able to fly for short periods." Qin Xiaoshui then detailed the cultivation realms, from the body realm to the spirit realm and beyond. Suan listened intently, expanding his understanding of the cultivation world. During their conversation, Suan mistakenly thought Qin Xiaoshui was giving him a lesson, while Qin Xiaoshui wanted to explain his true identity but was interrupted by Suan. Just then, in the depths of Suan's consciousness, the Fate Stone emitted a golden glow. A stream of information flooded his mind. The foreign cults in Jinlin City were scattered, with many cultists fleeing and suffering heavy losses. This battle cleared 99 of the cultists in Lintian City, saving many human students and elites. It slightly altered the future trajectory of humanity, enhancing their strength and fortune. Overall, it was a major event change, earning him a divine ability of fate and extraordinary comprehension for a time. Heaven-defying comprehension, fate-defying abilities. Suan immersed himself in the sea of consciousness, his gaze fixed on the inscriptions detailing the divine abilities. His face couldn't hide the excitement. Just a few words of introduction contained astonishing power, communicating with fate, enhancing comprehension to its peak, allowing one to understand all things in the world. Suan's heartbeat quickened, and his mind couldn't help but imagine. Comprehension, this innate talent, was originally determined by luck. Those with strong comprehension could learn anything quickly and infer many things from one instance. Those with poor comprehension seemed perpetually blocked. What would happen if one's comprehension reached its peak? Cultivation difficulties would be easily resolved, and mastery of combat techniques and divine abilities would come instantly. This is the power of strong comprehension. However, no matter how much Suan speculated, he couldn't fathom how terrifying it would be to have heaven-defying comprehension. No wonder it's called a fate-defying ability. It's truly formidable. His heart pounded violently as he began to understand the incredible nature of his newfound encounter. Just as Suan was lost in excitement, he noticed changes on the stone inscription and immediately understood the meaning of heaven-defying comprehension once. It turned out that each time a major future event was changed, a fate-defying ability would be unlocked and could be used once unconditionally. To continue using it, one would need to consume fate points as energy. 30,000 fate points, 5,000 future points. These numbers flashed before Suan's eyes. He suddenly realized that the fate points gained from killing Yi Qingru were meant to be used this way. Relieved, Suan began to think about how to acquire more fate points. Changing the future, increasing the fortune of the human race, and slaying alien races were all feasible paths. Thinking about the divine abilities that might be unlocked by changing the future next time, Suan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He couldn't wait to find out when the next major event would occur. But soon, he realized that his current strength was far from enough. Only by continuously enhancing his power could he get involved in more people and events. As Suan was lost in thought, Qin Xiaoshui's dissatisfied voice came through. "Hey, hey, hey, are you listening to me?" Suan snapped back to reality, nodding perfunctorily. Yeah, I heard you. Go on." Qin Xiaoshui sighed helplessly and then said seriously, "When we get to the Universal Academy tomorrow, stay away from the Yi family. They might cause you trouble." Suan asked in confusion, "Huh? I don't think I've offended them." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Qin Xiaoshui. Yi Qingru's family? In Suan's memory, Yi Qingru seemed to be the youngest daughter of the Yi family head. However, at his current level, he knew very little about the Yi family. Qin Xiaoshui frowned and explained, "The Yi family is one of the 16 top families in Daxia. Yi Qingru should be considered a core member. The Nine Palaces sword technique isn't something just anyone can learn." After some thought, he added, "But it shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Qingru joined a cult, and even a top family can't shield her. Even if they don't like you, they wouldn't dare to act openly." Hearing this, Suan felt a chill down his spine. He knew very well that Yi Qingru was not just a core member but the biological daughter of the Yi family head. Killing their youngest daughter was an irreconcilable grudge. Even if the Yi family didn't dare to act openly, it would be easy for such a powerful family to crush him. Seeing Suan's worry, Qin Xiaoshui patted his shoulder and said boldly, "Don't worry. Once we get to the Universal Academy, I'll have your back. If all goes well, I'll be soaring high there." Suan couldn't help but internally tease, "Is talent really something to brag about like this? I have heaven-defying comprehension, and I haven't bragged to anyone." However, the issue with Yi Qingru still made him frown. He was still too weak, and the Yi family was like an insurmountable mountain to him, requiring constant caution. Noticing Suan's concern, Qin Xiaoshui reassured him, "Don't overthink it. The Universal Academy is not something the Yi family can mess with. Even they wouldn't dare to cause trouble there." He then looked at Suan curiously, "By the way, when did you become so powerful?" Defeating someone with 9 body refinements while having only 6 is quite a feat, even by Universal Academy standards. Suin casually replied, genius? Genius, you know? You're a cultivation genius. I'm a combat genius. Got a problem with that? It was a casual remark from Suin, but it made Qin Xiaoshui nod thoughtfully. While they were chatting, the principal of their school returned, covered in blood. Suin immediately approached him, asking, Principal, how did it go? Did you kill all the cultists? Qin Xiaoshui and others also gathered around. The principal wiped the blood from his hands, frowning. No, many escaped. Quite a few in the cult are very strong. The leader from the Blood God cult, a spirit realm expert, led the charge, and we couldn't stop them. Many lives were lost in Jinlin City. Everyone's faces changed upon hearing this. The principal added, but we killed even more of them. He looked around at everyone, showing a hint of a smile. The sacrifice was worth it. The cultists have been driven out of Jinlin City, and the city will be much more peaceful after this battle. He then turned his gaze to Suin. Suin, you did very well this time. You've made a significant contribution. I will communicate with the Universal Academy, and soon, your reward will be credited to your student card as contribution points. Wang Ming and others looked at Suin with envy. The contribution points of the Universal Academy were known to be quite valuable. However, Suin was too preoccupied to care about contribution points. He urgently asked, Principal, should we postpone the reporting time? The cultists have just been driven out. What if they ambush us on the way? Suin couldn't speak too plainly, so he had to hint. He hadn't expected that even with all the strong people in Jinlin City mobilized, they still couldn't capture all the cultists. Their plan was likely not just to attack Jinlin City, but also to ambush the students. The principal frowned and thought, unsure. Would they dare? The reporting time for the Universal Academy is set and can't be delayed easily. I will discuss with the City Lord to strengthen the escort team. I'll also report to the Universal Academy and see if they can send someone to assist. Qin Xiaoshui and Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and Suin felt somewhat reassured as well. Ultimately, Jinlin City was too small, with not many strong people to rely on. But having someone from the Universal Academy to assist would greatly increase their safety. However, before leaving, Suin had another thought. The youngest daughter of the Yi family had stayed in this small Jinlin City for 3 years. It couldn't be for no reason. He looked into the distance, pondering. The Blood God cult is being chased. Their lair should be empty, right? Great Xia, the Academy of all races. Although the incident in Jinlin City was minor, some people quickly got wind of it. The Academy promptly issued an escort mission to prevent any ambushes by foreign cults along the way. The turmoil was sparked by the death of the youngest daughter of the Yi family, and surprisingly, someone from the Yi family took on the escort mission. In the Academy's administrative office, an elder exuding a powerful aura listened to the report, his eyebrows slightly raised. Someone from the Yi family took the mission? The elder sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. Are they planning to eliminate someone? Some people are getting bolder by the day. His assistant, frowning, asked, shouldn't we act now? If this continues, it could lead to a major disaster. The elder waved his hand and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly said, it's not the right time yet. Not enough people have revealed themselves. Keep this matter suppressed for now, and don't alert the Yi family. Find someone strong enough to take the escort mission. Someone who can counter the Yi family and protect the student involved. The assistant nodded and left to make arrangements. The elder turned to gaze out the window at the horizon, sighing deeply. In ordinary times, the Yi family's actions would have been eradicated long ago. But now we are powerless. Night fell, and the moon shone sparsely among the stars. In a dense forest about 10 kilometers from Jinlin City, over 20 people dressed in black gathered quietly. The leader, Jiang Chengping, scanned the area with a somber expression. Is everyone here? Seeing the few people remaining, Jiang Chengping felt a stab of pain in his heart. After more than a decade of hard work, he had grown the Blood God cult in Jinlin City to over 100 members. But in just one night, almost all of them were killed, and his identity was exposed, leaving him unable to return to Jinlin City. The severe loss made his vision blur, and he nearly fainted. A man in black reported with grief, Cult Master. The regular army arrived too quickly and headed straight for our headquarters. By the time we reacted, we were surrounded with no escape. Fortunately, as a spirit realm expert, you managed to lead us through the encirclement. The Feather Cult and the Shadow Cult were not so lucky. They were almost completely wiped out. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone could feel Jiang Chengping's fury. His chest heaved, and his face turned red with anger. Can anyone tell me what went wrong? A young cultist stepped forward, trembling with respect. Master, according to the information we gathered, it seems the problem started with the Holy Maiden. A student named Suin killed the Holy Maiden in a martial arts tournament and discovered the locations of various cults in Jinlin City. It's said that these locations were revealed by the Holy Maiden. Jiang Qingping's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Yi Qingru was dead? While others might not know, he was aware of Yi Qingru's true identity. A member of the Yi family had died in Jinlin City, and the blood god cult was inevitably implicated. This is troublesome. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Qingping's forehead. Yi Qingru, the holy maiden, was brought into the blood god cult at a great cost. Although he didn't know the exact details, he understood it was part of a significant plan involving the Yi family. Now that Yi Qingru was dead, the relationship between the blood god cult and the Yi family was severed. Could the plan still proceed as intended? Suddenly, Jiang Qingping seemed to realize something and urgently shouted, "Quick! Send someone to the underground passage at the Jinlin City headquarters. The secret realm there will open tonight. Bring out whatever is inside, no matter what." It turned out that Yi Qingru had come to Jinlin City and joined the blood god cult because of a secret realm that was about to emerge there. Blue Star had experienced a millennium of spiritual awakening, which not only expanded its territory but also gave birth to numerous rare treasures. Additionally, the rapid expansion of the stars had created many secret realms of various sizes, each containing invaluable treasures. The myriad races coveted Blue Star because it continuously produced countless treasures during its evolution. These were the true treasures born from the rejuvenation of the world. The blood god cult had chosen Jinlin City as a base precisely because of this secret realm. The secret realm had been developing for over a decade, and the blood god cult had guarded it for just as long. 3 years ago, the cult had even made a deal with the Yi family using this secret realm. Now that Yi Qingru was dead, the deal was obviously void. But the Suntupan secret realm could not be lost at any cost. Otherwise, Jiang Qingping would be held accountable, even if he died 100 times. One of his subordinates reminded him with a troubled expression, "Master, most of our people have been exposed. Going back to Jinlin City now would be walking into a trap." Jiang Qingping's face darkened as he realized the problem. If possible, he would have gone back himself. But he knew that Jinlin City was now thoroughly investigating the identities of cult members, and going back would mean certain death. Just then, a trembling voice broke the silence, "See, cult master. My appearance hasn't been exposed." Jiang Qingping's expression brightened momentarily, but upon seeing the speaker, his brows furrowed. Having only undergone 9 body tempering sessions and not yet stepped into the blood fusion realm, he seemed rather weak. Jiang Qingping furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed. He thought to himself, being weak has its advantages. If you're too strong, you'll attract attention. A mere body tempering warrior shouldn't arouse suspicion. Jiang Qingping put on a friendly expression, patted the man in front of him on the shoulder, and reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Your appearance hasn't been recorded, so the inspection division won't notice a body tempering warrior like you. Complete your task, and when you return, I'll introduce you to the main sect in Kyoto." Lin Hao trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He solemnly replied, "By the blood god. Rest assured, sir, I will complete the task." Jiang Qingping nodded and reminded him, "Remember the method to open the secret realm. Go now." Once Lin Hao left, Jiang Qingping's face turned grim, his eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, a subordinate cautiously asked, "Sir, should we still proceed with the plan to ambush the students from Jinlin City? Tomorrow is the day they report to the Multiracial Academy." Jiang Qingping wearily waved his hand. "Send someone to the main sect in Kyoto to explain today's events. We don't have enough manpower now, so the plan can't be executed. If they want to continue, they'll need to send more people. If they can't spare anyone, then we'll abandon the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate immediately sped towards Kyoto. Jiang Qingping continued to stare in the direction of Jinlin City, his brows tightly knit. He muttered to himself, "The main issue now isn't whether tomorrow's plan can be executed, but whether the items in the secret realm can be brought out intact. If we mess this up, my life will be at risk." After a long contemplation, Jiang Qingping couldn't help but sigh deeply. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the cover of night, Suin silently infiltrated a dilapidated, unfinished building in the western part of the city. From his memories, he learned that Yi Qingru's joining of the blood god cult seemed to involve some sort of deal. Otherwise, how could the pampered princess of the Yi family go mad enough to join a cult and hide in this small town for several years? Although Suin didn't know the specifics, as his memories lacked detailed records, he knew the answer lay within the secret passages of the blood god cult. Now that the cult had been defeated, he followed clues from his memories to find an extremely concealed entrance. Looking at the inconspicuous narrow passage before him, Suin couldn't help but admire. What a perfect place to avoid the inspection division. Although the blood god cult has been eradicated, its headquarters remain heavily guarded. The inspection division has dispatched numerous personnel to seal off the area, and anyone who approaches is immediately apprehended. However, the blood god cult managed to stay hidden in Jinlin City for many years, thanks to its unique tactics. The most crucial of these is the extensive network of underground tunnels. Suin proceeded along one of these tunnels, his footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. After about half an hour, he arrived at a spacious area, roughly the size of a basketball court. Looking up, he saw the headquarters of the Blood God cult directly above him. Suin licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a massive undertaking. The Blood God cult must have hidden something valuable here, he murmured, beginning to search the area meticulously. However, an hour passed, and Suin still found nothing. He frowned, forcing himself to remain patient and continue his search. Another hour went by, and he was still empty-handed. Suin began to doubt himself. Could the treasures have been moved by the Blood God cult? Determined, he decided to search one last time, leaving no corner unchecked. 2 hours later, Suin sighed, ready to give up when he suddenly heard hurried, chaotic footsteps coming from the tunnel. His pupils contracted as he quickly hid in a concealed corner. Are they from the Blood God cult, or the inspection division? Suin held his breath, his heart racing. If they were top-tier cult members, his current level of 6 body refinements might not be enough to escape. Almost immediately after Suin concealed himself, a young man dressed in black emerged from the tunnel. The man, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old, laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, this is it. The high priest was right. This time, it's my turn to shine. As long as I bring out the items from the secret realm, the headquarters will surely promote me. Suin gasped upon hearing the term secret realm. He recalled a line from his high school history textbook. Secret realms, products of heaven and earth, contain rare treasures coveted by all races. Though the description was brief, it highlighted the rarity of secret realms. Lin Hao knelt and performed a peculiar blood god cult ritual, then cut his palm, letting the blood flow freely. He chanted an incantation and finally shouted, "Blood God Seal." The blood coagulated into a special mark that instantly merged into the ground. With a loud rumble, a portal shrouded in a blood-red array appeared out of thin air. Lin Hao formed another seal and shouted, "Open!" The array dissipated, revealing a mysterious entrance. Without hesitation, he leapt inside and disappeared. Suin felt a surge of relief. Had it not been for the timely appearance of this cult member, he might have missed the secret realm entirely. His long-suppressed excitement welled up again as he whispered, "This secret realm is mine." Following Lin Hao through the portal, Suin's vision blurred, and he found himself in a different world. Though the secret realm wasn't vast, about the size of a soccer field, the air was so thick with spiritual energy that it condensed into a lingering mist. In the center stood a towering stone monument, 100 feet high, covered in intricate runes that emitted a mysterious aura. Suin stiffly raised his head, his gaze landing on the top of the monument. Although he couldn't decipher the profound symbols, their meaning directly imprinted in his mind-forbidden array. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Hao couldn't believe his eyes. The treasure within this secret realm was of a singular type, formation techniques, rumored to be the most precious of all inheritances. As he stepped into the secret realm, his excitement surged through him. His eyes scanned the surroundings, calculating. Blue Star's secret realms varied greatly in size and the types of treasures they nurtured. Before a secret realm was opened, its treasures remained a mystery. However, the spiritual energy escaping from the portal could give a rough estimate of its scale. Typically, large secret realms contained rare and priceless treasures. Smaller ones, while still valuable, were less likely to hold such wonders, often containing secret techniques or combat skills instead. These were precious, but not to the extent that every race would vie for them. Lin Hao wondered why the Blood God sect would trade a secret realm. It quickly dawned on him it was merely a micro-realm. However, formation techniques were an exception among secret realms. The strength of formation techniques was not necessarily related to the size of the realm. Even a small or micro-realm could nurture formidable formations. For the human race, formation treasures were far more valuable than secret techniques or combat skills. While combat skills and divine weapons enhanced individual power, a powerful formation could determine the outcome of a war. Lin Hao recalled the monumental battle 500 years ago. The human race had obtained a large amplification formation from a secret realm. When activated during their battle with other races, the formation boosted the army's overall strength by 500. A mere 50,000 human soldiers managed to decimate an army of 400,000 from various races, marking a glorious chapter in human history. Since then, the value of formation treasures skyrocketed. The human race's obsession with formations reached near maniacal levels. If a secret realm contained a divine weapon, the human race might weigh the pros and cons. But if it was a formation, they would spare no cost to obtain it. For the human race, formation treasures had become strategic resources. The Blood God sect had clearly underestimated the value of this secret realm. Had they known it contained a formation treasure, they would never have traded it with the Yi family, no matter how foolish. Lin Hao's gaze fell on a massive stone tablet before him, his heartbeat quickening. A forbidden formation? Could this be an even more powerful formation inheritance? His face flushed with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. If I can master this, I could ascend to the upper echelons of the Blood God sect. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Sitting cross-legged, he prepared to comprehend the formation guide inscribed on the stone tablet. He realized that only by fully understanding the formation guide could he imprint his aura on it and take the tablet with him. Just then, the portal of the secret realm flashed, and a figure stepped in. Who's there? Lin Hao was startled and quickly turned around. As a heretic of the Blood God sect, his identity could not be exposed at this moment. When he saw that the intruder was merely a martial artist who had tempered his body 6 times, his nerves relaxed slightly. The newcomer was Suen, who was now staring at the stone tablet with a look of confusion in his eyes. Suen didn't know much about formations, but he understood that anything in a secret realm was extraordinary. Kid, if you don't want to die, stay where you are and don't move. Lin Hao snarled, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Suen right away but found himself immobilized by a mysterious force. He couldn't leave the secret realm unless he imprinted his aura onto the stone tablet. 9 times tempered? Suen eyed Lin Hao, a faint smile curling his lips. He slowly approached and threw a punch. Just as his fist was about to touch Lin Hao, a gentle force pushed it away. Huh. Protected by the stone tablet during comprehension. You're done for, kid. Lin Hao laughed and ignored Suen, focusing on the formation guide. The formation guide, though just the beginning of the formation, was incredibly complex. Lin Hao, who had only tempered his body 9 times in his 20s, clearly lacked high comprehension. Understanding the formation guide would take considerable time, but he wasn't worried. As long as no one fully comprehended the guide, no one could leave the secret realm. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Lin Hao for now, Suen turned his attention to the massive stone tablet. The intricate patterns and divine resonance carved on it were unfathomable. Just a few glances made his head spin, unable to grasp the mysteries within. Fool, Lin Hao sneered, seeing Suen's bewildered expression. If Suen attempted to comprehend the formation guide, Lin Hao would have to be cautious, fearing that Suen might gain control of the tablet first. But seeing Suen's current state, it seemed he had given up. After all, how much better could a 6-time tempered martial artist's comprehension be compared to his own? As Lin Hao's mind wandered, Suen slowly walked over. When I finish comprehending this, it'll be your end, Lin Hao said with a sinister smile, making a throat-slitting gesture. Suen's lips curled into a confident smile as he slowly approached the massive stone tablet. His mind and spirit gently enveloped the monument. Lin Hao, standing nearby, had a look of assured victory in his eyes, and his voice dripped with arrogance. Do you know why I'm not worried and letting you ponder here slowly? I've got the upper hand. Even if you comprehend it, you won't be as fast as I am. Hearing this, Suen's smile deepened. He looked up at the dense array patterns on the stone tablet and said softly, "Let me show you what true insight is." With that, Suen silently chanted in his heart, "Unparalleled insight. Activate." In an instant, a deafening roar exploded in Suen's ears. Golden light surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, filling the entire world. Suen's eyes snapped open, and his golden gaze swept around like a sharp sword. The world before him had transformed. Innumerable chains of rules intertwined in the air, and countless principles flooded his mind like a spring. Even more astonishing was that Suen's 6-time tempered body realm began to ascend rapidly without him noticing. His extraordinary insight allowed him to grasp the profound truths of the universe with just a glance. Array lead? Suen chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a thought, the stone tablet trembled, and his aura instantly imprinted upon it. Lin Hao was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. The intent he was comprehending was mercilessly ejected from the stone tablet. This meant Suen had successfully grasped the array lead. Lin Hao's mind went blank as he muttered, "Are you kidding me? I've only comprehended 1%, and you grasped the array lead in a single thought? Is this person really at the 6th level of body tempering?" Suen's golden eyes glanced at Lin Hao with a touch of contempt in his voice. "This array isn't that difficult." With that, his gaze returned to the array patterns on the stone tablet. Lin Hao stood there, utterly stunned, watching the scene unfold. The dense array patterns on the stone tablet were disappearing at a visible speed. He knew that the innate array in the secret realm only allowed one person to comprehend it. The first person to understand it would cause the patterns to vanish. But the speed at which Suen was comprehending it was beyond belief. He recalled someone in the Blood God sect who had comprehended a small array in the secret realm, taking 3 full years to completely grasp it. Yet, this was a forbidden array. And Suen had taken how long? 30 seconds? Lin Hao's vision darkened, and his head felt so heavy he could hardly think. He muttered, his voice filled with shock and fear. "What kind of monster have I encountered? The complexity of formations is vast. Even in a small array, there is a wealth of profound knowledge and principles. Forbidden arrays are even more intricate. Suan stood before the stone tablet, eyes slightly closed, fully immersed in comprehending the innate formation before him. In his mind, elements like formation guides, hand seals, formation hearts, and formation discs flashed by like a revolving lantern, with the arrangements and combinations of various energies constantly changing. As his understanding deepened, the transformations of mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars gradually surfaced in his consciousness. For an average person, comprehending such a formation would take decades, even with good aptitude. However, under Su-En's extraordinary comprehension ability, he unraveled the complexities of the forbidden array in mere moments. Not only that, he could also apply and extend his understanding seamlessly. In Su-En's mental sea, the complete structure of the grand formation had already taken shape. Although his current strength was insufficient to set up even a thousandth of this formation, he had deduced its complete state through his formidable comprehension. Ultimately, Su-En's understanding converged on the 4 characters inscribed on the stone tablet. 10 directions annihilation. Harness the power of 10 directions. Trap enemies from 10 directions. What are the 10 directions? Heaven, earth, east, south, west, north, life gate, death gate, past, and future. The east burns with fire. The south is flooded with water. The west is swept by the wind, and the north is locked by Kunlun. The power of the 4 elements transforms into the 5 elements, creating thunder, lightning, and the return to origin in the death gate. The stars shift, day and night alternate, heaven and earth perish, and all 10 directions are annihilated. The terror of the 10 directions annihilation formation sent shivers down Su-En's spine. Even if he previously knew nothing about formations, he could now deeply appreciate the formidable nature of this array. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't even set up the introductory array of the 10 directions annihilation, Su-En muttered with some frustration. Indeed, personal strength is the ultimate truth. Although he could perfectly conceptualize the structure of the killing formation, the energy required to operate it was far beyond what he could muster, even if he were to exhaust himself 1,000 times over. However, this realization did not dampen Su-En's confidence. It can still serve as a trump card. Su-En's eyes gleamed. Even if my strength isn't enough, with sufficient materials and resources, and a lot of time, I can fully construct it. Su-En smirked as he murmured, the Yi family better not provoke me, or I'll set up a massive killing array around their house, even if it costs me my life. The time left for his extraordinary comprehension was running out, and Su-En silently calculated. This boost in comprehension would only last 2 minutes, but that was enough for him. It took him less than a minute and a half to comprehend and deduce the grand formation. 30 seconds left, don't waste it, Su-En whispered to himself, then began to operate his body tempering technique. The body tempering method seemed simple, mobilizing muscles and bones to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth in a specific way. The textbook stated that 9 rounds of tempering could lead to the next realm, but in his state of extraordinary comprehension, Su-En found that 9 rounds were far from the limit. With a single thought, Su-En's control over his body reached an unprecedented level. His gaze seemed to penetrate every inch of his muscles and bones, adjusting the way he absorbed spiritual energy based on their subtle changes. In the blink of an eye, Su-En modified the body tempering method in over a dozen places. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within the secret realm surged toward him like a tidal wave. Originally stuck at the 6th round of tempering, his realm began to soar rapidly under the dual effects of the improved method and the dense spiritual energy. 7th round of tempering, 8th round of tempering, 9th round of tempering. In just an instant, Su-En's realm surged to the peak of the body tempering stage. Lin Hao, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. He had seen fast breakthroughs before, but never anything like this. It had taken him 5 years to go from 6 rounds of tempering to 9, but Su-En did it in the blink of an eye. This can't be real. Lin Hao muttered in disbelief. I must be hallucinating. This secret realm must be an illusion. He slapped himself frantically, trying to wake up. However, Su-En's breakthrough didn't stop there. After 9 rounds of tempering, the surrounding spiritual energy was no longer sufficient to support his continued breakthrough. At that moment, the stone tablet at the center of the secret realm seemed to sense Su-En's state and flew straight toward him. As it flew, the 100-foot tablet rapidly shrank, eventually turning into a stream of light that entered Su-En's mental sea. The tablet recognized him as its master. At the moment Su-En fully comprehended the grand formation, the stone tablet had become completely his. With the tablet recognizing him as its master, the spiritual energy within the secret realm erupted violently. The energy within the entire space surged towards Su-En like a massive funnel, greedily devouring the dense spiritual energy around him. With this influx of spiritual energy, Su-En's realm broke through once again. 10th round of tempering, 11th round of tempering, 12th round of tempering. After the 12th round of tempering, Suen ceased operating the body tempering technique. According to his deductions, the human limit for body tempering was 12 rounds. Anything beyond that would be counterproductive and harm the body. This power is incredible. Exiting his state of extraordinary comprehension, Suen clenched his fist slightly, feeling the explosive strength within his body, and couldn't help but smile. A punch at 9 rounds of tempering could deliver the force of 3 tripods, while 12 rounds of perfect tempering were even more formidable. Although it seemed that perfect tempering only added 5 tripods of force, this was merely the minimum, not the maxima. While his physique had strengthened, his internal organs remained fragile. Excessive force could harm his body. In other words, Suen could now deliver a punch with the force of 5 tripods without injuring himself. If he disregarded internal damage and went all out, his strength could be even more terrifying. The true strength of perfect tempering lay in the comprehensive enhancement of the body. Strength, speed, defense, and absolute control over power all saw qualitative leaps. This perfect tempering was akin to maximizing his potential. The latent power within him, usually untapped, would explode in the next realm. Blood fusion realm. I'm close. Suen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With this perfect foundation, his next leap would be extraordinary. As Suen pondered, the mentally unstable Lin Hao suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, it's all fake. Damn illusion, die. He charged at Suen with a ferocious aura, throwing a punch carrying the force of 3 tripods. Suen watched Lin Hao approach calmly. As Lin Hao neared, Suen casually lifted his foot. Boom. Lin Hao flew back faster than he had come, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. Previously, when Suen was at 6 rounds of tempering, dealing with someone at 9 rounds required effort. Now, a single kick was as effortless as squashing an ant. Outside the outskirts of Jinlin City, the night was slowly giving way to dawn, and the horizon was beginning to lighten. Jiang Qingping paced back and forth anxiously, his eyes constantly darting towards Jinlin City. By all accounts, the secret realm should have already emerged, and Lin Hao should have returned. But there was no sign of him, and Jiang Qingping's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. If something had indeed gone wrong with the secret realm, his life would be in grave danger. Sir, someone from the main sect has arrived, his subordinate reported, causing Jiang Qingping's heart to tighten. He looked up to see 3 figures speeding towards him like arrows, arriving in the blink of an eye. My lord. Jiang Qingping quickly knelt on one knee. Leading the group was Li Qing. Although they were both priests, Li Qing was a spirit C-stage powerhouse, a whole realm above Jiang Qingping, and naturally, his status was much higher. Where is the item from the secret realm? Li Qing asked harshly, not giving Jiang Qingping any face. Well, I have already sent. Jiang Qingping began, but was cut off by Li Qing's angry shout. Sent someone? Do you think something lost can be found again? Useless. Jiang Qingping trembled, bowing his head without a word of complaint. Li Qing continued coldly, Yi Qingru is dead, and we cannot afford any more losses with the secret realm. The plan to ambush the Jinlin City students tomorrow remains unchanged. This time, including myself, there are 3 spirit realm experts. Jinlin City only has the city lord as a spirit realm expert. They can't possibly withstand us. He paused and then turned to Jiang Qingping. Contact the Blood God sect members in the nearby cities. At dawn, intercept them on the way. Once we capture 100 students, Jinlin City will have no choice but to return the secret realm. Jiang Qingping was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly pledged, Rest assured, my lord, I will arrange the ambush location and Jinlin City's escort route as quickly as possible. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying no more. If the secret realm weren't so important, he wouldn't have bothered coming to this small town. But now that he was here, failure was not an option. As the morning sun bathed the land in light, Suen got up to wash and prepared a simple breakfast. He silently packed his bags and waved goodbye to the empty room with a smile. There was no one to respond. Only a family photo in the sunniest corner showed 4 people beaming with joy. The baby in the picture was likely Suen, though he could only guess. He had been found as an infant with only that photograph on him. Suen grew up in an orphanage, developing a withdrawn personality. Fortunately, a naturally optimistic child always pulled him into play, gradually influencing him and becoming his first friend. Hey Sue, hurry up, we're going to be late. Suan's reverie was interrupted by Qin Xiaoshui, who was eating a pancake downstairs and waving at him from afar. Hey, Sue, you look a bit different today, Qin Xiaoshui said, scrutinizing Suan suspiciously. Of course I'm different. I get more handsome every day, Suan shrugged nonchalantly. Having perfected his body, he could precisely control his internal energy, making it impossible for Qin Xiaoshui to perceive his true level. Pfft, shameless. You think you're more handsome than me? Qin Xiaoshui retorted, though his face was full of jealousy. He was burly, with a broad face and strong features, exuding masculinity. But handsome? Not quite. In contrast, Suin had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall and slender build, and a scholarly yet sunny demeanor. Standing together, it was clear who the better choice was. Yeah, you're the handsome one, Suin replied dismissively. Chen Xiaoshui fell silent, even losing his appetite for the pancake. He took a fierce bite and changed the subject. The Academy's people have arrived. The Academy's people? What are their levels? Suan's eyes lit up as he asked urgently. He hadn't forgotten about the blood god sect's ambush. The stronger the protection, the better. One at the body forging stage, another just entered the spirit stage, Qin Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly. Suan frowned at this, thinking to himself, only two people? One just entered the spirit stage, and the other hasn't even reached it. With such strength, handling the impending crisis would be difficult. Isn't this power even weaker than that of the blood god sect's spirit realm expert? Chen Xiaoshui choked on his pancake and looked at Suan in disbelief. Suan shook his head, his expression serious. How can you compare the two? Graduates from the Myriad Races Academy can dominate those of the same level and even challenge higher levels with ease. Do you think the strongest academy is a joke? The spirit realm experts of the Blood God sect are mostly artificially boosted. Their levels may be high, but their actual combat abilities are mediocre. The academy sending two people, one of whom is in the spirit realm, is already a great honor. Hearing this, Suan let out a long breath, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. It wasn't that he was timid, but the horrific memories were too real. Now, hearing Qin Xiaoshui's words, his sense of crisis indeed diminished a bit. We're here, and there are quite a few people. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the gates of number 1 high school. Today was the day to report to the academy, and graduates from various high schools in Jinlin City would be present. Although very few had been admitted to the Myriad Races Academy, most were headed to regular academies, so they traveled together since it was on the way. Suan and Chen Xiaoshui arrived relatively late. Over 100 students had already formed lines. The principal and class teachers were maintaining order, and the city's permanent military inspection team was already assembled. At the very front stood two young people, around Suan's age, one with a bow on his back and the other with a sword at his waist. Despite their youth, both the principal and the city lord spoke to them with a hint of reverence. From afar, Suan gained a new perspective on the Myriad Races Academy. The fact that even the lord of Jinlin City showed such respect to two students indicated the academy's extraordinary power. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the front of the line. Suan looked up to see one of the Myriad Races Academy students descending from a platform. Wherever he walked, people made way for him. Initially, Suan paid no special attention, but the young man with the sword came directly to him. Are you Suan? The condescending voice carried a trace of disdain, causing Suan to frown involuntarily. What advice do you have for me, senior? Suan straightened his back and asked. Chen Xiaoshui, sensing something amiss, quietly moved to Suan's side. Advice? The young man chuckled lightly, locking his gaze onto Suan's eyes. My name is Jingming, and I am at the spirit realm. Seeing the confusion in Suan's eyes, he leaned closer and whispered coldly, my surname is Yi Jingming. Suan's face instantly changed at the name. Yi, a member of the Yi family, the top-tier family of Yi Qingru. The sense of crisis that had just subsided surged back like a tidal wave, reaching its peak in an instant. Suan originally thought that the greatest crisis today would be the lurking foreign cult, but he didn't expect an even greater danger to quietly approach. The Yi family, a powerful clan in Xia, had come knocking on his door so swiftly. What brings senior brother Yi to see me? Suan's unease reached its peak, but his expression only slightly changed before returning to normal. He reassured himself. No matter what, Yi Qingru was a member of a cult, deserving to be killed by anyone. The Yi family wouldn't kill him for that. It would break the rules. Yi Jingming looked at Suan with a faint smile. You've got guts. Yi Qingru was my cousin. I heard you killed her. As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd's expressions changed, and they quickly distanced themselves from Suan. No one had expected Yi Qingru to have such a background. Only Chen Xiaoshui continued to stand beside Suan, focused on eating the pancake in his hand. The lord of Jinlin City stepped forward, choosing his words carefully. Mr. Yi, this is Jinlin City, and Suan won the competition yesterday, earning a place at the Wan Tribe Academy. The city lord knew he couldn't stop Yi Jingming, but as an official representative, his words acknowledged Suan's actions and hinted that Suan was no longer without support. Yi Jingming glanced coldly at the city lord. Are you threatening me? As he spoke, a radiant white light emanated from him, and a powerful pressure spread in all directions. The city lord immediately broke out in a cold sweat, unable to muster any resistance under Yi Jingming's formidable aura. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a nonchalant voice broke the silence. Well, quite the display of authority. A young man with a bow on his back sauntered over, his presence dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Guli, Yi Jingming gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Guli to be involved in such a minor task. Guli walked straight up to Suin and asked, "Did you kill Yi Qingru?" Suin, now resigned to his fate, answered decisively, "Yes, I did." Guli nodded in satisfaction. "Good job," he continued. "Instead of staying loyal to humanity, she chose to be a dog for the Wan tribe. Killing her was too kind. She should have been thrown into the snake pit to feel the pain of 1,000 serpents biting her." Suin's eye twitched at Guli's words, and Chen Xiaoshui paused his pancake eating, looking at Guli with a peculiar expression. "Guli!" Yi Jingming roared, interrupting Guli. Guli turned to Yi Jingming with a mocking smile. "Oh, do you agree with me?" Yi Jingming's face was flushed with anger, but he had no retort. Turning back to Suin, Guli introduced, "This is Yi Jingming from one of Dixia's top families." Yi Qingru was his cousin. Suin understood that Guli was helping him. Though unsure of the reason, he still bowed in thanks. "Thank you for the information, Senior Brother Gu." "I understand." Yi Jingming, feeling ignored, was furious. "Guli, this has nothing to do with you. Don't push your luck." Guli smirked. "Push my luck? I'm pushing it. What are you going to do about it?" The tension in the air heightened instantly. The crowd quickly dispersed, giving the two men ample space. Suin marveled at Guli's boldness. Despite being at the body refining stage, he stood firm against Yi Jingming, who was at the soul ascension stage. Suppressing his anger, Yi Jingming spoke. "Guli, is it worth opposing me over a mere 6-time tempered ant? I'll owe you one if you hand Suin over. Besides, no one's saying we'll kill him. We just need him to assist in investigating my cousin's suspicious death." Guli lazily replied, "No can do. Suin has already been admitted to the Wan Tribe Academy, and my task is to ensure his safe return. Your favor? Worthless to me." Yi Jingming wanted to argue further, but Guli grew impatient. Blood-red light surged from him. "Why do I always encounter such talkative pests on simple missions? Get lost. Or I'll make sure your clan loses another member from the Array faction." Yi Jingming's face turned ashen, but fear flickered in his eyes. He glared at Suin. "Kid, this isn't over." With that, he stormed off. Guli's intervention forced Yi Jingming to retreat for now. But the road to the Wan Tribe Academy was long, and this confrontation was far from over. Thanks to Guli's intervention, nothing uncontrollable happened. The principal and the city lord quickly made the decision to arrange for escorts to safely evacuate the students from the city. The group then set off towards the Wan Zhu Academy. Although the atmosphere was tense, the worst-case scenario was avoided. On the way, Suin approached Guli with a serious expression and said, "Senior Brother Gu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out in one piece." Guli waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "It has nothing to do with you. I just can't stand the arrogance of the Yi family." With a disdainful look, he continued, "Killing people from the alien sect is a merit. Not rewarding us is one thing. But killing us? That kind of logic doesn't exist in Dixia. If this had happened at Wanzhou Academy, Yi Jingming would have deserved to die." Hearing this, Suin felt a slight relief. It seemed that the Yi family couldn't interfere with the affairs of Wanzhou Academy. Noticing Suin's thoughts, Guli glanced at him and said, "Don't get too happy too soon. I can save you once, but not a second time. Top-tier families are no joke. While the Yi family may not be able to meddle in Wanzhou Academy, they have plenty of family members. If they decide to target you, your days will be tough." Suin nodded, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. The Yi family was not to be trifled with, and Guli had no obligation to help him. The future path would have to be walked by Suin himself. Thinking about the challenges he might face at the academy, Suin couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. He wasn't afraid of opponents at the same level, but high-level martial artists were still beyond his reach. Chen Xiaoshui, who had been listening, couldn't help but ask, "Senior Brother Gu, doesn't that mean old Su is walking into a dead end by joining Wanzhou Academy?" Guli first nodded, and then shook his head, "More or less, but it's not absolute. If you can find a good mentor, even the Yi family can't touch you. Some teachers at Wanzhou Academy are highly influential across the entire human race, with networks so powerful that even the Yi family wouldn't dare to provoke them easily." Suin wasn't excited but rather puzzled. "A mentor? Isn't Wanzhou Academy like our high school, with standardized teaching?" Guli laughed and explained, "Standardized teaching? College and high school teaching methods are completely different. At the academy, you're fully into the cultivation phase. Each student's aptitude and development path are different, so uniform teaching isn't suitable. That's why factions have emerged within the academy." Suin nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Factions? Like sects with unique characteristics and their own specialties?" Guli looked at Suin in surprise and said approvingly, "Exactly, you've got it right. Wanzhou Academy is vast, with factions focusing on combat, formations, alchemy, and more. These complex factions have various branches, ultimately forming the powerful Wanzhou Academy." He pointed at Yi Jingming in the distance and continued, "That guy is from the formation faction. The Yi family has an old member who once found a large innate formation in a secret realm and became the head of the formation faction. Most of the Yi family members joined the formation faction because of this, and they've been draining the academy for years. Gu Li cursed under his breath as he recalled some unpleasant memories. Yi Jingming heard everything clearly from a distance and looked over furiously. Gu Li shouted, "Get lost!" And Yi Jingming had no choice but to turn away, trembling with anger. Chen Xiaoshui was stunned and asked, "His ancestor is the head of a faction, and you dare to curse him like that?" Gu Li remained indifferent. "Why should I be afraid? If he bares his teeth, I'll cut off his tongue." Suan ignored their conversation and frowned deeply. He had initially planned to specialize in formations at the academy to gain high-level treatment. But now, it seemed that joining the formation faction would be like digging his own grave, given the Yi family's influence. "Senior brother Gu, how powerful is the formation faction at the academy?" Suan asked, frowning. Regardless, he needed to find a mentor and faction that could protect him, or life at the academy would be tough. Gu Li answered seriously, "Very powerful. Formations greatly benefit the human race. Killing formations can kill enemies, trapping formations can block them, support formations can enhance power, and even some forging requires formations. The formation faction is highly versatile and in demand. You can tell how much the human race values formations." Chen Xiaoshui asked curiously, "If the formation faction is so strong, why is Yi Jingming so afraid of you? Is your faction stronger than theirs? Is your mentor more powerful than the Yi family's head?" Suan's eyes lit up at this, and he looked at Gu Li as well. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to look far for a powerful ally. Others joined the formation faction to learn formations, but he already had a deep understanding of them. Why not join Gu Li's faction instead? No matter how strong the formation faction was, Yi Jingming was still scolded like a dog by Gu Li. Joining Gu Li's faction seemed like a wise choice. Gu Li glanced at Suan and Chen Xiaoshui, seemingly reading their thoughts, and said, "Don't even think about it. You can't get into my faction." With that, he walked ahead, not saying another word. Suan watched Gu Li's back with a determined look. Can't get in? With his extraordinary talent, understanding of a terrifying forbidden formation, and 12 perfect body temperings, Suan was determined. No faction at Wanzhou Academy could refuse him. Damn it! Yi Jingming was fuming, his fists clenched tightly. What he had thought would be an easy task had turned into a nightmare upon encountering Gu Li. Any other student from a different academy would have shown respect for the Yi family and refrained from causing trouble. But Gu Li was different. Despite lacking a prestigious background, he belonged to a powerful faction, one that even the formation arts sect controlled by the Yi family dared not offend lightly. A cold glint flashed in Yi Jingming's eyes as he smirked to himself. "You can protect him for now, but not forever. Before we reach the Wan Clan Academy, Suan must die." He discreetly pulled out a blood-red jade talisman from his robes and crushed it between his fingers. Instantly, an almost imperceptible wave of energy spread out. "Let's see how you protect him now." Yi Jingming glanced in Gu Li's direction, a sinister smile curling at his lips. In an unknown fight, he wasn't a match for Gu Li, but what if a few more spirit realm experts joined him? Meanwhile, in a secluded forest on the outskirts of Jinlin City, over 100 members of the Blood God cult dressed in black were silently waiting. Li Qing's face was grim as he stared coldly at Jiang Qingping. "No news yet? Are you sure you've secured the escort route? If this fails, you know the consequences." The continuous evolution of Blue Star had caused the land to expand, making the roads on the continent increasingly complex. The escort route for the students from Jinlin City was top secret. A wrong ambush point would render their manpower useless. Sweat beaded on Jiang Qingping's forehead as he hastily assured, "Don't worry, sir. The location is absolutely correct." He had paid a hefty price to secure this route. Thinking about the cost, he cursed the Yi family under his breath for their exorbitant demands. As Jiang Qingping silently cursed, the blood-red jade talisman in his pocket suddenly emitted a faint glow. "It's time!" he exclaimed with a look of joy, pulling out the talisman. A thin line of blood-red light pointed eastward. This jade talisman, inscribed with a parent-child formation, was not complex but could easily lock onto a target miles away. "Move out! Quick and decisive!" Li Qing shouted, his body shooting into the sky like an arrow. Two spirit realm experts followed closely behind, with Jiang Qingping and the others trailing them. At this moment, the escort team from Jinlin City was only 5 miles away. In the escort team, Chen Xiaoshui complained bitterly, "How much longer do we have to walk? My feet are killing me." The rapid expansion of Blue Star had caused the once smooth roads to crack, making vehicle travel impossible. Fortunately, everyone was in good shape, so their pace wasn't too slow. Gu Li glanced at the group and said indifferently, "Can't handle this?" 10 years ago, human students had to walk all the way to the Wan Clan Academy. Those from distant towns took months on foot. "You guys don't know how good you have it." Chen Xiaoshui was puzzled. "Aren't we walking to the Wan Clan Academy now?" Suan and the other students also looked confused. The academy was hundreds of miles away. Walking there would take forever. Gu Li's mouth twitched as he explained, in the formation arts sect, there's something called a teleportation array that can instantly transport you thousands, even millions of miles. We're heading to the nearest teleportation array from Jinlin City. Qin Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up. Then why not build a teleportation array directly in Jinlin City to connect to the capital? It'd be so convenient to just teleport back and forth. Ignoring him, a member of the inspection division awkwardly explained, building a teleportation array requires a lot of resources. Depending on its specifications, the cost per use varies. Jinlin City is too small to qualify for one. Suin finally understood. He had wondered earlier how long it would take to walk to the capital with Blue Star's expansive terrain. He hadn't expected such a miraculous teleportation array to exist. Pick up the pace. We'll be there by tomorrow, Gu Li urged, bored. If it weren't for the exorbitant resources needed for a spirit realm breakthrough, and the fact that most of the Wan Clan Academy's missions had been taken, he wouldn't have bothered with such a minor task. If only some alien cultist would show up. Killing a spirit realm enemy would earn far more credits than escorting students. Just as Gu Li was muttering to himself, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes scanning the distance sharply. Prepare for combat. Regular troops, inspection division, protect the students. Blood-red light surged from his body as he licked his lips. Looks like we've got some action. The students were puzzled, but the regular troops and inspection division members' faces turned serious as they swiftly moved to shield the students. Su An's heart raced, thinking, they're finally here. He understood. It was the blood god cult. A piercing whistle suddenly tore through the sky. Just as everyone assumed defensive stances, a figure clad in a black robe appeared above them. Li Qing, a formidable member of the blood god cult, emanated a daunting aura, his spiritual energy as boundless as the ocean. Gu Li's brows furrowed, his heart filled with shock. Spirit Sea Realm? He hadn't expected the blood god cult to send such a powerful figure to intercept Jinlin City. Yi Jingming's eyes also flashed with surprise as he pondered the sheer scale of the blood god cult's operation. Yi Jingming cast a cold glance at Suin, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. This time, let's see who can protect you. At that moment, more members of the blood god cult began to appear, forming a surrounding encirclement. Gu Li urgently shouted, Si Chun, set up the formation. Are you formation experts just here to mess around? Yi Jingming shot Gu Li a fierce glare before reluctantly stepping in front of the students. He calculated in his mind. As an escort, he couldn't let too many students die. But if a couple were accidentally lost due to the enemy's strength, it would be understandable. Formation, rise. Yi Jingming commanded in a low voice, sneaking a glance at Suin. A dozen small flags flew from his hand, encircling the students in a peculiar pattern. With a series of complex hand seals, his spiritual energy surged, and the flags began to glow, interweaving into a luminous network. In an instant, 100-foot barrier of light enveloped the students. They breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were now protected. However, Suin felt the exact opposite. Alarms blared in his mind, and a wave of unease surged within him. The formation set by Yi Jingming could easily turn into a trap, putting his life in grave danger. Stay away from me for a bit. I'm worried Yi Jingming might try something shady, Suin whispered, his body tense like a drawn bow. He knew all too well that his current strength was no match for a Lingjing expert. He was like a fish on the chopping block. Relax, if he dares to kill me, he's in big trouble, Qin Xiaoshuai said, glancing at Yi Jingming with a calm but confident tone. Suin couldn't help but mock, big trouble indeed. If you spray him with your blood, he won't be able to wash it off. Qin Xiaoshuai's face darkened, and he shot Suin a glare. Suin, now unwilling to say more, quickly squeezed into the center of the crowd. He thought, no matter how ruthless Yi Jingming was, he wouldn't dare to blatantly cheat in front of so many onlookers. Killing might be excused, but colluding with foreign cults to harm humans was a crime beyond redemption. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. Li Qing and his blood god cult followers had surrounded the escort team. The oppressive aura of several Linghai experts spread out, suffocating everyone. 3 Yangling realms and 1 Linghai realm. Gu Li stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Li Qing and his group with a hint of sarcasm. Is the blood god cult so idle that they've come to this small place to play king? Li Qing squinted, eyeing Gu Li up and down. Zhushan realm? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Didn't your master teach you to run when you see a Lingjing expert? Hearing this, Yi Jingming's mouth twitched, silently mourning for Gu Li. Surprisingly, Gu Li didn't back down but instead smiled mysteriously. Without a word, he slowly took off the massive longbow strapped to his back. The bow was 2 meters long, made of bronze, with a crescent-like body and a silver string that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Despite its simple and ancient design, it exuded a heavy and solemn aura. As everyone marveled at the peculiar bow, Gu Li suddenly erupted with overwhelming blood energy. The boiling blood essence seemed ready to pierce the sky. He effortlessly drew the bow, and a blood-red arrow, formed entirely from condensed blood energy, appeared instantly. Move! Li Qing's face changed drastically, shouting in alarm. He could feel the terrifying power within the arrow, but it was too late. Whoosh! The arrow, like a red lightning bolt, tore through the sky, heading straight for a Yangling realm expert. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Yangling realm expert was instantly obliterated, transforming into a blooming blood flower. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the young man holding the bow, their minds echoing with a stunning realization. A Jushin realm expert had just killed a Yangling realm expert with a single arrow. Is this really a student from the 10,000 Races Academy? A student from Jinlin City muttered in awe. Chun Xiaoshuai's eyes flickered with seriousness. This is no joke. Killing across 2 major realms with 1 arrow. Even a student from the 10,000 Races Academy can't easily do that. This guy must be a prodigy who dominates his peers. Suin watched, filled with admiration, thinking, this is what a true expert looks like. With blood energy surging around him, Guli looked at Li Qing with a smile. Now you know who gave me the guts, right? Li Qing's disdain vanished completely. He scrutinized Guli, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A 10,000 Races Academy student, Jushin Realm, instant kill of a Yangling expert, carrying the sunset bow? You're Guli, the youngest disciple of the perfect system at the 10,000 Races Academy. Although his voice was calm, Li Qing's heart was in turmoil. Guli was ranked in the top 10 on the Blood God cult's kill list. In fact, every member of the perfect system at the 10,000 Races Academy was near the top of that list. Each one was a terrifying monster. Oh, you recognize me? Guli toyed with the sunset bow in his hand, his tone still indifferent. Then why aren't you running? Waiting to die? Infuriated by the insult, Li Qing laughed angrily. They say the perfect system is arrogant. Today, I see it's true. If your senior sister were here, I might show some respect, but today it's just you, a mere Jushin realm. Guli chuckled and shook his head, looking at Li Qing mockingly. If my senior sister were here, are you sure you'd only show some respect? Yi Jingming, listening on the side, felt like facepalming. He thought, I've seen boastful people, but never someone this bold. If Guli's senior sister were really here, she'd probably have stormed the Blood God cult headquarters by now. Li Qing's face turned slightly green, no longer willing to humiliate himself. I want to see if a perfect system Jushin realm can kill a Ling Hai. Before his words faded, Li Qing's spiritual power erupted, and a massive palm imprint descended from the sky. The ground within 100 meters began to crack and sink before the palm even landed, showcasing its terrifying power. Useless. Can you handle those 2 Yangling experts? Guli, surrounded by surging blood energy, asked Yi Jingming. Although the Blood God cult's Lingjing experts were weak, the Linghai realm was far beyond him, and had need to go all out, unable to help others. Enraged by the disdain, Yi Jingming shouted, damn it, you better die at the hands of those cultists. With that, he charged at the 2 Yangling realm experts with his sword. The battle erupted instantly. Powerful shockwaves swept the surroundings, sending debris flying and causing the ground to visibly sink. Fortunately, the students from Jinlin City were protected by a formation. Otherwise, the shockwaves alone would have been deadly. Meanwhile, over 100 Blood God cultists began frantically attacking the formation's barrier. These cultists varied in strength, from body tempering to blood melting, with a few bone forging and Jushin experts. Though individually weak, their numbers quickly caused ripples in the barrier. Yi Jingming, while entangled with the 2 Yangling experts, kept an eye on the formation. He thought, even if he's a top student from the 10,000 Races Academy, an entry-level formation shouldn't be easily breached. It should hold off the cultists for at least half an hour, enough time for him to deal with these 2 and help the others. But Yi Jingming's real aim was to put Suin in mortal danger. Maintaining the formation is too draining. It won't hold much longer. The regular army and the inspection squad, get ready to act. Yi Jingming shouted while secretly forming seals. Instantly, a gap appeared in the previously secure barrier, conveniently close to Suin. Attack! The crazed cultists swarmed in. The regular army and inspection squad barely held the gap, but how could these small-town guards fend off all the cultists? Seeing this, Yi Jingming quickly changed his seals. Another layer of light enveloped the students within the formation, but Su En and Chun Xiaoshui were left outside. Oops, the drain was too much, couldn't control it precisely. You guys are on your own. Yi Jingming feigned regret, a hint of glee in his eyes. He thought, how could a mere body-tempering realm survive an onslaught of cultists? Damn it, you forced my hand. Seeing the cultists charge, Su En's eyes reddened with fury. Even a clay figure has a temper, and Yi Jingming's continuous targeting had finally pushed Suin to his limit. I know formations too. Suin growled, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. Attack! Hold them back! The furious roar echoed over Jinlin City. The guards charged fearlessly at the cultists of the Blood God sect, determined to protect the students behind them. We can't let them harm our students. They are the hope of humanity. The battle quickly escalated into a brutal clash. Blood sprayed, bodies fell, and the scene grew increasingly horrific. The elite forces of the Blood God sect were formidable, while the regular troops and inspectors of Jinlin City, though numerous, were clearly inferior in their cultivation. By all accounts, they should have been retreating step by step. Yet, the guards unleashed astonishing combat strength, fighting with bloodshot eyes and throwing themselves into the fray, using their bodies to fill the gaps in the formation and block the cultists' advance. These small-town warriors were not accustomed to grand battles, but they understood that they could not retreat now. Behind them were the talented students of Jinlin City, the hope of humanity. They might be of mediocre talent and unable to contribute much to the human race, but at this moment, they would not allow a single student to be harmed by the cultists. Suin watched as the guards fell one by one, his rage growing. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. These people shouldn't have died. Yi Jingming, in his scheme to eliminate Suin, was willing to sacrifice so many innocent lives. The formation set by the Ling realm experts of the Universal Academy could not be easily breached by these small-time cultists. It was obvious to anyone that this was intentional. Suin glared up at Yi Jingming in the air, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Yi Jingming, just wait until we get to the Universal Academy, he vowed silently. Qin Xiaoshuai's eyes were red as well. He and Suin were orphans, raised by Jinlin City. Even though he had recently discovered his noble lineage, they both felt a deep sense of belonging to the city. Now, the guards of Jinlin City were sacrificing their lives to protect them. While other students might feel fear and panic, Suin and Chen Xiaoshuai were consumed with burning anger. Stay close, follow me. Su An's face was terrifyingly grim as he began to move quickly toward the edge of the formation. Gu Li and the Ling Si expert had moved far away, and the guards were continuously falling back. At this point, their survival depended on themselves. What are you planning? Chen Xiaoshuai followed closely, his brow furrowed. The cultist had already broken through the defense line and entered the formation, making it easy to draw attention if they moved recklessly. I'm going to seize control of Yi Jingming's formation. Su An's eyes flashed with determination. If he can't hold off the cultists, then we will. Yi Jingming had set up a simple protective formation based on 16 flags, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy to form a barrier. To most people, such a formation would take at least a year or two to learn. But for Su An, the fundamental principles of this formation were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Having already mastered complex forbidden formations, he could easily see through this basic protective formation. Damn it, are you kidding me right now? Chen Xiaoshuai laughed bitterly. Do you think formations are cabbages you can just pick? You don't even know where the entrance to the formation department is, and you think you can seize control? Suin couldn't be bothered to explain. He had already reached the first formation flag. Give me some time, he said, examining the intricate patterns on the flag before starting to form hand seals. As his internal energy surged, a faint blood-red array pattern appeared in his hand. Are you serious? Chen Xiaoshuai stared in disbelief at the complex and strange hand seals Suin was forming. It actually looks genuine? Suin really knows formations? Huh. By the blood god, die. Two cultists charged at them with frenzied eyes, breaking Chen Xiaoshuai's train of thought. He glanced at Suin, who was still forming seals, and turned to face the attackers. Although he was also at the 9th level of body refinement, Chen Xiaoshuai lacked combat experience and was quickly struggling. Move on to the next one. Just as Chen Xiaoshuai was gritting his teeth, Suin suddenly appeared. He kicked one of the cultists, sending him flying and spitting blood, lifeless. Then, with a swift move, he twisted the neck of the other cultist, killing him instantly. Two 9th level cultists were taken down by Suin in mere seconds. Holy crap! Chen Xiaoshuai stared in shock at Suan's back. He knew Suin had strong combat instincts, but he hadn't realized his power was this terrifying. You bastard! When did you reach the 9th level of body refinement? He asked through gritted teeth. 9th level? What are you talking about? Suin was momentarily confused, unsure how to explain. He had actually reached the 12th level of perfect body refinement. I'll tell you later. For now, no matter who comes, hold them off. They quickly moved to the next formation flag. Suin immediately began forming seals on the flag. Chen Xiaoshuai didn't understand what Suin was doing, but he had no choice but to trust him. However, Suan's unusual actions had caught the attention of Yi Jingming in the air. When Suin reached the first flag, Yi Jingming hadn't paid much attention, as the formation showed no anomalies. But when Suin reached the second flag, a sense of unease suddenly washed over Yi Jingming. What is he doing to my formation flags? Yi Jingming squinted, watching Suin below with growing suspicion. These 16 array flags are priceless to Yi Jingming. He has invested almost all his wealth in them. Each flag serves as the foundation of the formation, meticulously crafted from special treasures and inscribed with intricate patterns that Yi Jingming has painstakingly carved day and night. Without these flags, he wouldn't be able to set up any of his formations, and any mishap could cost him half of his mastery in the art of formations. Yi Jingming probed with his spiritual sense for a moment, his brows furrowing. In his perception, the flags and formations were operating as usual, with no signs of abnormality. He was puzzled. What on earth is Suan up to? Given Suan's character, he wouldn't be wasting time at such a critical moment. As Yi Jingming pondered, he glanced at the situation within the formation and gritted his teeth in frustration. These useless fools. They haven't even managed to kill 2 mere body-refining stage trash. Although he wanted to personally deal with Suan, doing so would be too conspicuous and could lead to accusations of colluding with heretics to harm human geniuses. Even the Yi family wouldn't be able to protect him from that. While Yi Jingming fumed in secret, Jiang Chengping also noticed the situation inside the formation. Upon seeing Suan, he was stunned for a moment before shouting, "Capture him! He's Suan, the one who killed the Saintess." A series of thoughts flashed through Jiang Chengping's mind. How did Suan find out about Yi Qingrou's identity? How did he discover the locations of the Blood God cult and other heretical sects? Suan seemed to know all the secrets of the heretical sects in Jinlin City. Could he also have knowledge of the secret realm? These thoughts made Jiang Qingping's eyes light up. He immediately ordered, "Ignore the guards, disregard the casualties. By the Blood God, capture Suan, and the Blood God will bestow treasures upon us." As soon as he finished speaking, the brainwashed heretics went berserk, their eyes bloodshot and faces filled with fanaticism as they charged into the formation. Simultaneously, Jiang Qingping desperately moved closer to the formation, determined to capture Suan himself. This was his only hope. Failure of the mission and loss of the secret realm would spell unimaginable consequences for him. Yi Jingming secretly rejoiced, thinking, "You're doomed now." Outwardly, however, he pretended to do his best to stop Jiang Qingping. He knew that while acting was necessary, it couldn't be overdone. Suan's fate was inconsequential, but the casualties among the other students couldn't be too high. As the heretic's frenzy escalated, his worries about Suan's survival vanished. On the battlefield, Chen Xiaoshui, covered in blood, was struggling to fend off 7 or 8 frenzied heretics. He shouted, "Damn it! I can't hold on, Suan." Hearing this, Suan's hands moved so quickly that they left after images as he formed seals. The moment he completed the final seal, he joined the battle without hesitation. With a powerful punch, he sent a heretic flying, blood spraying from their mouth. Using his extensive combat experience, Suan's every move dealt maximum damage with minimal effort. The 7 or 8 heretics were no match for him, and were all down within a minute. Chen Xiaoshui wiped the blood off his face, staring at Suan in shock. "Damn, you're a monster." Suan's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. Without pausing, Suan dashed towards the last 2 array flags. Time was running out as more and more heretics, including those at the coagulation and bone-forging stages, poured in. He knew he didn't have much time left. Reaching the second-to-last flag, Suan's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands moved at an astonishing speed. If Yi Jingming saw this, he would be terrified. The speed at which Suan formed seals was beyond even his own as a spirit integration stage expert. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoshui's situation grew increasingly dire. The relentless heretics kept coming, and he could barely hold them off. Fortunately, the guards arrived just in time, barely holding the line until Suan finished his task. Just one more. Suan didn't even wipe the sweat off his forehead as he sprinted towards the final flag. Chen Xiaoshui, unable to speak and covered in blood, followed closely behind, his eyes swollen. A dozen guards surrounded them. In no time, they reached the location of the last array flag. However, the guards had been completely overwhelmed, and the frenzied heretics were closing in fast. Suan's eyes were blood red, and his hands moved so quickly they were almost invisible. "I have to make it," he shouted in his mind. At this critical moment, the heretics arrived, launching a savage attack. The dozen guards fought desperately, buying Suan the last bit of time he needed. The pagans surged forward like a tidal wave, and the guards fought valiantly but couldn't hold back all the enemies. A pagan in the blood fusion realm slipped through the defense like a ghost, snapped the guard's neck, and in the blink of an eye, was standing before Suan. "Haha, the blood god will reward me for this." The pagan's eyes gleamed with fanaticism, his face alight with zeal. In that critical moment, a bloodied figure staggered in front of the pagan. With swollen eyes fixed on the enemy, it was none other than Chen Xiaoshui. At this point, he was Suan's last and most fragile line of defense. "Ha, body tempering?" The blood fusion pagan sneered, his blood energy surging within. Boom! He threw a powerful punch, sending Chen Xiaoshui flying like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, Chen Xiaoshui stubbornly steadied himself, grinning a bloody smile. Hey, scum, hit harder, I can take it. Courting death. The pagan roared, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! Chen Xiaoshui was sent flying again. His chest caved in, blood streaming from his facial features. Foolish! The pagan spat contemptuously and was about to move forward when he felt his ankle gripped tightly. Chen Xiaoshui, barely recognizable, used his last ounce of strength to grab the enemy's leg. Scum. I'm not dead yet. His voice was barely audible. Furious, the pagan kicked Chen Xiaoshui away. This time, Chen Xiaoshui couldn't get up again. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Suan through swollen eyes, his lips moving slightly. I can't hold on. Suan seemed to hear Chen Xiaoshui's call. He turned to look while completing the final seal. Seeing Chen Xiaoshui's nearly unrecognizable form, his eyes turned blood-red with rage. He glared at the pagan, his heart burning with fury. I will make you pay. Suan roared, slamming the final seal into the formation flag. Unite. 16 formation flags activated simultaneously, instantly rearranging the formation. Boom. In an instant, overwhelming flames shot up to the sky, consuming everything. The protective formation shattered with a thunderous crash, and an overwhelming inferno spread in all directions. Standing at the heart of the flames, Suan formed a hand seal, his bloodshot eyes blazing with violent killing intent as he locked onto the heretic. Li Hua, Liao Yuan. Suan roared, his hand seal shifting. In an instant, a fire capable of scorching the land erupted like a ravenous beast, its jaws wide open to devour everything. The heretic had no chance to react before being consumed by the terrifying flames. Amidst his agonizing screams, not even his bones remained. He was vaporized in an instant. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. The all-encompassing fire and the harrowing screams left everyone bewildered. Questions erupted among the crowd. Fire? Why is there fire? What did Suan do? Impossible. Instant kill of a Rongshui realm? Isn't Suan just a Zhu Taijing? Where did the formation go? Who will protect us? A voice suddenly interjected. The formation didn't disappear. Suan took control of it. This statement was like a bombshell, causing an even greater uproar among the students. Suan controlled the formation? Wasn't it senior brother Yez? How can a protective formation have such lethal power? How could a Zhu Taijing kid possibly understand formations? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Gu Li, looking disheveled and battered, still radiated immense vitality. His opponent, Li Qing of the Linghai realm, bore several bloody wounds and dared not land, hovering in the air instead. Though Gu Li was powerful, he had not yet attained the ability to fly, giving Li Qing a slim chance of survival. However, the sudden eruption of fire at the formation site made Gu Li's heart tighten. He knew Yi Jingming wasn't capable of fire formations. Could it be the work of a heretic? With doubts in his mind, Gu Li sprinted toward the formation site, with Li Qing trailing from a distance. When they arrived, the sight left them both dumbfounded. Suan, a mere Zhu Taijing student, now appeared like a fire deity descended upon the world. He formed seals with his hands, surrounded by raging flames, slaughtering heretics left and right. Holy crap! Gu Li exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. A Zhu Taijing student rampaging among heretics, controlling a formation? Even someone as experienced as him couldn't fathom the scene before him. In the center of the battlefield, Suan released flames with one hand, while helping up the fallen Chen Xiaoshui with the other. You idiot! Why didn't you run? Suan's voice trembled with anger. This was his only friend since childhood. Chen Xiaoshui, though gravely injured, managed a blood-stained smile. If I could run, I would have. Wait here. I'll finish them off. Suan gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with even more fury. After ensuring Chen Xiaoshui was safe, he rushed back into the fray, the flames around him surging higher. Watching Suan's retreating figure, Chen Xiaoshui was lost in memories. He recalled how the once solitary boy in the orphanage corner had become his best friend. That night, when traffickers broke in to snatch him, 6-year-old Suan had unhesitatingly grabbed the knife hidden under his pillow and stabbed the intruders. Kill! Suan's roar snapped Chen Xiaoshui back to reality. Suan, like a demon of fire, was unstoppable. Rongshui realm? Dead. Duanggu realm? Dead. Even Zhushan realm cultivators couldn't escape the terrifying flames. Meanwhile, Yi Jingming's face turned pale. He sensed his 16 formation flags slipping from his control, and worse, his spiritual power was being siphoned to fuel Suan's flames. What's happening? Why are my formation flags out of my control, and my power being used by someone else? Yi Jingming was terrified. He could forcibly sever the connection, but that would mean erasing the spiritual imprints on the formation flags, essentially abandoning the costly flags he had painstakingly refined. Damn it! What have you done? Yi Jingming's eyes reddened. Ignoring the two Lingjing heretics he was fighting, he charged toward the formation. Jiang Chengping and another Lingjing cultivator followed closely behind. In an instant, the focus of three Lingjing experts was solely on Suan, a mere Zhu Taijing student. Suan was in a frenzied state within the formation. Although the fiery array was merely a minor part of the tenfold annihilation forbidden formation, it was more than enough to obliterate these heretics. Even more astonishing was the fact that Suan was now wielding power at the spirit realm level. Stop! Yi Jingming shouted, his entire being exuding murderous intent. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Suan. What have you done to my formation flags? With his flags taken, Yi Jingming was thrown into disarray and positioned himself directly in front of Suan. Not far away, Jiang Qingping of the heretic sect and another spirit realm expert watched intently. The three spirit realm experts surrounded Suan, yet he remained seething with killing intent. Suan briefly locked eyes with Yi Jingming and coldly stated, Yi Jingming, I have no complaints if you want to kill me. But you shouldn't have activated this formation, allowing the heretic sect to massacre freely. Suan's words were filled with suppressed fury. He pointed to the ground littered with corpses and demanded, Is this all you're doing, Yi Jingming? Should I assume that you have betrayed the human race and joined the heretic sect? His roar echoed through the area, causing everyone in Jinlin City to look at Yi Jingming with suspicion and hostility. In the distance, Gu Li's eyes flashed with killing intent as he cursed under his breath. Yi Jingming, you scum. You're lying. Yi Jingming hurriedly defended himself. My spiritual power wasn't enough to hold them back. Ha ha ha. Suan laughed angrily, interrupting Yi Jingming. Not enough spiritual power? He raised his hand slightly, and flames roared behind him. I've been using your formation flags and your spiritual power. And what was the result? He pointed at the fleeing heretics and mocked. I, who am only at the body-tempering realm, can slaughter them like dogs. Yet you, at the spirit realm, claim your power isn't enough? These words changed the looks on everyone's faces in Jinlin City. They now gazed at Yi Jingming with deep hatred. The students of Jinlin City stood dumbfounded, watching Suan amidst the Flamisa peer who was single-handedly holding off hundreds of heretics and rendering the genius senior speechless and flustered. Yi Jingming's face darkened with rage, barely concealing his desire to kill Suan. He demanded, You still haven't answered me. How are you able to use my power and control my formation flags? Is it that hard? Suan sneered. By inscribing a layer of my own formation patterns on your flags, they become mine. Suan, being only at the body-tempering realm, couldn't set up a formation independently. But with a complete formation base and spirit realm power, the setup was much simpler. He had calculated everything when he decided to seize the formation. Each of the 16 formation flags contained complete patterns with Yi Jingming's spiritual imprints. Suan merely needed to inscribe his own patterns over them, temporarily overriding Yi Jingming's imprints to gain control. The power consumed by the formation still came from Yi Jingming. Impossible. Yi Jingming's face turned pale with disbelief. The patterns within the formation flags took me 6 months to inscribe meticulously. Slight alterations would render them useless. Moreover, the flags are protected by formations. How could you even touch them? Others knew little about formations, but Gu Li and Li Qing not far away showed looks of astonishment. They understood that altering the patterns within formation flags while maintaining their function was not impossible, but extremely difficult. It required overlaying new patterns on the existing ones without disrupting them, ensuring both sets of patterns remained functional and compatible. This technique, known as formation-based upgrading, existed in the field of formations but was rarely used due to its complexity. Usually, one would either create a new formation base or seek a more knowledgeable expert for assistance. The current situation was akin to a teacher upgrading a student's formation base. The only problem was that this teacher was only 18 years old and completed the upgrade in a very short time. This indicated that Suan's understanding of formations far surpassed Yi Jingming's, and even that of typical formation instructors. Gu Li looked at Suan with a strange gleam in his eyes, as if discovering an extraordinary genius. After the initial shock, Li Qing's eyes burned with intense killing intent. Such a genius could not be allowed to grow. More importantly, Li Qing suddenly realized that the secret realm of Jinlin City must be in Suan's possession. Thinking about the deal between the heretic sect and the Yi family, Li Qing felt immense regret. A brand new innate formation inheritance was invaluable. He resolved that no matter what, Suan could not escape today. Yi Jingming stared at Suan for a long moment, taking a deep breath before coldly saying, No matter how you did it, this ends now. You claim to be able to fend off these heretics? Let's see if you can withstand the attacks of 3 spirit realm experts. Before his words even faded, Yi Jingming had already made his move, with Jiang Qingping and the other expert attacking simultaneously. Whatever their original intentions, Their current objective was singular: to kill Suin. Yi Jingming, you're courting death. Gu Li shouted furiously, raising his massive bow in an instant, his eyes filled with a killing intent as sharp as a blade. No matter what excuses Yi Jingming had, colluding with heretics to attack the human race's prodigies was an undeniable crime. Even if he killed Yi Jingming on the spot, no one would dare to question it. Your opponent is me. Li Qing, his spiritual energy surging, flashed in front of Gu Li. Get lost. Gu Li roared, and a blood-red arrow shot through the sky like lightning. With a thunderous crash, Li Qing was blasted back hundreds of meters, another bloody hole appearing on his body. Gritting his teeth, he blocked Gu Li's path again. No matter what, we must capture Suin. Gu Li's face was dark as ink, his terrifying blood energy soaring to the skies. The limitations of his current cultivation realm prevented him from flying, and if Li Qing insisted on entangling him, he wouldn't be able to break free quickly. Then I'll kill you first. Gu Li's eyes turned blood-red, his killing intent intensifying. On the battlefield below, the combined assault of 3 spiritual realm powerhouses caused the spiritual energy within hundreds of meters to boil, the ground trembling. The protective formation had already vanished, replaced by overwhelming flames engulfing the sky and earth. The guards and students of Jinlin City retreated far away, watching in stunned silence, unable to withstand even the aftershocks. With a mighty blow, the 3 spiritual realm powerhouses dispersed the flames and instantly appeared before Su and Yi Jingming wielded a sharp sword, spiritual energy tearing through the fire. You're just a mere body refinement realm cultivator. Even if you stole my power, so what? The 3 of us together can kill you 100 times. Jiang Chengping feigned seriousness. Suin, hand over the item, and I'll leave immediately. How about that? He was certain that the treasure from the secret realm was in Suan's possession. Another spiritual realm powerhouse impatiently said, why waste words with him? Capture him, and we'll find it ourselves. The 3 of them formed a triangle, surrounding Suin and cutting off his escape route. Suin spread his hands, flames surging behind him. You may be in the spiritual realm, but the power you can wield is laughably weak. Let me show you the power I've borrowed. Before he finished speaking, Suan's hands moved rapidly, forming seals and injecting energy into 16 array flags. In an instant, overwhelming flames swept the sky, turning the heavens crimson red. Yi Jingming was shocked by Suan's speed in forming seals, far surpassing both his and his teacher's level. Interrupt him. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 of them attacked together, their spiritual pressure converging. But it was too late. Suan shouted, wind, rise. A howling gale erupted, a towering tornado blowing the 3 of them far away. A wind array? How is this possible? Yi Jingming was stunned, a third of his spiritual energy dissipating instantly. Suan sneered. Want to learn? I'll teach you. East wind, west fire. Combine. Under Suan's control, the fire borrowed the wind's power, and the wind fueled the fire's might. A massive fire tornado rose from the ground, towering between the heavens and earth. For miles around, the wind howled, and the heat was unbearable. The enormous fire dragon was so overwhelming that just looking at it was suffocating. What is that? Yi Jingming and the other 2 stood frozen, their eyes twitching. Could there be any survivors in that inferno? In the distance, Gu Li's mouth twitched. Damn, where did this freak come from? He found it hard to believe that this terrifying fire dragon was created by a mere body-tempering practitioner like Nima. Suan stood in the center of the flames, the air around him distorted by the intense heat. All eyes were on him, their silence a testament to their shock. He spoke softly, uttering a single word, kill. At his command, the fire dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, as if a true dragon had descended upon the world. The sheer pressure was suffocating, making everyone present feel as though the entire world was trembling. The dragon, with a force capable of destroying everything in its path, instantly appeared before Yi Jingming and his companions. Block it! Jiang Qingping and the other 2 shouted in terror, but their reactions were already too late. In the next moment, a simultaneous thud echoed as 3 figures spat blood. Yi Jingming, Jiang Qingping, and another spirit-nurturing cultivator were blasted away by the dragon's power, completely defenseless. Their bodies arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suan watched it all unfold with a calm demeanor, not showing a hint of surprise. After borrowing Yi Jingming's power, he was now capable of releasing several simple formations. The 10 Directions Annihilation formation was far more vast and complex than anyone could fathom. It wasn't a single formation but a terrifying combination of multiple powerful formations. Eastern fire scorches the sky, southern water breaks the army, western heaven and earth wind. Northern Kunlun prison break using the power of the 4 symbols to harness the 5 elements, generating the thunderous shock of the gate and the return to origin of the death position. The formations could be set up individually, like Eastern Fire scorches the sky and Western Heaven and Earthwind, or combined, with each additional formation exponentially increasing their power. When all formations were perfectly combined, it reached the pinnacle of the 10 directions annihilation. Although it was currently just a combination of 2 formations, it was already far beyond what Yi Jingming and his companions could withstand. Yi Jingming, he's using your power. Think of something. Jiang Qingping shouted in panic, facing the crisis of life and death. This shout jolted Yi Jingming awake. Despite his heartache, he steeled himself, a formation seal appearing in his hand as he shouted, "Break!" With that command, the connection between the formation flags and Yi Jingming was forcibly severed. This meant the flags were no longer under his control and would require days and nights of refining to regain. But at least, the damn formation couldn't draw power from him anymore. Sure enough, as the connection between the formation flags and Yi Jingming was severed, the terrifying fire dragon began to weaken visibly. However, just as a hint of relief appeared on Yi Jingming and his companions' faces, ruthless glint flashed in Suan's eyes as he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! 16 formation flags exploded simultaneously, the terrifying blast mingling with the residual fire dragon, instantly engulfing Yi Jingming and his companions. The deafening explosion gradually faded, leaving the world in silence. When the dust settled, the crowd saw that Jiang Qingping and another spirit-nurturing cultivator were charred beyond recognition, clearly beyond saving. Only Yi Jingming was still twitching slightly, barely clinging to life. Suan walked slowly to Yi Jingming, looking down at the once brilliant genius of the 10,000 Races Academy. He spoke softly, "I was waiting for you to sever the connection with the formation flags. Otherwise, how could I control them to explode? Your spiritual power wouldn't have sustained my formation for much longer. If you had held on a bit longer, I would have lost." Suan crouched down, observing the despair and regret on Yi Jingming's face, and chuckled. "What a pity. You were so close." These words were a final, psychological blow. Even in death, Suan wouldn't let Yi Jingming die peacefully. "The Yi family won't let you off." Blood continuously poured from Yi Jingming's mouth, his eyes filled with regret and hatred. He lay on the ground, his body convulsing as his consciousness gradually faded. As a direct descendant of the Yi family and a genius student at the Wanzhou Academy, he was supposed to have a bright future. However, a seemingly simple mission in a small town had become the end of his life. With the final deafening explosion, Yi Jingming, along with 2 spirit cultivation realm experts and over 100 cultists, all perished. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Gu Li's gaze once again fell on Suan, and the disdain in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a deep interest. Suan's mastery of formations was terrifyingly high, yet the formation department of the Wanzhou Academy was controlled by the Yi family. This meant that unless Suan had a death wish, he could never join the formation department. A genius in formations having a deadly feud with the formation department intrigued Gu Li immensely. He thought to himself, things are about to get lively at the Wanzhou Academy. The people in the formation department had always annoyed him, and perhaps Suan's arrival could bring some interesting changes. The entire Jinlin city was in an uproar. The complete annihilation of the blood god cult had everyone cheering. These high school graduates, on the brink of entering the academy, had received a valuable lesson at a crucial turning point in their lives. They had also witnessed the rise of a prodigy. Suan's superb formations and decisive, ruthless attacks set him apart from the ordinary. With the crisis finally over, Suan let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Ever since he had learned of the blood god cult's plan, he had been on high alert. Fortunately, the various academies and numerous students in Jinlin City were safe, and this incident had been resolved peacefully. At that moment, Suan sensed a subtle change in the fate tablet within his sea of consciousness. To his delight, he discovered that his fate value had increased to 13,000. He had gained 5,000 from killing Yi Qingru, and now an additional 8,000. Suan pondered, it seems that only by killing key figures can I gain more fate value. As Suan was deep in thought, another line of text appeared on the fate tablet. Save the students of Jinlin City, killed over 100 cultists, future events altered. Minor event changed, slight increase in human strength, gained 10,000 fate value. First major event fully altered, proceed to Wanzhou Academy, unlock the second major event. Host's current strength is too weak. Please improve your strength quickly before the second major event. This string of notifications left Suan with mixed feelings. He was pleased that he was one step closer to exchanging for extraordinary perception and that the second major event was approaching, offering a chance to gain new divine abilities. However, he was worried about the potential difficulty of the second major event. Ever since killing Yi Qingru, Suan had been cautious at every step. Although things seemed to be going smoothly, any slight mistake could lead to disaster. Thinking about the upcoming Wanzhou Academy, Suan couldn't help but feel a headache. Not to mention the development of the second event, just defending the Yi family was already a huge problem. Before the Yi family came after him, Suin knew he needed a powerful backer. He realized that in the faction-ridden Wanzhou Academy, without a strong mentor, his progress would be severely limited. As Suan's mind raced, he suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn! I forgot about old Chun." Suan hurried back and found Chen Xiaoshui, covered in blood, in a corner. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Suan with resentment. "Don't come near me, you bastard. You forgot about me, didn't you?" Suan awkwardly rubbed his nose. "How could I? I was just thinking of how to thank you." If it weren't for Chen Xiaoshui holding off that cultist, Suan's efforts would have been in vain. Although Chen Xiaoshui was severely injured, his wounds were not fatal and he just needed some time to recover. "Damn it! Don't you know you touch your nose whenever you lie?" Chen Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with bitterness. Suan, embarrassed and angry, retorted, "Damn it! Enough already. Why are you acting like a bitter woman? Keep complaining and I'll leave you here." Chen Xiaoshui looked up at the sky in exasperation. "I've been hurt this badly. Can't I at least complain a bit? I've got the worst luck." Ahead, seeing the crisis had been resolved, Gu Li let out a long breath. He glanced at Li Qing in midair, stretched lazily, and casually said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Li Qing's face was ashen, looking extremely displeased. This mission had been a complete failure. Not only had he failed to recover the secret realm, but he had also lost so many men. He could already imagine the fury of his superiors. "Suan, take good care of that secret realm inheritance. We will meet again." Li Qing glared at Suan and then turned to leave. Hearing this, Gu Li was stunned and then looked at Suan in disbelief. "Damn, you're carrying a secret realm inheritance?" Suan's words left Gu Li wide-eyed, staring at him in disbelief. "You seized the blood god's secret realm? And it's a formation inheritance type of secret realm?" Gu Li's hands clutched his hair, his face filled with envy and jealousy. What kind of luck is this? A small place like Jinlin City, and it has a secret realm? And a formation secret realm at that? Gu Li's eyes turned red, his voice trembling with excitement. A secret realm, and the most precious kind of formation secret realm. This thing is incredibly valuable. If I had a formation inheritance, I would have sold it ages ago. With the resources I could accumulate, I might have already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea by now. After calming down a bit, Gu Li asked again, "What kind of formation is it?" Suan thought for a moment and replied uncertainly, "It's a killing formation, I guess." The Shifang Annihilation is quite unique. It's not a single formation but a combination. It includes killing formations, trapping formations, and even involves the past and future. It's complex and profound, but at its core, it's a terrifying killing formation. A killing formation? Huh? It's not as valuable as support formations, but still quite precious. Gu Li nodded, signaling the people from Jinlin City to start cleaning up the scene, then continued the conversation with Suan. Suan, puzzled, asked, "Senior brother, why is a killing formation less valuable than a support formation?" Wiping the blood off himself, Gu Li explained, "Mostly because killing formations are hard to set up. You need to lure the enemy into them. Support formations, on the other hand, can directly enhance our own forces, which is very effective on the battlefield. But it all depends on the level of the formation. For medium-sized formations and below, support types are more valuable. But at the large formation level, killing formations become incredibly valuable. They can be used as ultimate weapons for a race." Seeing Suan's confusion, Gu Li continued, "Formations are generally classified into several levels: micro, small, medium, large, and super large. The level of a formation is usually judged by its destructive power and coverage area. For example, the wind and fire formations you just set up are microformations. But when they combined into a fire dragon, they barely reached the small formation level. A medium formation can cover a small city, a large formation can encompass the entire capital of Daxia, and a super large formation." Gu Li paused, sighing, "That can destroy heaven and earth, covering an entire region." Suan listened intently. Although he had inherited the formation knowledge, these basic concepts were not included in the inheritance, only the insights into formations. Noticing that Gu Li hadn't mentioned the level of his acquired formation, Suan curiously asked, "What about a forbidden formation?" "A forbidden formation?" Gu Li looked at Suan in confusion. "What's that?" "According to human records, a super large formation is already the peak." He shook his head uncertainly, "But who knows, maybe in the future, there will be something beyond that." Blue Star is currently at the peak of its evolution. In the past couple of years, the quality and quantity of secret realms have been increasing. I feel that the truly powerful inheritances of Blue Star will reveal themselves one by one. As he spoke, Gu Li's brows furrowed, as if he had thought of something. Blue Star is about to complete its evolution. The spiritual energy in the world is becoming denser, and secret realms are appearing more frequently. But this also means that other races' coveting of Blue Star will intensify. It's almost certain that a great war will break out in the coming years. I need to break through quickly, Guli thought to himself. Suin didn't notice the change in Guli's expression. His heart was pounding, and his eyes sparkled. He realized that the formation he had acquired was not only extraordinary, but possibly a forbidden formation never before seen in human history. A forbidden formation, likely surpassing a super-large formation. I've hit the jackpot, Suin thought, overwhelmed with excitement. Guli snapped out of his thoughts and curiously asked, by the way, what level is the formation you acquired? Small. Suin replied earnestly and emphatically. Not bad. Guli didn't doubt him and praised, don't underestimate a small formation. This thing is innately formed by heaven and earth, containing the ultimate principles of the universe. Some formation masters who have reached a bottleneck can only make progress by studying innate formations. Its value is immense. He glanced at Suin. If someone approaches you to buy your formation, don't sell it recklessly, especially to those formation experts. They're like vultures. They'll strip you to the bone. Suin nodded. The formation experts were under the Yi family. There was no way he would arm his enemies. Then he thought of something and asked Guli, Senior Brother Gu, in the formation inheritance, besides formations, there are other things like stones. What are those for? After fully comprehending the formation steel had entered his sea of consciousness, and he didn't know its purpose yet. When Guli heard Suin's question, his eye twitched. He turned sharply and stared at Suin for a long time before gritting his teeth. Kid, your formation inheritance isn't small, is it? Formation treasures. Those only appear in top-tier medium formation, secret realms. Damn it. Why didn't I come to Jinlin City earlier? Suin looked embarrassed. He had just claimed it was a small secret realm, and now he was exposed. He genuinely didn't know about formation treasures. Senior brother, what are formation treasures for? Guli glanced at Suin, not really wanting to talk to him. After a while, he said sullenly, formation treasures are unique to formation's secret realms. Every time you set up a formation, you don't need to spend a lot of resources to create the formation's core. You can use the treasure directly. Moreover, a formation's power increases by at least 30% with a formation treasure as its core. The more Guli spoke, the more envious he became. Looking at Suin, he said bitterly, kid, if you keep discussing formations with me, I'll damn well rob you. Guli stood in this desolate, remote area, utterly stunned by the sight before him. A mysterious formation realm had suddenly appeared, and to his astonishment, it contained a formation treasure. His gaze instinctively turned to Suin, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. If only this kid were a heretic, Guli thought to himself. Formation treasures are incredibly powerful. Suin's face lit up with excitement. He understood the intricacies of formations, especially in the later stages where not only a formation base but also a formation core, or formation eye, was needed. He recalled Yi Jingming's 16 formation flags, which were only used as the base and had cost Yi Jingming a fortune. Crafting the formation core was even more complex, requiring resources far beyond those for the base. But with a formation treasure, it's different. Suin calculated silently. It can save the resources needed to craft the formation core and even enhance the power of the formation. This isn't just about resources anymore. It's priceless. Thinking about the potential benefits of the treasure from the forbidden formation realm, Suin couldn't help but gasp. He warned himself internally. The secrets of the forbidden formation must not be revealed to anyone. At that moment, Guli's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully put his arm around Suin's shoulder. Despite Suin still being in the body refinement stage, Guli already treated him as an equal. Suin, my junior brother, my friend, how about we make a deal? Guli said with a smile. Suin shrank back warily. What do you want? Guli's expression turned serious. Suin, didn't I save your life this time? Suin nodded, knowing full well that without Guli, he and Jean Lynching would likely be dead by now. A life-saving favor deserves a return, doesn't it? Guli asked earnestly once more. Not too much to ask, it's only fair. Suin agreed without hesitation. He vividly remembered Guli standing up for him against Yi Jingming and Jean Lynching. Good, Guli said approvingly. He knew that in this era, many were ungrateful and treacherous, but he could tell Suin was not one of them. The fact that Chen Xiaoshui was willing to risk his life for Suin spoke volumes about Suin's loyalty to his friends. Suin spread his hands. But I don't seem to have anything to help you with right now. Guli chuckled. Helping someone doesn't always require strength. Resources can be enough. He sighed. Do you know how long I've been stuck in the body refinement stage? Without waiting for Suin to answer, he smiled bitterly. 2 years. For 2 whole years, while my peers have advanced to the spiritual stage, I've remained here. Suin asked, puzzled. Senior brother Gu, have you hit a bottleneck? Bottleneck? Guli laughed, then calmly said, I have exceptional talent. Even pushing each stage to its utmost perfection, I still surpass those peers. What holds me back isn't talent, it's resources. Suin remained silent, though his expression showed confusion. With Gu Li's strength, he shouldn't be lacking resources. Seeing Suin's thoughts, Gu Li explained, it's not the resources you're thinking of. Pills and spirit crystals, I have plenty. In these 2 years, I've amassed a vast amount of resources, and once I reach the spiritual stage, my cultivation speed will soar. It's not that I can't break through. I don't want to. Because, he sighed again, entering the spiritual stage is easy, but finding the right spirit seed is hard. He continued, ordinary spirit seeds are abundant, and even good ones can be found, but I refuse to settle. In the body refinement stage, I can defeat countless opponents, and I want the same in the spiritual stage. Without an exceptional spirit seed, I'm willing to stay in the body refinement stage and wait for the right opportunity. I've already prepared a large amount of resources for cultivating in the spiritual stage. All I lack is a spirit seed. Suin suddenly understood. He remembered Chen Xiaoshui mentioning that the quality of the spirit seed determined the strength of one's future abilities. Most people could easily break into the spiritual stage by absorbing a spirit seed to generate spiritual power. However, the spiritual power generated this way was ordinary, far less pure, dense, or effective compared to that from a superior spirit seed. Gu Li, being proud to his core, would never settle for an average spirit seed. Senior brother, you've got the wrong person. I don't have a spirit seed, Suin said helplessly, spreading his hands. Gu Li waved his hand dismissively. I've already found a spirit seed. What I need is to borrow your formation treasure. Thinking of the spirit seed he had found, he spoke with suppressed excitement. Recently, a friend of mine stumbled upon a newly formed realm. The realm is vast, and the spiritual energy within is astonishingly dense. Deep within that realm, there must be the spirit seed I need. But then he frowned in frustration. However, the spirit beasts in that realm are too strong. The two of us alone can't handle them, and we can't let anyone else know about the realm. The plan to explore the hidden realm has been temporarily put on hold. Gu Li's gaze fell on Suin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He took a deep breath, his tone filled with anticipation. But if you join us, our chances will be much better. Gu Li was tormented inside. The spiritual seed he had longed for was right in front of him, yet he couldn't obtain it. The wait had been an agonizing ordeal for him. Resource-type hidden realms had strict cultivation level restrictions, so even his senior sister couldn't help. Finding other people was out of the question, as the perfect system was a target in the Wanzhou Academy. Moreover, if the news of the hidden realm leaked and the authorities got involved, the losses would be immense. But Suin, he suddenly realized, was the perfect candidate. Gu Li quickly listed Suin's advantages in his mind. Low cultivation level, no risk of betrayal, possessing a formation treasure, which could significantly enhance the power of formations. Upright character, and a grudge against the Yi family. These conditions made Gu Li feel a strong urge to take a gamble. Suin pondered for a moment, then asked, your friend, is he from the formation department and skilled in formations? Gu Li immediately responded with excitement. Yes, a genius in the formation department, capable of setting up powerful killing formations. Suin frowned, puzzled. Aren't you at odds with the formation department? Gu Li gave Suin a helpless look and explained, I can't stand the Yi family, but I don't have a bias against the formation department. The formation department is large, and although the Yi family holds significant influence, not everyone follows them. My friend has been suppressed by the Yi family, which is one of the reasons I dislike them. After finishing, he quickly returned to the main topic. With your formation treasure, combined with my friend's killing formation, we can definitely sweep through that spiritual realm. Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety. Besides, the hidden realm is vast. Just a little gain from it would be enough for you to cultivate to the body forging realm. Give me a straight answer, are you in or not? Hearing that it wasn't someone from the Yi family, Suin breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded. No problem, as long as it's not someone from the Yi family. Then, he looked at Gu Li seriously and added, but I have one condition. Gu Li, in high spirits, waved his hand grandly and said, name it. Suin lifted his head and said each word clearly. I want to join the perfect system. Suin, although unsure about the specifics of the perfect sect, was certain of one thing. He no longer needed to fear the formation sect or the Yi family. That alone was enough to solidify his resolve. As he approached the gates of the Wan Clan Academy, Suin knew that without aligning himself with a powerful faction, he would be at the mercy of the Yi family. However, when he expressed his desire to join the perfect sect, Gu Li's smile suddenly froze. Pick another faction, Gu Li said with a frown. The requirements for the perfect sect are too high. They haven't recruited anyone in 2 years. Suin was undeterred by the news. Instead, he became even more resolute. I'm not afraid of high standards. As long as they're still recruiting, they'll find a way in. At that moment, Suin had every reason to be confident. His insights into forbidden formations, exceptional combat awareness, and perfect body tempering these strengths were enough to make him a formidable force among his peers. Guli took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. You don't understand. The perfect sect is complicated. Yes, they're incredibly strong. In terms of individual combat power, they can outmatch any other faction at the academy. But the entry requirements are extremely stringent. He looked Suin in the eye, a red glow emanating from his body. Do you know why I can cross an entire major realm in the body forging stage and defeat a Spirit Sea realm opponent? Suin shook his head, his understanding of higher realms still limited. Because I belong to the perfect sect, Guli said with unmistakable pride. To join the perfect sect, you must push every stage to its limit, achieve perfection before you can advance. The goal is to cultivate unparalleled individual combat skills. Seeing Suan's puzzled expression, Guli elaborated. Do you know what limit means? Take the body tempering stage, for example. Most people reach their limit at 9 temperings. But to join the perfect sect, you need to achieve 12 perfect temperings. The talent required and the resources consumed are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Guli patted Suin's shoulder, intending to advise him to focus on his formation insights, but Suin interrupted him. Without a word, Suin punched the ground hard. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a large area around them visibly caved in. Holy crap! Guli was stunned. He could tell that Suin hadn't used any combat techniques, yet the sheer force of his punch far exceeded the strength of an ordinary 9-tempering warrior. Senior, I've completed 12 temperings. Does that meet the perfect sect's entry standards? Suin withdrew his hand, his clear eyes fixed on Guli. Guli's mouth twitched slightly as he studied Suin. It was one thing to have exceptional formation insights, but to also reach the pinnacle of combat strength? He recalled how it had taken him several months and a vast amount of resources to barely achieve perfect tempering when he first entered the academy. And here was Suin, fresh out of high school, already having accomplished it? This was monstrous. Even someone as proud as Guli couldn't help but curse inwardly. Senior? Suan's voice snapped Guli out of his daze. Oh, nothing. Guli collected himself and said seriously, perfect tempering does technically meet the perfect sex requirements. But I still suggest you consider another faction. Before Suin could question him, Guli explained, 2 years ago, your qualifications would have easily gotten you into the perfect sect. But recently, the perfect sect has faced some recruitment challenges. Suin was puzzled. Perfect tempering is tough, but with so many geniuses in the Great Xia, it shouldn't be hard to find recruits, right? Although Suin had achieved perfect tempering through his extraordinary talents, he didn't think he was the only one. The human race had thrived for millennia. If no one else could reach this level, they would have been wiped out long ago. Guli shook his head, looking helpless. While it's true that people achieve perfect tempering every year, the perfect sect still can't recruit them. This is because the Wan Clan Academy has suppressed our recruitment, and other factions have targeted us, making it difficult. Suin was even more confused. The perfect sect is so strong. Shouldn't the academy be promoting it? Why wouldn't they support it? Because the resource consumption is too high, Guli sighed. You've completed perfect tempering, so you know how much spiritual energy it takes. Suin nodded. He knew that each tempering after the 9th required more spiritual energy than all the previous ones combined. He had only managed to complete it by absorbing the entire secret realm's spiritual energy. Guli spoke each word carefully. The resource consumption for perfect tempering is already enormous. Imagine how much more it takes for higher levels. It's astronomical. To give you an idea, the resources I used from tempering to body forging could cultivate hundreds of ordinary body forging experts. Seeing Suin's shocked expression, Guli continued, it might sound exaggerated, but with each level, as we strive for perfection, members of the perfect sect become insatiable consumers of resources. Hearing this, Suin began to understand. The perfect sect was indeed powerful, but the academy couldn't sustain such immense resource consumption. At the inception of the perfect division, Guli proposed a daring condition to the academy. Students of the perfect division could freely seize resources from other divisions. As long as they were strong enough, a single individual could suppress an entire division and annex all its resources within the same cohort, all within the rules. Turning to Suin, Guli's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. Now you understand the status of the perfect division in the Academy of the Myriad Races, right? His tone carried a trace of helplessness. While we're not exactly public enemies, we're pretty close. The existence of perfect division students infringes on others' interests. Guli continued to explain, it wasn't so bad before. But in the past 2 years, all the factions in the academy have united to pressure the institution to abolish the perfect division. Under such pressure, the academy had no choice but to significantly raise the admission requirements for our division. Suin listened thoughtfully, suddenly noticing a contradiction. He asked in confusion, wait a minute, 2 years ago, the perfect division had lenient admissions, and there haven't been any new recruits in the past 2 years. Why are we suddenly being targeted? Guli coughed awkwardly, a slightly unnatural expression on his face. Ahem. Well, didn't they recruit me 2 years ago? Maybe I've been a bit too aggressive in seizing resources. If any students from the Academy of the Myriad Races heard this, they would probably go after Guli immediately. A bit too aggressive? More like a voracious plunderer. It wasn't just that he seized resources from the body-tempering realm to the body-forging realm, but he even took all the cultivation resources meant for the spiritual realm while still in the body-forging realm. And the result? His cohort lived in abject scarcity, their progress in cultivation severely stunted. They almost faced total ruin. It was only after the Academy intervened and reallocated resources that things returned to normal. This incident gave the Academy and all the factions a serious scare. Although the Perfect Division had always seized resources, they had never encountered someone as domineering as Guli. If this continued, would there be any room left for other students and factions to develop? Consequently, the heads of various factions jointly petitioned the Academy to abolish the Perfect Division. Under immense pressure and recognizing the inherent risks in the division's development model, the Academy ultimately decided to drastically raise the admission standards for the Perfect Division. Senior, what exactly have you done? Su-An's mouth twitched as he looked at Guli with an odd expression. Nothing much. Guli laughed nervously, avoiding Su-An's gaze. Su-An shook his head helplessly. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. Senior, I've decided to join the Perfect Division. Tell me the specific requirements. Su-An was well aware of his situation. No background, no resources, everything depended on his own efforts. The Perfect Division perfectly matched his needs. Strong, well-connected, and capable of seizing resources from other divisions. Guli's expression turned serious. There aren't many requirements, just two. First, perfect body tempering, which you already qualify for. He paused, his eyes sharp. Second, you must gain the recognition of all your peers from other factions. Su-An frowned and asked, what if none of the factions recognize me? Guli grinned, revealing his white teeth, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Then you fight until they do. Guli finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Su-An. He then turned and walked away, shouting loudly, let's go. The people from Jinlin City quickly cleaned up the battlefield and followed him. The team set off towards their destination, while Su-An fell into deep thought. The conditions for joining the perfect sect echoed in his mind. He needed the approval of all the factions from the same cohort. This daunting task furrowed his brows. The number of people in his cohort was unknown, the attitudes of the other factions were unpredictable, and the formation sect would definitely obstruct him. Although the perfect tempering technique made him stronger than his peers in combat, the odds were slim against an entire sect. Su-An pondered his strategy, deciding to rely on formations. While the tempering stage enhanced physical strength, its area effect damage was inferior to that of formations. However, his current strength in the tempering stage limited his ability to set up powerful formations. Without Yi Jingming's already exploded 16 formation flags, he would need to craft his own formation bases. Thinking about the massive resources required, Su-An couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. He calculated the credits he might earn from this mission, hoping they would be enough to craft a simple formation base. The group traveled in silence and arrived at the teleportation array before nightfall. After 3 teleportations, they finally reached the capital city of Daxia. The sight before them left Su-An and the others in awe. A majestic and grand city stood ahead, with city walls towering hundreds of feet high, stretching across the horizon. The numerous battle scars on the walls spoke of the city's ancient history. Guli briefly introduced the origins of Daxia City and reminded everyone to cherish peace and strive to become stronger. Entering the city, the people from Jinlin City were like country folks visiting a metropolis for the first time, excited by the bustling streets and shops. Soon, most of them went off to the academies they had been admitted to, leaving only those who had been accepted into the Wanzhou Academy to continue following Guli. When they reached the center of Daxia City, the grand buildings of Wanzhou Academy came into view. It was the enrollment season, and the area in front of the academy was teeming with people. Su-An silently observed those around him, secretly astonished by the generally high level of strength here. After giving some brief instructions, Guli hurriedly left, leaving Su-An and the others looking at each other in confusion. At that moment, a senior named Zhou Qing approached them warmly, offering to help with the enrollment procedures. However, when they learned that she required 1 credit as a fee, Su-An exclaimed, Senior, this is daylight robbery. Robbery? You could say that. Zhou Qing didn't argue. Instead, she flashed a meaningful smile. She slowly revealed the harsh reality of the Wan Clan Academy. Here, if you don't fight for it, where will your cultivation resources come from? As long as it's within the rules and you have the skill, the mentors couldn't care less about these things. Her gaze swept across Su-An and the others, with a hint of warning in her tone. Don't think you wasted that credit. If you run into someone ruthless, you might not have a single credit left. This is the first lesson for freshmen and a credit well spent. Suin suddenly understood why Guli didn't warn them. It seemed this robbing of freshmen had become a tradition at the academy. Even so, losing 20,000 credits all at once was still a painful blow, making him shiver involuntarily. In a good mood, Zhou Qing smiled and said, "Let's go. They'll take you to register." She led them through the grand buildings of the academy and soon reached the registration office. After a short wait, everyone received their student cards, seemingly ordinary, transparent cards with only one detail: credits, 20. These student cards are your pass and can also be used to trade credits. Zhou Qing explained while taking out her own card and swiping it across each of theirs. Instantly, each person's credits decreased by 1. Suin and the others were stunned, marveling at the convenience of the student card. Next stop, housing arrangements, Zhou Qing said as she led the way. Your accommodation as freshmen is in the residential area. The spiritual energy there is abundant. Whether you sleep in a dormitory or live in a villa depends on you. Suin was taken aback and asked incredulously, "There are villas?" He had expected at most a shared dormitory. Zhou Qing laughed, "Of course. As long as you have the ability and the credits, you can even build your own house." Soon, they arrived at the residential area. Tall buildings stood everywhere, and new students were busy checking in. Suin's eyes lit up as he sensed the rich spiritual energy in the air. "The spiritual energy here is so dense," Zhou Qing explained. "The residential area has a large spirit gathering array, so the spiritual energy is naturally dense. But this is just the ordinary residential area. Let's go further inside." As they went deeper, Suin was increasingly shocked. The density of the spiritual energy kept rising, and he found that the energy was automatically flowing into his body without him even trying to cultivate. Meanwhile, the buildings around them were changing. The outermost area had tall buildings, then came exquisite pavilions, and finally, luxurious villas at the very core. Zhou Qing explained in detail, the residential area is divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Each level's living environment and spiritual energy density differ by a factor of 2. In other words, students living in the best level will cultivate 4 times faster than those in the worst level. Suin and Chen Xiaoshui were stunned. A 4-fold difference. It might not matter much in the short term, but over a few months, the gap would become enormous. Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how can we live in an A-level villa?" The others also looked eagerly at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing pointed to the villas and smiled. "Simple. If you're not satisfied with your residence, you can challenge the current occupants. If you can drive them out, the house is yours. The people living here are your peers. If you're strong enough, you can live in the best. If not, go to the dormitory." Suin and the others were speechless. They had just arrived at the academy, but they were already feeling the relentless competition everywhere. Zhou Qing continued, "The academy possesses the best resources for humans, and they're there for you to take. But resources are limited. To earn respect, you can only rely on your own strength. Here, you must show everything you've got. Don't think about playing weak to catch people off guard. That doesn't work here. Only if you're strong and talented will the academy's resources lean towards you." She smiled encouragingly at them. "So go ahead and fight for it, rookies." Suin and the others felt their blood boiling, but also an immense pressure. Clearly, the top academy wasn't a place for them to relax. The competitive environment was much more intense than high school. Zhou Qing concluded, "All right, after this, you can choose your residence based on your abilities and pick the appropriate level. Now, it's time to choose which faction to join." As she walked, she explained, "The Wan Clan Academy is vast, with many factions, but generally, they fall into 4 major categories: formation, alchemy, weapon forging, and combat techniques. These 4 branches are further divided into many subcategories, but that's something you'll discuss with your mentors after joining. Before that, you need to choose your main direction, which is crucial for your future development." Chen Xiaoshui's expression didn't change at all. He had long decided to join the formation branch. Suin frowned and asked, "Senior, what are the differences between these factions? And why isn't there a perfect faction?" Zhou Qing froze mid-step, then turned sharply, her gaze piercing as she stared at Suin. Through gritted teeth, she asked, "Perfect faction? Do you know Guli?" Suin trembled and quickly shook his head, denying, "No, I don't." But inwardly, he thought, "Damn, is Guli really that unpopular around here?" Zhou Qing snorted coldly and explained, "The academy originally had 5 factions, but the perfect faction was removed and hasn't recruited anyone for 2 years." She scanned Suin and his companions, her tone full of warning. "By the way, once you're in the academy, stay away from someone named Guli. That bastard is a thief. If it weren't for him, I would have entered the spiritual realm long ago." Suin tried to appear nonchalant, avoiding eye contact. Chen Xiaoshui and the others also kept their heads down, remaining silent. When they arrived at a spacious hall, Zhou Qing pointed to the crowd handling their paperwork and said, "Here we are. Choose the faction you want to join and fill out the forms." Someone will arrange a unified assessment for you. Chun Xiaoshui headed straight for the combat faction without hesitation. Wang Ming went to the formation faction, and the other two chose the weapon forging faction. Suan looked around but couldn't find the faction he wanted to join. Senior, where's the registration point for the perfect faction? Suan asked, gathering his courage. Zhou Qing turned and stared at Suan for a long time, her eyes complex. Finally, she sighed and said, Junior, you want to join the perfect faction? Suan shrank back a bit and asked quietly, is it not allowed? Zhou Qing seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, her chest heaving for a while. Eventually, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. You won't succeed anyway. Otherwise, the academy would just have another troublemaker. She then took out her phone and dialed a number. Someone wants to join the perfect faction. If you don't come, I'll beat him to death, she yelled into the phone. There was a pause on the other end before a mocking voice replied. Xiaoqing, looks like you don't want any credits next semester. Take good care of him. I'll be there in a bit. Zhou Qing hung up the phone furiously and cursed, bastard. Suan maintained a neutral expression, but he could tell the call was to Guli. Despite her annoyance, Zhou Qing waited patiently. She knew that, as Guli had said, she wouldn't get a single credit next semester otherwise. About an hour later, Guli arrived in a hurry. Zhou Qing shot him a glare, her face full of annoyance. You actually remembered to come? Guli responded with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, I won't be bothering your alchemy department for a while. Zhou Qing was taken aback and asked cautiously, really? Guli explained, students from the perfect division aren't restricted by any specific faction. They can go to other divisions to earn credits by challenging other students. Since members of the perfect division are generally very strong, others usually can't compete with them, which leads to a lot of resentment from the other divisions. He continued, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If everything goes as planned, I'll be advancing to the spirit realm soon. Keep it up, Qinger. Zhou Qing's face lit up with joy. She thought to herself that once Guli advanced, he wouldn't be able to trouble her anymore. It would be the spirit realm student's problem then. Guli turned to Suan, extending his hand. Give me your student card. The credits for eliminating the cult in Jinlin City and killing the heretics have been approved. Suan's face brightened as he handed over his student card. After a soft beep, Suan looked at his card and was stunned. 300. A total of 300 credits. Suan murmured, feeling a bit dizzy. For someone who grew up in an orphanage, this amount was astronomical. Zhou Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. 300 credits? Are you kidding me? What did he do to earn 300 credits as a freshman? Guli explained with a grin. You can do it too. Report 3 cult locations and have the inspectors wipe them out. Then, kill the saintess of the blood god cult, slay over 100 heretics, take down 2 spirit realm cultivators, and finally kill a traitor from the formation division. Trust me, if you manage to do all that, I'll give you 500 credits. Zhou Qing stammered. He, a mere body tempering cultivator, can kill spirit realm cultivators and over 100 heretics? Impossible. Even you couldn't achieve such feats back then. Guli shrugged. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. But there are people in this world called geniuses. I'm one, and so is this kid. With that, he waved to Zhou Qing and led Suan to complete the necessary paperwork. Zhou Qing watched their departing figures from a distance, mumbling to herself. Looks like the perfect division is about to welcome a new member. On the way to handle the paperwork, Guli asked Suan, Kid, are you sure about this? No regrets? If you fail the perfect division's assessment, you'll face difficulties even if you apply to other divisions. Suan replied without hesitation, no regrets. He signed his name on the perfect division's enrollment form. Guli advised, the perfect division's assessment is the last one. After the other divisions finish their exams, it will be your turn. The assessments for the formation, alchemy, weaponry, and combat divisions take 4 days, so you have 4 days to prepare. Don't be stingy with your credits. They are the foundation for your rapid growth. He gave Suan access to an internal academy website known as the Resource Network, which contained everything needed for cultivation. Guli added, first, complete the assessment. In a few days, I'll take you to a secret realm. My friend's formation base was mostly destroyed last time and needs some time to be repaired. Aim to join the perfect division. Being the top in any division comes with a substantial credit reward. After Guli left, Suan eagerly opened the website and started browsing cultivation techniques. He was shocked to find that a decent technique would cost him a third of his credits. Suan realized that cultivation was a money burner. Without resources, even a genius would be helpless. He carefully studied the characteristics and prices of various techniques until he noticed the time had passed and it was getting dark. After being asked to leave, Suan remembered he still needed a place to stay. Looking towards the residential area, he muttered, there should still be some space in the villa district. The academy, residential villa area. Today is the registration day at the 10,000 Races Academy, and the air is filled with a mixture of tension and excitement. Thousands of new students are flooding into the campus, their eyes gleaming with ambition and anticipation. Conversations buzz around, mainly about faction assignments and accommodation arrangements. The significant difference in spiritual energy among the three types of living conditions has these elite students fired up. After completing the registration process, they rush to the residential area, with most heading straight for the villa zone. Without any teacher constraints, as long as no one dies, everything is left for them to resolve on their own. The rules are simple. Each person has one chance to challenge. If they fail, they can only go to the dormitory area and wait for the next month to try again. Instantly, the villa area becomes a battlefield, with students fiercely competing for a spot, their eyes red with determination. By the time Suin arrived late, the chaotic fight had been ongoing for a whole day. 10 villas, with thousands of people vying for them. The intensity was beyond belief. Not far away, a chubby boy with a fair complexion was leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, watching the scene with great interest. Two others stood beside him, occasionally expressing their admiration. That guy named Sun Peng is pretty strong. Looks like he's undergone 10 rounds of body tempering, right? Bah, that Zhu Wenlin is even more impressive. He's mastered an entire combat technique. Even so, didn't he still get suppressed by Yi Fei, the number one in the villa area, earning a lot of credits every month? A tall, thin person nearby asked curiously, why would Yi Fei join in the scramble? With his status, does he even need to fight for a villa spot? The chubby boy sneered. He has a formation. How many body tempering guys can beat someone with a formation? It's cheating. The number one villa spot always goes to the Yi family. It's disgraceful, all for the sake of credits. Listening to their conversation, Suin felt intrigued. His senses told him that these three were quite powerful, at least having undergone 10 rounds of body tempering. More curiously, they didn't seem to care much about the villa area. Why aren't you guys joining the fight? Suin asked with a smile as he approached them. We don't need to fight for it. The chubby boy was about to reply when his expression suddenly changed. He was surprised to find that he couldn't sense Suan's exact level. This could only mean one of two things. Either Suin had cultivated a special combat technique, or he had achieved perfect body tempering, allowing him to precisely control his aura. Either way, it indicated that Suin was no ordinary person. The two people beside the chubby boy also noticed this, and their expressions changed slightly. Which family are you from? The chubby boy asked with interest. In his impression, there wasn't anyone like Suin among their peers. Which family? Suin was puzzled. The chubby boy smiled and introduced himself. I'm Shun Wanjin, third generation of the Shin family. He pointed to the two beside him. Song Lin, third generation of the Song family. Jiang Qinghe, third generation of the Jiang family. Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe nodded slightly at Suin. Although they didn't know his background, it was clear he wasn't ordinary. I'm Suin, not from any family. I got into the academy from a small town. Suin smiled, understanding. The Great Xia had 16 top families, and he had already encountered some. Upon hearing this, Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe's smiles faded slightly, showing a bit of indifference. Everyone had their own circles, and just being talented wasn't enough to integrate into theirs. However, Shun Wanjin laughed and praised. To get into the 10,000 Races Academy from a resource-poor small town, your talent must be exceptional, brother. Suin smiled without answering and curiously asked, they're all fighting for villa spots. Why aren't you? The fourfold cultivation difference can't be ignored, even for families, right? Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe whispered to each other, ignoring Suin's question. Shun Wanjin chuckled, of course, the fourfold cultivation difference can't be ignored. He pointed to a residential area further away from the villa zone. We live over there. The spiritual energy is as rich as in the villa area. Don't envy us. It's all paid for, 30 credits a month. Suin's eyes twitched, thinking, 30 credits a month, that's like 20,000 yuan a day? These families are really wealthy. You're quite strong. Why not try for a villa spot? Suin asked, puzzled. Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe smirked disdainfully, their eyes showing contempt. Shun Wanjin, however, was straightforward. Families care about face. Those who live in the villa area have fought their way out of thousands of students, each one exceptionally strong. If we win, great, but if we lose, it'd be embarrassing. Besides, 30 credits a month isn't expensive, not worth the risk. Suin looked up speechlessly, realizing the sheer audacity of these families. Brother, aren't you going to give it a try? Shun Wanjin asked curiously, wanting to see how strong this mysterious student was. Of course, I am. Suin smiled. Getting a villa is like earning 600,000 yuan a month. It's worth it. With that, Suin walked toward the villa area, where the battles had already concluded. Do you think he can get a spot? Shun Wanjin asked, looking at Suin's back with interest. Doubtful. Those who take the villa spots are top-tier talents, either with high cultivation or strong combat techniques. Unless he has some exceptional skill, he's got no chance, Song Lin said dismissively, not optimistic about Suin. Jiang Qinghe didn't even bother to comment, just glancing indifferently. Meanwhile, Suan reached the villa area, initially planning to challenge someone randomly, but then he noticed an inscription in front of a villa. Villa 10. Stay for a month. Earn 10 credits. There's a credit reward? Suan's eyes lit up as he hurried forward. Villa 9. Stay for a month. Earn 20 credits. Suan's eyes shone brighter as he moved to the frontmost villa. Villa 1. Stay for a month. Earn 100 credits. 100 credits. That's 2 million yuan a month. Initially planning to challenge someone randomly, Suan walked straight to Villa 1. Before entering the academy, Guli had told him that the academy had countless resources, but everything had to be fought for. Zhou Qing also said not to play dumb. Only if you're strong and talented will the academy's resources lean towards you. Since resources had to be fought for, Suan had no reason to hold back. If he was going to fight, he might as well fight for the top spot. Suan, challenge. Suan, I challenge you. The voice, though not loud, thundered through the entire villa complex. The people who hadn't yet left turned their heads in unison, eyes wide with astonishment. Villa number 1? Is this guy crazy? Yifei has protective formations? Yeah, even Zhu Wanlin from Villa number 2 was thrown out in 2 moves, and he's perfected his combat skills with 11 body refinements. Formations in the body refinement stage are basically cheating. Who can beat that? The crowd's murmurs were incessant, and no one believed in Suan's chances. They had witnessed the power of the formation firsthand. No matter how strong the challenger, defeat was inevitable within 2 moves. Not far away, Shun Wanjin was also stunned. He had expected Suan to challenge one of the lower-ranked villas, not go straight for villa number 1. Attention seeker, Song Lin sneered. Yi Fei is one of the direct descendants of the Yi family. His formation bases were crafted by his elders. The Yi family is known for their formations. Yi Fei's understanding of formations is exceptional. No one in the body refinement stage can beat him. Jiang Qinghe nodded in agreement. Unless someone is in the blood fusion stage, and even then, they would need to be in the late stage to stand a chance against Yi Fei. Hey, don't be so certain, Shen Wanjin said, looking at Suan's back with a faint smile. What if there's a surprise? The Yi family has held villa number 1 every year. I've been hoping someone would teach them a lesson. Despite his words, Shun Wanjin didn't hold much hope. The Yi family's consistent hold on villa number 1 proved that their formations were nearly unbeatable in the body refinement stage. Inside villa number 1, Yi Fei walked out slowly upon hearing the challenge. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he heard the name Suan, his eyebrows furrowed. Suan? Yi Fei stared at Suan for a long time, his expression suddenly changing. Your name is Suan? Yes, Suan replied calmly with a nod. From Jinlin City? Yi Fei continued to question, his face now icy cold. That's right, Suan nodded again, showing no intention of hiding anything. He looked at Yi Fei, a faint smile playing on his lips. Stop asking. I killed Yi Qingru, and Yi Jingming died because of me. The Suan your Yi family is looking for is me. On his way to the academy, Suan knew the Yi family wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why bother being cautious? If he was going to offend them, he might as well do it thoroughly. This was the 10,000 Races Academy. Even the Yi family had to follow the rules here. Holy crap. Not far away, Shun Wanjin was dumbfounded. Yi Qingru is dead? Yi Jingming too? And it was this guy who did it? He knew Suan was no ordinary person, but he hadn't expected him to be this reckless. Yi Jingming's death could be overlooked since he was a collateral descendant, but Yi Qingru was a direct descendant of the Yi family, the youngest daughter of the family head. Killing a direct descendant meant a blood feud. Who was this guy? He killed a direct descendant of the Yi family and is still alive. Song Lin's face showed surprise as he began to scrutinize Suan closely. Killing someone from the Yi family and still daring to challenge Yi Fei? This guy is doomed, Jiang Qinghe said with a playful smile, as if already seeing Suan severely injured. Killing Qingru and still daring to come to the 10,000 Races Academy to compete for villa number 1. Yi Fei laughed in fury. The Yi family doesn't need anyone else to deal with you. Today, I'll cripple you myself. The academy doesn't allow killing, but beating you half to death is fine. Formation rise. With Yi Fei's shout, 3 blood-red flags emitting a sharp aura fell around Suan stood still, not even attempting to dodge. He's done for. Why isn't he even trying to dodge? If he wasn't trapped by the formation, he might have had a chance. Now he's doomed. Ridiculous. I thought he was strong, but he got caught right away. The crowd's comments were full of disbelief. Even the previous challengers, though they failed, knew to avoid getting trapped by the formation. Suan, however, didn't even try, seemingly admitting defeat right away. Not far away, Shun Wanjin sighed. Suan had overestimated himself. Is he giving up? Yi Fei mocked, looking at Suan. It's too late. Even if you beg for mercy now, I'll still cripple you. How dare you kill someone from my family? Enough already? Suan interrupted impatiently. Do all your Yi family members talk this much? Laughter erupted from the crowd. making Yifei's face even darker. Hope you keep that attitude, Yifei snarled, forming a seal with his hands. Kill. The three flags shimmered, and the surrounding spiritual energy converged into the formation. In an instant, a dozen arrows formed from spiritual energy appeared within the formation. Whoosh! The sound of arrows cutting through the air filled the space as they shot towards Suin from three directions, leaving him no room to dodge. The Tri-Star Arrow Rain Formation. Even if you're in the blood fusion stage, you'll lose today. Yifei smirked, as if already seeing Suin spitting blood. Suin watched the incoming arrows calmly, his steps moving seemingly without pattern in all directions. He moved leisurely, as if taking a stroll, navigating the formation with ease. Strangely enough, the dense shower of arrows continuously whizzed past Suin, yet not a single one hit him. The arrows streaked through the air like rain, each one glinting coldly, but they seemed to be guided by an invisible force, precisely avoiding Suin's body. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene within the formation. Suin strolled unhurriedly through the rain of arrows, as if taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard. Not far away, Shun Wanjin and his companions were equally stunned. They knew well that Yifei's three talents arrow rain formation was extraordinarily powerful and densely packed, making it practically unavoidable. But the sight before them completely overturned their understanding. The three of them fell silent, clueless about formations and unable to comprehend how Suin managed it. Even Yifei, who had set up the formation, was bewildered, muttering to himself, "How is this possible?" He had never encountered such a situation and was filled with confusion and shock. Suin smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the three formation flags. He spoke, using the three talents formation to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into an arrow rain is indeed a good formation. However, he glanced meaningfully at Yifei. These formation flags don't appear to be your own creation, do they? Yifei's face changed dramatically, but he remained silent, his gaze towards Suin growing complicated. Suin continued, using someone else's flags to set up your own formation while the formation's power is considerable. It lacks adaptability. He looked at Yifei with a slight, mocking smile. Compared to Yi Jingming's formations, your three talents arrow rain is nothing but trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Suin's energy surged, and he stepped into the center of the three talents arrow rain formation. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Break!" In an instant, the formation flags, which were continuously gathering spiritual energy, were forcibly severed from Yifei's control. Panicking, Yifei shouted, "What are you doing?" "Those are my formation flags." Suin formed another seal with his hands, looking at Yifei with a confident smile, "Just borrowing them for a moment. And by the way," he paused, "let me show you my formation." Upon hearing Suin's words, Yifei turned to flee. Despite knowing Suin was skilled in formations, he had never taken him seriously. As a member of a family renowned for their mastery of formations, Yifei had been exposed to countless formations since childhood and believed that Suin couldn't possibly surpass him. However, their brief encounter made him realize that his understanding of formations was nowhere near Suin's level. In just one exchange, his formation flags had been snatched away. How could he continue to fight? Yifei wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Formation. Activate. Suin's familiar voice rang out, and he formed a seal with his hand. The three formation flags trembled violently, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. In an instant, the space around Yifei was filled with hundreds of sharp arrows, densely packed and impenetrable. Everyone present was stunned. They clearly remembered Yifei's formation, which had only a dozen or so arrows. But Suin's formation, with its suffocating density of arrows, seemed as if it could devour everything. "See that? This is what a rain of arrows looks like." Suin chuckled and waved his hand. Boom! Over 100 arrows, accompanied by a piercing sound, instantly appeared in front of Yifei. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, Yifei was covered in blood, unable to even stand. "Go ahead, kill me if you dare." Yifei spat blood and glared fiercely at Suin. Suin looked down at Yifei with a slight smile. "Try talking to me like this outside the academy next time. While I can't kill you, these formation flags are quite nice." Yifei sneered at Suin, saying nothing, as if losing the formation flags had no impact on him. At that moment, Shenwanjin shouted from a distance, "Suin, the academy doesn't restrict fights, but you can't take others' belongings, or the disciplinary team will come after you." "Shenwanjin!" Yifei roared angrily, glaring at Shenwanjin. He had intended to trap Suin, but Shenwanjin's reminder thwarted his plan. "What are you looking at? If you're unhappy, come at me." Shenwanjin raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Yifei's threatening gaze. He had long been displeased with the Yi family and wouldn't miss a chance to annoy Yifei. Besides, Suin's displayed strength and formidable understanding of formations suggested he was no ordinary person, making this a good opportunity to forge an alliance. Thanks, Suan nodded in gratitude to Shen Wanjin. He was indeed unaware of this academy rule. What a pity. Those 3 formation flags would have saved a lot of resources. Suan sighed. He had intended to take the flags for his own use after some refinement, saving a lot of academic credits. But now it seemed impossible. After all, if the academy allowed resources to be taken freely, it would have descended into chaos long ago. Just wait, this isn't over. Seeing that he couldn't trap Suan, Yifei spat out a threat and turned to leave. Did I say you could go? Suan raised an eyebrow and kicked Yifei back. Thud. Yifei spat out another mouthful of blood, his anger nearly exploding. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Suan glanced at Yifei and formed another seal with his hand, shouting, "Explode!" Boom. A violent explosion sounded as the 3 formation flags detonated instantly. If he couldn't have them, he would destroy them. Why let Yifei use them against him in the future? If they were enemies, might as well be thorough. You, thud. Yifei spat out more blood and fainted. Those 3 formation flags were incredibly precious to him, crafted by his elders specifically for him. He could have used them to excel in the academy's early stages, but now he had nothing. Wow, that's ruthless. He's really made an enemy of the Yi family, Shen Wanjin grimaced. He could mess with Yifei, but he wouldn't dare to be so blatant. The Yi family wasn't weak among the prominent families. How dare Suan, an outsider, treat a noble family member like this? Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe glared at Suan. They might dislike Yifei, but that was their business. It didn't mean Suan could act so recklessly. They were from noble families, naturally superior. Where did Suan get the nerve to attack a noble family member? Shen Wanjin glanced at Song Lin and Jiang Qinghe, secretly rolling his eyes. Noble families were powerful, but not everyone would bow to them. 5 years ago, the Yang family from the noble families had also harassed a new student who, in the end, displayed terrifying talent, crushed all peers, and even stormed the Yang family alone. If not for the intervention of the domain lord, the Yang family might have been expelled from the noble families. That senior hasn't graduated yet, right? The senior brother of the perfect department, such a terrifying guy. Shen Wanjin sighed, remembering the past. His elders had warned him before coming to the academy not to think himself superior just because he was from a noble family. In recent years, Blue Star had undergone continuous changes, with terrifying inheritances emerging one after another. No one knew who would get lucky. Act low-key, make powerful friends. This had been the Shen family's rule for the past 3 years. If anyone wants a challenge, just call me. Suan didn't even glance at the unconscious Yifei and strode into the villa. The crowd outside exchanged glances, but no one dared to step forward. It was a joke. Yifei, who could crush everyone, had been easily defeated by Suan. Who would want to humiliate themselves? On the first day, all new students remembered the name Suan. As the duel concluded and the 10 villas each found an owner, the crowd began to disperse. Song Lin and the others helped Yifei away. The first day's skirmish among the new students had come to a temporary halt. Meanwhile, the Perfect Department's recruitment document uploaded by Guli quickly reached the hands of various factions. The Alchemy Department, Weapon Forging Department, and Battle Technique Department all issued unified orders to prevent the Perfect Department from recruiting new students. They would not allow another incident like Guli nearly crippling all his peers to happen again. However, unlike the other 3 departments, the Formation Department remained silent, as if nothing had happened. But when Yifei, covered in blood, was carried into the Formation Department, a cold, murderous intent filled everyone's eyes. Since Suan arrived at the 10,000 Races Academy, the Yi family had shown no reaction, not because they had forgiven him. On the contrary, they were waiting for an opportunity to utterly destroy Suan. And now, that opportunity had arrived. To join the Perfect Department, one must gain the approval of all peers, meaning Suan had to fight his way up step by step. The Formation Department wasn't trying to stop Suan. They intended to kill him directly. In 4 days, the Perfect Department's assessment would begin, and a storm was brewing. Villa number 1. Suan was rendered speechless by the opulence of the residence as soon as he stepped inside. The 3-story villa stood majestically, each floor showcasing a perfect blend of luxury and practicality. The first floor was an entertainment haven, equipped with all sorts of high-end gadgets. The second floor offered a comfortable living space, with exquisite furniture that exuded taste. And the top floor was a breathtaking cultivation sanctuary, featuring the most advanced cultivation equipment. What thrilled Suan even more was discovering a small spirit-gathering array inside the villa. This intricate formation made the concentration of spiritual energy inside the villa exceed that of the outside world. Luxurious. Suan marveled inwardly. The living conditions here far surpass even the city lord's mansion. As expected of Daxia's most prestigious academy, their resources are extraordinary. This lavish environment only strengthened Suan's resolve to compete for resources. He knew well that in such an academy, only by continuously striving could he attain the best of everything. Strength was fundamental. Without it, the finest resources would always remain out of reach. After a brief tour, Suin calmed his mind and began to plan his next steps. In 4 days, he would face the perfect system assessment, and he needed to maximize his combat power within this short time frame. Breaking through the blood fusion stage in 4 days is too rushed. Even if I manage it, my combat power won't be maximized, Suin analyzed. It's more reliable to start with arrays. He opened the resources website and headed straight for the materials section. Instantly, 99 options appeared before him. With my current body tempering stage, my vitality is insufficient for complex arrays. Simple formations will have to do, Suin pondered for a moment. However, using spirit stones to craft the array base can substitute for vitality, preventing the array from collapsing due to energy shortage. He quickly did the math. 100 spirit stones should be enough to maintain the array. Suin's mind raced through the energy requirements for the array. The vast knowledge recorded in Forbidden Arrays of 10 Directions Annihilation offered over 100 methods for crafting array bases. Theoretically, with his understanding of arrays, he could form an array with a single thought, using the heavens and earth as the base. But in reality, his current strength was far from sufficient, so he had to rely on crafting array bases and then setting up the array. Array flags are a type of array base, pre-engraved with array patterns and ready to deploy. However, this method has 2 significant drawbacks. First, the power of the array depends entirely on the array caster's strength. In other words, Suin could only exert body tempering stage power using array flags, as his limited internal energy couldn't support stronger arrays. Second, the body tempering stage's strength is too weak to sustain an array for long, quickly depleting energy reserves. Suin couldn't help but think of Yifei's powerful and enduring arrays. Yifei's array flags, crafted from precious materials, had high natural spiritual energy capacity. Once deployed, they automatically absorbed ambient spiritual energy, greatly enhancing the array's power beyond the body tempering stage. This was why Suin coveted Yifei's array flags. He had seen on the website that the cheapest materials for crafting such flags cost over 100 Academy credits. Although Suin had 300 credits, it was barely enough for one flag, let alone a full set. After careful consideration, Suin decided to forego array flags and use spirit stones to craft the array base instead. Spirit stones, precious products of nature, are rich in spiritual energy. Despite their value, they're rarely used for crafting due to their fragility. Slight impacts can cause them to break and leak spiritual energy, turning them into ordinary stones. Some had tried using spirit stones for array bases, but failed due to their fragility. A perfect array base requires engraving hundreds or thousands of array patterns, a delicate process even for sturdy materials, let alone fragile spirit stones. Despite this, Suin chose spirit stones for their affordability, 1 credit per stone, well within his budget, and their natural ability to attract spiritual energy, reducing his energy consumption and enhancing the array's power beyond his current level. The only challenge was engraving the array patterns. But for Suin, this was no issue. Engraving array patterns? Easy peasy. He confidently smiled and ordered 100 spirit stones. The foundation of array formation is the array patterns, with each grand array composed of numerous patterns. Crafting an array base requires not just materials, but an understanding of arrays. Only with profound comprehension can one engrave patterns onto various materials to create powerful arrays. Though Suin had limited funds, forcing him to use the cheapest spirit stones, his understanding of arrays was formidable. Patterns that others carefully engraved on array flags were a breeze for him. While Suin was deep in thought, a knock came at the door. "Hello, your order of 100 spirit stones has arrived." So fast? Suin was surprised, having placed the order less than 5 minutes ago. He quickly went to the door and received the 100 spirit stones. Holding the palm-sized, faintly glowing spirit stones, Suin's face lit up with interest. So these are spirit stones. One is worth 20,000. I could never afford such high-end cultivation resources before. With the spirit stones in hand, Suin immediately began crafting the array patterns. He sat on the floor, neatly arranging the 100 spirit stones before him. Lihua Liao Yuan, 1200 array patterns. 1 spirit stone can hold up to 100 patterns, so I need 12 stones. Qingkuan Sun Feng, 2400 patterns, requiring 24 stones. Array combination needs 1400 linking patterns, totaling 50 stones, Suin muttered. Spirit stones are too fragile. Combining the arrays might cause them to shatter. I need extra stones to absorb excess energy, maybe 30 should suffice. The remaining 20 stones can be used to set up a simple spirit gathering array to boost the array's power. Suin continued to calculate. Yes, this should work. The array crafted with spirit stones will be powerful enough, with the spirit gathering array ensuring sustainability and the guiding array maintaining stability. Gradually, a novel, affordable yet formidable array base plan formed in Suin's mind. Even he wasn't sure how powerful this array base would be. Theoretically, it should work. The patterns don't conflict, Suin repeatedly simulated the process in his mind, his profound understanding of arrays giving him confidence. Finally, he nodded decisively and said through gritted teeth, "Let's do this." 100 spirit stones were neatly arranged, and countless formation patterns flashed through Su-An's mind like a galaxy. His hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals that condensed into complex formation diagrams. Inscribing formation patterns was the most profound skill for a formation master, testing their understanding and control of formations. Suin thought of Yifei. Despite Yifei's formidable formation power, he couldn't fully control the formation base. The reason was that Yifei only understood the principle of the formation's operation, but hadn't mastered the intricate arrangement of the patterns. Precisely inscribing complex patterns on small formation flags required a thorough understanding of the patterns. Most people tread carefully when crafting a formation base, fearing that even the slightest mistake could render the entire formation base ineffective. This is why a simple formation base often takes half a month, or even a month to complete. However, for Suin, the challenge was quite the opposite. His main difficulty lay in the materials, while inscribing the patterns was a breeze. With his extraordinary comprehension, he had fully grasped the mysteries of the entire forbidden formation, and inscribing the patterns was merely a casual task. Su-An's hands danced in the air, and dazzling formation seals continuously condensed. Dense formation patterns instantly appeared on the spirit stones, and he didn't even need to look. A casual stroke could inscribe them precisely. 3 hours later, Suin let out a long breath and flexed his sore wrists. Damn, it's still a physical job. It took me 3 hours to complete 2 sets of formation bases, he muttered. If the people from the formation department heard this, they would probably go crazy. Completing 2 sets of formation bases in 3 hours? Even the head of the formation department couldn't do that. With the formation bases completed, Suin began working on the guiding formation that would serve as a buffer. He pondered for a moment, and countless formation patterns started to arrange and combine in his mind. Although he had never studied guiding formations, this didn't pose a problem for him. Formations, in essence, are interconnected, and he could easily deduce such a small formation on his own. Soon, Suin deduced a guiding formation that perfectly matched the formation bases in his mind. Next was the spirit gathering formation. Although it was a bit challenging to deduce, he conveniently had a reference at hand. Suin went to the underground warehouse of the villa, where a small spirit gathering formation was in operation. He could clearly see the spiritual energy from heaven and earth continuously converging. Although he hadn't studied the spirit gathering formation, it didn't stop him from examining it. So, this is how a spirit gathering formation works? It relies on a powerful devouring force to draw in spiritual energy from all directions. I thought it was some profound formation, Suin said dismissively after watching for a while. It's like some things that seem high and mighty before you understand them, but once you break through that layer of mystery, you realize they're not so special. Suin felt this way at the moment. To him, calling the spirit gathering formation a devouring formation was more accurate. There was a formation based on the principle of devouring in the forbidden formation he had comprehended. After just a few moments of observation, Suin fully grasped the method of crafting the spirit gathering formation. He thought the formation was a bit rudimentary and could be modified to enhance its devouring capability. However, this would significantly reduce the spiritual energy around the neighboring villas. Suin frowned in thought, but soon smiled and shook his head. Why worry so much? The Academy's rule is that the strong get more resources. I earn this spiritual energy through my own skills, so no one can say anything, right? For the next few hours, Suin was fully immersed and finally completed the formation bases. 100 spirit stones inscribed with dense formation patterns were arranged around him in a precise manner. Flame of departure. Su-An's hands formed seals rapidly, and the 100 spirit stones activated simultaneously, causing scorching flames to appear out of thin air. He then tested other formations, and after ensuring everything was flawless, he nodded in satisfaction. I hope not too many people come, or else don't blame me, Suin muttered as he put away the spirit stones. This formation was powerful, completely beyond the resistance of someone at the body tempering stage. A slight mistake could result in death. He treated this formation as his trump card, to be used only as a last resort. If he had to use it, it meant he was pushed to the brink, and it would be a life or death situation. With 4 days remaining, Suin decided to pick a few combat techniques. He reopened the resource website. During high school, the sheer effort of cultivating had exhausted him, leaving no time to study combat techniques. But in the academy, combat techniques were a required course. They allowed cultivators to fully utilize their strength and even surpass their limits. Although Suin had demonstrated formidable combat power recently, it was solely due to the battle instincts inherited in his memory, without any combat technique inheritance. He thought that with his exceptional battle instincts and some solid combat techniques, there wouldn't be many peers who could best him. Suin opened the combat techniques section of the website, and a plethora of options appeared before his eyes. He quickly browsed through the descriptions and requirements of various techniques. 7 slashes of the Spirit Blade, Star Finger, Dragon Walk. Each required a high amount of credits and had stringent conditions. Seeing the exorbitant prices of these combat techniques, Suin couldn't help but say, "No thanks, too expensive." Compared to various materials and cultivation methods, the credit requirements for combat techniques were astronomical. Moreover, learning these techniques not only required financial resources but also various additional conditions, such as realm requirements, purity of spiritual energy, physical strength, and more. Suin felt overwhelmed and quickly filtered out the combat techniques suitable for the body tempering stage. With this filter, those techniques with terrifying credit requirements disappeared, leaving choices that were finally acceptable. Bronze Body Technique, 1 slash, Instant Movement. Suin carefully examined these suitable techniques. When he saw the instant movement technique, his eyes lit up. Although he lacked extensive combat experience, the terrifying battle instincts in his mind far surpassed those of a veteran warrior. This is it. Suin decided without hesitation. This footwork technique, which was rarely sold even once a year at the academy and was notoriously difficult to master, had finally found its most suitable owner. Suin, with only 50 credits left, scanned the academy's shop interface after purchasing the instant movement technique. His gaze finally settled on a basic swordsmanship course. This technique comprised 13 simple sword moves and was a prerequisite for learning more advanced sword techniques. Though it required only 20 credits, it was known for being easy to master and an essential foundation for future advanced techniques. Suin knew his strength was formidable, and he didn't urgently need aggressive combat techniques. After weighing his options, he decided to first master this basic swordsmanship to lay a solid groundwork for the future. With footwork and an attack technique in hand, Suin was left with 30 credits, which made him pause and think. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and ordered 10 blood-strengthening pills from the website. These pills, which could quickly restore blood and slightly enhance blood circulation, were practical but costly, each costing 2 credits. With only 10 credits remaining, Suin chose to purchase a 100 forged sword. While not a top-tier weapon, it was sturdy and durable, sufficient for his current needs. Seeing his account balance at 0, Suin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He finally understood the staggering resource consumption of a martial artist. He had thought 300 credits were quite substantial, yet they were gone without acquiring anything particularly rare. This realization solidified his determination to find ways to earn more credits in the future. Despite exhausting his credits, Suin had no regrets. To him, enhancing his own strength was far more important than hoarding credits. Soon, the Academy's delivery personnel brought him all the items he had ordered. Eager to get started, Suin headed straight to the 3rd floor of his villa and immediately opened the 2 combat techniques he had purchased. The instant movement technique was stored on a USB drive that, when connected to a projector, displayed clear instructional content. Suin watched the projection intently, his face gradually showing signs of understanding. Mastering the instant movement technique required first unblocking all the meridians in both feet, allowing the blood to circulate rapidly and compress to an extreme degree, thereby unleashing incredible speed in an instant. The projection detailed how the 6 major meridians in the feet connected to the body's organs, and how, once unblocked, blood could quickly circulate to the feet. More importantly, after unblocking the 6 major meridians, one needed to control the 66 acupoints on the soles of the feet. These acupoints were the core of the instant movement technique. By circulating blood through them in a special way, one could achieve instantaneous bursts of speed. When Suin saw the demonstration of the instant movement on the projection, his eyes widened. The figure's feet glowed with intense blood energy, and with a faint boom, it vanished from its original spot and reappeared a meter away. The speed was so fast that Suin couldn't even track the figure's movement, resembling teleportation. At that moment, Suin truly understood why this technique required the user to have extensive combat experience. Such astonishing speed could catch enemies off guard, but improper use might put the user in danger. Only seasoned martial artists with superior perception could harness this speed effectively. However, for Suin, who had inherited a terrifying combat awareness, this posed no problem. Without hesitation, he began practicing according to the methods shown in the video, starting with unblocking his meridians. Unblocking meridians was a meticulous task. Any mistake could cause the meridians to burst, leading to severe bleeding. This not only tested one's fine-tuned awareness, but also required strong control over one's body. For ordinary people, unblocking the 6 major meridians and the 66 acupoints in the feet could take 1 to 2 months. Yet, Suin had a unique advantage. His keen awareness and perfect body conditioning granted him absolute control over his own body, allowing him to unblock meridians and acupoints far faster than usual. Suin sat cross-legged, fully focused on circulating his blood. Under his control, the meridians in his feet were being rapidly cleared by the blood flow. Despite the impressive speed, it would still take a day or two to completely unblock them. While Suin was fully immersed in his training, The entrance exams for new students at the Wan Clan Academy were also underway. The first day featured an array assessment, divided into two parts. The first part tested combat prowess, with the top 30 candidates earning direct entry into the array department. Even in this department, which focused on arrays, strong combat ability was indispensable. The second part tested the students' aptitude for arrays, requiring them to comprehend 10 simple array patterns within a set time. Those who completed all 10 would pass directly, while the rest would be evaluated based on the number of patterns they comprehended and their combat assessment scores. Finally, the Academy ranked the selected students, with the top 10 receiving generous rewards. Each department had a day to conduct assessments, and despite the tight schedule, everything was completed on time. The assessments for the alchemy, weapon forging, and combat techniques departments were similar to those of the formation techniques department. 4 days quickly passed, and the new students of the Myriad Races Academy joined their chosen factions. Everyone thought that the next step would be attending classes and competing for credits. However, during the freshman assembly after the combat techniques department's assessment, the Academy announced that there was one final test to be held the next day. On the assembly stage, an elderly man with a short stature and white hair and beard stood smiling at the main lectern. This was Guan Wanshan, the vice principal of the Myriad Races Academy, a figure at the pinnacle of power in Daxia, and one of the top experts among the human race. Although Guan Wanshan's voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the area. Students, congratulations on officially joining the Myriad Races Academy. From today onward, you can proudly call yourselves the elites of Daxia. His words immediately caused a stir, with all the new students feeling immense pride at being recognized by such an eminent figure. Hee, don't get too excited just yet, young ones, Guan Wanshan said with a smile, looking at the crowd below. Tomorrow, the Academy will have one more assessment, the Perfect Faction Assessment. Each faction issued notices in the past 2 days, so you should have some understanding of the Perfect Faction. You are all geniuses, but those who join the Perfect Faction are the best of the best. History has proven this time and again. The new students below the stage displayed looks of defiance. After all, each one of them was considered a prodigy in their own city. Good. I like that defiant look in your eyes. Guan Wanshan's smile deepened. But you might not fully grasp just how strong the Perfect Faction is. Let me give you some data. 2 years ago, the Perfect Faction welcomed a new student. This student, through their own abilities, seized over 30 of the resources from the other 4 factions. The cultivation levels of students in the same cohort dropped by 40 compared to previous years. More than 10 of the geniuses were so demoralized by this student that they lost their martial spirit and never recovered. Guan Wanshan paused, his eyes sweeping over each person below, before continuing. It was almost to the point where that entire cohort would have been ruined. And tomorrow, the Perfect Faction will recruit new members again. As Guan Wanshan's voice faded, the conference hall erupted in an uproar. Students exchanged incredulous glances and started whispering among themselves. No way. One person can seize over 30 of the resources from the other 4 divisions. That's insane. 30% of the resources from 4 divisions show many credits, is that? Compared to previous years, the overall level has dropped by 40. Wouldn't they have been knocked out long ago? The new students' faces were filled with skepticism. They acknowledged the strength of the Perfect Division students, but the idea of one person suppressing everyone else in the 4 divisions seemed too fantastical. To them, no matter how strong the Perfect Division was, it was still just one person. If the 4 divisions united, they believed they could easily overwhelm him. However, when these doubts reached the ears of the senior students, their faces turned grim. Especially the students from the previous year, who responded by slapping the heads of the new students beside them. You know nothing, one senior roared angrily. I was in the same year as Guli, and I still haven't broken through to the spirit realm. Do you know the current level of my senior from the previous year? Spirit Sea realm. He surpassed me by an entire major realm. If it weren't for that damn Guli, I would have broken through long ago. Upon hearing this, other students who were in the same year as Guli began to complain bitterly. Tell me about it. Most of the class credits ended up in Guli's hands, leaving no resources for the rest of us to train. Every high credit task was snatched by Guli. For 2 whole years, I couldn't get a single one. Forget about being class monitor, he even dared to take tasks assigned by the teachers. The overwhelming resentment left the new students stunned. They initially thought the claims were exaggerated, but seeing the tearful faces of the seniors, they realized it was true. The power of the Perfect Division student was indeed that formidable. At that moment, Guli, who had just returned from picking up a task, happened to pass by the edge of the freshman assembly. Initially, he watched the young students with interest, reminiscing about his own early days. But as he continued watching, he sensed something was amiss. Damn it, that old man is up to no good, Guli thought, gritting his teeth as he looked at the smiling Guan Wanshan on stage. Just because I took your granddaughter's credits for 2 years, you have to smear me like this? Guan Wanshan's gaze suddenly fell on Guli. With a smile, he said, Oh, Isn't this Guli from the perfect division? Come on up and tell your junior classmates how you almost crippled an entire batch of students. Seeing the wave of resentment directed at him, Guli quickly shrank back and dashed away. Suin, you better watch yourself, he muttered, already picturing the scene at tomorrow's perfect division assessment. Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoshui stood dumbfounded, staring at the agitated students. Wow, is the perfect division really that exaggerated? Is Senior Guli really that powerful? Beside him, someone grumbled, more than you can imagine. Back in the battle division, if it was a competitive subject, Guli was always first. Any task assigned by the teacher, Guli was the first to complete it. Even now, he's still the class monitor of the battle division. Confused, Qin Xiaoshui asked, couldn't you guys target him? And isn't our Qin family quite powerful? Isn't Senior Guli afraid at all? Chun Ming, sounding almost tearful, replied, target him? We'd have to be able to beat him first. Guli's strength is ridiculously high. Even if the whole class went against him, we couldn't take him down. The problem is, we couldn't catch him. We did manage to ambush him once, but after that, recalling the aftermath, Chun Ming shuddered. That bastard started living in the battle division, attacking anyone he didn't like. During that time, everyone in the battle division was beaten black and blue. In the end, we had to beg him to leave. As for being afraid of other families' retaliation, Qin Ming sighed, Guli doesn't have much of a background, but his senior brothers and sisters are terrifying. His senior sister, for one, is a lunatic with immense strength and an even more powerful background. But his senior brother is the real terror. He almost wiped out a top-tier family single-handedly. If it's a fair fight, no problem, but if it's bullying, even the top families would tremble. Qin Xiaoshui's scalp tingled as he listened. As the lost son of the Qin family head, he had planned to look out for Suin at the multiracial academy. But now, not only had Suin offended the Yi family, he also wanted to join the perfect division. Even as a direct descendant of the Qin family, there was nothing he could do to help. Suin, you better watch yourself, Qin Xiaoshui muttered, mourning for Suin. Meanwhile, other new students turned pale after hearing the seniors' stories. A 30 decrease in credits, a 40 drop in overall levels, and over 10 losing their martial spirit. They had witnessed the destructive power of the perfect division students. Although they sympathized with the seniors, the thought of another perfect division student joining them tomorrow filled their faces with a mix of panic and determination. Damn it, we can't let the perfect division recruit new students. This is too scary. I don't want to be in the same year as someone like that. We must stop him from joining the perfect division. Everyone, let's all be there tomorrow. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all of us. Exactly. If we all go together, he won't stand a chance. On stage, Guan Wenshan's smile grew wider as he listened to the discussions below. Last time my granddaughter encountered Guli when she enrolled. This time, my grandson is coming. There shouldn't be any surprises, right? Clearing his throat, Guan Wenshan cheerfully announced, ahem. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., the perfect division will hold its recruitment assessment. I hope the academy will welcome another prodigy. As his words fell, the heated discussions grew louder. Inside Villa Number 1, a dozen iron puppets were arranged in an orderly fashion, each covered in dense knife marks. Suin stood with a long knife in his hand, his eyes suddenly snapping open, emitting a sharp gleam. Swish! In an instant, a figure moved as fast as lightning, appearing before the nearest puppet. The 100-forged blade in Suan's hand sliced through the puppet's neck at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. As the blade fell, a red light flashed beneath Suan's feet, and his figure disappeared, reappearing in front of another puppet. It was as if he had already anticipated his landing point. While his body was still in motion, his blade was already poised for attack. The powerful inertia from his speed ensured that the blade once again struck the puppet's neck with precision. Just as before, the moment the blade touched the puppet, Suan's figure vanished once more. Suan weaved through the dozen puppets with lightning speed, and in just 3 seconds, every puppet bore a clear knife mark on its neck. The astonishing speed was breathtaking. Standing still with his blade, Suan's eyes sparkled with joy. 4 days of sleepless practice had finally yielded results. He had made significant progress with his instant step. He was confident that no one could match his short-distance maneuvering speed. Even with his exceptional combat awareness, it had taken him 4 full days to barely master this speed, let alone anyone else. In the body-tempering realm, the instant step undeniably provided a significant speed advantage. Simultaneously, his basic knife techniques had also improved dramatically over the past few days, reaching a mastery level. Basic knife techniques are easy to learn but hard to perfect, yet with his extensive combat experience, mastering them was not difficult. The combination of instant step and basic knife techniques had already become formidable. If faced with few enemies, he might not even need to use his trump card, the formation. Suan silently reviewed his accomplishments over the past few days. The minor mastery of instant step, the mastery of basic knife techniques, and the foundation of 100 spirit stones for formations. These achievements had enhanced his strength several times over compared to a few days ago. As dawn approached, Suin hoped that there would not be too many people coming to obstruct him today. He glanced at the gradually brightening sky, then sat cross-legged to recover his strength, ensuring he remained in peak condition. When the first ray of sunlight broke the horizon, Suin opened his eyes, gripped his 100-forged blade, collected the formation foundation, and stepped out of the villa. In the Wan Clan Academy, each faction had its own independent area, and the 5 major factions did not interfere with each other. The perfect faction was located on a low mountain, occupying a vast area. Due to the small number of members and their unpopularity, this place was usually deserted. However, today, the path leading to the perfect faction was lined with a dense crowd. Nearly 1,000 new students had gathered, along with many senior students who came to witness the audacity of someone joining the perfect faction. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could he have been scared off by our numbers? Ha ha ha, very likely. We have nearly 1,000 new students. How many can he possibly fight? Hey, I hope he shows up. Defeating him would be a great way to make a name for myself. The new students chattered among themselves, while the senior students remained more composed. They had already learned some inside information that outsiders didn't know. Suin had offended the Yi family and befriended Guli, leaving him no choice but to join the perfect faction. Their purpose today was simple. If they couldn't beat Guli, they would suppress a new student. In front of the perfect faction's gate, Guli looked at the bustling crowd, his mouth twitching slightly. He had expected many people to come today, but hadn't anticipated this many. This wasn't just targeting the perfect faction. It was an attempt to completely cut off any future recruitment for them. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Guli felt a surge of irritation and couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, shut up!" Instantly, the noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to the young man with a longbow on his back. Stopping my faction's recruitment is the Academy's rule, and I can't stop that. But this isn't a marketplace, so no shouting. Anyone who continues will be kicked out. Despite the presence of senior students and even some instructors, Guli showed no mercy, directly scolding them. They were here to cut off his faction's future. What did he have to hold back? Since when did this academy become your perfect faction's domain? You say shut up, and we have to shut up. A disgruntled spirit realm student mocked from the crowd. Guli didn't bother with words. He simply took down the longbow from his back, drew it like a full moon, and his blood surged. A blood-red arrow shot out like a meteor. Boom. The spirit realm student tried to block it, but the violent power within the arrow sent him flying 100 meters away. Feel free to test me if you think I'm joking, Guli said coldly, his blood surging even more violently. Above the perfect faction, several figures exuding powerful auras hovered in the air, including Vice Principal Guan Wanshan. Haha, it seems Guli is quite resentful, Guan Wanshan said with his usual smiling expression. So what if he is? A mere body-forging realm dare to defy the Academy's rules, said Yi Yongfeng, head of the formation faction, coldly. The existence of the perfect faction had cost his faction many resources, and he couldn't allow them to recruit new members. Moreover, today's candidate was the killer of a Yi family heir. By all accounts, Suin was doomed today. Hey, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. The perfect faction hasn't recruited anyone in 2 years. As long as they're not as stubborn as Guli, adding one more won't hurt, Chen Xuan, head of the combat faction, said with a smile. He hadn't planned to come today, but Chen Xiaoshui had asked him to help Suin at a critical moment. He couldn't refuse his nephew's first request. The heads of the alchemy and weapon forging factions looked at Chen Xuan with suspicion. You didn't say that back then. With 1,000 new students blocking the way, Suin won't make it into the perfect faction, Yi Yongfeng said, glancing at Chen Xuan. Even if he does, he won't leave alive today. The implication was clear. Today was the Yi family's day for revenge. Choosing today to act was merely a gesture of respect to the Academy. Any accidents during the assessment could be explained away. Chen Xuan frowned slightly. Helping Suin was one thing, but offending the Yi family was another. Although Suin was Chen Xiaoshui's friend, that alone wasn't enough to involve the Chen family. After some consideration, Chen Xuan shook his head. Better to stay out of this. The others didn't have much to say either. It wasn't their concern. However, Guan Wanshan's smile faded slightly. Publicly declaring to kill a student in front of him, the vice principal, was a bit too much. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. He's here. In the glow of the morning sun, a young man with a straight posture and a long sword at his waist walked slowly. On either side of the 10-meter-wide, kilometer-long avenue stood a dense crowd, but only the young man walked in the center. At the end of the avenue stood the gate of the perfect division. Guli stood at the end of the avenue, his gaze complex as he watched Suin on the opposite side. He had assumed that with Suin's abilities, even a stringent academy assessment would be manageable. However, he had clearly underestimated the academy's resolve to abolish the perfect division. At this moment, over 1,000 new students had gathered on site, with senior students watching intently from behind, and the head of the formation division standing guard in the sky. Guli silently pondered Suin's chances of success. Suin, if you can walk to the end of this kilometer-long avenue, you will pass the assessment. After a moment of silence, Guli shouted loudly. His words caused some to frown in dissatisfaction, but no one voiced any objection. Suin stood with his sword, looking around at the dense crowd with a bitter smile. Everyone, isn't this a bit much? Too much? If you won't take the easy path, who can you blame? A senior student sneered sarcastically. Exactly. Why join the perfect division of all places? Another senior questioned angrily. Do you think you're the only genius? Are the rest of us just waste? Why should we waste our resources to support you alone? This senior had once hoped to rise steadily, like previous students, to reach the spiritual realm and pursue higher levels. Unfortunately, he was in the same cohort as Guli, and his resources for promotion were taken, damaging his state of mind in the process. He might never break through his current level in this lifetime. The Guli he could never match now had the opportunity to vent his resentment through a new member of the perfect division. Well said. Another student stepped out, roaring in anger. We are all students of the academy. Just because we are not geniuses, does that mean we deserve to be discarded? Why should the perfect division disregard the rules and seize resources from other divisions? We owe nothing to the perfect division, and we owe you nothing, Guli. By the end, this senior was pointing directly at Guli, his eyes burning with fury. This sparked an uproar. The senior students who had their credits taken were filled with rage. In an instant, the focus shifted from Suin to Guli, who became the target of everyone's ire. Guli watched coldly. Only when the accusations subsided did he speak in a calm tone. Are you done? The seniors glared at him, silent. You worthless lot can only rant and rave within the academy. Guli laughed dismissively, unaffected by their fiery glares. Yes, I took your resources and blocked your paths. But were the methods I used within the academy's rules? Have I ever used force to oppress any of you? The seniors were speechless. Guli had indeed taken many resources, but as he said, everything was within the academy's regulations. You say you owe me nothing, and that's true. But don't forget, I, Guli, owe you nothing either. Guli's voice turned cold, his expression indifferent as he continued, 10 years ago, when my family of 7 was slaughtered by the myriad races, I learned a hard truth. In this world, the only thing that matters is your own strength. To avenge them, I trained desperately, using every means to improve myself. After joining the academy, I did everything I could to earn credits and take what I could. Guli's gaze swept over the seniors from his cohort. To avenge my family, I did everything to improve myself. Who dares say I, Guli, was wrong? Someone said, just because I'm a genius, does that mean all resources should go to me? You're right. Guli's aura surged, his overwhelming pressure filling the air. He looked around. I alone have consumed enough resources to create 100 body refinement cultivators. But I tell you, I can kill 100 body refinement cultivators as easily as squashing bugs. Who dares to try? Faced with this wargod-like figure, everyone fell silent. Although Guli had consumed many resources, his terrifying strength was undeniable. In a fair fight, even if they attacked together, no one was confident of victory. The perfect division always seems to produce monsters. In the sky, Guan Wanshan couldn't help but sigh. Since its establishment, the perfect division had produced nothing but prodigies. If possible, the academy wouldn't want to close it. But with the front line struggling and resources running thin, they had no choice. I can consume 100 times the resources, and I can kill 100 times the enemies. Guli scanned the crowd, who dared not speak, and sneered. So don't go around saying I owe you anything. It's laughable. After a moment of silence, a disheveled young man with a scruffy beard emerged from the crowd. Maybe you're right, but because of you, my life is ruined. This is a blood feud. I don't have the courage to draw my sword against you anymore, but I want to see if everyone from the perfect division is like you. He turned to Suin with a bitter smile. Zhoukan, perfect body refinement. Although I'm not a new student, we are both in the body refinement stage. Are you willing to fight? Some in the crowd gasped at the mention of Zhoukan's name. It's Zhoukan? He's still in the academy? The top freshman from back then. How did he end up like this? I heard he dropped out? No, 2 years ago, Zhoukan was already at perfect body refinement. Why hasn't he advanced at all? Some new students might not recognize Zhoukan's name, but those from 2 years ago knew him well. Entering the academy as a perfect body refinement, his talent was unmatched, his combat power extraordinary. Division heads vied to take him as a disciple. Back then, Zhoukan was in the limelight, overshadowing everyone. Until Guli appeared, defeating Zhoukan decisively. Since then, Zhoukan had fallen into obscurity. Such a pity. Guan Wanshan sighed as he looked at the dejected young man. Zhoukan had incredible talent, even surpassing Guli. However, Zhoukan was too arrogant to accept even a single failure. especially losing a battle against someone of the same level. After that defeat, his martial spirit shattered, and for the past 2 years, he made no progress in his cultivation. Yi Yongfeng snorted coldly. Such a promising talent, ruined by the perfection path. Zhou Can was originally a student of the formation path. But because of Gu Li, a genius has fallen. Gu Li's face showed a complex expression when he saw Zhou Can. He regretted his youthful arrogance and the harsh words he had spoken back then. Who could have foreseen that Zhou Can would be so fragile, leading to the collapse of his martial spirit? This left Gu Li feeling somewhat guilty. Suan, this is my grudge and has nothing to do with you. Zhou Can isn't a freshman anymore, so no one would blame you if you refuse, Gu Li whispered to Suan. Zhou Can turned to Suan, a bleak smile on his face. Su, could you fulfill a wish of mine? After this battle, regardless of the outcome, you can ask the Zhou family for a favor. I can't move on from this academy without resolving this. Those around them looked enviously at Suan upon hearing this. The Zhou family was one of the top families in Daxia, and a favor from them was invaluable. Suan gripped his sword tightly, hesitating. Today's assessment involved not just Zhou Can, but also thousands of others waiting behind him. If he got injured or exhausted fighting Zhou Can, he might not be able to continue the assessment. Moreover, Zhou Can was the top freshman 2 years ago. Having perfected his body for 2 years, his vitality was surely much stronger. However, as Suan prepared to decline, he found he couldn't say the words. He recalled his various fortunes. The superior combat awareness passed down by predecessors, the mysterious fate stone, and the terrifying 10 directions forbidden array. With so many advantages, what did he have to fear? If he couldn't even face a once-defeated genius, how could he save humanity from defeat 3 years from now? At that moment, Suan's mindset underwent a profound change. He raised his sword, looking into Zhou Can's expectant eyes, a confident smile spreading across his face. I'll defeat you first, then take on the rest waiting for me. As Suan finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Thousands of freshmen laughed in anger, mocking his arrogance. However, unlike the freshmen, Guan Wenshan, Yi Yongfeng, Chen Xuan, and others in the sky remained silent. After a moment, Guan Wenshan chuckled, his laughter growing louder. Ha ha ha, our race has gained another prodigy. His eyes were full of relief and joy. At their level, a student's cultivation wasn't the most important factor. Even the gap in talent mattered less. They valued the state of mind more. Cultivating the mind was far harder than raising one's cultivation level. Suan didn't know that under the pressure of the crowd, he had broken through the first level of mindset cultivation, the fearless state. Guan Wenshan speculated that if nothing unexpected happened, Suan would reach the divine state within 3 years. Chen Xuan's eyes also brightened, realizing that his nephew had chosen an extraordinary friend. Yi Yongfeng, though silent, had an even stronger killing intent in his eyes. There was no room for negotiation between the Yi family and Suan. The higher Suan's potential, the more urgently the Yi family needed to act. Gu Li sensed Suan's transformation and smiled. This guy really has some skills. He's not much different from how I was back then. He recalled how he had instantly defeated Zhou Can, having already broken through the first level of mindset cultivation, the fearless state. What does it mean to be fearless? Even if the sky falls, one dares to press forward. That fearless spirit was invincible in battle. Now, Suan had truly become a prodigy. Zhou Can saw the bright and unrestrained look in Suan's eyes, reminiscent of 2 years ago. Gu Li's gaze back then was so similar to Suan's now. He had waited 2 years, finally getting his chance. He could defeat another Gu Li while still in the body refinement realm. Today, I will break my inner demon, Zhou Can shouted, his powerful vitality surging into the sky. He had no weapons, but his fists were enveloped in a dense aura of vitality, turning them into what seemed like iron fists. Suan's eyes brimmed with confidence, exuding a powerful presence as he spoke in a deep voice. The inner demons can be conquered, but you will still be defeated. Zhou Can's fist came crashing down like thunder, yet Suan didn't flinch. His own vitality burst forth, and he met the attack with a fierce strike of his blade. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed as their potent energies clashed in midair, scattering before they collided again in an instant. This wasn't a battle of techniques, nor was there any trickery involved. It was a raw, unrelenting clash of strength and stamina. Both had bodies tempered to perfection, both had abundant vitality, and neither was willing to concede. Boom! 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 The sound of their continuous collisions filled the surroundings. Zhou Can and Suan fought like unskilled brutes, exchanging blows with fists and blades, showing no mercy. As time passed, their stamina waned rapidly, their vitality thinned, and their bodies became covered in wounds. Yet, despite it all, they continued their relentless confrontation. In the end, Suan even discarded his 100-forged blade, choosing to fight Zhou Can barehanded. The spectators, who initially scoffed, gradually fell silent, their faces eventually showing expressions of shock. They could see clearly that both combatants were utterly exhausted, their hands trembling with the effort of making a fist. But even so, they persevered, driven by sheer willpower to complete every move. Zhou panted heavily, his body riddled with wounds. The emptiness within him clouded his consciousness. Opposite him, Suan was in no better shape, but his eyes remained bright, filled with unwavering confidence. Why? Why? Zhou's mind screamed in frustration as he threw a punch, only to stumble and collapse before it could connect. He couldn't muster the strength to rise again. Lying on the ground, Zhou's eyes were full of desolation and confusion. Despite being in the same realm, he had lost once more. However, Suan didn't stop. He delivered a brutal punch to Zhou's face, spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, and struggled to his feet. Looking down at Zhou, a smile played at the corner of his mouth. Why? As long as my enemy is still standing, how could I lose? How could I lose? That single, simple sentence, brimming with boundless confidence, completely overwhelmed Zhou's spirit. It was only at this moment that he realized where he had truly lost. Heh, this kid's got some guts. Standing on higher ground, Chen Xuan looked down at the disheveled Suan, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He murmured, choosing brute force over skill? Zhou owes him big time for this one. Most of the onlookers couldn't grasp the hidden meaning in Chen Xuan's words, but Guan Wenshan and a few others understood and nodded silently. Although Zhou and Suan were of similar levels, if they fought without holding back, Suan would undoubtedly win. Defeating a fallen genius with an unwavering mindset was a piece of cake. Yet, Suan didn't go that route. He chose to fight Zhou at the same level, using the same methods, and still emerged victorious. This allowed Zhou to clearly see his own shortcomings, aiding him greatly in overcoming his struggles. No matter what, Zhou undeniably owed Suan a huge favor. Yi Yongfeng snorted coldly, his face dark. Humph, what good is Zhou's favor? With his martial spirit shattered and 2 years wasted, his future is bleak. His words were cutting, but the others could only sigh. Zhou had immense talent, but it was wasted. Guan Wenshan glanced at Yi Yongfeng, then shifted his gaze to the confused Zhou below. He said softly, if he can rise from the ashes, with his talent, he could reach the peak. This simple statement shocked everyone present. They hadn't expected Guan Wenshan to hold Zhou in such high regard. In the arena, Suan, panting heavily, looked down at Zhou and asked, do you know why you lost? Zhou eyes were full of confusion as he looked up at Suan, seeking confirmation and questioning himself. My heart? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Suan calmly replied, it wasn't Guli who defeated you, nor was it me. It was you yourself. You're strong, but your heart is too fragile. No one is invincible, but with an undaunted heart, even if the enemy can defeat you, they can't break you. Today, I won, but even if I had lost, I wouldn't doubt myself. Majestic mountains are not to be feared but to be climbed. No matter how strong the enemy, they are merely stepping stones for me. Everyone present watched the disheveled Zhou in silence, their faces showing admiration despite being adversaries. Suan's unwavering confidence alone was something they could only aspire to. Guli murmured Suan's words. Majestic mountains are not to be feared but to be climbed. He then cursed, damn it, why couldn't I say something like that back then? I'm also at the fearless level. He bitterly recalled his arrogant words after defeating Zhou 2 years ago. Freshman number 1? Is that it? No wonder Zhou had hated him for 2 years. In the center of the arena, Zhou's confusion vanished after hearing Suan's words. His eyes brightened, and his hunched back straightened. Thank you, Zhou said solemnly, bowing deeply to Suan. Suan accepted it graciously, knowing he deserved it. Zhou straightened up and called softly, second uncle. A burly figure in armor appeared silently beside Zhou. Though he said nothing, the overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him felt like a tidal wave. Zhou Wuyuan, Chen Xuan, and Yi Yongfeng were visibly surprised when they saw him. They speculated about Zhou Wuyuan's purpose, discussing it among themselves. The Zhou family, one of the top families in Daxia, rarely made appearances because they were always on the battlefield. The most famous member wasn't the family head but his younger brother, Zhou Huayuan, the war god of Daxia. His blood fiend army was feared across all tribes. No one expected a minor perfect level assessment to draw Zhou Wuyuan's attention. Not daring to be disrespectful, everyone stepped forward to greet him. Zhou Wuyuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to Zhou and asked, have you figured it out? His simple words carried a weight like clashing swords, filled with a martial spirit's unique aura. Zhou smiled and nodded, yes, I have. This time, take me to the battlefield, uncle. The academy isn't suitable for me. Zhou family members shouldn't live in such peaceful places. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Wuyuan's face. We protected you too well, wasting your unparalleled talent. It's good you figured it out. 2 years wasted isn't too late. The Zhou family had sent Zhou Can to the academy because his talent was too precious to risk on the battlefield. Ironically, this had backfired, with Zhou Can's pride becoming a shackle. Zhou Wuyuan's return had two purposes: addressing the battlefield situation and personally taking Zhou Can away. The outcome was better than expected. Zhou Can who overcame his struggles was far better than one who needed a helping hand. Zhou Wuyuan turned to Suan, his eyes showing goodwill. "Your name is Suan?" Yi Yongfeng's face darkened, realizing the Zhou family intended to protect Suan, leaving him powerless to intervene. Suan quickly bowed. "Greetings, General Zhou." Zhou Wuyuan said solemnly, "The Zhou family owes you a favor. In Daxia, no matter what you need, just ask." This statement made everyone present envious. If Zhou Can had said it, they would merely be jealous, but coming from the war god Zhou Wuyuan, it carried immense weight. Suan was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. With Zhou Wuyuan's support, his future actions in Daxia would be much more secure. Zhou Wuyuan nodded, then asked decisively, "I don't have much time here. I've heard you have some issues with the Yi family?" Before Suan could respond, Yi Yongfeng's face had already changed dramatically. "I don't know right from wrong, nor do I ask for reasons. I have spared Suan's life. Do you, the Yi family, acknowledge this?" Although Zhou Wuyuan's voice was inquiring, it carried an undeniable authority. Yi Yongfeng gritted his teeth. Facing Zhou Wuyuan's overwhelming presence, he dared not show any resistance. "The Yi family acknowledges." He forced out the words, his heart boiling with rage. Zhou Wuyuan seemed to sense Yi Yongfeng's unwillingness. He turned to Suan and calmly said, "Now I give you two choices." His gaze lingered on Suan for a moment before continuing, "Come with me to the battlefield of all races. It's dangerous, but full of opportunities. Or, stay at the Academy of all races. While I'm here, the Yi family won't dare to touch you. But once I leave, they will make your life miserable, even if they don't kill you. This, I won't interfere with." Yi Yongfeng's face turned ashen. If Suan went to the battlefield under the Zhou family's protection, the Yi family would be powerless. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Suan's answer. They believed that any sensible person would know which choice was more advantageous. However, to everyone's surprise, after a long contemplation, Suan shook his head and said, "Thank you, General Zhou, but I want to stay at the Academy of all races." The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding people looked at Suan as if he were a fool. They couldn't understand his choice. Did he think Zhou Wuyuan could protect him forever? Once Zhou Wuyuan left, the Yi family would surely make Suan's life a living hell. Suan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If he had a choice, he would certainly go to the battlefield with the Zhou family. It would be far more comfortable than staying at the academy. But he couldn't leave, because the second major event predicted by the Destiny Stone was set to happen at the Academy of all races. He had to do everything in his power to change the fate of the human race's defeat in 3 years. Saving Zhou Can was not only to repay the Zhou family, but also to add a prodigy to the human race. Each time he changed a major event, he would gain a divine destiny ability, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Seeing that Suan had made his choice, Zhou Wuyuan just nodded without asking for a reason. For someone of his level, personal grudges were not worth much attention. He turned to Principal Guan Wanshan, his expression serious. "Principal Guan, the front lines are tight. In a recent battle, the human race was defeated. The academy needs to dispatch some personnel." Principal Guan's face changed. He understood that this was not a simple troop transfer. The situation on the battlefield was likely more severe than he had imagined. Understood, he nodded heavily. Zhou Wuyuan said no more. His gaze fell on Zhou Can. Always decisive in his actions, it was time to leave now that the matter here was settled. Zhou Can smiled and bid farewell to Suan. "Suan, I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield." Then he looked at Guli in the distance. "Wait for me. I'll come find you." Guli pursed his lips, not daring to say much in front of Zhou Wuyuan. "Principal Guan, make it quick." Zhou Wuyuan left these words, grabbed Zhou Can with one hand, and with a swift motion of the other, tore open a space rift. The two stepped into the rift and disappeared in an instant. Suan watched this scene with bright eyes, filled with longing. Would he one day become so powerful? Just as he was lost in his reverie, Yi Yongfeng's malicious voice rang out, "Suan, are you still going to finish the assessment?" Suan's face changed dramatically. At this moment, he was exhausted, his energy depleted. In such a state, he would surely lose any fight. "Principal, can I recover a bit?" Suan looked at Guan Wanshan, urgently asking. Guan Wanshan smiled warmly at Yi Yongfeng. "Of course, I believe Director you won't mind this small matter, right?" Yi Yongfeng snorted coldly and returned to the air. Given his status, meddling in the affairs of new students would indeed be beneath him. Suan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly sat cross-legged, and took a vitality pill he had prepared the night before. The medicinal power surged within him, gradually restoring his depleted strength and energy. Everyone waited quietly, not disturbing him. After an hour, Suan stood up, but his face showed little joy. The intense battle with Zhou Can had caused him significant injury. Sore muscles, fractured ribs, and internal pain that wouldn't heal quickly. Suin frowned, thinking, in this condition, he couldn't sustain a prolonged fight and had to find another way. At that moment, a sneering voice interrupted his thoughts. Suin, are you ready to start? Or do you want us to wait until night? It was someone from the Yi family's formation division. Everyone else might let Suin off, but not the Yi family. Zhou Wu Yuan had said he couldn't protect Suin and Xia forever, so what did they have to worry about? As long as they didn't kill him, Suin was their plaything. The crowd remained silent. Perhaps a short while ago, some might have agreed, but after the incident with Zhou Can, many had second thoughts. Among the crowd, some from the formation division began to provoke. Suin, General Zhou himself, wanted to take you to the battlefield, but you refused. Do you really want to take our resources? Yeah, you can develop just as well on the battlefield. Do you want to cripple us like Guli? He's a threat, everyone. We can't let someone like him join the perfect division. Mixed in the crowd, the Yi family members egged on the new students, stoking their anger. Young and hot-blooded, they couldn't resist the provocation. Soon, angry shouts filled the air. Don't be afraid, everyone. Go and beat him. General Zhou won't care about our academy disputes. Charge. Defeat Suin. He wants to steal our resources. Under the constant incitement from the formation division, even the hesitant new students let go of their concerns. Suin became the target of their collective ire, as if he were a heinous criminal. Suin took a deep breath, looking at the hundreds of mocking and jeering faces. Fury ignited within him. Did they really think he was an easy target? The roar of thousands of angry voices surged like a tidal wave, plunging the scene into chaos. The members of the Yi family took advantage of the turmoil, weaving through the crowd and sowing discord, causing the faces of the new students to flush with anger and resentment. Some even began to draw their weapons, ready for a confrontation. Initially, these people might have come here just to compete for resources. However, at this moment, the resources seemed insignificant. What they couldn't tolerate was Suan's extraordinary talent. As geniuses who had managed to gain entry into the prestigious Wanzhou Academy, they couldn't stand Suan's perfect body refinement and his amicable relationship with the Zhou family. Jealousy burned fiercely in their hearts, and the words of the Yi family only added fuel to the fire. Suan stood still, waiting for the clamor to die down before taking a deep breath and stepping forward. He looked around at the new students on either side of him, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. You don't need to be so angry. I have no personal grudges against any of you. The root of our conflict is merely a matter of resource distribution. He admitted candidly, you accuse me of wanting to join the perfect department just to seize resources and strengthen myself quickly. I won't deny that, but it's only a secondary goal. Suan's gaze swept over the angry faces in the crowd as he continued, as you all know. I'm just a poor kid from a small town who offended the Yi family. My initial goal was simply to survive. I thought that by joining Wanzhou Academy, with the protection of the teachers, even the Yi family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But I was wrong. His tone was filled with confusion and disappointment. The most powerful academy in Xia can't even protect a single student? Most of the people present remained unmoved by his words, but Guan Wanshan unconsciously clenched his fists. This was indeed a failure of the academy, not Suan's fault. Suan shook his head in disappointment and chuckled lightly. Wanzhou Academy gave me a lifeline, and that is the perfect department. Senior Guli promised that as long as I joined the perfect department, even the Yi family wouldn't dare to openly harm me. At this point, Suan's expression turned cold. He looked around at the new students and mentors, questioning, I don't have to join the perfect department, and I don't want to be everyone's enemy. But I need to survive. If any other department can guarantee that the Yi family won't trouble me after I join, I'll go there right now. His gaze fell on the group of alchemy department mentors at the front. Can the alchemy department guarantee my safety? The mentors from the alchemy department awkwardly turned their heads away, none of them responding. Suan then turned to the second group. What about the weapon forging department? Once again, silence. In the combat strategy department? Still, no response. Silence was the best answer. No department had the courage to take in someone who had a grudge against the Yi family, let alone guarantee his safety. Above, Guan Wanshan's face was grim, and the aura emanating from him distorted the air. A mentor from the academy couldn't even protect a student. It was a disgrace and a sign of the academy's incompetence. At this moment, Guli couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, why bother asking these cowards? They don't dare, but the perfect department does. His laughter was filled with undisguised mockery. The mentors and students from the other departments flushed with anger but couldn't refute him, only feeling their fury grow even more. Suan stepped forward with his blade, his calm face now exuding a sharp intensity. Everyone, do you see? It's not that I desperately want to join the perfect department, but I have no other choice. Anyone who blocks my path now is forcing me to my death, and a life and death feud is irreconcilable. Today, I swear an oath of life and death. Whoever stands in my way, I will fight to the bitter end. His words caused an uproar, and everyone's faces changed dramatically. Is he crazy? It's just a freshman assessment. Why go to such lengths? Fight to the death? There are thousands of us. Is he seeking his own death? Damn, this guy is nuts. If you want to go ahead. I'm not risking my life. Yeah, we're here to learn, not to play with our lives. The new students who managed to join Wanzhou Academy were indeed all geniuses. But for that very reason, they feared death even more. They were just inexperienced students who had never seen bloodshed. When it came to life and death, how many would dare step forward? In an instant, without Suan having made a single move, more than half of the students had already retreated. Above, Chen Chuan couldn't help but praise. What a clever kid. Given Suan's physical condition, if he followed the normal procedures, he wouldn't be able to complete the assessment. But he laid out his dire situation first, and then took a fierce stance with an oath of life and death. This way, he might actually pass the perfect department's assessment today. Several deputy heads nearby also nodded in agreement, acknowledging Suan's ingenuity. At their vantage point, Guan Wanshan and Yi Yongfeng's eyes were fixed on Suan below. Suan's fierce demeanor might intimidate most people, but Guan Wanshan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Facing a life-and-death duel, ordinary students might be scared, but the Yi family would never back down. The Yi family has many experts in formations. If they all rushed at once, how would Suan handle it? Could he have some hidden trump card? Guan Wanshan stared intently at Suan, his mind racing with thoughts. Beside him, Yi Yongfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. He thought, since Suan himself set the terms of the life-and-death duel, even if he loses his life, Zhou Wuyuan would have nothing to say. On both sides of the avenue, the once furious and noisy crowd had fallen silent. Suan, holding a long blade, walked steadily down the kilometer-long avenue. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it exuded a sense of resolute determination. No one dared to step forward and stop him. These inexperienced freshmen, faced with the threat of death, were already at a loss. However, Suan knew that the real test was yet to come. 100 meters from the perfected sect's gate, members of the formation sect were gathered. While the other sects might stay put, the Yi family would never miss this opportunity. A life-and-death duel. Wasn't this the perfect chance for them to eliminate him? Suan had anticipated this long before setting the terms of the duel. But wasn't this also his legitimate chance to slaughter the Yi family members openly? Repeatedly forced into a corner, the flames of anger in Suan's heart had already reached their peak. The kilometer-long avenue was silent, only Suan's steady footsteps echoing. He thought he could reach the final battle site directly, but there are always some who are not afraid of death. Suddenly, a young man with a rogue demeanor stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, stop pretending. I'm from the Li family of Daxia. Do you dare to kill me? Damn it, today I'm going to block you. Let's see what you can do to me." Suan's overwhelming presence had silenced all the freshmen, which greatly displeased this Li family youth. He continued to taunt, "Kid, what's with the life-and-death duel? Have you ever even seen blood?" Before he could finish his sentence, a cold killing intent flashed in Suan's eyes. Instant step. In a flash, Suan was already in front of the young man. Slash. The 100-forged blade in Suan's hand sliced through the air with a chilling whistle. The young man, who had just been boasting, now had a line of blood appearing on his neck. Suan coldly flicked the blood off the tip of his blade, his gaze icy. "The Li family? Sorry, never heard of them." Gulu. The young man from the Li family clutched his neck, which was gushing blood, staring at Suan in disbelief. Fear and regret flashed in his eyes as he staggered backward and collapsed. Suan watched him fall into the pool of blood with an expression as cold as ice. Suan stepped forward slowly, the blood staining the soles of his shoes. He knew well that with thousands of people present today, showing any mercy would bring relentless attacks. No matter who the opponent was, even from the most prominent families, he had to be ruthless. Only by striking hard and winning decisively could he ensure his survival. The scene fell into a dead silence, soon followed by screams of terror and sounds of retching. Many of the sheltered freshmen were witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time. Some were crying out to go home, while others called for the instructors to intervene. However, the instructors remained silent. When Suan declared a life-and-death duel, the heads of the various departments and the vice principal did not stop him, signifying that the duel was officially sanctioned. In the era of myriad races, the academy was not a haven of peace. If students had irreconcilable grudges, life-and-death battles were permitted. Several instructors whispered among themselves, commenting on Suan's performance. They saw it as a rare practical lesson, but also worried that Suan might get into trouble. Although the Li family wasn't a major clan, they were a local family in Daxia City with close ties to other families. Suan's ruthless actions could incite widespread anger, putting him in a dangerous position. Sure enough, before Suan could get far, 13 people rushed out from both sides, blocking his path. They glared at him, weapons gleaming menacingly. The leader shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, the 13 charged at Suin, their blood energy surging, weapons whistling through the air. Suin remained motionless until the enemies were within 3 meters. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he reappeared in front of the leader, his 100-forged blade slicing through the man's neck. Blood spurted out, and the leader fell before he could even react. Suan's silhouette flickered like a ghost, appearing behind the leader's companion before they even noticed anything amiss. In an instant, he vanished again. A blade flashed, blood spurted, and another person's eyes glazed over as they collapsed. 2. Suin murmured softly, as his internal energy surged through the 66 acupoints in his feet. With his combat technique in full swing, he achieved peak explosive power. A red flash, and he was gone once more. Just a few days ago, being surrounded by 13 attackers would have put Suin in a tough spot. But now, with his mastery of instant step, he could handle them with ease. His speed gave him a decisive edge, making him untouchable. In less than a minute, 5 had already fallen in a pool of blood. The glaring red spread across the ground, reflecting the horror in the eyes of the remaining attackers. So strong. In the blink of an eye, he took down 5 people? Terrifying. Is he really just at the body tempering stage? It feels like he's cutting down equals like chickens. That footwork, it's too fast. What kind of combat technique is that? Can someone at the body tempering stage even master such a powerful technique? The onlookers were in utter shock. Those dozen or so people were at the same level as Suin, yet they were as fragile as paper against him. This was a completely one-sided battle. The new students only sensed Suan's overwhelming strength but couldn't pinpoint why. However, some of the older students had expressions of disbelief. Is that instant step? One person exclaimed in astonishment. Is it even possible for someone to master that? I spent my credits on it back then, opened up the acupoints, but I couldn't use it. The speed was too much to control. How did he, at the body tempering stage, master it? Another person shook their head. This footwork technique is indeed powerful, but it requires perfect body control and extensive combat experience. I remember a senior who spent a year on the battlefield to barely master it. He glanced at Suin on the field and muttered, "Suin just joined the academy and got the combat technique a few days ago at most. To reach this level in a few days." He paused, his voice trembling. Suin lacks extensive combat experience, yet he can perform at this level. This means he possesses a naturally terrifying combat instinct. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the knife-wielding youth with shock. His talent was truly terrifying. Flash step? Damn it. It took me 2 years to master it, and he got the hang of it in just a few days? Guli watched as Suin took down opponents with a single strike each, unable to hide his astonishment. Flash step, as one of the most difficult combat techniques in the physical realm, allows the user to dominate their peers once mastered. However, it requires extensive combat experience, with each bit of progress earned through life-and-death situations. Suan's combat instincts were far beyond Guli's expectations. As the last body hit the ground, a dozen cold corpses lay scattered across the avenue. The blood-soaked path Suin had walked struck fear into the hearts of the other newcomers. Yet, the real challenge was just beginning. Gu Li's gaze fell upon the eager crowd from the formation department, his brows furrowing. As the academy's largest department, the formation department had recruited 300 new students this year, including 30 to 40 from the Yi family alone. Given the Yi family's influence, even if not all of them participated, at least half would join the assault. Facing an onslaught of over 150 people, Suan's mastery of flash step might not be enough to save him. Moreover, some of the Yi family disciples held formation bases crafted by their elders. This battle seemed unwinnable for Suin. Gu Li's expression was uncertain as he gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman, whispering a message, "Senior brother, are you in Daxia City? The perfect department is in trouble. I can't handle it alone." Soon, the talisman glowed briefly, delivering a simple forward response. "Don't worry, I'm here." This brief reply allowed Gu Li to breathe a sigh of relief. The perfect department had few members, and their mentor was often absent, which was why he was overseeing the assessment. Despite his exceptional talent, Gu Li's strength at the body-forging realm was insufficient for the current situation. Fortunately, his senior brother was in Daxia City, ensuring that things wouldn't spiral out of control. Today's assessment was ostensibly aimed at Suin but was truly a test for the perfect department against the academy. If a genius like Suin couldn't join the perfect department, its existence would be pointless. Gu Li was anxious, realizing his cultivation was still too low. He had been stuck in the body-forging realm for too long. Although he was prepared to enter the spirit realm, he was just one spiritual seed short. Once he broke through, his options would expand significantly, and he wouldn't need to stay in the academy. However, the perfect department couldn't afford a gap in talent, and Suin was undoubtedly the best candidate to fill that void. Almost there. Once Suin passes the assessment, we'll head to the secret realm, Guli thought, his eyes fixed on Suin with anticipation. Keep going, brother. Suin had already covered half of the 1,000-meter avenue. Behind him, 13 bodies lay in a pool of blood, the vivid red staining the path he had taken. Suin took several deep breaths and swallowed a blood-strengthening pill. Despite his perfect body tempering, the repeated use of flash step had drained his energy. The 14 cold corpses had intimidated most of the crowd, leaving only one final challenge on the avenue. Everyone watched Suin recover his energy in silence. No one dared to mock or disturb him. Suin had earned their respect through sheer strength and ruthless methods. The formation department held back because they knew the outcome was inevitable. As time passed, Suin's energy gradually recovered. He took a deep breath and stepped forward again. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Suin advanced steadily, with groups from the alchemy department, weapon forging department, and combat department all making way for him, not daring to obstruct his path. In a flash, Suin was only 100 meters from the perfect department's gate. At that moment, a commotion arose within the formation department's crowd. A familiar figure emerged, Yifei, the same Yifei whose formation base Suin had destroyed and whose villa Suin had seized a few days ago. With his appearance, more people surged onto the avenue. 1, 10, 100. The once spacious avenue became crowded. Suin, this is where it ends, Yifei said with a hateful gleam in his eyes and a sinister smile on his lips. Another Yi family disciple sneered. You killed members of the Yi family and harmed over a dozen students. No one can save you today. Kill him. Does he really think he's invincible? If he's so tough, let's see him kill one of us. With the Yi family disciples leading the charge, the 100+ members of the formation department followed, and the fear Suin had instilled vanished. An individual might be afraid, but a group of over 100 people felt invincible. High above, several instructors were observing the assessment. Isn't it a bit excessive for over 100 people to gang up on one? This clearly seems like an attempt to kill him, Chen Xuan frowned. Such a large-scale attack was unprecedented in the Academy's entrance assessments. Moreover, Suin was from a small town, making it seem like outright bullying. Though it seems excessive, it's within the rules, Guan Wanshan said, his brows furrowed. If Suin hadn't signed a life-and-death contract, we could intervene to save him. But with the contract in place, unless the formation department shows mercy, there's nothing we can do. Before he could finish, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Yongfeng. They all understood that Suin's fate was in Yi Yongfeng's hands. Why are you all looking at me? Yi Yongfeng said, his expression unchanged. Suin signed the life-and-death contract, and over a dozen people have already died. If we, as instructors and department heads, intervene now, wouldn't we be a laughingstock? He continued righteously, a life-and-death contract is binding. Suin's life is in his own hands. If my formation department's 150 people die, I won't interfere either. The Academy must follow the rules. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, inwardly scornful. His words sounded noble, but where in the world would 150 people from the formation department die? Facing Suin alone, there was no chance of any accidents. Suin, any last words? Yifei sneered at the knife-wielding young man, his tone dripping with mockery. Of course, if you're going to beg for mercy, don't bother. You signed the death challenge yourself. No one forced you. You've already killed a dozen people. Surely you don't regret it now? The crowd from the formation department burst into laughter, their eyes filled with derision. They thought to themselves, serves him right. Did he think no one would dare step up just because he signed a death challenge? Wonder if Suin regrets it now, seeing over 150 people ready to fight him? Suan's expression remained calm as he softly replied, I signed the death challenge, so there's no question of regret. He glanced around at the dense crowd and continued, everyone, this is ultimately a grudge between me and the Yi family. Are you sure you want to step in now, knowing life and death are at stake? This was Suan's final warning. He didn't want to kill too many people. The Yi family members were fair game, but there were over 100 other formation department students who had no personal grudge against him. However, no one heeded Suan's words. Instead, they laughed even louder in ridicule. In that case, I have no more concerns. Suin nodded and stabbed his 100-forge blade into the ground. Is he surrendering? It's too late for that now. Yifei let out a sinister laugh and then shouted, attack, kill him. In an instant, the 150+ members of the formation department erupted with an astonishing surge of vital energy, turning the entire sky red. With an overwhelming sense of oppression, they charged at Suin. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat, thinking, it's over, he's dead for sure. Over 100 people charging, Suin will be crushed into pulp in an instant. However, facing the overwhelming mob, a bloodthirsty glint suddenly flashed in Suan's calm eyes. Formation, rise! Suin shouted. and the pre-prepared spirit stone bases began to emit a soft glow, scattering in all directions. He formed hand seals, and the spiritual energy in the surrounding area suddenly became agitated. The bases shot out lines of spiritual power, weaving into a net above Suin. In the blink of an eye, a transparent barrier appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting Suin. On the other side of the formation, the members of the formation department continued their aggressive charge. This scene left everyone present stunned. Formation? Suin could use formations? Having strong personal combat ability was one thing, but to be able to set up a formation at the body tempering stage? What kind of formation was this? A defensive formation or a killing formation? But against over 100 people, could any formation hold up? An uproar ensued. Formations were considered highly advanced techniques in Xia, mostly heard of but rarely seen. Seeing a freshman set up a complete formation, regardless of its power, was enough to shock most people. However, those who truly understood formations were even more astonished. A formation department instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that a formation base made from spirit stones? How is that possible? Spirit stones are extremely fragile. Even I can't do that. How can a freshman like Suin manage it? Another instructor proficient in formations was equally shocked. To achieve this, one must have an extreme understanding of formation patterns, capable of forming a formation with a single gesture. But such a level of mastery is beyond most instructors in the academy. How did a freshman manage it? The instructors with knowledge of formations were in utter disbelief. The more they knew, the more they understood how terrifying it was to carve formation bases onto spirit stones. Forget the formation itself, just the understanding of formation patterns alone far surpassed them. Above, even Guan Wanshan and Chen Chuan were visibly surprised. The techniques Suin displayed, whether his perfect body tempering or his exceptional combat awareness, had already impressed them. But carving formation patterns onto spirit stones was beyond their expectations. Such a skill wasn't something that could be achieved with ordinary understanding of formations. The formation inheritance from the secret realm is indeed in his hands. Yi Yongfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared intently at Suin's hand seals. But even with a formation, how much power can you wield at the body tempering stage? Those should have belonged to the Yi family. In the field, the appearance of the formation momentarily stunned the members of the formation department, but they quickly resumed their charge with cold smiles. No matter how strong the formation, it depended on the practitioner's strength. How much power could a body tempering stage cultivator possibly wield? Kill him. Yi Fei led the charge, with over 100 formation department students following suit, attacking the barrier without hesitation. The immense vital energy they gathered struck the barrier with full force. Formation, rise! Suin shouted, changing his hand seals. The spiritual power lines in the sky underwent a dramatic transformation, and the surrounding spiritual energy frantically converged into the formation. East, raging fire. As Su An's words fell, the transparent barrier was instantly engulfed in towering flames. Inferno! Engulf everything! Su An's hands moved in a blur, forming seals so fast they left after images. In an instant, a massive blaze surged like a tidal wave, swiftly consuming the first wave of people who had stepped into the formation. Fire! It's burning us alive! Piercing screams echoed in the air. Where did this fire come from? Move! Let me out! Someone shouted in panic. Don't run. Charge together. His formation won't last long. Another voice tried to rally the group, but faced with the sudden, all-encompassing flames, the once orderly group descended into chaos. The first people to enter the formation were engulfed in inextinguishable, unavoidable flames. Their screams filled the air, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Don't panic! Yi Fei shouted. He's only at the body tempering stage. Attack his formation together. He can't hold us off. With that, he struck out at the approaching flames. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, gathering their forces. The combined power of their blood and energy took shape, tearing through the seemingly unstoppable fire in an instant. Don't be afraid. His formation is useless now. They cheered, their confidence renewed. Hundreds of them pressed forward, gradually pushing back the flames. However, Suin remained unfazed, his hands never ceasing their movements. His face was solemn as he muttered, "Not enough spiritual power." Suddenly, his hand seals changed. Spirit gathering array. In a flash, the unused spirit stones around him began to glow brightly. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual energy in the air surged like a vortex into the formation. The once weak flames flared up as if doused in gasoline, exploding with newfound intensity. At that moment, the importance of the spirit stone-engraved formation bases became evident. Their natural ability to absorb spiritual energy allowed Suin to unleash immense power with minimal effort. Yet, Suin did not stop there. Through the distorted flames, He coldly eyed the people outside the formation, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Killing 1 or 100, it makes no difference, he said icily. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Now, you all die. As his words hung in the air, Su-An's hand seals changed once more. The remaining spirit stones began to shine, emitting a dazzling light. Wind, come forth, Su-An murmured, as a new deadly move was about to unfold. Wind, come. With Su-An's shout, a small whirlwind suddenly appeared at the center of the flames. What seemed like a trivial breeze rapidly expanded, absorbing the surrounding inferno. With a thunderous roar, the wind and fire intertwined, their power surging tenfold in an instant. Su-An formed hand seals, controlling this terrifying force. The fiery dragon seemed to gain sentience, charging directly at the formation students. Piercing screams tore through the sky. Help! We can't hold it back. Let me out, I give up. Fear spread like a tidal wave. The formation students were utterly overwhelmed by the towering dragon of flames. In mere moments, over 20 of them were swallowed up. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Is this really something a body-tempering stage cultivator can do? This is terrifying. No one at the body-tempering stage can withstand this. The new students watched from afar, feeling the scorching heat and finding it hard to believe. A mentor familiar with formations explained in shock. Su-An is harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The formation base is crafted from spirit stones and engraved with a spirit-gathering array, minimizing energy consumption. The surrounding new students were baffled by the explanation, but sensed something extraordinary had occurred from the mentor's astonishment. In the sky, Qin Chuan and others were stunned. Guan Wenshan marveled. This technique is beyond even the Academy's mentors. Yi Yongfeng's expression darkened, failing to conceal his shock. However, Yi Yongfeng quickly sneered. How naive. The conflict between the wind and fire arrays will cause the formation base to collapse. Sure enough, the fierce fire dragon became chaotic after just one attack. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth became turbulent. The spirit stone base trembled violently, and it seemed on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Su-An remained calm, swiftly changing his hand seals. The remaining 30 spirit stones lit up, their spiritual threads weaving in the air, skillfully separating and yet connecting the wind and fire arrays. The formation stabilized instantly, its power even greater. It's over, Su-An said with a chilling smile. Kill? The fire dragon roared as it plunged into the crowd, beginning its massacre. Screams echoed incessantly, and in an instant, over half of the 100 formation students were dead. Su-An showed no mercy, specifically targeting members of the Yi family. Everyone stood in shock, unable to believe that one person could drive over 150 people into a desperate flight. They finally understood the legend of Gu Li from years ago. However, even Gu Li was stunned at this moment. I told you to take the exam, and you go on a killing spree, he muttered to himself, realizing that his own exploits paled in comparison to Su-An's. Just as Gu Li thought the situation was settled, an enraged shout exploded from the sky. Su-An, you're courting death. A terrifying pressure descended like the sky collapsing, and the towering fire dragon dispersed in an instant. Su-An's face changed dramatically as he rapidly altered the formation seal in his hand, severing his connection to the array at the last possible moment. In a flash, the 100 spirit stone formation bases exploded with a resounding boom, scattering fragments in all directions. Yi Yongfeng hovered in midair, his face dark and brooding, but a look of shock was evident in his eyes. The perfect fusion of wind and fire formations was a level of skill even he had not mastered. A frightening thought arose in his mind. Could Su-An's mastery of formations surpass his own? This idea sent waves of turmoil through his heart, igniting a murderous intent. An enemy with such profound understanding of formations at just 18 years old, if allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suppressing his shock, Yi Yongfeng scanned the scene. The sight before him made his heart ache. Of the nearly 200 formation students, only 50 or 60 remained. He knew well that the Academy's annual resource allocation was directly tied to the number of new students. This incident alone would result in a loss of at least 1/3 of their resources, a staggering amount. Even more unbearable was the fact that of the 37 Yi family descendants who joined the Academy this year, over 20 had perished. These were the future of the Yi family. Momentarily dazed, Yi Yongfeng not only faced a significant loss of resources, but also the impending severe accountability from his family. The prospect made his vision darken, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Su-An, Yi Yongfeng roared through gritted teeth, his gaze as sharp as a blade directed at Su-An, his murderous intent undisguised. Su-An met Yi Yongfeng's gaze, a mocking tone in his voice. What? The life and death battle of new students, and the head of the Yi faction wants to join too? He had anticipated this development. A suffocating aura emanated from Yi Yongfeng as he coldly said, Su-An, during the new student assessment, You slaughtered so many of your peers. What are your intentions? Despite having a guaranteed victory, you went so far as to cause the academy to lose over 100 students. I suspect you are a spy for the alien cult, here to harm the geniuses of the human race. His words caused an uproar among the onlookers. Given Yi Yongfeng's status, such an accusation was nearly tantamount to a conviction. Suan laughed in anger. A spy for the alien cult? Ridiculous. To accuse someone without grounds. How convenient. He coldly stared at Yi Yongfeng. I want to ask you, Head Yi, what have I done to make the Yi family target me so? Was it killing Yi Qingru from the main branch? Or was it Yi Jingming, the Yi family's genius? The crowd's eyes widened at Suan's words. Most knew there was enmity between Suan and the Yi family, but the specifics were unclear. Now, hearing Suan, they finally understood why the Yi family was so intent on his demise. Killing members of the main branch, and not just one. Suan was lucky to be alive. Suan surveyed the crowd, speaking loudly. Do you all think I deserve to die? Yi Qingru joined the Blood God cult 3 years ago, becoming a saintess, and conspired with the alien cult to murder students in Jinlin City and attack various schools. Everyone, do I deserve punishment for killing Yi Qingru? The revelation shocked everyone. Yi Qingru from the Yi family, a saintess of the Blood God cult? The crowd erupted in curses, becoming a lackey of the alien cult. She deserves to die 100 times over. The Yi family has someone in the Blood God cult, and they still have the gall to seek revenge? Understanding the cause of the conflict, the crowd's gaze towards Yi Yongfeng changed. If it were merely a personal grudge, they might not have reacted so strongly. But involving the alien cult meant betrayal. Regardless of the Yi family's power and status, they couldn't silence the public's outcry. Hatred for the alien cult was deeply ingrained in everyone's bones. Suan stepped forward, looking directly at Yi Yongfeng. By killing Yi Qingru, the saintess of the Blood God cult, I helped cleanse your family, didn't I? Not only did your family fail to express gratitude, but you also sent Yi Jingming the next day to silence me. After their initial plan failed, the Yi family secretly colluded with members of the Blood God cult to ambush the escorts from Jinlin City. Suan's voice trembled with anger as he stared directly at Yi Yongfeng and continued, if it weren't for Senior Guli, everyone from Jinlin City would be dead. Even so, the Jinlin City Guard was nearly wiped out. Does the Yi family acknowledge this blood debt? Suan's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Yi Yongfeng, his voice rising. First, it was Yi Qingru, then Yi Jingming, and now over 100 members of the formation department unite to target a freshman like me. Can I assume that the Yi family has secretly betrayed humanity and become lackeys of the Blood God cult? As soon as these words were spoken, the place erupted like boiling water with people talking all at once. Even the usually composed Yi Yongfeng couldn't maintain his calm, his face turning livid with barely contained rage. You dare court death? Yi Yongfeng roared, his anger seemingly out of control. He took a sudden step forward, intending to kill Suan on the spot. He regretted not acting sooner, as Guan Wenshan's presence had made him hesitant to break the peace. But Suan's sharp words had pushed him beyond restraint. Don't you dare. Guli, who had been silently observing, suddenly shouted in anger. But his warning fell on deaf ears as Yi Yongfeng had already reached Suan. Above them, Guan Wenshan's expression darkened. He raised his hand, spreading his aura, but then his gaze shifted to the distance, his eyes flickering. Yi Yongfeng's voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed, Kid, remember in your next life, some things should never be said. He struck down at Suan's head. Under the terrifying pressure, Suan couldn't even move a finger, watching death approach helplessly. However, just as Yi Yongfeng's hand was about to reach Suan's head, his movements suddenly froze. Yi Yongfeng looked up in horror to see a man in a blue robe standing behind Suan. The man in the blue robe looked at Yi Yongfeng with calm but overwhelming authority. As the head of the department, you dare to personally attack a freshman from my perfect department. Yi Head, you are quite bold. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding sword light erupted from the man, shattering the oppressive aura around Yi Yongfeng. In an instant, Yi Yongfeng's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the gates of the perfect department with a resounding bang. For a moment, the world fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Who is he? A voice, barely more than a whisper, broke the silence. A mentor glanced at the man in the blue robe, swallowed hard and stammered. He's the senior brother of the perfect department, Lin Changyuan, the senior disciple of the perfect division? He's still just a student. How can he be so powerful? Everyone stared in shock at the young man in the green robe, their eyes filled with disbelief. The person who had just been sent flying wasn't some no-name. He was the head of the formation division, second only to the two deans in status. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single move from a student of the perfect division. The new students were bewildered, but the older students and mentors were unfazed. One seasoned student explained with admiration, don't be surprised, that's Lin Changyuan. It's not just Yi Yongfeng. Even if the entire Yi family came at him, he wouldn't bat an eye. He continued recounting Lin Changyuan's early days at the academy. Bullied by the top-tier Yang family of Xia, he retaliated by killing 13 of their members in a fit of rage, alarming the Yang family patriarch and nearly facing certain death. The surrounding crowd eagerly asked about what happened next. The student hesitated, as this event was considered a great humiliation by the Yang family. A nearby mentor shook his head and took over. To save Lin Changyuan, the head of the Perfect Division left the academy and went to the battlefield of the 10,000 races for 5 years. During this time, Lin Changyuan rose to prominence at an astonishing speed. Finally, 2 years ago, he paused, his tone filled with respect. He single-handedly stepped into the Yang family's ancestral grounds with just a sword to avenge the disgrace of the past. Facing the entire Yang family, Lin Changyuan used just one sword strike to cleave the sky, split the ancestral grounds, and decimate his enemies, intimidating the entire family. The crowd was dumbfounded, finding it hard to imagine that one person could subdue a top-tier family. The mentor added that it was only after the intervention of the Xia domain lord that the Yang family was spared, but they paid a heavy price. They were exiled from Xia city to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Since then, Lin Changyuan could have graduated, but with the division head absent, he took over the position temporarily. The mentor glanced at Yi Yongfeng, who was embedded in the door. This time, Head Yi has met his match. Lin Changyuan despises those who bully others. Everyone suddenly understood why Guli dared to be so reckless. With such a powerful figure backing them, who would dare to bully them? In the sky, Chen Xuan and others saw Lin Changyuan appear and quickly descended. Guan Wenshan greeted him awkwardly. Changyuan, when did you get back? Lin Changyuan replied coldly. I heard the Perfect Division was recruiting new students, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect the academy to be the same as ever, with hundreds ganging up and even division heads personally attacking. He turned to Guli. Let me know when any division recruits new students in the future. As a student, my involvement shouldn't break any rules, right? Guli responded excitedly, yes, senior brother. At this moment, Yi Yongfeng finally broke free from the door, roaring as he charged at Lin Changyuan. Lin Changyuan took a step forward and effortlessly repelled Yi Yongfeng's attack. He conjured a long sword of spiritual energy and, with one strike, sent Yi Yongfeng flying again, creating a massive crater in the ground. Standing on his sword, Lin Changyuan looked down at the disheveled Yi Yongfeng and coldly asked, Are you satisfied with this explanation? Upon witnessing the imposing presence of Lin Changyuan, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Despite the small number of members in the perfect sect, each one possessed formidable strength, and it was now on full display. Guan Wenshan and the others stood quietly on the side, tacitly approving of Lin Changyuan's actions. They understood all too well that this was Lin Changyuan establishing his authority. Lin Changyuan, with his exceptional prowess, rarely returned to Daxia City. This time, upon seeing the perfect sect being oppressed, he naturally decided to set an example. Yi Yongfeng was pinned to the ground. His face flushed red as he struggled and shouted, Let go of me! This is too much. I'm going to seek justice from the Lord of Xia region. However, his efforts were futile under Lin Changyuan's suppression. Guan Wenshan coughed lightly and stepped forward to intervene. Ahem, Changyuan, that's enough. After all, he is a department head. Lin Changyuan glanced at him and, without saying much, waved his arm, causing the spirit's sword to dissipate quietly. Yi Yongfeng scrambled to his feet, humiliated and furious. Fine, Lin Changyuan, you're something. Just you wait. Before he could leave, Lin Changyuan's casual remark stopped him. Did I say you could go? Yi Yongfeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. What do you want? Lin Changyuan turned to Suan and asked, Junior brother, department head Yi broke the rules by personally intervening. Do you have any demands? Suan was momentarily stunned until he saw Guli winking at him, finally understanding. Senior brother, department head Yi destroyed my formation base. How many credits did you lose? Lin Changyuan pressed. Suan glanced at Yi Yongfeng and then at Lin Changyuan before solemnly declaring, 500 credits. The crowd's lips twitched slightly. Su An's formation base, merely inscribed with spirit stones, was worth no more than 100 credits, yet he demanded 5 times that amount. Unexpectedly, Guli interjected, Junior brother Su, department head Yi is wealthy and won't mind such a small loss. Even though your formation-based materials were inexpensive, the inscribing technique was exceptional. Are 500 credits really enough? Suan blinked, thinking he had already asked for a lot. Could it still be too little? Yi Yongfeng's face turned even darker, resembling a pig ready for slaughter. He hesitated, meeting Lin Changyuan's calm gaze, and felt a chill down his spine. Realizing the situation, Suan slapped his thigh and said, Ahem, I must have remembered wrong. My formation base was inscribed by a master and cost 1,000 credits. Including the material costs and everything else, department head you should compensate 1,500 credits. After a pause, He added, also, just now department head Ye's overwhelming presence nearly shattered my martial heart, causing me significant mental trauma. It doesn't need to be much, but another 1,000 credits for mental distress would be fair. So, a total of 2,500 credits. How about it, department head Yi? He took out his credit card, looking expectantly at Yi Yongfeng. Even Lin Changyuan couldn't help but glance at Suin with a peculiar expression. Claiming that his near-unbreakable martial heart was almost shattered was indeed a flimsy excuse. Yi Yongfeng gritted his teeth. I only have 1,000 credits, no more. He knew that if he didn't pay up today, he wouldn't be able to leave. Suin looked to Lin Changyuan for help, who nodded. Give some face to the Yi family. Suin pretended to be disappointed, but was inwardly thrilled. 1 credit was worth 20,000. So 1,000 credits meant 20 million. This was a huge profit. Just as Yi Yongfeng finished transferring the credits and was about to leave, Guli hurried over. Department head Yi, you haven't compensated for the perfect sect's gate yet? Yi Yongfeng's temples throbbed as he gritted his teeth. That was your senior brother who broke it. What does it have to do with me? Guli replied in surprise. But it was your body that smashed into it. Yi Yongfeng nearly spat out blood. But in front of Lin Changyuan, he could only swallow his anger. How much? Guli cheerfully held up 3 fingers. 300 credits? Hand over the card. Yi Yongfeng, eager to leave, didn't bother to argue over the price of a broken gate. Unexpectedly, Guli shook his head. Not 300, 3,000 credits. Department head Yi. Suin was stunned. He thought he had already demanded a lot, but Guli was the true expert here. Asking for 3,000 credits for a broken gate was truly impressive. The crowd covered their faces, realizing that their usual complaints about Guli's resource grabbing were unfounded. Even Lin Changyuan couldn't help but look up at the sky, as if he didn't recognize Guli. 3,000 credits. Yi Yongfeng was utterly furious, staring at Guli in disbelief, his finger trembling. A broken gate for 3,000 credits? Why don't you just rob me? Guli said nothing, merely blinking as if to say, isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Clearing his throat, Guli solemnly said, Department head Yi, that's not right. What do you mean by a broken gate? This is the face of the perfect sect, a place that has witnessed the birth of countless perfect sect prodigies. My senior brothers and sisters, and I all have an emotional attachment to this gate. Emotions. Do you understand? Emotions can't be measured in credits. 3,000, even 30,000 credits couldn't buy back the perfect sect's gate. Suin silently watched, giving Guli a thumbs up in his heart. Impressive. Ridiculous. 3,000 credits for a broken gate? Absolutely not. Yi Yongfeng was beside himself with rage, gritting his teeth. Guli sighed regretfully and turned to Lin Changyuan. Senior brother, it seems department head Yi is indeed short on funds. We shouldn't press him too hard. How about this? One day, when we have time, you take me to the Yi family ancestral grounds and well smash their gate. That should settle things. Yi Yongfeng's face stiffened, and Guan Wanshan and the others twitched at the corners of their eyes. If the Yi family's gate were smashed, they would lose all face. Lin Changyuan chuckled at the suggestion. That sounds good. As soon as Lin Changyuan finished speaking, Yi Yongfeng's face turned ashen. Without uttering another word, he transferred 3,000 credits and left, his back radiating deep resentment. Guan Wanshan and the others were not surprised by this. They understood well that for the Yi family, one of the top families in Daxia, reputation was paramount. If Lin Changyuan were to actually break down the ancestral gates, the loss of honor would far exceed the value of 3,000 credits. Today, Yi Yongfeng had suffered a significant loss. Not only did over 20 members of the Yi family fall, but he also faced severe questioning from his family. The array department also faced heavy losses, meaning their allocated resources from the academy would be substantially reduced. Adding the 4,000 credits given away for nothing, Yi Yongfeng felt a tightness in his chest, almost to the point of spitting blood. However, at this moment, no one cared about Yi Yongfeng's feelings. Lin Changyuan waved his hand and left the scene with Guli and Suin. Everyone knew that from this moment on, the perfect department had a new member. With Senior Lin's protection, Suin is bound to soar to great heights, someone murmured. That's not all. With the perfect department backing him in the academy and the Zhou family on the battlefield, he's unstoppable. Another person chimed in. Guys, forget about all that. We have a new member in the perfect department this year. Upon hearing this, the faces of the new students turned bitter. Suin had joined the perfect department, and they had all previously tried to obstruct him. This undoubtedly created a grudge. It was clear that in future competitions for credits, Suin would show them no mercy. With dejected expressions, the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, within the perfect department, a streak of light flashed as Lin Changyuan brought Guli and Suin to a mountaintop. Suin looked around curiously, noticing that although the perfect department covered a vast area, it had only a few buildings. Apart from a couple of houses, most of the space was empty wilderness. We have few people in the perfect department, so we don't need many buildings, Guli explained. However, Our facilities for assisting in cultivation are more advanced than those of other departments. The people here are cultivation fanatics, and since there are fewer of us, we don't bother with other things. Sua nodded in understanding, then turned to Lin Changyuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior Lin, for your assistance today. Recalling the scene when Yi Yongfeng attacked, Suan still felt a lingering fear. Faced with such a powerful opponent, his life was as fragile as a blade of grass, and if it weren't for Lin Changyuan's timely intervention, he would have surely died. No problem. It was Yi Yongfeng who broke the rules, Lin Changyuan replied with a faint smile. He looked at Suan and said, there aren't many people in the perfect department, so there's no need to be overly formal. When you're out, just remember that I'm ranked first. If you run into trouble, don't worry too much. If you can't handle it, call Guli. If Guli can't handle it, find your senior sister. If all else fails, I'll personally deal with it. Although we are few, we have deep bonds. Unlike other departments, where more people often mean more scheming and less genuine camaraderie, Suan nodded solemnly. I will remember. His heart warmed at these words. Despite the difficulties in joining the perfect department, it was all worth it. Guli, in high spirits, asked cheerfully, Senior, how come you have time to come back? Where's Senior Sister? Didn't she come with you? Wu Yo is still on the battlefield. She's found an opportunity for a breakthrough and didn't come back this time, Lin Changyuan replied. Gu Li's eyes lit up with excitement. Is Senior Sister about to break through? Lin Changyuan nodded. The 10,000 races battlefield is dangerous, but it offers many opportunities. If everything goes well, she'll break through to the divine realm this time. He then looked at Gu Li with a frown. What about you? Aren't you preparing to break through? You've been at the body realm for quite a while. Enter the spirit realm sooner, so you can go to the 10,000 races battlefield for training. Soon, within the next few days, I should be able to break through, Gu Li answered firmly. He had already prepared the damaged array base his friend needed, and Suan had successfully joined the perfect department. He was determined to break through during the next exploration. Train hard. Peaceful days are numbered, Lin Changyuan sighed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Suan's heart sank at this sight, and he quickly asked, Senior, is there a problem at the battlefield? While others might not know, he understood well that the human race would face a great defeat in 3 years and total annihilation in 5. The battlefield has suffered significant losses recently, Lin Changyuan nodded. The Blood God clan, which has always been at odds with the Daxia domain, has been unusually active. Recently, they teamed up with the Celestial clan to launch a surprise attack on the Daxia domain, causing us to suffer a heavy defeat. The Celestial clan is involved too? Gu Li exclaimed. Not all races in the starry sky were enemies of the human race. Usually, the Daxia domain's main opponents were the Blood God sect and some smaller races. But now, the Celestial clan had joined in. The Celestial clan was even stronger than the Blood God clan in the rankings of the 10,000 races. With the two clans joining forces, the Daxia domain couldn't hold them off alone. This is also why I returned. Lin Changyuan's expression turned serious. In a few days, members of the Blood God clan and the Celestial clan will come to the Daxia domain. After our defeat, they proposed a condition for retreating. A battle between the young generation of the Daxia domain and their young warriors. Isn't it too frivolous to set the condition for retreating as just a battle? Gu Li found it hard to believe. A single victory or defeat on the battlefield can mean the lives of tens of thousands. If the Blood God clan and the Celestial clan don't retreat, the Daxia domain will have to pay a heavy price. But now, they are willing to retreat so easily. Lin Changyuan frowned. The domain lord and the generals also sensed something fishy. But within the human territory, it's hard to guess the Blood God sect's true intentions. To minimize losses, the domain lord had to agree and has sent some strong warriors back to closely monitor the situation. Both Gu Li and Lin Changyuan fell into deep thought, trying to fathom the Blood God clan's true purpose. Meanwhile, Suan's eyes flashed with shock, triggering the second major event, the fall of the academy. The Blood God clan and the Celestial clan's young generation challenge the students of the Daxia domain academy. During the competition, the Blood God sect will use the Blood God steel to open a void tunnel, bringing in numerous other races. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, the academy will suffer heavy losses, with only a tenth of the tens of thousands of students surviving. This battle will mark the beginning of the Daxia domain's decline, leading to its eventual collapse. Suan's face turned as pale as paper after sifting through the memories in his sea of consciousness. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The duel that the myriad races had bargained for by retreating their armies was hiding such a terrifying conspiracy. The true goal of the Blood God clan was to wipe out the entire academy of the myriad races in one fell swoop. Suan quickly recalled the significance of the myriad races academy. It was the cradle of the new generation of Daxia, the main force against the myriad races in the future. All the exceptionally talented prodigies of Daxia were born there. If something were to happen to the academy, Xia would face a terrifying crisis and absence of strong individuals. In such a scenario, the strong of Xia would disappear one after another, with no fresh blood to replace them. This would almost surely lead to Xia's downfall. The Blood God clan has a cunning plan. Suan cursed inwardly, his face stern. He quickly analyzed the situation. Most of Xia's strong fighters were on the battlefield, and although there were some powerful beings in the hinterland, how could they withstand the combined forces of the Blood God clan and the Celestial clan? If the alien races opened a void tunnel and transported a large number of strong fighters directly from the battlefield, Xia would have no chance to fight back. Cold sweat appeared on Suan's forehead as he anxiously thought, how can I stop this? With my meager cultivation, how can I thwart the Blood God clan's plan? Although he knew the future outcome, he couldn't tell anyone about it. Worse still, even if he knew the Blood God clan's plan, how could he stop it? The key seemed to lie in the transmission through the void tunnel, which relied on the Blood God clan's Blood God steel. But what exactly was it? The memories only recorded the event's trajectory without specific explanations. As Suan pondered deeply, Guli, noticing his unusual demeanor, asked, Suan, why do you look so pale? Were you injured just now? Lin Changyuan also glanced over. Suan forced a smile. No, I was just thinking about something else. He turned to Lin Changyuan and asked, Brother Lin, do you know what the Blood God steel is? Since the problem was related to the Blood God steel, it was natural to start there. Before Lin Changyuan could answer, Guli interjected, hey, that's a valuable item. During the evolution of Blue Star, many secret realms and rare treasures emerged, and the same happened in other worlds. The Blood God clan's Blood Realm also went through Blue Star's evolution many years ago, producing some treasures. The Blood God Steel is one of them. Lin Changyuan nodded and added, the Blood God Steel is a legacy treasure of the Blood God clan, consisting of 3 steels, each containing a legacy. For this duel of the new generation, the Blood God clan specifically brought the Body Realm Blood God Steel. Anyone who survives the duel gets a chance to comprehend the steel. Guli excitedly interrupted. The Blood God clan is allowing us to comprehend the Body Realm Blood God Steel? The Blood God indestructible body recorded on it is a great technique, and in the Body Realm, the Blood God clan has a natural advantage. Suan cautiously asked, would the Blood God clan really offer such a valuable thing in a duel? Lin Changyuan sneered. Of course not. The Blood God indestructible body is strong, but it's a technique exclusive to the Blood God clan. Even if outsiders comprehend it, they can't cultivate it to perfection. Even among the Blood God clan, few can achieve the Blood God indestructible body. Suan was puzzled. So it's not very useful for us humans? Guli shook his head and explained. How could it be useless? The principles are universal. We can use their stone to sharpen our jade. Even if we can't cultivate it, we can use the Blood God indestructible body to develop techniques suitable for our human race. In the past, some of our powerful beings comprehended the Blood God indestructible body and created the Blood Sea technique for humans. He looked at Suan with a serious expression. Don't underestimate the Blood Sea technique just because it was derived from the Blood God indestructible body. Its power is already among the top body cultivation techniques in Xia. I practiced the Blood Sea technique, and my blood vitality is much stronger than with ordinary techniques. Suan nodded in understanding but still frowned. The Blood God Steel contained techniques, but what did that have to do with opening a void tunnel? Brother Lin, do the 3 Blood God Steels of the Blood God clan only inscribe techniques? Suan pressed further. Lin Changyuan smiled and explained, of course not. Besides containing techniques, the Blood God Steels are powerful treasures. The Body Realm, Spirit Realm, and Divine Realm Blood God Steels together can unleash formidable power. But only if someone with great comprehension can make the 3 steels recognize them as master can they wield their combined power. His eyes carried a hint of mockery, but since the Blood God clan obtained the steels, no one has been able to make the Divine Realm Blood God Steel recognize them as master, so they can only use the combination techniques of the Body Realm and Spirit Realm steels. While the combination techniques of the 2 steels are not weak, some powerful beings can break them with ease. Lin Changyuan and Guli both laughed, mocking the Blood God clan's incompetence. However, they didn't notice that Suan's face had turned even paler. Suan's mind raced, finally understanding the Blood God clan's plot. The Divine Realm Blood God Steel must have been recently comprehended by the Blood God clan, and they have figured out the combination technique of the 3 steels. That technique is void transmission. It can break the void to establish a passage and accommodate the powerful aura of many strong beings. This technique is formidable. Unexpectedly cutting off Xia's young generation would be effortless. Suan lowered his head in deep thought, countless ideas flashing through his mind only to be rejected. He speculated that the void transmission of the Blood God Steel must use the steels themselves as coordinates. Otherwise, there was no reason for the Blood God clan to bring the Body Realm Steel to Xia's hinterland. The Spirit Realm and Divine Realm steels must be with the Blood God clan, leaving no room for action there. As his thoughts became clearer, Suan's eyes gradually brightened. Since the body realm steel could recognize a master, could he try to make it recognize him? Although the blood god steel was a treasure of the blood god clan, and although it had already been comprehended and recognized by someone, he possessed an extraordinary ability, unparalleled comprehension. A resolute look flashed in Suan's eyes. He couldn't believe that someone who could comprehend even forbidden formations couldn't handle a blood god steel. Brother Lin, what are the requirements to participate in the martial arts competition? Suan asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. He had just figured out the key to breaking through and saw the competition as his only way to access the blood god tablet. Lin Changyuan's expression turned serious as he explained. This competition is limited to the body realm, divided into 3 levels: blood fusion, bone refinement, and body tempering. Each level will have 20 participants, with no regard for life or death. He then glanced at Guli and added, if all goes as planned, the Blood God clan and the Celestial clan will arrive in half a month. During this time, even if you find a suitable spirit seed, don't rush to break through. With you here, we should be secure in the body tempering level. Guli nodded slightly. Although he was currently in the body tempering stage, his combat strength was formidable. He had once driven the Blood God sect's Spirit Sea realm experts into retreat, showcasing his powerful vitality. Lin Changyuan was calculating in his mind. While he wasn't too confident about the blood fusion and bone refinement stages, he had some assurance in the body tempering stage. Half a month, Guli mused for a moment before nodding. That should be enough time. Acquiring a spirit seed will take a few days, and breaking through will take about a month. We can still catch the end of the competition. Lin Changyuan felt somewhat relieved at this. With Guli overseeing the body tempering stage, there was little to worry about. As for selecting candidates for the blood fusion and bone refinement stages, that task would be left to the Wan Clan Academy. As the most prestigious academy in the Great Xia dynasty, it boasted numerous powerful prodigies. Brother, why isn't there a body tempering stage? Can't they participate? Suan couldn't help but interject. He was currently at the peak of the body tempering stage, nearly invincible in that realm. However, if he had to compete in the blood fusion stage, his confidence waned. Given that the Blood God clan and Celestial clan would send their best talents, Suan, though confident, wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could take on 20 elite blood fusion stage prodigies. Lin Changyuan looked at Suan and smiled. Body tempering is just the preparatory stage before officially breaking through the body realm. The academy isn't as weak as you think. There's no need for freshmen like you to step in for such a competition. What you need to do now is focus on your training and break through to the blood fusion stage as soon as possible. Suan smiled wryly. If this were an ordinary competition, he wouldn't be so concerned. But the Blood God clan's intentions clearly went beyond just winning. They aimed to annihilate the Wan Clan Academy. Half a month, Suan murmured to himself. There's not much time. He had to break through to the blood fusion stage within this period and secure a spot in the competition. Otherwise, both the Wan Clan Academy and the entire Great Xia dynasty would suffer greatly. After Lin Changyuan finished his instructions, he vanished in a flash. Guli also quickly rose, saying, Suan, I'll go check if the formation base is complete. Prepare yourself. We'll enter the secret realm in a couple of days. You should focus on mastering a technique to break through to the blood fusion stage. The secret realm has abundant spiritual energy and numerous beasts, which will greatly enhance your cultivation. With that, he too swiftly departed. In no time, Suan was the only one left in the large perfect department. He looked around and couldn't help but chuckle. This really is freedom. Unlike other departments where students had daily classes and would lose credits if they didn't complete their assignments, the perfect department allowed its students to manage their own schedules. After pondering for a moment, Suan opened the Academy's online resources and began searching for blood fusion stage techniques. The body realm is divided into 3 levels: blood fusion, bone refinement, and body tempering. Before reaching the blood fusion stage, the focus is on tempering the body to lay a solid foundation. The blood fusion stage is crucial for nurturing one's vitality, making it robust enough to enhance the body further. Suan soon found several top-tier blood fusion techniques: blood fiend technique, blood origin technique, and blood refinement method. Each had its unique features, but came with a hefty price tag of 400 credits. Fortunately, he had 1,000 credits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford even one technique. After careful consideration, Suan finally chose the same technique as Gu Li's Blood Sea technique. Although it didn't offer the same combat boost as the others, it excelled in prolonged battles. More importantly, the Blood Sea technique originated from the Blood God's immortal body, the same lineage as the Blood God tablet, making it unlikely to be rejected by the tablet. Suan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If I can ultimately master the Blood God tablet, the Blood Sea technique will transform into the Blood God's immortal body. After selecting the cultivation technique, Suan wasted no time and placed the order immediately. Before long, the Sea of Blood technique was delivered to his door. As he opened the manual, a surge of familiar memories flooded his mind, as if he had known this technique all along. Sitting cross-legged, Suan began to comprehend the sea of blood technique. With intense focus, the robust qi and blood within him started circulating according to the technique's pathways. The previously scattered qi and blood seemed to find direction, rushing madly through his meridians. Tiny meridians were instantly cleared, and even the larger pathways were slowly opened under the powerful impact of his qi and blood. As time passed, the qi and blood around Suan gradually intensified from a weak flow to a boiling torrent. Even an outsider could see the surging qi and blood moving through his body in a strange manner. When his meridians were fully cleared and the qi and blood completed a full cycle, Suan's body shook violently, and a tremendous burst of qi and blood erupted. At this moment, the qi and blood within Suan had transformed from a small stream in the body-tempering stage to a raging river, with his strength tripling. However, the greatest gain was not the increase in strength, but the density of his qi and blood. Compared to the beginning, the intensity of his qi and blood had increased tenfold. Clenching his fist, Suan felt the surging power within him, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. But he quickly realized that this was just the initial breakthrough. As he progressed to the later stages of the blood-melting realm, his strength would grow even more formidable. The already powerful qi and blood from perfect body tempering had now been enhanced tenfold, significantly boosting his endurance, recovery, and resilience. However, thinking about the terrifying qi and blood strength of the Blood God clan, Suan's joy quickly faded. He took a deep breath, relieved that not many could achieve the Blood God clan's invincible Blood God immortal body. The Blood God clan was nearly unbeatable in the physical realm, which made Suan acutely aware of the immense threat they posed. Realizing that his current cultivation level was still insufficient to face the upcoming challenges, Suan closed his eyes again to consolidate his recent breakthrough. He understood that the key to the blood-melting realm lay in blood refinement, using qi and blood to ignite a refining fire, burning away impurities in his blood to condense pure blood. However, as Suan began his cultivation, he truly understood why every blood-melting realm technique emphasized the importance of refining the blood of other races. Even with his perfect body tempering and the dense qi and blood from the sea of blood technique, he could only sustain his cultivation for half an hour before his qi and blood began to deplete. Without the supplement of other races' blood, Suan had to wait for his qi and blood to naturally recover before continuing his cultivation. At this moment, he deeply grasped the meaning of wealth in literature, poverty in martial arts. In the academy, lacking resources meant falling behind in cultivation speed, and the key to obtaining resources was credits and the impending exploration of secret realms. With this in mind, Suan's gaze became resolute. As someone from a humble background, he could only rely on himself. Two paths to obtain resources lay before him: earning credits and participating in secret realm explorations. Recalling the vast secret realm mentioned by Guli, hope ignited in Suan's heart. Even a small portion of the resources from the secret realm would be invaluable. Looking into the distance, Suan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He silently called out in his heart, "Senior brother, hurry up. The battlefield of the heavens is a strange world filled with bloodshed. The terrain here is treacherous, energy storms rage, and the aura of slaughter is omnipresent. As the hub connecting countless realms, the battlefield of the heavens is a place of desolate ruins, ancient treasures, and countless opportunities for those fated to discover them. Powerful races from various realms clash here, fighting for resources and ancient relics. In this eternal stage of slaughter, the blood god's territory is perpetually shrouded in a crimson hue. But today, a deep black light pierced the sky, shattering the crimson silence. As the light flashed, numerous figures appeared out of thin air. These blood god clan members had dark red skin, adorned with strange markings, and their blood energy surged like a vast ocean. Their arrival seemed to bring a torrential sea of blood. Ha ha ha! A tall general of the blood god clan laughed heartily. The combined secret technique of the three blood god tablets is truly formidable. Large-scale void teleportation. What can the great Xia domain do against us? This general, named Shui Yinzun, was brimming with blood energy, dyeing the sky red. He turned and patted a fellow clan member on the shoulder, praising, "Jaluaya, you've done a great job this time." Jaluaya, the blood god clan member in question, was not tall and had lighter skin with fewer markings. However, his blood-red eyes were particularly striking. Strange and intricate patterns occasionally flickered in his pupils, radiating brilliant light. Even Shui Yinzun dared not meet his gaze. All for the blood god, Jaluaya chuckled softly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Other clan members lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Shui Yinzun sighed inwardly, sensing that in the near future, even he might have to bow to Jaluaya. This once unremarkable clan member had undergone a bloodline reversion after accidentally entering a forbidden void, developing the legendary blood god eyes. These eyes, containing unimaginable power, would allow him to stand out among the strongest of all races. What was even more astounding was that Jaluaya had deciphered the mysterious blood god tablets, which no one else could understand. The combination of the three tablets had activated the void teleportation secret technique. Putting his thoughts aside, Shui Yin-Zun laughed heartily. Jaluaya, this time you'll lead the team to the great Xia domain of the human race. It's a good opportunity to witness their strong warriors. Although Jaluaya, as a divine realm expert, could not participate in the competition, being present was a rare experience. Jaluaya's eyes shone brightly, the surrounding void distorting and tearing. He coldly declared, "Human warriors? Under the blood god's radiance, they will all turn to dust." Everyone present was awestruck by the power of the blood god eyes. Haha, excellent. This generation will see the rise of our blood god clan. Shui Yin-Zun laughed heartily, then waved his hand. Select the contestants. 60 young blood god clan members stepped forward, representing the blood-melting realm, bone-forging realm, and body-casting realm, 20 from each. Alongside them were several powerful clan members acting as guards. Shui Yin-Zun addressed the leading young man. Yara, protect the blood god tablet of the body realm well. I await news of your victory. Yara nodded confidently. As the current holder of the body realm blood god tablet, he had already grasped some of the profound mysteries of the blood god's immortal body, making him a formidable force. Alright, set off now. Activate the void teleportation. Shui Yin-Zun waved his hand, ready to send them off. Although the competition was still half a month away, the journey was long and required an early departure. At that moment, a clan member hurriedly ran up to report, "Zun, there's news from the blood god sect." Shui Yin-Zun frowned upon hearing this. The blood god sect? What news? The blood flame sovereign furrowed his brows and waved his hand impatiently. A glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes, as if discussing something trivial. The blood god sect is nothing more than a dog I keep among the humans, he said coldly. Though it has done some deeds, I've never truly regarded it with any importance. His gaze shifted to the distance, and his voice grew serious. What matters now is heading to the Great Xia domain. Once the tournament begins, we'll initiate the void transmission and completely obliterate the new generation of the Great Xia domain. At that moment, a subordinate hurried forward and reported respectfully, "Sovereign, the blood god sect has discovered a secret realm in the Great Xia domain. However, only beings at the body and spirit stages can enter. The realm is vast with numerous powerful beasts. The blood god sect lacks enough body and spirit stage warriors, and wants to know if we should send reinforcements to take control." This news was like a breath of spring, dispelling the surrounding tension. Those preparing to head to the Great Xia domain had their eyes light up. A secret realm, a rare occurrence only during plane advancement. The blood god realm had long since advanced, and many of the younger generation had never even heard of a secret realm. The chance to explore one firsthand was irresistible. Everyone looked expectantly at the blood flame sovereign, awaiting his decision. The blood flame sovereign burst into laughter. "Go, of course. A secret realm is a gift from nature. If the humans can't claim it, we will." He scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. "Find 20 spirit stage and 30 body stage youngsters to go have some fun in the Great Xia domain." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young blood god clan members cheered, their excitement evident. However, a high-ranking member of the blood god clan frowned. "Sovereign, that is human territory. Sending so many people, isn't it too risky? What if something unexpected happens?" Before he could finish, the blood flame sovereign interrupted him. "Unexpected? What could possibly go wrong?" The blood flame sovereign's gaze pierced through the battlefield, directed towards the humans, a cold smile on his lips. "With the blood god clan and the heavenly clan armies pressing in, do you think the Great Xia domain would dare to act rashly? Even if I send stronger people, Great Xia can only accept it. If their strong ones dare to intervene, their losses will be even greater." As the blood flame sovereign said, the current Great Xia domain, to avoid an all-out war, could only acquiesce to this. This was why he dared to let talents like Jalua venture into human territory. With an external army pressing in and the blood god steel providing transmission support, the blood god clan was already in an unbeatable position. "Proceed without worry," the blood flame sovereign commanded. "Ransack that secret realm. The humans won't dare say a word." With the blood flame sovereign's order, the expedition team grew even more formidable. After bidding farewell to the blood flame sovereign, they set off towards human territory. The blood flame sovereign watched the distant Great Xia domain, a glint in his eye, a smile on his lips. "This time, I will break your spine." Time flew by, and soon, the blood god clan's team arrived at the human territory within the Great Xia domain on the battlefield. At that moment, many figures exuding powerful auras gathered in the sky above the territory. They stared at the approaching blood god clan, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Jalua led the team forward, his crimson eyes gleaming dangerously. "Move aside," he shouted. The air seemed to freeze, tension spreading. Eventually, a resigned voice echoed from the void. "Make way." Jalua smirked, leading the Blood God clan members proudly into human territory. Just then, two figures sped from the human side, confronting the Blood God clan's team Hedon. Neither side was willing to back down. The two humans seemed to disregard the Blood God clan entirely, striding forward with an overwhelming aura that changed the color of the sky. Jalua's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth, determined to maintain his stance. If successful, it would greatly boost the Blood God clan's morale. However, the two humans seemed fearless of any imminent war. The leading figure exuded a terrifying pressure that threatened to tear the void apart, his killing intent and sharp gaze suggesting he could annihilate the Blood God clan at any moment. Retreat. In an instant that felt like an eternity, Jalua's forehead beaded with sweat. Under the immense pressure, he had no choice but to order his people to step aside. The two humans walked through the Blood God clan's ranks with calm expressions. Only after passing through did the leader speak softly. "Canner, do you understand what fearlessness is now?" Zhoukan's eyes sparkled brightly, his aura subtly changing. After a moment, he smiled and responded, "I understand, second uncle." Zhou Wuyuan nodded, continuing forward with Zhoukan throughout. He never once glanced at the Blood God clan members. Jalua watched the imposing, confident figure, suppressing the tremor in his heart. "The war god of Great Xia, Zhou Wuyuan," he murmured to himself. In front of the Great Summer's fortress, Zhoukan furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Second uncle, the Blood God clan dares to step into Great Summer's territory. Why don't we just kill them outright?" Zhou Wuyuan remained silent for a moment, his hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. He replied calmly, "Great Summer lost a battle, and this is the price we have to pay." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Zhoukan was startled. He knew his second uncle's character too well, someone who detested evil and was never lenient with foreign clans. To see the Blood God clan enter human territory without resistance was entirely out of character for Zhou Wuyuan. "A price?" Zhoukan pressed, clearly unaware of the recent events. Zhou Wuyuan gave a brief explanation. "It's a life and death duel for the new generation. If Great Summer wins, we get to study the Blood God's steel. If the Blood God clan wins, their body refinement warriors can enter our academy's secret realms for training without restrictions." His brow furrowed even deeper as he spoke. He continued, "The Academy of all races has many hidden special secret realms that can greatly aid in training, making people stronger quickly. If the Blood God clan wins, a large number of their warriors will flood into the Academy, taking up resources that originally belonged to our students. Worse, opening these secret realms consumes a lot of resources, all borne by Great Summer. If we lose, it will severely hinder the growth of our new generation." Hearing this, Zhoukan couldn't help but exclaim angrily, "The stakes are so unequal. If Great Summer loses, we pay a huge price. But if the Blood God clan loses, they just get to study the Blood God steel? Isn't that something only they can fully utilize? Even if we win, we only get to develop a top-tier body refinement technique. This is so unfair." Zhou Wuyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. "Fairness? This is the price of failure. Where is the fairness in that? Canner, remember this. Fairness is built on strength. Without equivalent strength, fairness is just a joke." These words gave Zhoukan, who had always been well protected, a new understanding of the harsh world. However, he quickly thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. "With Guli, that monster, our body refinement warriors are sure to win. Suin should have also reached the blood-melting stage by now, right? Though his strength isn't great, his formations are terrifying. With the two of them, the Blood God clan is doomed." Zhou Wuyuan looked at the departing Blood God clan entourage and sighed. Never underestimate the power of a race. Those people are carefully chosen from the new generation of the Blood God clan, and their strength should not be underestimated. The leader of their body refinement warriors is the master of the body refinement steel and has already comprehended parts of the Blood God's undying body. In terms of raw strength and vitality, Guli is still far behind him. Suddenly, Zhou Wuan's brow furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Something's not right. There's someone among the Blood God clan I can't see through. Could it be a bloodline reversion?" His frown deepened. It seems the Blood God clan is about to produce a top-tier genius. Zhoukan was shocked. "What? Are you saying even Guli isn't a match for him?" Zhou Wuyuan nodded. In terms of raw strength alone, Guli would indeed lose. However, a smile played at the corner of his mouth. That kid is also very strong. His mental state should have broken through to the second level. The outcome of their battle is hard to predict. For Guli to win, he might have to pay a price. Zhoukan felt a bit dejected upon hearing this. He had just touched the level of fearlessness, while Guli had already reached another height. The vast gap made him feel defeated. But then, A disheveled figure with eyes full of confidence appeared in his mind. Zhou Qian's dejection vanished, and he looked up with a smile. Mountains are not meant to be gazed at, but to be climbed. It's more exciting to chase after them. Zhou Yuan had been closely observing Zhou Qian's psychological changes. Seeing the renewed confidence in Zhou Qian's eyes, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. A man of the Zhou family doesn't give up easily. Hurry and train. The Alchemy Furnace secret realm of the All Heavens battlefield opens once a year and will be accessible in 5 months. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. 2 years of stagnation were about to end. In 5 months, he would showcase his talents before thousands of species and tens of thousands of young warriors from different races. This would be the beginning of his rise to fame, a chance to show the world the extraordinary potential of Zhou Qian from the human race. At the entrance to the Daxia realm of the human race, a massive void rift spanning tens of thousands of feet lay before them. Goroya led a group from the Blood God clan through the formidable human defenses, arriving at the immense rift. The young members of the Blood God clan curiously observed the deep interface entrance, finding it particularly grand compared to their own. Noticing their reactions, Goroya's crimson eyes flickered as he began to explain. Most races have interface entrances only 1,000 feet wide. Only the most powerful races possess such enormous entrances. But the human race's blue star is unique. Its interface entrance is vast from the moment it appears. He paused briefly, his tone carrying a complex emotion that was hard to decipher, and continued. What's even more astonishing is that Blue Star has 3 interface entrances. The human race has divided these 3 entrances into the Daxia realm, the Lin Tian realm, and the Ling realm. A serious look crossed Goroya's face. The crucial point is that even with 3 interface entrances, Blue Star's evolution is still incomplete. This revelation left the young Blood God clan members in shock. They had always believed that their clan had been pushing the human race to the brink of defeat, thinking little of them. But now they realized they had been contending with only one realm of the human race. Even more startling, an incompletely evolved star had already split into 3 interface entrances and contained numerous secret realms. What kind of terrifying power would it have if it fully evolved? Goroya's tone was filled with awe as he gazed intently at the interface entrance before them. Now you understand why the Blood God clan and other races covet the human race, don't you? Blue Star far surpasses other racial interfaces. Ancient beings speculate that when Blue Star fully evolves, countless terrifying inheritance secret realms will emerge. These words left everyone even more astonished. If that were true, wouldn't the human race sweep through all other races? Sensing their apprehension, Goroya chuckled lightly. Relax, the day Blue Star fully evolves will also be the day the human race faces extinction. Our goal is Cleardo sees a part of Blue Star's territory before its complete evolution. And the Daxia realm is our primary target. As Goroya's voice faded, the breaths of the Blood God's clan grew heavy, their eyes gleaming with greed. They stared at the human realm interface as if they were ready to devour it. This wasn't driven by hatred, but by their covetous desire for the human world. However, their daydreams were quickly interrupted by a cold voice from a human warrior. The Blood God's clan entering the human realm? How could anyone not notice? The warrior said icily. Even though most of the strong fighters of the Great Xia domain are on the battlefield, we won't let the Blood God's clan rampage through the human world. Goroya sneered. Let's see about that. With that, he led the Blood God's clan through the entrance. A flash of light later, they were standing on human soil. Before them was a breathtaking landscape. Majestic mountains winding like dragons and snakes across the land. Vast rivers and lakes nourishing all living things. Expansive grasslands and lush forests interwoven. Such beauty left the Blood God's clan, who had always lived in a blood-red world, in awe, igniting their desire to plunder. Just as the human warrior was about to speak, countless blood-red threads suddenly obscured the sky. These threads quickly intertwined, forming a grand array in an instant. With a brilliant flash, the members of the Blood God's clan vanished into thin air. The human warrior's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. The Blood God's sect. In an underground hall, Goroya looked satisfied at a man dressed in black standing beside him. The man's face was chiseled like iron, and his deep eyes seemed like bottomless black holes, instilling fear. He was Xuanya, the leader of the Blood God sect. With esteemed guests arriving, of course, I must personally welcome you. Xuanya forced a stiff smile. Goroya took the main seat and casually asked, Xuanya, how long have you been with the Blood God's clan? 10 years, my lord, Xuanya replied respectfully. Goroya looked at Xuanya meaningfully. 10 years? In these 10 years, your hands must be stained with human blood. Do you ever feel remorse? Xuanya bowed his head and answered, my lord, I am now part of the Blood God's clan. Killing humans is like slaughtering chickens. Why would I feel remorse? I've heard the esteemed guests were coming, so I've prepared many fresh human prodigies. Their blood is quite delicious, perfect to refresh you all. With that, he clapped his hands, and immediately, over 100 unconscious young humans were brought in. Goroya laughed heartily. The human race truly is a fascinating species. He patted Xuanya on the shoulder. There will be plenty of time to enjoy these treats later. We have more pressing matters now. Where is the secret realm, and is it guarded by any human warriors? Xuanya confidently replied, "Rest assured, my lord. It is an undiscovered secret realm, ready to be explored at any time. The Blood God sect has already scouted the area. There are no human warriors within 1,000 miles. Goroya nodded in satisfaction. Upon our return to the Blood God's clan, I will ensure you are officially recognized. Xuanya knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I am honored to serve the Blood God. Goroya turned to the members of the Blood God's clan and laughed. Go ahead. That secret realm is a gift from the Blood God to you. Excited laughter erupted as the new generation of the Blood God's clan, led by the Blood God's sect's followers, headed towards the secret realm, eagerly anticipating the treasures awaiting them. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Races Academy in Great Xia City, Suin reluctantly opened his eyes. Out of elixirs again, he sighed. It had been 3 days since Guli left, and he had been waiting for her return while continuing his cultivation. To aid his training, he had to purchase elixirs. However, in just 3 days, he had spent 100 academy credits, equivalent to 2 million yuan. As his cultivation deepened, the consumption of vital energy and blood began to multiply. Suin calculated that if he continued at this rate, his remaining 500 credits might not last even a week. This left him deeply troubled. Damn it, who can keep up with this spending pace? Suin stared at the rapidly dwindling credit numbers, his face showing clear distress. He had thought 1,000 credits was a fortune, but he was almost out before even starting his training. Reluctantly, he had to pause his cultivation. With the secret realm expedition approaching, Suin realized that no matter how much he increased his blood energy, a significant breakthrough was unlikely in such a short time. After much consideration, he decided to invest his remaining credits in a combat technique to quickly boost his fighting power. Opening the resource website, Suin began searching for body-level combat techniques suitable for a blood fusion realm warrior. The plethora of options left him overwhelmed. Spirit Serpent Neck Wrap, a defensive counterattack technique focused on blade skills, costing 200 credits. White Tiger Leaping the Ravine, a forceful and expansive footwork technique, costing 300 credits. Suin carefully weighed each option and eventually focused on the footwork technique. He knew that survival was the top priority in the perilous secret realm. After browsing for a while, a familiar name suddenly caught his eye, making him light up with excitement. Dragon Step. This combat technique required the user to master instant movement, a skill Suin was already quite adept at. Despite the hefty 500 credit price tag, he hesitated, but knowing it might be one of the top-tier footwork techniques, Suin made up his mind. This is it. He decisively placed the order, and soon, the training method for Dragon Step was transmitted to his perfect system. Just as Suin was about to delve into this new skill, a series of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a highly excited figure running towards him. Suin, it's settled. We're heading out. The familiar voice was filled with anticipation and excitement. Hearing this, a smile spread across Suin's face. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Secret Realm, here I come. Senior brother, you're finally here. Suin stood up excitedly as he saw Guli storming in. He was currently penniless and couldn't even continue his cultivation, but fortunately, Guli had arrived. Pulling Suin along, Guli complained, don't even mention it. To boost the power of the formation, I had to reinforce the entire base. It cost me 2,000 credits. The formation department instructors are practically vampires. Just enhancing the base costs that much. Despite his grumbling, Guli's tone couldn't hide his excitement. Though he was now so broke that he had nothing but money, getting the spirit seed made it all worth it. 2,000 credits? Suin widened his eyes in shock. You should have come to me. I could have done it for just 1,000 credits. For Suin, enhancing a formation base was a minor task. With a ready-made base and formation patterns, he just needed to overlay a layer of enhancement patterns. That such a simple task cost 2,000 credits made Suin's eyes nearly pop out. He was truly broke, with nothing but his understanding of formations. Guli explained helplessly, come to you? Bro, that formation base is for the peak of the spirit realm. And this was through a friend of a friend. Otherwise, you think 2,000 credits could cover it? Those instructors who can enhance formation bases charge an arm and a leg every time they work. This was already a bargain. Suin thought to himself, peak of the spirit realm formation base? Give me the materials, and I could set up a forbidden formation. Guli's 2,000 credits were more painful to lose than throwing money away. But then a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Enhancing formation bases, is this lucrative? Maybe he could start a business in this area. Enhancing a peak spirit realm formation base for 1,500 credits wouldn't be unreasonable, right? This could be a gold mine. Suin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At this point, the instructors of the formation department were blissfully unaware that a formidable competitor was about to emerge. In their conversation, Guli and Suin quickly arrived at the academy gates, where a woman in a simple white embroidered dress was waiting quietly. Her hair was casually pinned up, and beneath her willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of gentle eyes. When she saw Guli, her eyes lit up slightly. Guli casually introduced, Shangguan Runin, Spirit Sea Realm. Then he looked at Suin and shrugged. Suin, my junior brotherno need for an introduction, right? Shangguan Runin chuckled lightly. I've heard all about you. Suin freshly enrolled and already causing a bloodbath. Your reputation precedes you. Recently, Suin had become quite infamous at the academy, being the first student in its history to go on a killing spree. Suin smiled awkwardly. Nice to meet you, senior sister. It was just a matter of circumstance. He hadn't expected to become so well known. All right, enough modesty. Let's get to the secret realm. I've had enough of this body-refining realm. Guli briefly introduced them, and then led the way to the city's teleportation array. Shangguan Runin pouted and muttered softly, you could have broken through long ago. No need to torture yourself. Guli's face twitched, and he quickened his pace. Senior brother could have broken through already? Didn't he lack a suitable spirit seed? Suin asked, puzzled. I offered him a flawless spirit seed. But he refused, Shangguan Runin said, looking at Guli's back with a hint of resentment. Suan's eyelid twitched, leaving him speechless. He had recently learned that the quality of a spirit seed directly affected future combat strength. Spirit seeds were generally divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top. Above top grade, there were flawless spirit seeds completely free of defects. These were so rare they couldn't be found on the market, and when they did appear, they fetched astronomical prices. He didn't expect that this seemingly delicate senior sister could casually offer a flawless spirit seed. Senior brother, senior sister was being kind. How could you refuse? Suan's expression was odd as he raised an eyebrow at Guli. He could tell that this senior sister was likely someone Guli had a romantic debt with. Get lost. A favor for a flawless spirit seed? I'd never be able to repay it, even if I sold myself, Guli said with a twitch of his mouth, feeling helpless. He understood Shangguan Runin's feelings, but with his vendetta unavenged, he only wanted to focus on cultivation. If he were to die on his path of revenge, being a lone wolf meant he wouldn't leave any regrets. But if he accepted her offer and then died, wouldn't that leave Runin a widow? The thought made Guli's heart ache, and all such notions vanished instantly. Seeing this, Shangguan Runin's eyes dimmed, but she continued to follow Guli with firm steps. Suin frowned, thinking, who are these enemies that even Guli feels such immense pressure from? But he quickly shook his head, realizing that with his current strength, he couldn't help even if he knew. The most important thing now was to quickly improve his own power. In silence, the 3 quickly reached the teleportation array in the city. With a flash of light, they vanished. The moment they disappeared, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness and approached the array's operator. Give me the coordinates of those 3 who just teleported. Are you kidding? The coordinates are confidential. You think anyone can just see them? The operator said disdainfully. The figure said nothing, simply pulling out a token from his robe. The operator's eyes widened in shock and quickly wrote down the coordinates for Guli and the other 2. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have handed over the coordinates so easily. But the large character Yi etched on the token was unmistakable. The Great Xia, the Academy of all races. The sudden arrival of the Blood God clan has thrown the entire Great Xia into a state of tension. At this moment, all the formidable warriors that could be mustered have gathered in a conference room at the Academy of all races. The air is thick with a sense of oppression, and everyone's faces are grim, brows furrowed in concern. Damn the Blood God cult. The commander of the Great Xia City Guard slammed his palm on the table, producing a dull thud. His face was icy cold, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. I can't believe they found a way in. It turned out that as soon as the Blood God clan entered the human realm, they were received by the Blood God cult and vanished without a trace. These foreign invaders are not here for a friendly visit. If they act recklessly in human territory, the consequences could be disastrous. Guan Wanshan furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, the inspection division, the city guard, and members of various families have all been dispatched to search. Let's wait for news. We should have results soon. The Blood God cult has been lurking in Great Xia for years. In the past, with many powerful warriors stationed here, this foreign cult couldn't stir up much trouble. But now, with the ongoing losses on the battlefield against the myriad races, and the Blood God clan allying with the Celestial clan, Great Xia has had to send many of its strongest warriors to the front lines. This has given the hidden foreign cult an opportunity to act. Despite this, the front line cannot afford to lose more reinforcements. Who knows if this is a ploy by the enemy to draw our forces away? A little trouble within the territory is a minor issue that can be quelled with some effort. But if the front line collapses, that would be a real catastrophe. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly, Yi Yongfeng's brow twitched, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by the others. About an hour later, the commander of the city guard suddenly stood up and loudly announced, "We found them. Those scum seem to have discovered a hidden, secret realm 1,000 miles away and are sending people there." At this, everyone stood up swiftly, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. A secret realm of the human race is not something the Blood God clan can enter at will. Without hesitation, some warriors stayed to guard the academy, while the others immediately set out, heading straight for the location of the secret realm. Yi Yongfeng frowned slightly, deep in thought. 1,000 miles away? Could that kid be heading to the same place? He turned to Guan Wanshan and said, "Principal Guan, I should go with them to prevent any tricks from the Blood God clan." Guan Wanshan nodded in agreement, without suspicion, but Lin Changyuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and gazed thoughtfully into the distance. He knew that during this time, Guli was preparing the next secret realm, also located 1,000 miles from Great Xia City. He was aware of Suan and Guli's departure. The destination of the Blood God cult's current mission was highly likely to be that place. Yi Yongfeng, being a cautious person, volunteering this time made Lin Changyuan think. My two junior brothers are in the secret realm, and Yi Yongfeng must have secretly sent someone to follow them. Sword intent swirled around Lin Changyuan as he turned to Guan Wanshan and asked, "Can't we act against the Yi family yet?" Yi Yongfeng's repeated little actions had already stirred Lin Changyuan's killing intent. Guan Wanshan frowned tightly and firmly replied, "Not yet. The big fish hasn't taken the bait. To eliminate the Yi family now would be a waste. We need to wait. Many strong warriors are out, leaving the territory vulnerable, and some people have yet to reveal their true intentions." Suppressing his killing intent, Lin Changyuan waved his hand irritably. "I hope your stupid plan works." Before he finished speaking, a sword light flashed across the sky, and Lin Changyuan's figure disappeared instantly. Watching Lin Changyuan leave, Guan Wanshan stood silently for a long while before chuckling to himself. "Don't worry. The plan may be clumsy, but it will succeed." Meanwhile, in a dense forest in the Great Xia domain, the evolution of the stars has caused the blue star's territory to expand dramatically, and the rich spiritual energy has led to rampant growth of all kinds of vegetation. The blue star is now filled with incredibly thick forests and mountain ranges. Su-en and his two companions were swiftly traversing a dense forest, heading deeper into it. Suddenly, Guli frowned. Something's not right. Someone's been here. Su-en and Shangguan Runin also noticed some unusual signs. Along the way, they saw trees and bushes that had been deliberately destroyed. A crude but clear path extended into the depths of the mountains, indicating that several people had passed through. "Let's change direction and avoid being detected," Guli suggested, leading the way in a new direction, with Su-en and Shangguan Runin following closely behind. Despite the discovery of the secret realm, Guli remained calm. The secret realm had strong suppressive forces, and the beasts inside were formidable. Just finding the secret realm didn't mean they could easily take anything from it. "Senior brother, are those beasts considered foreign races?" Su-en asked curiously as they moved forward. He had entered a secret realm once before, but it was small and empty except for some formation stones. Guli explained as they walked, "Beasts aren't considered foreign races because they lack intelligence. Spiritual energy benefits humans, but when beasts absorb it, they go completely berserk, as if the spiritual energy is toxic to them. But these beast creatures are incredibly powerful. Their robust bodies give them strength far beyond that of humans," he said, turning his gaze to Su-en with a smirk. "Of course, if you ever come across an intelligent beast, consider yourself lucky. Intelligent beasts are rare, and if you can tame one, it would be a tremendous asset. Imagine riding a mystical eagle. How impressive would that be?" Su-en's eyes lit up as he nodded in amazement. He recalled that in all the other realms he knew, there were no other intelligent life forms aside from humans. But Blue Star was different, teeming with a variety of species as if created by the whims of a divine being. Fortunately, 99 of these beast creatures lacked intelligence. Otherwise, humans might have lost their dominion long ago. Still, the thought of taming an intelligent beast was exhilarating. "Don't listen to your senior brother's nonsense," Shangguan Runin interjected sternly, glaring at Guli. "If you encounter an intelligent beast, turn around and run. They harbor deep hatred for humans." She paused, muttering under her breath, "He wouldn't even accept the spirit seed I gave him. How does he expect to tame a beast?" Guli chuckled awkwardly, avoiding the topic. He quickly turned to Su-en and asked, "Have you broken through to the blood fusion realm?" Su-en snapped out of his daydream and nodded. "Yes, I broke through a couple of days ago." Guli's eyes flashed with approval. "You're in luck. The blood essence of these beasts is like a precious elixir for someone at your stage. If you're fortunate, this trip to the secret realm could bring you to the pinnacle of the blood fusion realm. Suan's eyes sparkled with joy. The blood fusion realm had no bottlenecks. With ample blood energy and resources, one could quickly enhance their strength. Given his current financial strain, he was determined to seize this opportunity to absorb as much blood essence as possible. As they conversed, the dense forest suddenly opened up before them, with bright light filtering through the leaves and illuminating the ground. Suan looked ahead and saw a three-meter portal shimmering like a vortex at the forest's center. Though they hadn't yet entered, a thick mist of spiritual energy was already seeping out, filling the air. The three of them exchanged excited glances and, without hesitation, plunged into the secret realm. However, before they had a chance to take in their surroundings, several angry shouts rang out, "Kill them! They are not from the Blood God clan." Suan, Gu Li, and Shangguan Runan's faces turned pale with shock. They realized with horror that members of the Blood God clan were already inside the secret realm. The sudden murderous intent and shout made Suan and the others' faces change instantly. At the entrance of the secret realm, a dozen cultists from the Blood God sect appeared suddenly. Their fierce faces looked particularly terrifying in the dim light. Without time to think, Gu Li was the first to react. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from him like a volcano. He drew his ancient bow to its full extent, the bowstring taut like a full moon. Arrows formed from his energy shot out like meteors, heading straight for the cultists. Despite her delicate appearance, Shangguan Ruinan's reaction was swift. Her eyebrows furrowed in determination as she wielded her Qing Shuang sword, which radiated brilliant spiritual power. Her sword light sliced through the air like a crescent moon, aiming for the vital points of the enemies. Boom! Sizzle! The battle ended almost as soon as it began. Gu Li and Shangguan Ruinan, being top-tier talents, far outmatched these cultists. In just a minute or two, the ground was littered with corpses, and blood stained the entrance to the secret realm. However, there was no joy on their faces, only furrowed brows. Gu Li rubbed his forehead and cursed under his breath, "Damn it! How did we get so unlucky to run into the Blood God sect? These were just scouts. The real trouble is their main force." Shangguan Ruinan calmly analyzed, "Don't panic. The Blood God sect is probably here for the martial competition. If they're entering the secret realm, the human clan must be aware. We just need to be cautious and avoid running into them inside." Gu Li relaxed slightly at her words and said, "Let's go and get the spirit seeds first. The real problem would be if they interfere while we're collecting them." Suan suddenly chimed in, "Senior brother, we came in first. It's them who should be worried about us." Gu Li and Shangguan Ruinan looked at Suan in surprise. Suan continued, "Senior sister, your formation is a killing array, right?" Shangguan Ruinan nodded. "Yes, the 9 palaces linked sword formation. It can unleash peak spiritual realm power. But the suppression inside this secret realm is strong, so I can only use my spiritual entry-level skills, which will reduce its power significantly." She moved uncomfortably, clearly affected by the realm's suppression. A sly gleam appeared in Suan's eyes. "That's fine. We're not the only ones suppressed. Senior sister, you could set up the formation at the entrance. When the Blood God sect arrives, we can give them a nasty surprise." Gu Li and Shangguan Ruinan's eyes lit up. Gu Li grinned wickedly. "Heh, brilliant idea, junior brother. Well, slaughter a bunch of them first, then lure some beasts to block the entrance. Let the Blood God sect and the beasts tear each other apart while we grab the spirit seeds and have some fun with them later." As they plotted, Suan suddenly remembered, "Last time I came to the secret realm, I had some bewildering pills left. These can knock out even the beasts." Gu Li's eyes sparkled. "Junior brother, you're amazing. Do you have any other treasures?" "Yes. I have 2 sticks of beast-attracting incense, which can draw beasts from 50 miles away." Shangguan Ruinan felt her heart race and her eyelids twitch. She couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for the Blood God sect who hadn't arrived yet. Half an hour later, the trio finished setting up and hid behind a large rock 100 meters from the entrance, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. "Heh, how many people do you think the Blood God clan will send?" Gu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at the entrance from time to time, as if anticipating something big was about to happen. Suan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Hard to say, but since they're here for the martial competition, there should be quite a few." Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. "Do you think we might end up wiping out the Blood God clan before the competition even starts?" Suan took a sharp breath. "It's very possible. If that happens, how many credits do you think we'll get?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them burst into sinister laughter. Standing nearby, Shangguan Runan's mouth twitched slightly, and she thought to herself, "No matter how you look at it, these two seem more like the villains here." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm deep within the mountains, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. They weren't the Blood God clan that Suin and Guli were expecting, but rather members of the Yi family. The leader of the Yi family saw the entrance to the secret realm and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, there's actually a secret realm here. It's finally our turn to strike it rich. They had originally come to hunt down Suin, but had unexpectedly stumbled upon this treasure trove. Heh, Suin really has some good luck, finding another secret realm, one of the Yi family members remarked. Ha ha ha, you got it wrong, brother, another corrected. It's our good luck. The treasures in this secret realm are all ours now. The Yi family members were elated and brimming with confidence. To them, Suin was just an easy target. Taking down a body-refining stage cultivator with their dozen spirit realm experts would be a piece of cake. The secret realm before them was the real treasure trove, and even a small portion of its riches would be worth years of their earnings. With that thought, the Yi family members couldn't contain their excitement and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. As a flash of light enveloped them, a dense wave of spiritual energy surged towards them. Just as the leader of the Yi family was about to laugh out loud, he was caught off guard by a barrage of sword energy. It crisscrossed in every direction, leaving no escape, and mercilessly tore through them. Boom! The spiritual energy roared, and before the Yi family members could react, they were engulfed in excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, the dozen spirit realm experts lay on the ground, not even getting a chance to properly see the secret realm. Silence fell over the area, broken only by the eerie whistling of the sword energy. 100 meters away, behind a large rock, Guli, Suin, and Shangguan Runin stood up, looking at each other in bewilderment. Where's the Blood God clan? They asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. Did we kill the wrong people? Shangguan Runin asked, her voice tinged with unease as she gazed at the bodies scattered around them. Guli, with his sharp eyes, spotted a familiar token from the Yi familia symbol that their noble offspring always carried when they traveled. He had his doubts initially, but upon seeing the token, his tone turned cold and resolute. No mistake. These bastards are from the Yi family. The more of them that die, the better. Shangguan Runin frowned in thought. How did Yi family members end up here? Could they have stumbled upon this secret realm by chance? Suin scanned the bodies coldly and dismissed the idea. Not a chance. This place is too hidden to find without precise coordinates. These Yi family members were probably after me. Understanding dawned on Shangguan Runin, and she was immediately filled with anger. The Yi family is going too far. They still haven't explained their collusion with the Blood God sect, and now they're secretly harming the geniuses of the human race. Doesn't anyone above care? They've always been tyrannical in the array formation circles, but now they're completely out of control. Guli merely chuckled without saying more. Suin, standing nearby, appeared thoughtful, realizing that the Yi family's influence was even more extensive than he had imagined. Good thing we only triggered the formation. We haven't used the monster lure incense or the bewitching pills yet, Guli said as he gestured for Suin to help clean up the scene. When the Blood God clan arrives, they'll be in for a nasty surprise. Make sure they don't find any clues beforehand. The two quickly tidied up the battlefield, collecting various array flags and formation discs. Suin eagerly selected a few items. These are good stuff. They could earn quite a few credits. Though individual formations weren't highly valuable, accumulating them could amount to a significant fortune. Guli urged, we need to go. The smell of blood will attract beasts. It's a pity we can't set up an array to trap the Blood God clan. We'll have to light the monster lure incense and block the entrance. Suin, however, showed a sly smile and began manipulating the array flags they had seized. No worries, we just got a bunch of array flags, didn't we? His hands moved quickly, infusing the flags with energy. Guli was puzzled. What are you doing? Suin explained with a sinister grin, leaving a little gift for the Blood God clan. These flags may not be as powerful as senior sisters, but they're still quite formidable. Connecting them into a large composite array will be even trickier than a pure killing array. Finally, I'll engrave self-destruction runes on each flag, and, boom, he continued working. When we throw the bewitching pills into the array and the formations explode, the scene will be spectacular. Shangguan Runin was stunned. Are you joking? How can you combine several formations into one large array? The runes within the array foundations are fixed. Any slight change will render them ineffective. And adding self-destruction runes on top of that? She looked at Suin in disbelief. Suin didn't even look up as he explained. It's not difficult. Just keep the original runes intact and carve a new set of formations over them. With a linking array, these flags can communicate with each other. When the Blood God clan tries to force their way through, the conflict between the formations will trigger the entire array to explode. Shangguan Runin watched Suin's rapid hand movements in shock and turned to Guli with a wry smile. It's not about difficulty. It's about understanding. This technique is unheard of, probably beyond even Yi Yongfeng's capabilities. Your junior brother's grasp of formations is terrifying. We're not even on the same level. She looked curiously at Guli. Where did you find such a genius? Did he really get into the academy from a small town, and not from a family of formation masters? Guli looked at Suin's back, feeling a bit uneasy. This junior brother, who claimed only to have mastered mid-level formations, was far more complex than he appeared. Soon, Suin completed his masterpiece, an intricate and versatile large array with a trigger at the secret realm's entrance. As soon as the Blood God clan stepped in, the array would activate. Senior brother, light the incense, Suin reminded. Guli nodded and placed the monster lure incense about 100 meters away on either side of the entrance. This special incense could attract beasts from within a 50-mile radius. The beasts, already drawn by the scent of blood, began rushing towards the area as soon as they detected the incense. Meanwhile, Suin and the others hurried deeper into the secret realm. At that moment, outside the entrance of the secret realm, a 100-strong team was rapidly approaching. It was the Blood God clan. Outside the mysterious realm, a massive group of over 100 people marched forth with great momentum. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the realm, which glowed with a mysterious light, filled with fervor and greed. Leading them was none other than Jaluaya of the Blood God clan, his crimson eyes standing out starkly in the night. My lord, with so many of us moving together, we might have already attracted the attention of the human race, Shinyi whispered to Jaluaya, standing by his side. We should enter the realm quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. The Blood God sect has also brought 50 people. They can explore the more dangerous areas. Jaluaya nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Xian Ye's thorough consideration. He said confidently, no worries. This realm has a natural suppression. Only those at the body and spirit stages can enter. Among such cultivators, no one can rival the Blood God sect. Hearing this, the newer generation of Blood God clan members, led by Yala, stood tall with pride gleaming in their eyes. They even hoped to encounter humans inside the realm to unleash their killing spree. Suddenly, Jaluaya's expression turned icy, his blood-red eyes gazing into the distance. From the horizon, a vast cloud mass surged like ocean waves, approaching rapidly. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a group of formidable human warriors. How dare you covet the human realm? You court death. The commander of the city guards roared, his aura of killing intent instantly spreading. The other human warriors also looked grim, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The atmosphere grew tense, a clash imminent. But Jaluaya remained calm, taking a few steps forward and speaking lightly. No need to be so tense. It's just a minor realm. Since we've come across it, it must be fated for the Blood God clan. Surely, you humans won't be so petty? As he spoke, his crimson pupils shone brilliantly, causing the surrounding void to crack and reform. The human warriors were shocked, feeling as though they were completely seen through by those blood-red eyes. Shinyi chimed in at the right moment. The Lord is jesting. How could the humans dare to stop us? Have you all forgotten that the front lines are still under the control of the Blood God Lords? Hearing Xian Ye's words, the humans gritted their teeth, their eyes burning with hatred. This traitor, who should have been a prodigy of the human race, had become a lackey of the Blood God clan, making them tremble with rage. But as Shinyi said, they dared not act rashly, fearing the front-line situation might worsen. As the standoff continued, two streaks of light descended from the sky. The newcomers were Yi Yongfeng and Lin Changyuan. Upon landing, they immediately noticed the entrance to the realm surrounded by the Blood God clan, their brows furrowing. Seeing this, Jialuaya mocked. What, have you humans gathered such a force just to stop us from entering the realm? Unfortunately, only those at the body and spirit stages can enter. You might not have a chance. Of course, you can send in some of your young ones and see how many make it out. His words caused the young Blood God clan members to burst into laughter. Go ahead, find your so-called prodigies. Haha, I bet they won't dare. How can humans claim to be prodigies in front of us? This is human territory. Should we show them some mercy? The mocking laughter echoed, darkening the faces of the human warriors. Lin Changyuan could no longer bear it, letting out a cold snort like a god's wrath, shaking heaven and earth. The laughing young Blood God clan members turned pale, their laughter abruptly stopping. Shinyi stepped forward, blocking Lin Changyuan, and said coldly, with your status, why target the young ones? Lin Changyuan's sharp gaze fell on Shinyi, speaking calmly, a free lesson for them. They're not qualified to mock us yet. Ill-mannered ones need to be disciplined. Don't you agree, senior brother? Few knew that Shinyi was once a disciple of the perfect sect. Shinyi responded expressionlessly, junior brother, you're overstepping. The Blood God clan's affairs are none of your concern. Humph. Let's take this to the skies. Lin Changyuan, suppressing his anger, said, I want to see if you're still as unbeatable as you were after leaving the perfect sect. With that, he leapt into the sky. Shinyi first bowed to Jaluaya, then followed suit. Soon, terrifying waves emanated from the distant sky, as clouds burst in all directions. Neither the humans nor the Blood God sect members were surprised. The perfect sect members always lost control upon seeing Xianyi, resulting in fierce battles every time they met. Jialuaya, seemingly able to see the intense fight in the distance, couldn't help but praise SK Tisk, truly a spectacle. Each move aimed to kill. However, he only glanced for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "Let's go into the secret realm first. We'll let these human seniors see what treasures we've brought back." The Blood God clan burst into hearty laughter, their eyes gleaming with greed. They all turned towards the entrance of the secret realm, their faces full of anticipation. The legendary secret realm, how many treasures could it possibly hold? "Follow me." Yala, the leader, commanded with a burning gaze, rushing towards the entrance first. The others followed closely, one by one, plunging into the entrance that shimmered with mysterious light. The human warriors stood aside, their faces dark and gloomy, as if they could drip water. Anger flared in their hearts, but they dared not act rashly. After all, the Blood God clan had many powerful warriors, and any sudden move could spark a frontline war. Helpless, they could only watch as the Blood God clan entered the secret realm, sighing inwardly, what a waste of the secret realm. However, Yala and his group were stunned the moment they stepped into the secret realm. Before they could even take a good look at their surroundings, a deafening roar exploded in their ears. Roar! A 5-meter turtle lion roared, an eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters circled in the sky, and packs of wolves bared their sharp teeth. The entrance to the secret realm was packed with various ferocious beasts. As the Blood God clan entered, these chaotic beasts instantly went berserk. Their strong bodies, sharp fangs, and overwhelming numbers filled the faces of the Blood God clan members with terror. "Are all secret realms this terrifying?" someone asked, trembling. "Run!" Yala shouted in panic, and everyone turned to flee without hesitation. But just then, light barriers suddenly rose around the entrance, trapping them inside. There's a killing array here. Damn it, I'm in an illusion array. No, this is clearly a trapping array." Shocked cries erupted among them. Although these arrays weren't particularly powerful, the delay allowed the enraged beasts to pounce on them. In the blink of an eye, the Blood God clan had already lost several members. "Break this damn array!" Yala roared, throwing a punch at the light barrier. Seeing this, the others also attacked, their powerful strikes raining down on the array. These elite members of the Blood God clan were indeed extraordinary. Just one round of attacks caused the array to crack. However, just as Yala and the others showed signs of relief, the damaged arrays suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions left everyone dizzy and disoriented. Worse still, the hidden mind-confusing powder within the arrays was also shattered. The powder spread, and the Blood God clan members, still fighting the beasts, began to lose focus. The beasts seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied slaughter. "It's a trap. This is a human trap." Yala, on the brink of collapse, shouted as he led the remaining members towards the exit of the secret realm. They emerged, covered in dust and blood, their numbers halved. Meanwhile, outside, the Blood God clan members were laughing and chatting, dreaming of the treasures their kin would bring back from the secret realm. The human warriors beside them wore grim expressions, gritting their teeth in silence. Suddenly, the light at the entrance of the secret realm flickered, and everyone froze. Back so soon? They wondered. In the next moment, the battered and bloodied Yala and his group stumbled out of the entrance. The humans were stunned, and the Blood God clan was bewildered. Is the secret realm really that terrifying? This question arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. After setting up traps, Suin and his companions immediately ventured deeper into the secret realm, without stopping to check the results. This vast and boundless realm was filled with dense spiritual energy that hung like mist. Towering ancient trees reached up to the sky, with vines entwined around them, and exotic flowers and herbs exuded a faint fragrance. In the distance, majestic mountains undulated like the spine of a giant dragon. If not for the occasional roars of fierce beasts, the scene could be likened to a magnificent painting. As they walked, Guli introduced, "Our target is the valley at the center of the secret realm. The spiritual energy there is incredibly dense, but the surrounding area is teeming with troublesome beasts." His expression was serious. "The most dangerous part is these beasts. While the secret realm suppresses humans, the beasts are unaffected, and there could be some extremely powerful ones." Suin frowned and asked, "If we encounter a divine beast, won't we be unable to escape?" Guli reassured him, "Don't worry. The secret realm has only been open for a short time, so the beasts haven't had long to cultivate. However, after some time, it might be a different story. This is my only chance." Determination flashed in his eyes. "The suppression of the realm will gradually fade, but the timing is uncertain. If we wait 2 more years, I might be finished. Although it's dangerous now, With Ruanan's formations and your array treasures, our chances of success are high. Just as they were cautiously advancing, a violent roar echoed. Gu Li's expression changed, and he urgently warned, "Be careful." Before he finished speaking, a lion, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, charged at them. Its imposing body, sharp fangs, and vigorous blood energy made Su and scalp tingle. Shangguan Ruanan and Gu Li attacked simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of blood energy and pure spiritual power. However, with just one swipe, the lion sent them flying. Gu Li cursed, "Damn it, these beasts have gotten stronger." He quickly drew his sunset bow and shouted, "Pierce the clouds." The bow emitted a blood-red glow, and an arrow as large as a spear shot out, hitting the lion's eye with precision. The lion roared in pain and fury, thrashing its limbs wildly. From a distance, Suin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that although these beasts had terrifying physiques, they lacked intelligence, so the fight would soon be over. Gu Li cut open the lion's heart and used a jade bottle to collect 5 glowing drops of blood. He tossed the bottle to Suin and explained, "This is a gadget from the Artifact Refining Division. It can automatically absorb the essence blood of beasts or other races. It's perfect for your current level, much purer than blood from other races." He taught Suin the incantation to activate the bottle. "Collect the essence blood from the beasts we slay from now on." As they continued, Suin curiously consumed a drop of essence blood. It had no bloody taste, but rather a faint medicinal aroma. As the essence blood entered his stomach, Suan's face flushed red, and a surge of blood energy erupted within him. He groaned and quickly circulated his blood-sea technique to refine it. Gu Li smiled. "This is the essence blood of a peak body-forging beast. 1 drop is equivalent to 10 blood-strengthening pills." Suin cursed inwardly and focused on his cultivation. The essence blood transformed into pure energy, refining his organs and meridians. Despite this, the blood energy was still overwhelming, forcing him to use instant steps to burn off the excess. After a dozen attempts, he finally managed to control it. This experience greatly enhanced Suan's physique, and a thin layer of impurities was expelled from under his skin. He realized he could use this method to practice the newly acquired Dragon Step technique. Although it consumed blood energy, it allowed him to quickly master combat skills. Thinking of the many beasts in the secret realm, he consumed another drop of essence blood, handling it much more calmly this time. Along the way, Suin collected several more drops of essence blood. His physique continually strengthened, and his instant steps gradually perfected. Becoming addicted to this rapid improvement, Suin began to attempt more advanced combat techniques. "Dragon Step," he murmured. His body was instantly enveloped in a red glow and vanished from sight. This time, it wasn't just a simple linear movement but a series of unpredictable shifts left and right, so fast it was almost impossible to track. From a distance, Suan's figure seemed like a true dragon, soaring and darting within the red glow, swift and agile. Dragon Step? This kid's only in the blood-melting stage, and he can already use Dragon Step? Gu Li hadn't paid much attention to Suin's training, but when he saw that swift and elusive figure, he was left speechless. Dragon Step, a technique that took Gu Li 2 years just to master the basics of instant step. Only recently did he manage to get a grasp of it, but Suin? He's been training for how long? 8 days? 10 days? And he's already perfected instant step and started on Dragon Step? Natural combat instincts, damn it. Why don't I have them? Gu Li muttered enviously as he watched the erratic figure darting around. Wow, someone who can make Gu the Great feel jealous? Shangguan Runan said with a laugh, noticing Gu Li's envious expression. In her memory, Gu Li had always been arrogantly superior to everyone. Even the prodigious Zhou Can seeing him envious now was quite amusing to her. Pfft, what's the big deal? Everyone's got their strengths. Who can compete with me in mental fortitude? Gu Li retorted, though his heart was full of bitterness. But Suin is also very strong in array comprehension, Shangguan Runan teased, but she couldn't help feeling a bit envious herself. Natural combat instincts, formidable array comprehension, and an unyielding spirit at such a young age. She sighed inwardly at the thought of such an overwhelming talent. Damn it, I need to break through quickly. At this rate, this kid will soon dominate the body refining stage, Gu Li mumbled to himself. He had wasted too much time already, and now his junior was catching up fast. If he didn't hurry, he'd be left far behind, which would be a huge embarrassment. The Heavenly Secret Realm's Golden Furnace is opening soon, right? Shangguan Runan suddenly asked. Yeah, less than 5 months away. If this kid trains hard, he might make it in time. That place is a holy ground for body refinement. If he can get a good ranking and obtain a divine ability, he'll be truly powerful, Gu Li said, reminiscing about his own experience. What rank did you get in the body refining stage? Did you obtain a divine ability from the Heavenly Secret Realm? Shangguan Runan asked curiously. She had also entered the Heavenly Secret Realm but didn't rank well due to its restrictions on external powers. Gu Li smiled and paused, not saying much. Even so, Shangguan Runin was visibly shocked. Gu Li had downplayed it, but ranking 8th among thousands of races was incredibly impressive. Competing with the strongest of the new generation from so many races was no small feat. Bang! As they were talking, a sudden collision sound interrupted them. They turned to see Suin, who had been too engrossed in his training, crashing into a stone wall. Oops, my bad, Suin said awkwardly, rubbing his reddened forehead. The speed of Dragon Step was so fast that even with his mastery of Instant Step, he couldn't control it well at first. But after a brief period of adjustment, he could already use it with some proficiency and would soon master it completely. We're almost there. Stop practicing this technique for now, or you'll end up rushing into a horde of beasts, Gu Li said, picking up his large bow and looking towards a distant valley with anticipation. Suin followed his gaze. About a kilometer away, a dense concentration of spiritual energy formed clouds, covering the valley. The spiritual energy was so thick that it turned into pouring rain. Even from afar, the pure energy was palpable. The three of them quietly approached and soon reached the top of the valley. Suin peeked down and gasped. The small, misty valley was filled with a variety of beasts, all seemingly asleep. They had struggled with just a few beasts on the way, but if this entire horde attacked, they'd be torn to pieces. At the center of the valley were three particularly formidable beasts, clearly not mere body-refining stage creatures. Senior brother, if these beasts attack all at once, we can't hold them back even with a raise, can we? Suin asked, feeling his scalp tingle. Don't worry, they're all asleep. As long as we don't make a big commotion, they won't wake up. The key is the final step, Gu Li said, looking at the central beasts with a serious expression. Every time we get close to that spot, the beasts go berserk. There'll be too many to fight, and we'll have no escape. This time, Runin and I will slowly clear the outer beasts. Once their numbers are reduced, I'll rush in, grab the spiritual seed and run. He turned to Suin. When that happens, the beasts will go crazy. Runin will set up arrays, and you'll assist with array treasures. Once we're out of the valley, the beasts won't chase us. Suin and Shangguan Runin nodded. The plan was simple but required careful execution in clearing the outer beasts. Stay put. Runin and I will handle this, Gu Li said, signaling Shangguan Runin to follow him into the valley. Midway, Gu Li drew his bow and shot an arrow at a beast, then turned and ran. The mindless beast chased to the edge of the valley before stopping. Once outside, Gu Li and Shangguan Runin quickly dispatched it. The other beasts seemed unaffected, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Gu Li and Shangguan Runin continued this slow, methodical process, while Suin collected the beast's blood. It was a repetitive but safe approach. Meanwhile, Suin used the beast blood to cultivate, feeling the vigorous energy fortify his body, organs, and bones. With an endless supply of beast blood, his strength grew rapidly. But as Suin immersed himself in his cultivation, a strange sensation suddenly surged in his heart. Suin frowned, looking towards the valley. He felt as if something was calling him, something familiar, like it belonged to him and was left there. Something of mine? Suin furrowed his brows. He had spent most of his life in a small town and never traveled far. What could he have lost here? Could it be from the memories I gained? Suddenly, Suin's eyes lit up. Suin stood at the entrance of the valley, his brow furrowed. He had no idea what kind of existence the person he had consumed was, but surviving the extinction of the human race and traveling back in time undoubtedly made them extraordinary. If the things in the valley were related to that person, they must be incredibly valuable. However, one question lingered in Suin's mind. Since the person was a reborn being, their original self should exist in this timeline. So why did the possessions of this person's original self also seem to summon him? Could it be because he had consumed the reborn being? This complex issue made Suin feel a sense of temporal confusion, but after a moment, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. Whatever the case, since he was the first to find it, it was his. Was he supposed to foolishly give it up and wait for the next person to come along? With that thought, Suin decisively slipped into the valley. The dense spiritual energy hit him like a wave, 10 times richer than the outside world. At the center of the valley, the energy even crystallized, forming a palace-like barrier that protected the treasures within. The faint call came from near the palace. However, the area was teeming with beasts, making it nearly impossible to move. Suin remembered Gu Li's warning. As long as he didn't touch the central items, the beasts wouldn't awaken. He decided to first assess the situation. If the items were within the central area, he would leave them for now. Suin cautiously approached the center, each step filled with trepidation. The breathing of the beasts he passed was audible, and their foul stench was overwhelming. Any mistake could wake them, leading to disastrous consequences. At that moment, Gu Li and Shangguan Runin, having just slain a beast, returned to the valley and immediately spotted Suin sneaking forward. Gu Li's scalp tingled as he and Shangguan Runin hurriedly ran over. Suin, Are you crazy? Guli grabbed Suin and whispered urgently, we need to leave. There are too many beasts here. If anything goes wrong, I can't protect you. Shangguan Runin also nodded solemnly, scanning the sleeping beasts around them with caution. It's fine. I won't touch anything. I just want to take a look, Suin explained softly, trying to ease Guli's concern. Brother, curiosity killed the cat. You can't just wander around here, Guli said, shaking his head in exasperation, his bow in hand. It's not just curiosity. I feel like something is calling me from there. Suin pointed toward the palace, his eyes filled with anticipation. Calling you? Guli and Shangguan Runin asked in unison, exchanging shocked glances. Just as Suin was about to explain further, Guli interrupted him with a wave. No need to say more, I get it. Guli sighed, looking at Suin with envy. What kind of luck is this? I'm here looking for a spirit seed, and you stumble upon an inheritance. Inheritance? Suin asked, puzzled. Shangguan Runin explained. Inheritances choose their fated inheritors. It's not just a saying. Some special inheritances will select suitable people, and those chosen will feel drawn to them. Suin suddenly understood. Could his earlier guess be wrong? Was the item in the valley not the reborn person's, but an inheritance meant for him? Brother, where is it? Guli asked, frowning. If it's outside the palace, that's one thing. If it's inside, that's a problem. It shouldn't be inside. I feel like it's very close, Suin said, his eyes fixed on a spot not far away, occupied by the beasts. Let's go. Guli stopped talking and led Suin forward silently and swiftly. Before long, the three arrived at a flat expanse of ground. The sight before them made them frown. Several massive beasts were sprawled out, sleeping haphazardly and occupying almost the entire clearing, leaving no room to step. Guli cautiously scanned the surroundings and made a subtle hand gesture. Suin understood and silently melted into the shadows. Guli took a deep breath, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the nearest beast. The arrow whistled through the air and embedded itself precisely in the beast's head. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. The beast's blood-red eyes snapped open, and it turned angrily towards Guli unfazed. Guli turned and ran, drawing the beast away. Shangguan Runin followed closely, ready to assist at any moment. Moments later, Guli and Shangguan Runin returned, panting. Without pausing to catch their breath, they immediately engaged the next beast. Repeating this process, it wasn't long before the entire area was cleared. However, as the dust settled, the three exchanged puzzled looks. The ground was now empty. Guli looked suspiciously at Suin. Shitty, did you sense wrong? Suin didn't respond, instead pacing back and forth on the empty ground. Suddenly, he stopped, drew his 100-forged knife, and began to dig. His formidable strength made the digging swift, and soon a large pit appeared. Guli and Shangguan Runin exchanged peculiar glances. They had encountered legacies before, but never in such a down-to-earth manner. Could this legacy be fake? The thought crossed both their minds simultaneously. Just then, a crisp ding sounded. Guli and Shangguan Runin's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances. Suin's movements quickened, and soon he unearthed a broken, heavy stone tablet. The tablet was ancient and heavy, covered in strange carvings. It looked entirely unremarkable, even broken in two. To Guli and Shangguan Runin, it seemed like a worthless, discarded item. Shitty, don't be too disappointed. This seems to be a ruined legacy, Guli said, patting Suin's shoulder with a comforting tone. Shangguan Runin also showed a look of regret, as legacies were rare. However, Suin seemed completely oblivious to their words. The seemingly worthless stone tablet was causing a storm in his mind. A grand scene unfolded in his consciousness, a vivid depiction of ancient humans battling myriad races, as if traversing time to come to life before his eyes. The moment Suin touched the stone tablet, his mind was suddenly overwhelmed. The strange carvings on the tablet seemed to come to life, instantly occupying his entire consciousness. The ancient starry sky was vast and boundless, filled with countless races. The remains of countless beings were piled high, stretching endlessly across the starry domain. Rivers no longer flowed clear, but had turned into murky seas of blood, radiating an endless glow. Broken weapons pierced through the void, shattered halberds pressed down on the stars, and innumerable fragmented weapons formed a massive graveyard of arms. The overwhelming aura of slaughter and malevolence permeated the entire starry domain. Suin stood frozen in place, staring in shock at the scene before him. Even the weakest corpse sent chills through his body, making his scalp tingle. Even a faint wisp of energy could annihilate him 1,000 times over. Where is this? Suin murmured in a daze, his face filled with astonishment. At that moment, the scene changed abruptly. Countless streams of light shot out from the depths of the starry domain, revealing races Suin had never seen before. They wore heavy armor, exuding an oppressive aura as if from the abyss. and each step they took made countless stars retreat. In front of these beings stood a tall, indistinct figure. Just by standing there, it seemed as though he had the entire starry sky under his feet. Ha ha ha! Human Emperor, the human race has ruled the heavens for countless eons. It's time for your race to repay its debts. A being with twin horns stepped forward, laughing loudly enough to shake the starry domain. The human race is truly strong. A race so weak has managed to hold the throne for eons, even longer than the dragon and phoenix races once did, said a man radiating holy light, his eyes burning like the sun. He spoke with a light laugh, his voice echoing through the starry domain. But this is the end. The human race's fortune has run out. It's time for them to exit the stage, just like the dragons and phoenixes. At that moment, the countless troops roared in unison, shattering the stars. Kill, kill, kill. Their terrifying shouts stirred up an endless storm, and the overwhelming pressure surged toward the human emperor. The human emperor stood in the void, the terrifying pressure not even rustling his clothes. However, his body was covered in grievous wounds. His battle armor was shattered, his sword broken, and each wound exuded a horrifying aura. The human race will not perish, the human emperor declared, as if issuing a decree, instantly silencing all other sounds. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. The human emperor's gaze turned to the distant void, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Hope remains, and the human race will endure. Suin felt a chill run up his spine, his entire body tingling with fear. Was it just his imagination, or had the human emperor's gaze just fallen on him? Impossible. Suin shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unrealistic thought. This was just an image. How could someone within it see him across endless time and space? Kill. The battle erupted. Countless troops charged at the human emperor alone. But no, there was. Nay. Roar. At the critical moment, a cry that sounded both like a dragon and a horse echoed across the starry domain. Out of the depths of the void came a majestic, colossal dragon horse. Suin looked at this creature, his face full of awe. Perfect. He had never seen such a perfect being. It resembled a horse and a dragon, its hooves ablaze, its body a mix of purple and red, and a single sharp horn on its forehead radiating immense power. With just one glance, the word perfect was etched deeply into his mind. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of evolutionary perfection. A race born to serve the human emperor, the Dragon Horse clan? Ha ha ha, submit to us, and your race can live forever. Someone among the myriad races shouted, their eyes burning with desire as they looked at the dragon horse. As a natural, auspicious beast, possessing such a mount could bring great fortune and avert disasters. Even as enemies, the myriad races were reluctant to harm it. Nay. Roar. The dragon horse let out an angry roar, the jade-like horn on its head emitting a dazzling light. The light seemed to split the heavens, falling into the ranks of the myriad races and annihilating countless gods and demons. The dragon horse shook its head and wagged its tail, arriving before the human emperor and bowing in sorrow. It seemed to foresee the human emperor's fate. Do not weep, your master awaits you in the future. The human emperor gently patted the dragon horse head, then turned his gaze to the charging army, smiling lightly. My steed, let us fight one more battle. Nay. Roar. The dragon horse neighed, lifting the human emperor, its body ablaze, surrounded by ancient phantom dragons. Fight! The human emperor roared, the broken sword in his hand emitting boundless light, shattering countless stars. The army suffered immense casualties, rivers of blood flowing. Countless gods and demons roared as they charged, tearing through the void, their radiant attacks filling the surroundings. The human emperor's life was hanging by a thread, yet he fought like a madman. Human Emperor Seal. The human emperor shouted, and a massive seal capable of crushing the heavens descended from the void. The dense army of gods and demons was instantly cleared, leaving no trace of their bodies or blood. This terrifying power shook the myriad beings. Immortal Annihilation Spear. The human emperor grasped the void with one hand, and a brilliant spear emitting endless light appeared in his grip. Boom! With one thrust, the spear unleashed an aura of utter destruction, collapsing countless great realms in an instant. The terrifying army was pierced through by this single strike. So powerful. Suin murmured in shock. Just watching these scenes made him feel as though he was being torn apart. Was this the human emperor? Every move could tear the sky and rend the earth, and even severely wounded, he suppressed the attacks of countless beings alone. And that dragon horse. Its flames soared to the heavens, burning countless stars, and a single roar shattered innumerable gods and demons. The ancient phantom dragons surrounding it shielded the human emperor from countless terrifying attacks. Powerful, invincible. Was this the human emperor of ancient times? Suin was left speechless in awe as the battle raged on. The blood of countless gods and demons stained the starry domain, and the aftershocks of the battle shattered countless stars. However, the human emperor was ultimately alone, severely wounded, and his aura gradually weakened. My steed, you must leave now. I have some matters to attend to. The human emperor gently patted the dragon horse, wiping the blood from his mouth. Gazing into the void, he murmured, treat him well, and I'll leave you a parting gift. As he spoke, the human emperor sealed the dragon horse within a fragment of the void. Then, he pointed to his forehead, and a brilliant light flashed. Go. The light shot straight toward the seemingly non-existent Suin. Swish. At that moment, a vast river appeared from the void, attempting to block the brilliant light. Time and space cannot stop me, the human emperor roared, slashing his sword and momentarily severing the river. The light leapt across the severed river and instantly entered Suin's forehead. In a flash, the astonished Suin was expelled from the scene, returning to reality. Deep within his mind, a profound scripture appeared. The immortal annihilation spear. The human emperor seal. The extinguishing immortal spear, with its ultimate sharpness and unparalleled edge, is unstoppable and unbreakable. It can slay immortals and gods, wielding the laws of destruction. The power of this divine weapon surfaced in Suin's mind, filling him with a sense of longing. Immediately after, the image of the emperor's seal flashed by. The clan that holds the authority over all heavens, observing the evolution of myriad races, revealed the emperor's combat techniques in full. Suin realized that these two scriptures could only be mastered by the human lineage. Suddenly, two scriptures exuding boundless mystery appeared in Suin's sea of consciousness. Each character was imbued with indescribable Taoist charm, as if containing the ultimate principles of the universe. Strangely, Suin didn't have to deliberately comprehend them. He naturally understood their essence. This feeling was both unfamiliar and familiar, as if these things had always been a part of him. Suin fell into deep thought. Did I devour the soul of an ancient human emperor? Or did the ancient human emperor directly help me comprehend these two divine abilities? But if I devoured the soul of the ancient human emperor, how could he know the course of the future? Frowning, Suin muttered to himself, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why could the human emperor in the ancient image see him? Was the hope the human emperor spoke of referring to him, or the next generation of human emperor? If he had devoured the soul of the next generation human emperor, why did he feel so familiar with those two ancient divine abilities? Too many questions flooded his mind, and for the first time, Suin realized that the human race was not as simple as he had imagined. The human race seemed to be playing a grand game that spanned past, present, and future. Suin didn't know his position on this chessboard. Was he a pawn, a variable, or the player? No matter what, Suin made a firm decision. Strive to become stronger and ensure the survival of the human race. He believed that all the mysteries would be revealed in 5 years. The human race would be defeated in 3 years and face extinction in 5. 5 years from now would be a critical juncture. Suin continued to ponder. If he had devoured the soul of the current human emperor, did the current human emperor still exist? If he did, what did that make Suin? After thinking for a long time, Suin shook his head and set these complex questions aside for now. He turned his attention to the two divine abilities he had just acquired, the extinguishing immortal spear and the emperor's seal. These were the most powerful and terrifying combat techniques he had ever seen. In the ancient scroll, one use of the emperor's seal cleared an entire star region, and one strike of the extinguishing immortal spear pierced through millions of troops. The terrifying power was awe-inspiring. However, the extinguishing immortal spear had 3 forms, while the emperor's seal had only one. Suin speculated that this might be due to the incomplete nature of the stone tablet. Looking at the stone tablet in his hand, Suin's eyes showed a hint of regret. It was already an immense stroke of luck to encounter this stone tablet after countless ages. But the world is vast. Where could he find the other half of the stone tablet? Suin believed that the other half of the stone tablet should contain the complete extinguishing immortal spear and emperor's seal, as well as the tasks the human emperor mentioned needing to complete. He made a firm resolution to find the other half of the stone tablet in the future. As Suin was deep in thought, a cracking sound suddenly echoed. Looking down, he saw the stone tablet had already shattered and turned to dust, scattering in his palm as if it had completed its mission and vanished at a point in time it never should have existed. Suin? Suin! The call beside him startled him awake. What? What's wrong? Suin snapped out of his trance, looking at Guli and Shangguan beside him. Guli sighed in relief. You've been standing there for ages, not responding even when I called you. You looked like you were in a trance or something. Shangguan asked curiously. What happened? Why did the stone tablet suddenly break? Suin smiled and didn't elaborate. Nothing much. The stone tablet contained an incomplete image, and I got a bit absorbed in it. Today's experience was too bizarre. He feared no one would believe him if he told them. All right, As long as you're okay, Guli nodded, glancing around at the nearly cleared demonic beasts. It's time to act. Whether we succeed or fail depends on this last move. Shangguan Runin nodded in agreement, waving her hand to lay down numerous formation flags around the Spirit Crystal Palace. The flags were intricately arranged, hiding a powerful and dormant energy. Sushiti, we still need a core for the formation. Shangguan Runin looked at Suin. Her formation was strong, but it couldn't withstand the demonic beasts here last time. If there was a formation treasure to serve as the core, the formation's power and stability would greatly increase. This step was crucial. Suin nodded and focused his mind. In his sea of consciousness, there were two mystical objects, a formation tablet and a stone carving. The formation tablet was immense, but the mysterious stone carving securely occupied the center, pushing the formation tablet to the corner. Suin couldn't move the fate stone carving at all, but he could control the formation tablet effortlessly. Out! With a soft exclamation, Suin formed a seal with his fingers, and the formation tablet appeared in the outside world with a booming sound. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Suin deliberately shrank the 100-zhang tall formation tablet to 10-zhang. Even so, the moment the formation tablet appeared, it left Shangguan Runin wide-eyed. So big. Suin was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. He frowned deeply, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. No way, he muttered to himself. I shrank the formation steel as much as possible, and it's still this big? Guli looked at Suin curiously, pointing at the towering 30-meter steel with a mix of confusion and surprise. Junior brother, is this the treasure you claim to have obtained from a small formation? Suin recalled his previous confident declarations and felt a bit embarrassed. He had initially boasted about acquiring a small formation legacy, then later revised it to a medium-sized one. But the 10-meter-high steel before them clearly exceeded the scope of a medium formation. Suin asked cautiously, is 10 meters considered big? Despite his confidence in his understanding of formations, Suin was clueless about some basic concepts. After all, he had just joined the academy and hadn't yet had systematic training. Shangguan Runin smiled wryly and explained, to put it in perspective, my mentor obtained a medium-sized formation treasure from a secret realm, and it was only 2 meters tall. My uncle's large formation treasure is just 5 meters. I've never seen a 10-meter steel in a medium formation secret realm. She continued, the strength of a formation treasure is primarily determined by its size. The more powerful the formation, the more inscriptions it contains, requiring a larger treasure to bear them. The difference between 3 meters and 5 meters means an additional 2 meters of inscriptions, which is significant. Damn! Suin's mouth twitched. He had tried his best to shrink the steel, but even so, it remained 10 meters tall, which was beyond frustrating. Guli, with a faint smile, asked, Junior brother, are you sure you got this treasure from a medium formation secret realm? Of course. Suin stiffened his neck, trying to maintain his composure. The formation I acquired has a lot of miscellaneous stuff. It's just a bit larger, but its power is nothing special. Guli and Shangguan Runin exchanged a knowing smile, clearly not buying Suin's explanation. Guli patted Suin's shoulder and reassured him softly, don't worry, we're all on the same side here. No one's going to spread rumors. Shangguan Runin's face blushed slightly at these words, as if she had thought of something. All right, Guli's eyes burned with determination. With your formation treasure, we are sure to succeed this time. Get ready, we're going in. With that, his powerful energy surged skyward. Seeing this, Suin placed the steel at the center of the formation. Instantly, the formation roared to life, powerful waves flowing through its base. After setting it up, Suin turned and ran out of the valley. He knew he would only be a hindrance here, as he was no match for the formidable beasts they were about to face. Once Suin was gone, Guli took a deep breath. With a flash of light beneath his feet, he moved like a dragon and appeared before the palace in an instant. Break! With a roar, Guli's fist, charged with immense energy, smashed into the crystal palace. Boom! The entire palace trembled violently, and a hole about a meter wide was blasted open. Brilliant light poured out from the opening, illuminating the sky with radiant beams. Peering through the hole, the palace's interior was studded with countless gem-like beads. These beads were bright and pure, reflecting enchanting colors under the most radiant light. Flawless spirit seeds. Suin, from outside the valley, widened his eyes at the sight of the colorful glow inside the opening. So many. Flawless spirit seeds were incredibly rare and precious. Yet now, they were everywhere inside the opening. Each bead-like flawless spirit seed, like a shining lamp, was embedded in the crystal walls. However, as Su-An's gaze penetrated deeper into the opening, his face changed dramatically. At the deepest part of the crystal opening, shrouded in endless radiance, a small figure was curled up, seemingly asleep. This wouldn't have been surprising, was merely a rare spirit beast. But Suin recognized this spirit beast. It was a small horse with a purplered coat. Had he not experienced that ancient vision, Suin wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But this small horse bore a striking resemblance to the majestic dragon horse in the vision. Although it lacked the jade horn and dragon-like body, and was far from the dragon horse's imposing stature, Suin recognized it immediately. Is it that dragon horse? Or its offspring? Su-An's mind was in turmoil, and he muttered to himself in a daze. At that moment, as Guli broke into the palace, all the beasts in the valley simultaneously opened their eyes. Seeing the palace breached, their eyes filled with boundless fury and rage. Roar! All the beasts went berserk, charging madly at Guli. These beasts each possessed formidable bodies and incredible strength. Even a single one could inflict fatal damage, let alone an entire pack attacking at once. Guli's expression was grave, his eyes piercing, seemingly ignoring the menacing beasts surrounding him. As the palace doors swung open, Guli's muscles tensed, veins bulging in his hands. He channeled all his energy and blood into his fingertips, forming a thick, blood-red thread that he hurled into the palace. However, it seemed as if an invisible barrier within the palace stopped the thread, causing it to lose momentum and fall limply to the ground after just a few feet. Guli's sharp gaze swept across the floor. Though a couple of spirit seeds flickered within reach, his attention was fixed on a farther distance. There, a few spirit seeds shone with a brilliance surpassing even the flawless ones. With better options available, how could he settle for less? 2 years of waiting had led to this moment. He had to give it his all. Clenching his teeth, Guli swiftly took the large bough from his back. Holding his breath, he aimed at the perfect spirit seed in the distance and threw the bough with all his might. The bough arced beautifully through the air, hooking onto the spirit seed with precision. A flash of joy crossed Guli's eyes as he instinctively retracted the thread, grabbed the spirit seed, and turned to run, not even sparing a thought for his beloved bough. He knew all too well that being cornered inside the palace would mean certain death. The price of abandoning the bough was steep, but it bought him a chance at survival. With a few swift strides, Guli reached the edge of the formation and shouted, "Activate the formation." Standing nearby, Shangwan Runin, drenched in sweat, immediately formed hand seals upon hearing him. With the support of the formation treasure, the formation's power multiplied several times over, erupting into a formidable display. Countless sword energies swirled within the formation, the ground cracking from the immense force, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth roiled violently. At that moment, the beast horde roared thunderously, surging towards the formation like a tidal wave. The immense impact caused the formation to tremble violently, with some of the formation's foundations even showing slight cracks. Guli's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He grabbed Shangwan Runin and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The formation base can't hold! Run!" The two of them bolted towards the valley exit like arrows shot from a bow. In the next instant, the formation behind them shattered with a deafening crash, the shockwave propelling them forward. Despite this, their speed was still no match for the beasts. Just as the first beast's claws were about to strike Guli's back, they suddenly retracted because the two had already exited the valley. The beasts halted at the valley entrance, roaring in frustration before reluctantly retreating. The palace, which had just been damaged, mysteriously restored itself to its original state. In the distance, Suin witnessed everything. The dragon horse spirits inside the palace, the spirit seeds more perfect than the flawless ones, and the broken stone tablet. Could they all be hidden within the palace? Suin murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Wait and see, I will return. Ha ha ha, finally got it." Guli, looking bedraggled and in tattered clothes, had a triumphant smile on his face. He opened his palm, revealing a radiant, glass-like spirit seed that emitted a dazzling array of colors. This spirit seed's quality far surpassed that of flawless ones, its brilliance almost blinding. Standing nearby, Shangwan Runin's eyes flashed with surprise. She had used a flawless spirit seed to break through to the spirit realm and knew how rare they were. However, the quality of the seed in Guli's hand was evidently even superior. Too bad, there were even stronger spirit seeds inside. But this is the only one I could get, Guli said with a hint of regret, but quickly chuckled. Greed knows no bounds. This spirit seed has already exceeded my expectations. It's more than enough. He turned and patted Suin on the shoulder. When you reach the peak of body forging, come here to find a spirit seed. The quality of the seeds in that palace is astounding. Suin nodded silently. No matter what, he would return to this place, not just for the spirit seeds. Shangwan Runin looked towards the valley and sighed. The growth rate of the beasts here is astonishing. Last time we came, we could handle them easily. But in just a few months, even with the help of formation treasures, we barely made it back. Who knows how strong the beasts will become in a little while. Guli sighed as well. Let's hope the suppression of the secret realm will be lifted by then. Otherwise, This place might become a death trap. Suin, however, was not as pessimistic. To him, it was better if the secret realm remained as it was. If the suppression were lifted, the secret realm would be confiscated, and they wouldn't be able to obtain its treasures. All right, Guli said cheerfully, there are about 10 days left until the competition starts. Let's scour the secret realm one more time and then head back. I've got what I need. Whatever we find next is yours. Suin shook his head and declined. You guys go ahead. The beast blood here is enough for me. I don't need anything else. The valley was littered with beast corpses, and their blood was sufficient for his cultivation. As the one who gained the most from this trip, he didn't want to appear too greedy. Guli nodded in approval and then left with Shangguan Runin. Suin sat cross-legged and swallowed a drop of beast blood. He knew the upcoming competition in 10 days was crucial, and he needed to break through quickly to handle any unforeseen challenges. As the beast blood continuously entered his body, Suin's aura visibly strengthened. His blood surged, and the essence fire burned fiercely, purging impurities from his body. His organs became more resilient, his heartbeat stronger. The flowing blood emitted a faint glow, just a step away from complete transformation. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, when Yala led the battered and incomplete team out of the secret realm, everyone present was stunned. Originally, there were over 150 members of the Blood God clan and Blood God sect who entered the secret realm. Now, only about 60 remained. Garoa's eyes burned with fury as he coldly questioned, Yala, what happened? Yala pointed towards the human side and angrily accused, My lord, the humans had set traps in the secret realm. As soon as we entered, we were surrounded by a horde of beasts and numerous hidden formations. This is a plot by the humans. They knew we were coming. The city guard commander and the human experts present remained expressionless, but questions arose in their minds. Was this really done by their people? Why were they unaware? Garoa's blood-red eyes gleamed coldly, distorting and tearing the void around him. Well played. Aren't you humans afraid of starting a war? The guard commander sneered in response. Ha! Did we invite you to the secret realm? You broke the rules yourselves. Who can you blame? A blood-soaked member of the Blood God clan stepped forward, handing over a token. My lord, this was found inside the secret realm. It likely belongs to the humans who ambushed us. Garoa grasped the token, which instantly appeared in his hand. He coldly muttered, Yi? His blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Yongfeng, who had been silent. Yi Yongfeng panicked. He had come here to ensure the safety of his kin who were sent to assassinate Suin, not expecting things to turn out this way. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Changyuan suddenly descended from the sky, standing beside him. Lin Changyuan stared at Yi Yongfeng for a long time before patting his shoulder and bursting into laughter. Well done, Chief Yi. Amidst the hearty laughter, the human warriors cast looks of admiration towards Yi Yongfeng. A burly man patted him on the shoulder and said, Chief Yi, your foresight is truly remarkable. If it weren't for you, this secret realm would have fallen into the hands of the Blood God clan. An elderly man with white hair echoed, Indeed, indeed. The idea of the Yi family cooperating with the Blood God clan is sheer nonsense. Just rumors and nothing more. The crowd's laughter grew louder as they watched the Blood God clan's disheveled appearance. However, Galoa's blood-red eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yi Yongfeng, his murderous intent unmasked. He realized that he and the Blood God clan might have been played. Standing nearby, Xin Yi also eyed Yi Yongfeng with a peculiar expression. The Yi family making a move? That was truly unexpected. At this moment, Yi Yongfeng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He listened to the waves of compliments around him, his throat dry and heart racing. I didn't. Don't say such things. He desperately wanted to explain but couldn't find the words. With so many powerful humans present, to whom should he explain? And how? The Yi family indeed had secret dealings with the Blood God sect, but this could never be made public. Yi Yongfeng's mind was in turmoil, unsure of what to do next. Lin Changyuan observed this and chuckled inwardly. The Yi family was powerful, and with the internal and external troubles of the Great Xia, they were difficult to deal with. Guan Wanshan had hoped to use the Yi family as bait, waiting until internal issues were resolved before making a decisive move. The time was nearing, but the internal corruption among humans was worse than expected. Moving against the Yi family rashly might alert the enemy. This dilemma had always troubled Guan Wanshan, but today, a solution seemed to present itself. The Blood God clan might just be the perfect tool. Excellent. Truly excellent. Galoa took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and with a wave of his sleeve, disappeared with the remaining members of the Blood God clan. Xin Yi gave Yi Yongfeng a deep, thoughtful look before leaving. The other human warriors dispersed, still talking and laughing. Only Lin Changyuan watched the departing Blood God clan with a grave expression. The new generation of Blood God clan fighters who had participated in the competition were not to be underestimated. 9 days flew by. Inside the secret realm, Suin continued to sit cross-legged, meditating. Compared to 9 days ago, his blood and energy were boiling, and the blood in his veins surged like a river. After completing another cycle, Suin opened his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp light. Huh! With a light shout, he punched a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered, sending fragments flying, and the 10-meter-tall rock split apart. Suin's feet glowed red as he moved swiftly like a dragon, his movements erratic and unpredictable. The dragon step had reached perfection. He continued to unleash his blood and energy for a full half-hour before stopping. What immense blood and energy! Suin's face lit up with joy. Nourished by the endless beast blood, his strength hadn't increased significantly, but his endurance was astonishing. Even the highly energy-consuming dragon step could be used continuously for half an hour. The blood and energy in his body were incredibly pure, from the inside out, from the smallest to the largest. Each drop of blood was like molten gold, like mercury poured into lead, endlessly regenerating, clearly showing he had reached the peak of the blood fusion realm. With such immense blood and energy, I should be able to attempt the first move of the extinguishing immortal spear, right? Suan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The extinguishing immortal spear he had acquired had 3 moves: Star Shatter, Sun Piercer, and Unmatched. Suan didn't know how powerful these moves were, but each one consumed an immense amount of energy. Unlike ordinary combat techniques, as long as one's internal energy was sufficient, the extinguishing immortal spear could be used regardless of one's realm, be it divine, spiritual, or physical. However, even with Suan's thick blood and energy from practicing the Blood Sea technique, he could barely manage the first move and couldn't fully unleash the power of Star Shatter. But Suan was already satisfied with this. Such a divine combat technique as the extinguishing immortal spear was far beyond what his current realm could handle. The reason he could use it in the physical realm was that this divine technique seemed to be innate, requiring no practice. Because he was so familiar with this technique, he could execute the first move, Star Shatter. Suan took a deep breath, ready to mobilize all his blood and energy to give it a try, when he saw 2 figures rushing towards him from a distance. Suan, let's go. The competition starts tomorrow. Gu shouted from afar, arriving in front of Suan in a flash. Seeing the boiling blood and energy around Suan, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. You've been training fast, reaching the peak of the blood fusion realm. You can make it to this competition. Suan smiled and nodded. That's the plan. I need to register as soon as we get back. Tomorrow was the day of the competition, and there were 20 spots for the blood fusion realm. He had to secure one to have a chance to access the blood god monument. Are you really planning to register? Gu Li's smile faded into a frown. Have you thought this through? This is a battle to the death with the other clan. Even though you've reached the peak of the blood fusion realm, you haven't trained in many combat techniques, and your strength is still far behind the senior students. This competition won't pause just because a genius dies. Beside him, Shangguan Runan also nodded in agreement. You're still young and new to the academy. Your combat power is still lacking, and formations are not allowed in this competition. It's better for you to watch this time. The senior students have been training for a long time, and their combat power is strong. Moreover, the academy won't allow a new student to register for such an important competition. We can't afford to lose. Suan indeed had great talent, but his training time was short, and he hadn't mastered many powerful combat techniques. Although he had reached the peak of the blood fusion realm and combat power were 2 entirely different things. Even if Suan wasn't afraid of death, the academy had its own considerations. This competition had high stakes, and losing would come at a great cost. Suan listened quietly, showing no fear on his face. If it were before, he might have been worried, considering the Blood God clan had brought their elite. But now, feeling the destructive aura emanating from the half-formed Star Shatter within him, he smiled slightly. Actually, I'm quite strong too. In the Granxia dynasty, at the Universal Academy of all races, the atmosphere was unusually quiet and solemn. The entire academy was enveloped in a heavy, oppressive silence. On the training grounds, a dense crowd of students had gathered, forming a sea of people. The instructors were already in position, with Guan Wanshan and the heads of various departments standing high above, their expressions grim. The crowd, from both heaven and earth, seemed to form an invisible force, like the calm before a storm, heavy and suffocating. Today, the Blood God clan would openly enter through the main gate of the Universal Academy for the first time since its establishment and the many battles fought by the Granxia. Such an entrance by an alien race was undoubtedly a disgrace. Here, there might be discord or even enmity between instructors and students. But at this moment, facing the impending arrival of the alien race, they had become the closest of comrades. As time passed, the collective momentum of tens of thousands of elite students grew even more formidable. Suddenly, Guan Wanshan looked up, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a low voice. They're here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened abruptly. Everyone looked up to see a mass of blood-red mist rapidly approaching from a distance. Nearly 100 members of the Blood God clan, led by Jaluaya, arrived at the gates of the Universal Academy. They showed no intention of stopping, seemingly planning to fly directly over the main gate. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, "Stop!" With that shout, a terrifying force swept toward the members of the Blood God clan. This was the collective will of tens of thousands of elite students, each a pillar of the Grand Xia, their combined intent powerful enough to change the color of the sky. Jaluaya's face changed dramatically, and the surrounding Blood God clan members unleashed their auras, attempting to resist the overwhelming force. They didn't want to stop, but they had no choice. "Stop!" Tens of thousands of students shouted in unison, stepping forward in unison. The overwhelming sound wave firmly blocked the Blood God clan outside the academy. This step was non-negotiable. The Universal Academy was the pride of Grand Xia. Even humans had to walk on foot upon entering. How could they allow an alien race to fly over? Descend. After a brief standoff, Jaluaya's face darkened as he led the Blood God clan members to the ground, walking into the academy. Seeing this, Guan Wanshan and several department heads' eyes softened slightly. In this first confrontation, the humans had won a small victory. Although it was just a skirmish between younger generations, like in war, morale was crucial. If they were humiliated on their own turf, how could they inspire their troops? As Jaluaya approached, he coldly questioned, "Dingguan, we came from afar. Is this how you treat guests?" Guan Wanshan put away his usual amiable demeanor, straightened his back, and replied firmly, "God Realm? Youngster, is the Blood God clan so lacking in people that they send a mere God Realm to lead? In the past, on the battlefield of all races, I killed no less than 100 of your kind." His sharp gaze swept over the Blood God clan members, finally fixing on a hunched figure among them. "Mordo, have you grown timid with age? Hiding behind a mere God Realm, the so-called demon lord of the past battlefield. How have you fallen so low?" Jaluaya trembled with anger, his fury igniting. Since acquiring the Blood God eyes, no one had dared speak to him like this. Just as he was about to retort, a withered hand rested on his shoulder. Mordo stepped forward, chuckling, "Guan Wanshan, why mock me? Aren't you, a figure of your stature, just a schoolteacher in the human rear? Times have changed. The future belongs to the young." As he spoke, he patted Jaluaya's shoulder and turned to Guan Wanshan, saying playfully, "So what if he's only God Realm? He'll be enough to slay you in the future." The faces of the human department heads and city guard captains changed slightly. Who was Guan Wanshan? Though he had retired from the front lines to focus on teaching, those who knew him understood the invincible might of the man once known as Unbeatable Fist on the battlefield of all races. For someone of his generation to claim that a mere God Realm could slay Guan Wanshan in the future was a bold statement, not made lightly. Guan Wanshan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jaluaya. When he saw those deep, blood-red eyes, his hand involuntarily clenched. "Blood God eyes," Guan Wanshan murmured, his tone filled with undisguised killing intent. Bloodline atavism. No one understood the terror of the Blood God clan's atavism better than he did. The current leader of the Blood God clan was a nearly indestructible atavist, causing endless trouble for the Grand Xia. And now, another one had appeared? Guan Wanshan shot a cold glance at Jaluaya, suppressing his killing intent, and said in a deep voice, "Mordo, aren't you afraid I'll kill him right now?" Jaluaya's heart trembled under Guan Wanshan's gaze, showing a flicker of panic. This human was too powerful. Mordo, however, remained unconcerned, chuckling, "Hee hee. The strong of Grand Xia are all on the battlefield. With just you lot, you won't be able to keep us here." The Blood God clan was determined. Even if the humans regretted it now and tried to detain them by force, they had enough time to activate a void teleportation. Guan Wanshan sighed inwardly. Ultimately, the Grand Xia lacked powerful figures within its borders. If he had enough assurance, he would definitely eliminate Jaluaya, this significant threat, even at some cost. But alas, the timing was not in the humans' favor. "Governor Guan, can the competition begin?" Jaluaya's gaze swept across the martial arts arena like an eagle. Tens of thousands of prodigies had gathered, and he could hardly contain his excitement. These young talents represented the future of the Great Xia Empire. If he could eliminate them all, the empire would suffer a crippling loss of talent, eventually falling to the Blood God clan. However, the timing wasn't right yet. The Blood God clan existed in another dimension, and opening a void tunnel required precise and lengthy calibration. If it could be done instantly, he would have acted the moment he entered Great Xia City. This meticulously planned competition was designed to buy time and attract the elite. Humans were astute. Small tricks wouldn't escape their notice. Only a grand spectacle could deceive them. The 3 rounds of competition, body tempering, bone forging, and blood fusion, would be enough time for the Blood God monument to complete its positioning and transmission. Once the void tunnel opened, Not even a celestial net could stop it. Guan Wanshan glanced deeply at Jialuaya and gently waved his hand to signal the start. Instantly, 3 teams of 20 emerged from the crowd, each member standing tall with piercing eyes and surrounded by immense vitality. These were the creme de la creme. Jialuaya clapped his hands, and from behind him, 3 teams also stepped forward to confront the humans. Their blood-red skin adorned with mysterious patterns pulsed with energy. The Blood God Clan's prodigies were no less imposing than their human counterparts. Despite some losses in the secret realm, they had ample replacements thanks to their foresight. The 2 young teams stood in tense silence, ready for battle. This wasn't just any skirmish, it was a clash of honor between races of equal power. The fire of battle burned in everyone's eyes, their chests filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Kill, kill, kill. The student spectators erupted in a deafening roar that shook the skies, stirring up a fierce wind. This support from their peers ignited the young human warriors' blood, filling them with unparalleled courage. This was the home field advantage. The backing of their own people gave them immense strength. Yara stepped forward disdainfully, cleaning his ears as he taunted, "You think you can win? Believe me, I'll tear each one of you apart." He sneered at the body-tempering contestants, viewing them as mere lambs to the slaughter with his blood god's immortal body. A cold snort came from the human side, but before the leader could respond, the sound of whistling wind interrupted. From afar, I heard the barking of dogs. A lazy voice drawled, "Tisk tsk. If a dog bites you, can you bite it back?" The humans burst into laughter. The body-tempering team turned to see Guli sauntering over nonchalantly. "Make some room, guys," Guli said, not even glancing at the Blood God Clan as he walked up to the body-tempering team. "Why the hell aren't you dead? Showing up now?" A body-tempering student cursed as he left the team, heading to the stands. He had been ready to fight, but Guli's arrival meant he had to step down, a bitter pill to swallow. "Don't be mad, brother. I'll kill a few extra for you." Guli waved awkwardly. He hadn't meant to be late. They had been trapped by a horde of beasts when trying to leave the secret realm. He and Suin had set a trap for the Blood God Clan, only to get caught in it themselves. It took them an entire night of fighting to escape. "Since you're here, you take the captain's spot. If we lose, you're to blame," the former body-tempering captain said, stepping back. Though Guli wasn't popular, no one could deny his strength. As captain, he was the best choice. "Foolish. Let's see if you still have that sharp tongue later," Yara sneered. When he crushed them with his blood god's immortal body, their laughter would cease. Guli gave Yara a serious look, then muttered to himself, "Damn. Another tough fight?" Meanwhile, Suin arrived, panting. Seeing the full teams, he was stunned. "Damn, am I late?" He cursed inwardly. Unlike Guli, no one would give up their spot for him, a new student. He had to think of something. Suan's eyes darted around before he quietly slipped to the back of the blood fusion team. "How do we fight?" Guan Wanshan asked, turning to Jialuaya as he saw everyone had gathered. His eyes flickered with a wary light. Jialuaya's lips curved into a slight smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a massive blood-red steel, about 30 feet tall, appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the group. The surface of the steel was covered in strange, shifting patterns that exuded an unsettling aura. A mixed battle within the same realm. "The last standing race wins," Jialuaya said gravely. "The winning race can comprehend the Blood God Steel and gain unconditional entry to the Myriad Races Academy's secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red beam shot from Jialuaya's fingertip into the Blood God Steel. The steel began to emit a faint glow, and the patterns on its surface started to wriggle rapidly, as if they were alive. The human experts frowned, watching Jialuaya with suspicion. Noticing their doubts, Jialuaya casually explained, "Don't worry, I just unlocked the steel's restriction." Hearing this, the human experts relaxed slightly, though their vigilance did not completely fade. After all, it was reasonable for a heritage treasure like the Blood God Steel to have restrictions, and they were not very familiar with it. Suin, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety. He thought to himself, "That's no restriction. Jialuaya is activating a void transmission. If the void channel is established, we're finished." Taking a deep breath, Suin forced himself to stay calm. He knew he couldn't act rashly. If the Blood God Clan detected anything unusual and turned hostile, even the experts from Daxia might not be able to prevent the situation from escalating. The best approach is to win the battle, Suin calculated in his mind. Only then can we approach the Blood God Steel openly. Guan Wanshan frowned as he glanced at the Blood God Steel, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. Even though the Blood God Clan seemed normal on the surface, where was this unease coming from? Suppressing his doubts, he asked, "Which realm goes first?" Jialuaya announced softly, "First match, Body Forging Realm." Confidence filled his heart. While he wasn't sure about the other 2 realms, victory in the Body Forging Realm was certain. Yala had already mastered the blood god's undying body and was invincible in this realm. With that thought, Jalua Ya's gaze shifted to Yala, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yala, tear them apart. Yala grinned at the command, his blood and energy surging like a raging tide. Leading his team to the martial stage, he arrogantly pointed at Guli, who had spoken earlier, and shouted, "Get up here." Guli sighed inwardly, a helpless expression on his face, thinking, "Oh, come on up." Yara roared, his blood surging like a tide, mysterious patterns rapidly flowing across his skin. A wild grin adorned his face, showing no sign of the impending life-or-death struggle. The relentless power welling up within him filled him with confidence. The Blood God clan members behind him also glared provocatively at Guli and his group, convinced of their inevitable victory. On the human side, however, there was no such concern. "Idiot," someone sneered. "The last guy who dared to be this arrogant is still recovering." Another chimed in, "Guli handled that guy easily. This one's nothing." The audience erupted in shouts. "Don't hold back, Guli. Show us if our resources were worth it. If you lose, you'll have to give back everything you've taken." These voices came from admirers, the exploited, and even those who once bore grudges against Guli. At this moment, everyone was cheering for him, especially the students who had been exploited by Guli, their faces flushed, shouting hoarsely. They knew that within Guli's powerful body was a part of their strength. The waves of sound crashed against his ears, and Guli felt an unprecedented surge of support, making his blood boil. Leading his team onto the arena, he stretched his muscles and smiled brightly at Yara. "Thanks to you, this is the first time I've been this popular since joining the academy." He nodded towards the roaring crowd. "You see, I can't lose, or they'll tear me apart. So, scum, you're going to die horribly today." Before he finished speaking, a torrent of blood energy erupted from Guli, his powerful aura enveloping the entire arena. His team stood firm behind him, their blood energy silently surging. "Fight!" Guli shouted, charging towards the Blood God clan with the speed of an arrow. His powerful punch, infused with the peak strength of his body, aimed straight at Yara. Pathetic confidence, Yara sneered, his blood energy vast and deep, meeting Guli's punch hidden. Boom! A violent gust of wind erupted, shattering the hard arena floor instantly. As their fists collided and separated, a storm of blows followed. Guli and Yara's clothes billowed wildly, their blood energies clashing continuously. At the same time, both sides' forces engaged in a fierce battle. There was no probing, no warm-up. The fight reached a fever pitch instantly. "Kill!" A Blood God clan member roared, punching through a human's chest. "Come with me." The student, blood trickling from his mouth, grinned fiercely. "Explode." Boom. He ignited his vast blood energy, detonating instantly. This blood-burning technique, also known as a suicide technique, was a must-learn for every human warrior. Now, the students of the Myriad Races Academy were also using this suicidal method. Today, the arena had become a battlefield. The self-detonation whipped up a storm, taking the stunned Blood God clan member with it. Blood stained the arena, igniting everyone's anger and killing intent. "Kill. Slaughter these scum. Charge, senior. I'll bow to you if you survive. Damn it. Kill all these scum." The earth-shaking roars echoed through the sky. Cold corpses and glaring blood did not scare anyone away. Even the freshmen, even the former cowards, now roared with bloodshot eyes, eager to join the fray. Life was precious, but some things were above it. At this moment, a sense of racial honor made everyone forget about life and death. Up front, Guan Wanshan and other human experts watched the battle intently. Gradually, their brows furrowed. "The humans are at a disadvantage," Guan Wanshan said softly. "Although both sides are at the peak of body forging, the Blood God clan's innate talents far surpass those of humans. Their naturally vigorous blood energy and strong physiques give them an edge in body forging." He paused, "but more crucially, there's something off about their leader, Yara." Guan Wanshan's eyes gleamed. "While the other Blood God clan members are slightly better than ours, the gap is not insurmountable. But Yara's blood energy is too dense, his physique surpassing the body forging realm. He has cultivated the Blood God's immortal body, and it's likely at a minor achievement." At these words, everyone's expressions changed. The Blood God clan was naturally vigorous and strong. If they also comprehended the Blood God's immortal body, their racial talents would be amplified infinitely. When perfected, it was said they could regenerate from a drop of blood, becoming immortal. Although Yara's Blood God's immortal body was only at the body forging level and just at a minor achievement, its immortal traits were already apparent. And since the body forging realm only used blood energy, how could they win? "Does this mean we're doomed to lose?" a human expert couldn't help but ask. No one answered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The confidence everyone had in this body-forging battle was now replaced with disappointment. At this moment, a faint voice broke the silence. Gu Li won't lose. Everyone looked up to see that the speaker was Lin Changyuan. Feeling their gazes, he looked down at the arena. Gu Li, covered in blood and in a sorry state, still stood firm. Lin Changyuan said softly, "His will is stronger than you can imagine." The fierce battle on the martial stage continued, growing more brutal as time passed. Blood and sweat mingled, and the sounds of shouts and clashing weapons filled the air. The Blood God clan held the upper hand with their innate strength, but the human warrior's unyielding spirit was awe-inspiring. "I can't beat you, but I won't make it easy for you either," roared a human warrior. Despite having his arm severed, he used his remaining limb to strike at his foe. Another, with both legs broken, fiercely headbutt his enemy. Some even bit their opponents with fractured skulls, ultimately detonating their own energy to perish alongside their adversaries. This indomitable spirit stunned the Blood God clan present. They had never encountered such ferocity. Despite lacking powerful bloodlines and physiques, these humans held their ground among the myriad races with sheer willpower. Moldo, a powerful figure among the Blood God clan, watched the brutal scene on the stage and sighed. "These are humans, a race called mad by many. They fear neither battle nor death, willing to sacrifice their hard-earned status and life for even the weakest of their kind. They are weak, yet incredibly resilient." The younger members of the Blood God clan were left speechless. They had never been on the battlefield and were witnessing the terrifying resolve of humans for the first time. They had assumed that humans, without inherent gifts, were easy to defeat, but today's events shattered that belief. Moldo continued, "I tell you this to help you understand our enemies. But do not underestimate yourselves. Even the strongest will requires matching strength." Garoa sneered at the stage. "Take this fight, for example. No matter how fearless the humans are, they will lose against absolute power. Look, Yera's blood god immortal body ensures his vitality is endless. The humans are almost at their limit." After intense fighting, only 15 remained on the stage from the original 48 from the Blood God clan and 7 humans. The humans' reckless tactics had temporarily stabilized the situation, but the Blood God clan had become cautious, no longer falling for mutual destruction. Soon, the tide began to turn. The Blood God clan still had 8 fighters, while the humans were down to 5. Gu Li, drenched in blood, his eyes bloodshot, quickly surveyed the battlefield, realizing the dire situation. Early in the fight, he could support his comrades with his speed, but now his energy was rapidly depleting, leaving him struggling against his current opponent. What made him despair most was Yera. The wounds Gu Li inflicted healed instantly, and Yera's energy seemed inexhaustible. In contrast, Gu Li grew weaker while Yera became stronger. "Huh, still distracted?" Yera seized the moment and delivered a powerful punch to Gu Li's chest. Gu Li spat out blood as he was sent flying. Yet, instead of retreating, he used the momentum to charge at another Blood God clan member. With a sudden burst of strength, he tore the opponent apart. In quick succession, Gu Li's feet glowed red as he appeared beside 2 more Blood God clan members. One punch obliterated one of them, and he crushed the other's head in his hand, turning it into a mist of blood. The remaining Blood God clan members, now terrified, retreated behind Yera. They finally realized that without the Blood God immortal body, they were lambs to the slaughter before Gu Li. At this point, both sides were evenly matched again, with 5 members each. Panting, Gu Li addressed his comrades, "Stay alive. I can only help you one last time." "Damn it. Why do you care about us?" a blood-soaked human warrior shouted. "Well, take them down with us if we die. If you lose, we're done for. You're already struggling. How can we keep fighting if you push yourself further?" Gu Li remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Blood God clan. Then, the only remaining female student softly asked, "Gu Li, can you lead us to victory?" Zhou Qing's figure emerged from the crowd. She was the senior who had led Suin and others into the mansion. All eyes instinctively turned to Gu Li, and the air was thick with tension. Yara's strength was overwhelming, just like Gu Li's, so powerful that it sapped their will to resist. If even Gu Li couldn't defeat the opponent, today's battle seemed already destined. Gu Li slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Qing as a confident smile tugged at his lips. "Shao Qinger, have you ever seen me lose to someone at the same level?" His voice was soft yet filled with undeniable authority. Step by step, Gu Li walked toward Yara, each step firm and resolute. Without looking back, he declared, "In a battle of equals, I will not lose today, nor ever." "Who am I?" "I am Gu Li, the invincible Gu Li." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant, gentle light erupted from Gu Li, enveloping him completely. This sight caused the high-ranking officials present to stand up in shock, their faces full of astonishment. "The second layer of the heart realm, the realm of self-awareness," someone whispered in awe. This level was supposed to be the domain of latest-stage divine realm experts, yet Gu Li had just reached the body-forging stage and already comprehended it, a testament to his extraordinary talent. However, what truly shocked them was the essence of Gu Li's realization and invincible intent. This intent was so overwhelming that if Gu Li could maintain his undefeated streak, he would undoubtedly become another war god of the Xia dynasty upon breaking through to the divine realm. At that moment, they finally understood what Lin Changyuan meant by superior willpower. Although Gu Li's training aptitude wasn't as high as Zhou Can's, nor was his physique as strong as Yara's, his mental state was invincible. Gu Li radiated light, his eyes fixed on Yara, a confident smile on his lips. I have the strength for just one punch, but this punch will take your life. Before he finished speaking, all his energy and blood concentrated into that single punch. Boom! The light exploded, and the punch, wrapped in a dazzling glow, pierced through Yara's chest like a beam of light. The punch was as swift as lightning, too powerful to resist or evade. Yara stared in shock, looking down at the transparent hole in his robust chest. His prized blood god immortal body seemed to lose its effect at that moment, and the power within him rapidly dissipated. You! A hint of confusion flashed in Yara's eyes. Before he could finish speaking, the remaining light in his chest flared up like flames. There were no screams, no blood. Yara's figure dissolved into light on the platform. The scene plunged everyone into stunned silence, staring blankly at the unbelievable sight. Only Gu Li, with great effort, turned his head to look at the stunned group behind him and murmured softly, "The rest is up to you." Before he could finish, his body fell backward. The others snapped out of their daze and rushed forward, catching Gu Li just before he hit the ground. "Don't worry, we will win this battle." Their voices were not loud, but the determination within them was enough to shake the heavens. Zhou Qing and her companions carefully laid the unconscious Gu Li on the ground before turning to face the remaining 4 members of the Blood God clan. The air was thick with tension, ready to snap at any moment. Their eyes locked, filled with murderous intent, as if a fierce battle was about to erupt in the next second. Gu Li had managed to neutralize the Blood God clan's advantage at the cost of his own severe injuries and unconsciousness. Zhou Qing and her team silently vowed that if they couldn't win this fight, they would never forgive themselves. This was a battle they had to win. Kill! With a frenzied roar, Zhou Qing and her team charged at the enemies like madmen, their eyes gleaming with a determination to fight to the death. Not far from the battlefield, Guan Wanshan, Lin Changyuan, and others watched the fallen Gu Li, realizing that victory was now within grasp. The Blood God clan was in disarray due to Yala's death, while the human side's morale was soaring. The scales of victory were clearly tipping. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Gu Li has already advanced to the second level of mental state and comprehended the invincible realm? His talent is on par with, if not superior to, Zhou Can, a human warrior remarked, his eyes full of admiration. Although he spent 2 years stuck at the body tempering stage, his foundation is incredibly solid. Once he breaks through to the physical realm, he will soar to great heights. It won't be long before the human race gains another super powerful god-level warrior. Others echoed, thoroughly impressed by Gu Li's displayed talent. Even those students who had been exploited by Gu Li for years now looked at him with admiration. The resources I consume could cultivate 100 body temperers, but I can kill 100 body temperers as easily as slaughtering chickens. Gu Li's once arrogant words seemed to echo in their ears. While some might have scoffed then, today, Gu Li proved with his formidable strength that the Academy's investment in him wasn't in vain. The Blood God clan's pride in their inexhaustible vitality, extraordinary recovery abilities, and the revered Blood God immortal body all crumbled under Gu Li's fists. This genius, who had been scorned by the Academy for 2 years, had now conquered everyone's respect in a single day. Suan watched the battlefield, unable to help but exclaim, "My senior brother is truly strong." He had thought that Gu Li would weaken after losing his weapon, but it turned out that Gu Li's true strength was never in his perfect body tempering but in his exceptional mental state. However, Suan was also puzzled. Could the cultivation of the mental state really amplify one's power to such an extent? He himself had reached the first level of the mental state, the fearless realm, allowing him to face any enemy with 200 of his strength. While this state was powerful, it hadn't brought about a qualitative change or significantly boosted his power. In contrast, Gu Li's second-level mental state, the self-awareness realm, had just unleashed power far beyond his level. This qualitative leap left Suan both puzzled and expectant. He began to wonder when he could reach the second level of the mental state and what realm he would comprehend. Would his comprehension also bring such a significant transformation? Suan made a silent determination to thoroughly study the secrets of the mental state after the competition. But for now, they had to get through the current crisis. He glanced at the Blood God monument and noticed that the runes on it were moving faster, indicating that the void passage was about to open. Meanwhile, as Yala fell, the Blood God clan's camp plunged into a deathly silence. What they had thought was a sure victory had ended in defeat. This loss cast a shadow over Goroya's face, and the space around his eyes began to distort and tear. Even the usually calm Mordo now showed a murderous intent. However, their killing intent wasn't due to Yala's death. To the Blood God clan, the dead held no value. What truly stirred their murderous intent was Guli, who had comprehended the invincible realm. Before the human race appeared, the concept of mental states was foreign to the myriad races. They had always relied on their innate racial talents and had never delved into mental state cultivation. This was a unique system pioneered by the human race, and only a small fraction of humans could comprehend it. This system didn't depend on talent or resources, but on one's understanding of oneself, the world, and the Tao. The myriad races had tried to study the human race's mental state cultivation methods, but found no way in. Yet they knew that any human who could comprehend a realm was an exceptional genius. Once these individuals grew, their destructive power was immense. Although the comprehended realms varied in power, the invincible realm was undoubtedly among the top tiers. This realm was so powerful that Mordo couldn't imagine how terrifying such a person would become if they matured. At this moment, his gaze towards Guli was filled with the same shock and killing intent that Guan Wanshan had once directed at Goroya. A genius of such caliber in an enemy race was undoubtedly a disaster. Mordo's piercing gaze settled on the unconscious Guli, a cold smile playing on his lips. He murmured softly, "You won't survive today. Once the void passage is established, even if I spare Guan Wanshan, I will see to your destruction." His eyes then shifted to the Blood God monument, a complex emotion flickering within them. The human race indeed has deep reserves of fortune, Mordo chuckled lightly. But unfortunately, this era's protagonist isn't your kind, but rather, his voice trailed off into the air. Mordo thought to himself, though the Blood God clan is not weak, they are still insignificant among the myriad races. Even so, the Blood God clan is merely a vassal. However, when his gaze fell upon Goroa beside him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Blood God clan with ancestral bloodlines could stand out even among the myriad races, especially since Goroa's ancestral trait manifested in the most mysterious of ways his eyes. Mordo secretly anticipated the future of the Blood God clan. On the martial stage, the battle quickly came to an end. Under the relentless assault of Zhou Qing and her comrades, the already disarrayed Blood God clan was forced into retreat, ultimately torn apart. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Humans are invincible. Everyone shouted with all their might, sparing no praise or applause. Though the remaining human contestants were covered in blood and barely standing, they still managed to lift Guli, standing tall on the stage like triumphant heroes. Guan Wanshan appeared instantly in the arena, a look of approval on his face as he gazed at them. "Well done. Go to the rear and rest. The rest will be handled by others." With a wave of his sleeve, the fallen human warriors were gently lifted by an unseen force and placed into prepared coffins. "Give them a proper burial." Guan Wanshan's voice was low and powerful. "Notify their families and place them in the martyr cemetery. Inscribe their epitaphs, young heroic souls. These young men and women fought for the academy, for the great Xia, for the human race. Though they never set foot on a battlefield, they are undoubtedly martyrs." All the humans present stood at that moment, watching the coffins slowly depart. In stark contrast to the Blood God clan's indifference towards their dead, the humans bestowed the highest respect upon their fallen comrades. "Finally, I'd love some free gifts, please." Ridiculous emotions. Goroa cast a cold glance over the human camp, his mocking disdain evident. To him, the solemn expressions and serious postures of the young human warriors were nothing more than futile pretense. Knowing that stepping onto the stage could mean death, why bother with this charade? If they die, they die. It's just that they weren't skilled enough, Goroa scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. His words hit the humans like a heavy blow. Anger flared in their eyes as they glared at Goroa, the tension in the air palpable. In the human race, we have a saying: the dead are to be respected, especially those young ones who died fighting for our people. A strong human warrior said, his voice filled with suppressed rage. Your Blood God race wouldn't understand, because you have no heart. Guan Wanshan looked at Goroa with indifference before turning to his own side, his voice booming like thunder. "Bone refining stage, step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, 20 young human warriors with upright postures and determined strides marched to the center. Their eyes shone with resolve, their hearts ablaze with fighting spirit. The sacrifice of their seniors had not instilled fear in them. Instead, it had ignited a stronger will to fight. If our seniors could win, so can we. This silent vow seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. On the other side, the Blood God warriors were visibly unsettled. The previous match, which should have been an easy win, had ended in a disastrous loss, filling them with unease. The sight of the 20 resolute academy students only deepened their fear. The human leaders above couldn't help but smile. Barring any surprises, this duel would be a sure victory for the humans. Despite both sides being at the same level, the difference in morale was stark. In life and death battles, morale often plays a decisive role. However, Goroa showed no signs of panic. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Guan Wanshan, a smirk playing on his lips. You're right. We of the blood god race have no heart, so we don't understand your human emotions, Goroa sneered. But the truth will show that such things are useless. The only value of the dead is to make the living stronger, just like now. Before he finished speaking, Goroa's blood-red eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the fallen blood god warriors on the stage. In an instant, their bodies began to disintegrate, and the bloodline power within them was drawn into the air by an invisible force. In no time, the corpses vanished, leaving only a mass of glowing, pure blood suspended in midair. Guan Wanshan and the other human leaders turned pale, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. As expected, Goroa waved his sleeve, and a large portion of the blood fell onto the blood god warriors preparing to fight. Roar! Agonized roars echoed as the blood god warriors contorted in pain, their bodies seemingly on the verge of bursting. Goroa's eyes glowed with a strange pattern, enveloping the warriors in a peculiar power. Instantly, the incompatible blood was transformed into pure energy, infusing into their bodies. In mere moments, the aura of the 20 blood god warriors surged visibly. They opened their eyes, now blazing with newfound strength. How is this possible? A human leader exclaimed in disbelief. Even with a shared bloodline, how can one person's bloodline power be forcibly imposed on another? Everyone had witnessed Goroa's technique clearly. He hadn't simply extracted the blood. He had drawn out the bloodline power hidden within the corpses. This meant that the blood god warriors who absorbed the blood would not only avoid the usual destructive consequences of forced power infusion, but would also enhance their potential significantly. It sounded simple, but no one had ever achieved it before. This alone could create countless powerful blood god warriors. Impressive, Guan Wanshan said through gritted teeth, staring at Goroa's blood-red eyes. His killing intent was barely contained. Goroa's ancestral bloodline was terrifyingly potent. If he were allowed to grow, Lin Chongyuan appeared beside Guan Wanshan, a green sword in his hand. His eyes met Guan Wanshan's, silently asking if they should act. Goroa's power chilled him to the bone. Guan Wanshan took a deep breath, looked around at the sea of human students, and suppressed his killing intent. They couldn't act here. What's the matter? Are the humans too scared to fight? Moldo quietly approached Goroa, looking at the silent Guan Wanshan with a chuckle. In a life and death battle, there's no such thing as surrender. Of course, if you have the means, you can enhance your team's strength too, as long as it doesn't exceed the bone refining stage. Guan Wanshan remained silent, as did the other human leaders. In life and death battles, formations, superior weapons, and pills were all forbidden. It was a contest of physical prowess, skill mastery, and combat experience. The humans couldn't forcibly enhance their team's strength and potential, but sending them to fight as they were would almost certainly lead to defeat. The blood god warrior's power had increased to a terrifying level. In a battle of life and death, surrender is not an option. As Guan Wanshan gazed at the young faces of the trainees below the stage, he found himself momentarily speechless. How could he tell these blossoming youths that they were marching to their deaths? Over the years, Guan Wanshan had slain countless enemies and faced numerous dangers, yet he had never felt such powerlessness. Lin Chongyuan gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes cold and his aura so intense that it seemed to crack the very air around him. Guan Wanshan was torn. If they fought, the front lines would face the fierce onslaught of the celestial and blood god armies, leading to heavy casualties. If they didn't, these powerful warriors would have to watch helplessly as their people were slaughtered. The entire arena fell silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a hearty laugh shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A warrior in the body-tempering realm leapt onto the stage, standing tall and surveying the crowd. Everyone, I am Zhao Changfeng, he said with a smile. While the headmaster hesitates, I'll go first. Do you think we fear death? Zhao Changfeng turned to his fellow team members and shouted, Brothers, let's show everyone that we do not fear death. Who dares to join me in facing the afterlife? Before he had even finished speaking, the other 19 warriors stepped onto the stage without hesitation. In that moment, their voices rang out, filled with heroic resolve. Huang Qi, ready to die today. Wang Wenxuan, ready to die today. Li Zhenghao, ready to die today. Each declaration struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. The fighting spirit emanating from these bone-refining realm warriors seemed to change the very color of the sky. Among the crowd, eyes reddened and fists clenched. When the last warrior finished speaking, the entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar. Kill! The roars from the spectators' stands were thunderous, their killing intent palpable, enveloping the entire arena. The human audience clenched their fists, eyes burning with fury, wishing they could storm the battlefield themselves and ensure that the Blood God tribe would never leave this land. Yet, in this life-and-death struggle determining the fate of two races, their extreme anger could only be expressed through silent observation from the stands. The Blood God tribe had been wantonly slaughtering on human territory, forcing human warriors to face them, knowing they would die. This deep sense of humiliation and powerlessness made every human spectator's eyes turn red, their fury almost bursting forth. Brothers, taking one down is worth it, taking two is a bonus. Zhao Chongfeng is going in. With a hearty laugh, Captain Zhao Chongfeng of the Bone Refining Realm charged towards the stage with the resolve to die. The Blood God tribe's members smirked, ready to clash with Zhao Chongfeng to test their newfound strength. However, Zhao Chongfeng, without any hesitation, unleashed the blood ignition technique. Explode! With a deafening roar, Zhao Chongfeng's entire blood energy condensed and ignited in an instant. He exerted all his lifelong skills to deliver his strongest blow. The arena shattered, 2 Blood God tribe members died on the spot, and 3 others were knocked back, coughing up blood. Haha, Captain, you made a huge profit. Now it's my turn. The sacrifice of Zhao Chongfeng had not yet settled when another team member rushed forward. Explode! Another guttural shout, as if opening the final gate of life. One after another, the violent explosions echoed, shaking everyone's hearts. These Bone Refining Realm team members had no intention of fighting the Blood God tribe. From the moment they stepped onto the stage, they were prepared to unleash their strongest attack, the blood ignition technique. Witnessing this, the human powerhouses present remained silent, clenching their fists. This battle was not only a humiliation for Daxia, but also proof of their insufficient strength. These young warriors were sacrificing their lives for Daxia's future. We've lost. Guan Wanshan couldn't bear to watch any longer, closing his eyes and sighing deeply. The humans had lost not only this match, but also the entire bet. When Goroya unleashed his terrifying eye technique, Daxia's hope for victory vanished. If Goroya could enhance the Bone Refining Realm strength, he could naturally boost the Blood Fusion Realm as well. Under such circumstances, Daxia had no hope of turning the tide. They had calculated everything but never expected the Blood God tribe to have such a bizarre method. Lin Chongyuan, standing nearby, furrowed his brows, searching his mind for a solution. However, no matter how he thought, he found no way out. When the rules for the bet between the two races were set, it was clearly stated that no external forces like formations, pills, or weapons could be used. Otherwise, this contest would turn into a full-scale confrontation between the two races. Who didn't have stronger formations? Who couldn't produce special effect pills? Not to mention weapons. In a battle for racial survival, even divine weapons could be found. Thus, both sides agreed to rely solely on their own strength. Goroya's eye technique cleverly exploited the rules. He didn't directly enhance his tribe's power, but increased their potential and bloodline, resulting in a significant power boost. Faced with such a technique, Lin Chongyuan couldn't find a countermeasure no matter how hard he tried. Finally, he cast aside his complicated thoughts, looking at the human warriors falling on the stage, gritting his teeth, and asked, "How long until support from the spirit realm arrives? I can't hold back much longer." "Almost there," Guan Wanshan replied with a stern face, glancing at the Blood God tribe's camp. The alien races are also pressuring the spirit realm, but they've sent many strong fighters. In just one more day, the frontline crisis will be resolved. The human race was divided into 3 major realms: Daxia Realm, Spirit Realm, and Lintian Realm. Daxia Realm was the original territory of humans, and the farthest back in the Blue Star Plain. For the alien races to reach the Daxia Realm of the 10,000 races battlefield, they had to break through the Spirit Realm and Lintian Realm's defenses. This resulted in relatively less pressure on the Daxia Realm, usually only having to contend with the Blood God tribe. Most other strong human fighters were engaged in more dangerous battles in the Spirit Realm and Lintian Realm. However, recently, the Celestial tribe somehow infiltrated the Daxia Realm, causing the current predicament. But this situation was temporary. As long as they held out for a few more days, the strong fighters from the Spirit Realm would arrive in time. "I can't swallow this anger." Lin Chongyuan exhaled sharply, his voice cold. "Once this is over, I'll contact my master. We must pay a visit to the Blood God tribe." Hearing this, Guan Wanshan was startled and quickly looked at Lin Chongyuan, urgently saying, "It's not that serious. If your master comes, things will get out of hand. Countless eyes are watching him. Even if he wipes out the Blood God tribe, a new alien race will take their place in the Daxia realm. It won't solve the root problem. It's better to keep your master in the Lintian realm where he's more needed." As he spoke, Guan Wanshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Chongyuan's master, Su Chonglai, the founder of the perfect system, was a madman, terrifyingly powerful, extremely protective, and ruthless in his actions, He would kill first and ask questions later, regardless of whether the opponent was a god or a demon. In fact, the first disciple of the perfect system wasn't Lin Changyuan but another prodigy. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by the cursed spirit tribe in the Lintian realm and eventually died. Upon hearing the news, Su Chonglai, without a word, single-handedly stormed the cursed spirit tribe's realm. Facing an onslaught of numerous Dao realm powerhouses, he fought ferociously, nearly wiping out the cursed spirit tribe. From then on, the tradition of the perfect system being fiercely protective was established. With his master's temperament, if he learned about the humiliation in the Daxia realm today, it would likely result in a repeat of the cursed spirit tribe's tragedy. It's too late. I've already sent a message to my master. Lin Changyuan glanced at Guan Wanshan and said calmly. As a sword cultivator, he didn't understand all the complexities. He only remembered his master saying that if he couldn't handle something, he should send a message, just as Guli had done before him. The tradition of the perfect system was passed down through generations. It's over. Daxia is about to get lively, Guan Wanshan muttered to himself. He also needed to quickly send a message to the old D. With such an incident at the academy, he feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. But on second thought, Guan Wanshan looked at the gradually calming arena, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. The humans lost the bet, but the Blood God tribe's luck is running out. The Blood God tribe didn't realize that when the colossal entity of the human race bared its fangs, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. The slaughter at the bone-tempering stage ended swiftly. There was hardly any real fighting. It was mostly a series of suicidal explosions. On the battlefield, the figures of human warriors vanished one by one, leaving behind only mangled remains. In the end, the human army was completely annihilated. 10 Blood God warriors remained, their bodies drenched in human blood, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Jalua's lips curled into a cold smile, showing no surprise at all. He had anticipated this outcome. To him, humans were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. The pupils of the Blood God shone brilliantly as the blood from their fallen comrades was drawn out, transforming into crimson beams that were forcibly injected into the bodies of the hemolysis stage warriors about to enter the fray. Haha. Laughter filled with a mix of pain and pleasure rose from the Blood God warriors, preparing for battle. The rapid surge of power made them look at the humans with derision. They had won the bone-tempering stage, and they were certain to win the hemolysis stage as well. This duel was about to reach its conclusion. Jalua and Moldo exchanged a knowing glance, a subtle smile playing on their lips. Their eyes fell on the Blood God monument, whose patterns were rapidly shifting, emitting an eerie glow. Though the wait for the interdimensional portal was long, with 2 battles now fought, the connection between the Blood God monuments was fully established. In 10 minutes, the void passage would be completely formed. At that moment, nothing would be able to interrupt the Blood God's transmission. At the forefront of the human camp, Guan Wanshan stepped onto the stage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he looked at the dismembered bodies of his comrades. He cast a cold glance at the Blood God warriors, but said nothing. With a wave of his sleeve, the shattered corpses were gently placed into the prepared coffins. Everyone present watched in silence, their eyes filled with grief. The feeling of sending comrades to their deaths was suffocating, and this wasn't even the final battle. All eyes turned toward the hemolysis stage team. The humans had one last fight, a battle they were destined to lose. Brothers, it's our turn. At the front of the hemolysis team, Captain Zhang Ling turned back with a fearless smile. Our seniors have set an example for us. Are you afraid? No. A unified shout echoed to the heavens, the young warrior's eyes burning with determination. Good. Then let's. Zhang Ling laughed heartily, ready to step onto the stage. But at that moment, a small bang interrupted him. The noise came from the back of the group. Everyone turned in surprise to see a young man strike the neck of the last person in line with a knife hand, knocking him out cold. The fallen warrior had been resolute, ready to fight, but now lay unconscious on the ground. Yu Zhongling and the others stared in shock at the unfamiliar face. What was happening? They hadn't even stepped onto the stage, and someone was already attacking their own? And who was this young man? Why had he struck a fellow warrior? Even Guan Wanshan and Lin Changyuan turned their attention to the scene. When they saw who it was, their eyebrows raised slightly. Suin? They remembered him clearly, the youngest disciple of the Perfection faction, who had made a brutal entrance during the recent entrance exams. Back then, Suin was merely at the body-tempering stage, but now he had reached the peak of the hemolysis stage? Though they were surprised, that wasn't the main issue. Why was Suin attacking a fellow warrior now? That man is my brother. I don't want him to go to his death, Suin said, meeting their gazes with a steely resolve. He had no valid reason to join the battle, so he had to resort to underhanded tactics. So, I'll take his place. Suin shrugged and naturally took his place in the lineup. Ridiculous. Lin Changyuan's voice was low as he approached Suong. You just joined the academy. Even at the peak of the hemolysis stage, your combat strength is too weak. This battle forbids the use of formations. Are you just going to throw your life away? Even if you die, what value will you bring? It's good to have youthful fervor, but only by staying alive can you avenge them. You're wasting your talent in formation arts. Suan's brother? Lin Changyuan didn't believe it for a second. Suan's background had been thoroughly investigated when he joined the Perfection faction. This was just an excuse for Suan to enter the fight. Senior, protect me later, Suan said, glancing at the glowing blood god monument with urgency in his eyes. He had to participate in this battle. Otherwise, even if he got close to the monument, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it. During the crisis at Jinlin City, he had earned 23,000 destiny points. He needed another 7,000 to unlock the next level of his prodigious insight. These 7,000 points would come from the lives of the blood god warriors. With that thought, Suan wasted no time and swiftly stepped onto the stage. This, Zhang Ling looked at Lin Changyuan, seeking guidance. Protect him? Lin Changyuan pondered. What did Suan mean by that? In a life-and-death battle, even in a dire situation, outsiders couldn't interfere. How could he protect Suan? Unless Lin Changyuan's eyes gleamed as he looked at Suan's urgent expression, deep in thought. Coordinate with Suan on the stage. This battle is still winnable. Lin Changyuan quickly made his decision. He chose to trust Suan. No genius would willingly walk into certain death. Given Suan's formidable talent in formation arts, Lin Changyuan believed Suan had a plan. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up slightly at the words, and he nodded firmly. Although Lin Changyuan's words were puzzling, they gave them a glimmer of hope for victory. To the stage. Zhang Ling commanded softly, leading his team onto the platform and standing behind Suan. This scene astonished everyone present. The audience erupted in a flurry of whispers. What's going on? Why is Suan the captain? Isn't he just at the tempering stage? How can a freshman be a match for the Blood God clan? The murmurs of discussion were incessant. While Suan was somewhat known as a freshman, people couldn't understand why he was made the captain of the Blood Dissolution stage team. Standing behind Suan, Zhang Ling asked in a low voice, Captain, what's the plan? Although the other team members remained silent, their eyes were fixed on Suan. They were equally puzzled by the sudden appointment of a freshman as captain, but they remembered Lin Changyuan's directive to cooperate with Suan in this battle. Despite their confusion, the team understood the importance of following orders on the battlefield. They just hoped Suan truly had a winning strategy. Suan stayed silent, quickly scanning the Blood God clan's formation, his mind racing. Time was running out. He needed to act swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Suan looked at Zhang Ling and the team, saying resolutely, no matter what it takes, get the Blood God clan's 20 members to line up in a straight line. It doesn't matter if it's horizontal or vertical. As long as they are in a single row for just a moment, leave the rest to me. Suan didn't intend to drag out the fight. He aimed to annihilate the entire Blood God clan in one strike. This would have been almost impossible before, but now he had mastered two terrifying divine abilities, the Extinction Spear and the Human Sovereign Seal. The Human Sovereign Seal was too powerful for him to wield, but he could form a basic outline of the first form of the Extinction Spear, Star Shatter. This strike would exhaust all his energy, but would be enough to take out the entire Blood God clan. The key was to create an opportunity for Star Shatter to hit all the Blood God clan members simultaneously. This was Suan's strategy. Align the Blood God clan in a single line. The thought flashed through Suan's mind, and in that instant, Zhang Ling and all the team members turned their gaze towards him, eyes wide with astonishment. These were seasoned warriors, and they immediately grasped Suan's intent. However, the difficulty of this plan was staggering. First, Suan needed to master a powerful ability capable of instantly killing all members of the Blood God clan. Second, while luring the Blood God clan into a straight line was feasible, the real challenge lay in Suan's timing. The Blood God clan were sentient beings, and even if cleverly guided, they would stay aligned for less than a second. On this chaotic battlefield, Suan not only had to oversee the entire situation and seize fleeting opportunities, but also had to concentrate his powers and be ready to strike at any moment, all while guarding against sudden attacks from the Blood God clan. This multitasking feat was daunting, even for the most experienced warriors. I can do it, trust me, Suan said, his eyes filled with determination. Zhang Ling and the others were silent for a moment before they took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Don't worry, even if we all die, we'll make sure these bastards line up neatly. Zhang Ling and the others stepped forward, their powerful energy surging wildly. Opposite them, the recently arrived Blood God clan members sneered and mocked. As soon as the two sides met, a fierce battle erupted. Suan stood at the back of the team, his powerful energy circulating rapidly. Fragment and congeal, he muttered, beginning to channel the first form of the extinguishing immortal spear. The immense energy within him condensed into the form of a radiant spear. In an instant, a violent, destructive aura filled Suan's body. The ethereal spear seemed like a ravenous beast, devouring his energy. Not enough. Suin gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain as he forced more energy into the spectral spear. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling surveyed the battlefield and shouted, Xiao Wu, go east. Jialin, take the center. Old Lu, head west. Following his commands, the human team formed a crooked line stretching across most of the platform. Still too crooked, Zhang Ling muttered, sweat pouring down his forehead. Although the first step was successful, the enhanced strength of the Blood God clan made it difficult to achieve more. At that moment, a Blood God clan member noticed the isolated Suin and advanced with a sinister smile. Stop him! The team members shouted in unison. Suin was their only hope. If he were killed, all efforts would be in vain. However, they were all struggling with their own opponents, and rushing to Suin's aid would likely collapse their hard-won formation. Ignore me, keep going, Suin shouted, gritting his teeth. The Blood God clan member approached, sneering, kid, hiding in the back? If you're afraid of dying, you shouldn't have stepped on the platform. He then threw a fierce punch at Suin. Suin, still concentrating on forming the spectral spear, couldn't retaliate. He slowed the energy flow slightly, his feet glowing red as he vanished. Dragon step. Unable to attack without disrupting the spear, Suin relied on his footwork to dodge the incoming blows. This scene, misunderstood by the human onlookers, sparked outrage. Suin, what the hell are you doing? If you won't fight, why are you on the platform? Damn it, let me up there. Stop running and hit him. Suin, don't disgrace the human race. Watching their comrades fight desperately while Suin appeared to flee was infuriating. In the previous battle, though the humans lost, they displayed their indomitable spirit. Now, Suin seemed to be tarnishing their honor. Some hot-tempered spectators were ready to jump in themselves. Haha, this human is amusing. There's an old saying on Blue Star. A wise man knows when to retreat. It seems this one has learned it well, mocked Jialua, further enraging the humans. Their leaders' faces darkened with anger. On the platform, Suin ignored the jeers. While dodging attacks, he kept his eyes on the battlefield, his seemingly frantic movements actually adjusting his position, waiting for the perfect moment. Time is running out, Suin thought, glancing at the Blood God monument, his anxiety evident. 5 more minutes. Suin's roar echoed across the battlefield. Zhang Ling immediately understood his intent and shouted sternly, Xiao Wu. In the midst of the chaos, Xiao Wu turned towards the Blood God clan before him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You little punks, Grandpa's done playing. Before his words fully landed, he bellowed, explode. With a thunderous blast, the powerful attack didn't kill the Blood God clan member, but forcefully pushed his body towards the center of the arena. From a broader perspective, the originally crooked snake-like formation was forcibly straightened in the middle. The explosion seemed to trigger some mysterious switch. Zhang Ling shouted consecutively, Jialin, Old Lu, Xiao Song. Each call was accompanied by a deafening explosion, each blast straightening the winding snake formation even more. The already fallen human warriors seemed like invisible repairmen, forcibly pushing the Blood God clan towards the path to hell. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. 7 explosions rang out almost simultaneously, leaving the Blood God clan standing in a perfectly straight line, unaware of what had just transpired. Suin, Zhang Ling, covered in blood, let out a desperate cry. This is our only chance. Suin, who had been dodging around the battlefield, suddenly had a brilliant light in his eyes. From his position, the straightened line of the Blood God clan was clearly visible. Bastards! Suin growled, a vicious smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Time's up. Star Shatterer, come forth. With a resounding boom, Suin's right hand clenched the air, and a radiant, ethereal spear appeared out of nowhere, exuding an aura of destruction. Die! Suin roared, twisting his upper body, his right arm bulging with muscle as his clothes tore apart. He stomped the ground fiercely, channeling all his strength into his right arm, and hurled the spear with all his might. In an instant, the platform beneath Suin's feet exploded, debris frozen in midair. The radiant spear, brimming with destructive energy, sliced through the darkness, piercing through the first Blood God clan member. Then the second, the third, the fourth. The blood-enhanced members of the Blood God clan were as fragile as paper against the terrifying spear, instantly being impaled. The spear continued to fly, its momentum unabated, speeding off into the distance. The arena presented a shocking sight. 20 Blood God clan members stood in a neat row, each with a horrific hole in their chest. At the end of the line, a panting, sweat-drenched young man stood. The young man slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the 20 shattered chests, staring directly at the Blood God clan. He grinned, his voice weary but filled with victorious joy. We won, you bastards. Suin had barely finished speaking when the surviving members on the stage were the first to react. Zhang Ling and the others stood frozen, their gazes locked onto the bodies of the Blood God clan members, whose chests had been pierced. Just moments ago, they had fought with all their might to hold the enemy in place, even sacrificing the lives of the lesser skilled like Xiao Wu to fulfill Suan's plan. Despite completing their mission, uncertainty filled their hearts. The time the Blood God clan members were forced into a line was so brief it was almost unbelievable, perhaps only a second or two, maybe just a blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, a spear imbued with a sense of destruction had shot past them. They were so close to the Blood God clan that they could feel the scorching heat emanating from the spear. The brilliant light it emitted ignited a dying hope within them. Zhang Ling stared at the corpses of the Blood God clan members with pierced chests, his eyes reddening and his body trembling uncontrollably. "We won." His nearly hysterical shout echoed through the heavens, tinged with an uncontrollable sob. The young team members cried tears of joy, their emotions erupting like a volcano on the verge of explosion. Who doesn't cherish life? Who would willingly face death? But for Xia, for the human race, they had no choice but to march onto the battlefield with despair and rage against the alien race. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, hoping only to die with honor. Yet a miracle had occurred. They had not only survived but annihilated their enemies. The joy of escaping death was indescribable. Suan, Zhang Ling, and the others all turned their eyes towards the tattered clothed boy in the middle of the arena, filled with gratitude and awe. In that moment, the spear that had torn through the darkness and illuminated their path was forever etched in their memories. The entire martial arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone seemed to be in a dreamlike state. It wasn't until Zhang Ling and the others erupted in shouts that the still atmosphere shattered like a volcanic explosion. "We won. Ha ha ha, we won. Suan, you're my hero. Blood God clan. Weren't you all so arrogant? Speak up now. Look at those corpses and loudly declare who won. Damn aliens, go back where you came from. We humans won. Suan, invincible. Well done." Cheers and laughter echoed to the skies. No one could understand the depth of the oppression felt by those who had to fight knowing they would likely die. Being forced to die on human territory was an enormous humiliation. Regardless of the stakes in this gamble, in terms of victory and defeat, the human race could not afford to lose. Being crushed by aliens in their domain would become an indelible dark history. The previous round, where the entire team was wiped out, had left everyone in despair. But Suan's appearance and his earth-shattering move brought a perfect end to today's gamble. The human race had not just won. They had won resoundingly. Out of the 20 human participants, 13 remained, while the Blood God clan was completely annihilated. This victory was even more impressive than the previous body-forging match. All eyes turned to the platform, focusing on the boy who had once been the subject of much criticism and scorn. Now, words of praise poured in like a tide. "Who was it that dared to insult my brethren? That wasn't running away. That was a brilliant tactic. That last strike was incredible. Killing 20 Blood God clan members in one blow, could even Guli do that? Strong formations aside, his personal strength is terrifying. Is he really a freshman? One strike to wipe out the Blood God clan, what a turnaround. My brethren is amazing." At this moment, no one held back their thoughts. That earth-shattering strike had completely shattered all prejudices. When Suan had first entered the academy, his display of might by defeating dozens had already shown his prowess, but many still doubted him. Now, like Guli before him, he had won over everyone with his strength. What if he's in the perfect class? Even if he takes their credits in the future, they would gladly accept it. With 2 out of 3 matches won, the human race was victorious. Even the usually stern human warriors finally broke into smiles. What a technique. That spear must have been a heaven-level combat skill, right? Probably more than that. The illusory spear shadow contained a sense of destruction. It must be a divine skill. A divine skill? Amazing. But can someone in the blood fusion realm master a divine skill? The human warriors gathered, discussing Suan's divine skill with expressions of amazement. In this world, combat techniques are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Techniques that do not meet the criteria for these levels are not counted. Any technique that makes it into these levels is incredibly powerful, significantly enhancing a person's combat abilities. For instance, the Dragon Step recorded in the Academy is an Earth-level mid-grade footwork technique. Though extremely difficult to master, its effects are immensely powerful. Heaven-level techniques are even rarer, with the Academy possessing only a handful of them. Beyond these 4 levels, techniques are no longer referred to as combat techniques, but as divine abilities. While combat techniques primarily involve the application of power, be it personal or from the world around, divine abilities transcend to another level, involving concepts like intent, laws, and the Tao. Each move of a divine ability can move mountains and seas, displaying terrifying power. Those who master divine abilities are invariably powerful figures among humanity, and such techniques can only be acquired through extraordinary opportunity. At this moment, Lin Changyuan looked at Su On with a peculiar expression. He had thought that Gu Li was already exceptionally talented, but he didn't expect this junior brother to be extraordinary as well. Not only did Su On have strong insights into formations, but he also managed to acquire and display a divine ability while still in the blood fusion stage. Such comprehension was on par with that of Zhou Can and Gu Li. Lin Changyuan mused to himself. The teacher probably doesn't know that there's another prodigy among his disciples, does he? To have mastered even one divine ability, the usual greetings won't suffice when the teacher arrives. Thinking this, a slight smile appeared on his face. However, when he turned to look at Guan Wanshan, his smile froze. Guan Wanshan's face was grim, his brows furrowed, and he was constantly looking around warily. This was in stark contrast to the surrounding atmosphere of joy and celebration following their great victory. What's wrong? Lin Changyuan asked, puzzled. Didn't we win? Guan Wanshan shook his head lightly, his tone tinged with unease. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. It's as if a great disaster is about to strike. Hearing this, Lin Changyuan's expression changed instantly. Cheers of victory echoed around the arena, but Suan stood with his eyes closed and sweat streaming down his forehead. He knew that this triumph was just the beginning. The true conspiracy of the Blood God clan was yet to be revealed. Faster! Hurry up! Suan muttered anxiously to himself. He could sense the void passage forming, and only by seizing control of the Blood God's steel before the portal fully materialized could he interrupt the transmission. Yet, his fate value remained unchanged, forcing him to wait. As the Blood God clan members fell, the Fate Stone immediately transmitted feedback. Killed Syria, gained 500 fate points. Killed Ali Bin, gained 800 fate points. Killed Deloner, gained 1200 fate points. A smile spread across Suan's face. The demise of these elite Blood God clan members meant a reduced threat to humanity's future and a substantial influx of fate points for him. The fall of 20 Blood God clan members contributed 21,000 fate points, adding to his existing 23,000 points, totaling 44,000 fate points, enabling him to activate Divine Insight once more. Su An's gaze locked onto the Blood God's steel, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, in the Blood God clan's camp, the mocking laughter abruptly ceased as they witnessed their elite forces wiped out. Maldo, Garoa, and others stared coldly at Suan, realizing the formidable presence of human prodigies. Maldo sighed softly, but didn't appear overly pessimistic. Heh, this might be for the best. Only when these geniuses fall will humanity truly feel the pain. Garoa looked up at the sky with a sinister smile. We may have lost, but your Xia dynasty is doomed. Ha! As his maniacal laughter echoed, the sky trembled violently. A vast sea of blood surged from the horizon, staining the heavens red. The celebrating humans' faces changed drastically, staring at the sky in unease, not understanding what had transpired. Guan Wanshan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and shouted, Garoa, what is the Blood God clan up to? Lin Changyuan and other human powerhouses quickly gathered behind Guan Wanshan, warily observing the sky's transformation. Garoa raised his arms, his fiery gaze fixed on the changing sky. We're welcoming the arrival of the Blood God clan's army. As he spoke, spatial ripples appeared in the sky. A phantom space passage extended rapidly from the void. Within the manifested portal, countless Blood God clan troops waved their flags and roared, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Leading the charge were several Blood God clan powerhouses exuding immense pressure. Garoa's wild laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha, you think you've won? This is just the beginning. The interface was locked, the void passage established, and Garoa and his comrades finally revealed their true intentions. Bloodflame Sovereign, the Blood God clan's army. We're in trouble. Guan Wanshan's face turned pale as he issued a stern order. Escort the students to retreat. Those above the divine realm, follow me to hold off the Blood God clan. Boom. Powerful auras soared into the sky, throwing the human camp into chaos. Everyone realized they had fallen into the Blood God clan's trap. They had managed to cross the interdimensional void from the distant Blood God realm, evading detection. Panic ensued. The Xia dynasty was at its weakest, with most of its strong warriors preparing for battle on the front lines, leaving the rear defenses thin. The Blood God clan had clearly come prepared, bringing an overwhelming army and numerous powerhouses. There was no way to hold them off. Escape? Against such a vast army, these untested students stood no chance. The Blood God clan's plan was evidently to extinguish the Xia dynasty's future hope. Such a ruthless strategy completely disrupted humanity's plans. Ha ha ha, Guan Wanshan, the sovereign himself is here. Aren't you going to welcome me? The sky was now entirely blood red, the vortex-like passage solidifying quickly. The Blood God clan's army had yet to arrive, but the Bloodflame Sovereign's laughter already echoed through the heavens. Run. Run for your lives. Guan Wanshan's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent soaring, all other human powerhouses, hold off the Blood God clan. As soon as he spoke, Guan Wanshan charged forward, confronting Maldo of the Blood God clan. Old friend, this time I'll break the backbone of your Xia dynasty. Ha ha ha. Maldo laughed loudly, waves of blood surging around him. Human powerhouses gritted their teeth and stepped forward, determined to buy time for the students' retreat. Once the Blood God clan's army arrived, none would survive. The battle erupted, with every human fighting with all their might. Lin Changyuan's sword intense sword, as he prepared to strike down Garoa, but he was interrupted by a sudden call. Senior brother, protect me. Lin Changyuan hesitated, looking down to see Suan sprinting towards the Blood God steel. Does he have a plan? A glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Changyuan's eyes. He remembered Suan had asked for protection before the battle began. Could Suan have anticipated the Blood God clan's invasion? I'll trust you once more. Without time to think, Lin Changyuan gritted his teeth, abandoning his charge to the front lines and instead standing by Suan's side. You have 1 minute. Whatever you're planning, if there's no result within a minute, I'll get you out of here. Lin Changyuan glanced at the blood-red sky, speaking quickly. Suan reached the Blood God's steel, a smile forming on his face. 1 minute is enough. With that, Suan mentally activated his power. Divine Insight. Activate. Boom. In the next moment, Suan's eyes opened, golden light illuminating the world. The blood-red realm shattered before him. Innate talent awakened. Within Suan's sea of consciousness, towering waves surged, and brilliant light filled the entire ocean. His eyes radiated a golden glow as the blood-red world began to shatter. The familiar scene before him transformed into the intricate patterns of the world's laws. Even the most hidden existences were now laid bare before his eyes. Just moments ago, Suan was anxious, but now his expression was as calm as still water. It was a calmness that wouldn't waver even if the sky fell, stemming from his deep understanding of the world's essence and supreme confidence in controlling everything. Blood God tablet. Suan chuckled softly, his golden eyes sweeping over it. The patterns on the tablet surged wildly. The Blood God's indestructible body, something even the Blood God clan struggled to comprehend, was now being rapidly understood by him. Standing beside Suan, Lin Changyuan had been watching the fierce battle ahead with a grave expression, his sword at the ready. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He turned to look at Suan, and when he met those golden eyes, it felt as though a divine thunderbolt struck his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, wise, and calm, as if nothing in the world could disturb them. With just one glance, Lin Changyuan felt as though all his secrets were laid bare. He was shocked and stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the battle ahead grew fiercer. The Blood God clan was merely entangling their opponents, not fighting desperately, as they already held the upper hand. Ha ha ha, it's useless, useless. When our army arrives, you will all die. Garoya's manic laughter echoed through the heavens. From now on, there will be no more Wanzhou Academy in Dixia. Within 3 years, Dixia will fall, haha. After this battle, the Dixia region would become a possession of the Blood God clan, providing them with rapid development opportunities. Damn it. The human warrior in front of Garoya's face was icy, but his eyes revealed his anxiety. Although his strength far surpassed Garoya's, the latter's eye techniques were too powerful, allowing him to evade attacks at critical moments. The occasional glint from those eyes even tore through space, forcing the warrior to be cautious. Not just him, all the human warriors were facing similar predicaments. The Blood God clan cleverly avoided direct confrontations, using Hitandran tactics to entangle them. Good tactics. Guan Wanshan glanced around and laughed angrily. Even if I die, I'll take some of your Blood God clan's teeth with me. He had already resolved to die, as the Blood God clan's army was about to arrive, led by many powerful beings. This was a dead end. All he could do was delay the enemy as much as possible to buy time for more humans to escape. With this thought, Guan Wanshan took a deep breath, and his energy exploded. Boom. Within a radius of several dozen feet centered on Guan Wanshan, space instantly collapsed. Giant spirit. Guan Wanshan roared, and his fists erupted with dazzling light. In an instant, a pair of colossal fists appeared in the sky, as if they were about to burst through the heavens, crashing down with destructive power. Rip. Under those terrifying fists, the void shattered, and storms raged. Moldu, who had been blocking Guan Wanshan, was instantly sent flying. Divine technique, giant spirit fist. Moldu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but still smiled casually. Old friend, are you ready to fight to the death? Guan Wanshan's strength was indeed formidable. If he fought desperately, Moldu was not his match. But there was no need for Moldu to confront him heathen. He just had to wait for the right moment. Guan Wanshan, with overwhelming pressure, shattered large swaths of void with each punch. Though Moldu continued to retreat, many Blood God clan members were torn apart by those fists. Guan Wanshan, his hair disheveled, fought like a madman, no longer distinguishing between opponents. As long as they were Blood God clan members, his iron fists would immediately descend. Faced with such a desperate attack, the Blood God clan was temporarily forced into retreat. At that moment, the sky trembled, and the once illusory passage suddenly solidified. Warriors kill. Blood Flame Sovereign's laughter echoed from another realm, sending chills down everyone's spines. The passage was complete. An endless army of the Blood God clan and numerous powerful beings were crossing the passage. Xianyi, who had been like a transparent person, now had a glint in his eyes and a subtle struggle on his face. But in just a moment, his gaze turned to Goroya. The human camp was in chaos, with all the students fleeing in terror. Guli, who had woken up at some point, was dumbfounded by the chaotic scene. What the hell? I just took a nap, and the Blood God clan's army is already here? Guli was completely stunned. After looking around, he hurried to Lin Chongyuan. Senior brother, run? What are you doing here at a time like this? Guli was so anxious he was hopping. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he understood that the humans present were no match for the Blood God clan. If they waited any longer, no one would survive. Suin, 10 more seconds. Lin Chongyuan, watching the approaching Blood God clan, broke out in a cold sweat. His grip on his sword was tight, the sword's intent flickering, ready to strike at any moment. He knew the situation was dire, but he had promised Suin to protect him for 1 minute. After 1 minute, regardless of the outcome, he had to leave. Now, less than 10 seconds remained. Could Suin succeed? Damn it. Suin, are you crazy? Why are you still comprehending the Blood God tablet now? Even if you master the Blood God's indestructible body, you can't stop them. If we wait any longer, we're all dead. Guli shouted, looking at Suin's back and the approaching Blood God clan, almost jumping with anxiety. At this moment, the shouts of the Blood God clan army were already close, and the pressure from the powerful beings was spreading. Some vanguard troops had even stepped 1 foot out of the passage. Suddenly, Suin, who had been motionless like a statue, turned his head. His golden eyes swept across the sky, looking at the Blood God clan about to emerge from the passage, and softly spoke. Stop! The small voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. The swirling void passage suddenly stopped rotating with a thunderous halt, and the open portal quickly closed. The Blood God clan member who was about to step out was torn in half by the void's power. The advancing army halted abruptly, and the Blood God clan's laughter ceased. Crimson blood fell from the sky as everyone present looked up in shock. The newly established void passage had unilaterally closed its exit. For a moment, everyone was bewildered. The void portal suddenly closed, and Galuoya's face turned pale in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible? Once the void portal is established, it shouldn't be destructible." At this moment, Galuoya was truly panicking. He had boasted arrogantly in the heartland of the human race and even killed many innocents, all relying on the support of the Blood God clan's army. But now, his actions were irreversible, and at the critical moment, his reinforcements were cut off. Galuoya looked around and saw pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent staring at him. His vision darkened, and his legs felt weak. Not only him, but even the veteran warrior Mulder was also losing his composure. They were trapped in the heartland of the human race, with no way to retreat, and the army protecting Daxia was right behind them. The original plan was to destroy the academy and then leave through the void portal, leaving the human race with no way to pursue them. But now, not only was leaving impossible, even the exit to the Blue Star realm was sealed, putting them in a desperate situation. Meanwhile, the human warriors were initially stunned but then overjoyed. Without the support of the Blood God clan's army, the enemies before them were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. However, everyone was puzzled by the sudden closure of the portal. Near the Blood God stele, Guli stared in shock at Suin. Others might not understand, but he had witnessed the entire process up close. Suin had merely whispered, "Stop," and the portal closed instantly. This scene, as if words had magical power, left even Lin Chongyuan beside him dumbfounded. Suin smiled lightly and explained, "It's not difficult. As long as you make the Blood God stele recognize a new master and shut down its internal space source, the Blood God clan can only watch helplessly." Guli wanted to say something but suddenly noticed a surge of powerful energy emanating from Suin. Intricate and beautiful patterns appeared on Suin's skin, resembling a mysterious totem. Suin gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the Blood God's undying body is incredibly strong. After fully comprehending the Blood God's undying body, he realized how fortunate Guli was to have killed Yala. The Blood God's undying body enhanced all aspects: defense, strength, speed, and vitality. When perfected, as recorded in the Blood God's undying body, it could even regenerate from a single drop of blood. Of course, Suin had only obtained the physical aspect of the Blood God stele. To complete the true blood god's undying body, he needed to acquire the remaining 2 pieces. His eyes gleamed with determination as he looked up at the sky. Come, Suan called softly, gently tugging at a tiny thread within the blood god's steel before him. That thread, though minuscule, was one of the core components of the blood god's steel. Boom. Crack. In the next moment, a towering crimson light shot up from the blood god's steel in front of Suan, piercing the sky. A unique yet intense wave of energy crossed the spatial divide, heading into the distance. Simultaneously, in a dark red world, 2 massive stone steels hundreds of feet tall trembled violently. They seemed to be responding to some kind of summons, slowly rising from the ground, attempting to leave that realm. Oomph! Suddenly, a cold snort echoed, shaking the entire blood god realm. The 2 rising steels were forcefully suppressed back into place by a terrifying power. A tall man clad in ancient blood-colored robes looked up at the void. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the realms, witnessing the current plight of the blood god clan. Have we failed? The tall man murmured, pondering for a moment before stepping forward. The void shattered as he directly entered the void portal. Back in the blue star realm, Suan shook his head and sighed. What a pity. He could sense a terrifying force on the other side suppressing the 2 stone steels. With such a method, success was unlikely. He would have to find another way in the future. It's him. That damned human. You stole our blood god clan steel. The unique wave of energy had finally caught Galuoya's attention. His eyes locked onto Suan, filled with maniacal killing intent. The blood god steel was a treasure of the blood god clan. If it fell into human hands, he would be a sinner. Galuoya never expected that the blood god clan's treasure would recognize a human as its master. Kill him. Take back the blood god's steel and summon the venerable. Mulder was also driven to madness, his energy surging like a crimson river, rushing towards Suan. Oh, old man. Ready to risk it all? Guan Wanshan intercepted Mulder, his face no longer cold but filled with a mocking smile. He hadn't expected the situation to reverse so quickly, and now he was in Mulder's previous position. You chase, I run. You run, I harass. Guan Wanshan was already slightly stronger than Mulder, and now, with the upper hand, he was even more at ease. For someone to make the blood god's steel recognize a new master, this kid is something else. Guan Wanshan glanced towards Suan, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Before Guan Wanshan could savor his optimism for long, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the sky. Instantly, a terrifying, palpable pressure descended, causing the faces of Guan Wanshan and his companions to change dramatically. They instinctively looked up towards the heavens. Reflected in the sky was the clear image of the trapped blood god clan. The exit to the human world had been sealed. They could only return the way they came. Any attempt to force it open would result in being lost in the void forever. Suddenly, a crimson torrent surged into the passage, followed by a terrifying blood-red beam that slammed into the sealed exit. Crash. Crack. With just one strike, the sky over Daxia shattered like glass, splitting into countless cracks. The human warriors felt their scalps tingle with shock and disbelief. It was crucial to understand that the passage's entrance was already closed, leaving the Blood God clan stranded in the void, far from their original position. Although they could see the Blood God clan, the actual distance between the Blood God clan and Daxia was immense. Under such circumstances, the sudden beam of light shattering Daxia's sky indicated an unimaginable level of power. Blood Patriarch, Garoa and Moldo, along with other members of the Blood God clan, displayed expressions of fervent zeal. The humans did not recognize the newcomer, but the Blood God clan knew him well. He was their leader, another ancestral bloodline bearer, the Blood Patriarch. I shall tear open the space. Garoa, use the Blood God's eye to lock onto the coordinates. I will guide you through the void. A vast voice echoed as another terrifying wave descended from the void. Crack! The sky over Daxia began to crumble extensively, revealing a dark void that exuded a chilling, eerie aura. Blood Patriarch, why not kill these humans and reclaim the Blood God tablet? Garoa was unwilling to leave just yet, his eyes fixed on the Blood God tablet. The Blood God clan could retreat safely now. The void passage was open, and with the Blood Patriarch's formidable essence serving as the coordinate, Garoa's blood gods, I could precisely lock onto it. Even in the directionless, desolate void, they could find their way back to the blood god realm. However, Garoa, driven by his fervor, did not want to miss this opportunity. With the Blood Patriarch present, it would take only a slight effort to easily slay these humans. Retreat. The Blood Patriarch commanded angrily without further explanation. But it was already too late. Boom. In the passage where the Blood Patriarch stood, a golden spear tore through the void, shattering the passage and hurtling forward with terrifying force. The Blood Patriarch's expression shifted slightly as he waved his sleeve, summoning a massive blood wave to repel the spear. In the next moment, A tall, imposing figure clad in battle armor appeared, catching the retreating spear. Standing firmly with the spear in hand, his gaze shone like a deity's, locking onto the Blood Patriarch. He spoke in a deep voice, "Where do you think you're going?" The Blood Patriarch's expression remained calm, but his eyes were filled with gravity as he slowly responded, "War God Zhou, you arrived rather quickly." The Blood God clan members, who were initially overjoyed at the arrival of their blood ancestor, had their expressions change instantly upon seeing the gun-wielding man. The god of war of Great Xia, Zhou Yuan, a name known to every member of the Blood God clan. He had once led the Blood Fiend army into the Blood God realm, wielding a long spear, and was a fearsome figure who could make children stop crying. Despite their absolute confidence in the blood ancestor, Zhou Yuan's formidable reputation caused the crowd to panic. In the endless void, Zhou Yuan stood with his spear, his terrifying aura forming a tangible barrier that blocked the Blood God clan's retreat. The blood ancestor's expression remained unchanged as he smiled faintly, "Just you alone can't stop me. The other human powerhouses are being held off by the Celestial clan, aren't they? I have countless troops and numerous strong warriors. What do you have to stop me?" His gaze turned towards the direction of Great Xia, with a hint of regret in his tone. "Although the plan failed, it doesn't matter. Once I lead my army back to the battlefield, your human race will still pay a bloody price." The blood ancestor explained that attacking the human race's rear was the plan with the least loss and the greatest gain, capable of crippling the Great Xia domain without losing a single soldier. Despite the plan's failure, the Blood God clan still held the advantage. As long as they returned to the battlefield, the alliance of the Celestial and Blood God clans would still inflict heavy losses on Great Xia. The faces of Guan Wanshan and others in the Great Xia domain changed slightly upon hearing this. Although the immediate crisis was temporarily averted, the frontline predicament remained unresolved. Reinforcements from the spirit domain would take another day to arrive, and during this time, many human soldiers might still perish. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. "You're wrong. With so many of your Blood God clan members here, along with you, Blood Ancestor, I indeed can't match you. But who said I came here to fight you?" The Blood Ancestor's heart suddenly skipped a beat. To fully capture the Great Xia domain, the Blood God clan had brought in a large number of strong warriors, including 30% of their frontline station troops. If they encountered any mishaps, the battlefield situation would completely reverse. Zhou Yuan continued, "Using the Blood Ancestor's secret treasure to open a void passage and launch a surprise attack on the rear of my Great Xia domain is indeed a clever tactic. Fortunately, your plan didn't succeed. Otherwise, my Great Xia would have been doomed. But unexpectedly, this time, we have turned misfortune into a blessing." He looked at the void passage before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Blocking 50% of your Blood God clan's strength in such an environment is a heaven-sent opportunity. I can't stop all of you alone, but the void can." Upon hearing this, the Blood Ancestor's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Kill him!" Boom. The Blood Ancestor's body surged with a wave of blood, his terrifying aura rushing straight towards Zhou Yuan. "Ha ha ha, too late." Zhou Yuan laughed loudly as the divine power he had been secretly accumulating suddenly exploded. Like a dragon. Boom. The spear in Zhou Yuan's hand seemed to come alive, and a giant dragon hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared in the void. The dragon roared, and the overwhelming spear intent caused the passage to begin collapsing on a large scale. "Break!" Zhou Yuan shouted, and the dragon's ferocious head bit down hard on the void passage. Crack! The void passage, established by the Blood God Steel, was originally very stable, and even Zhou Yuan couldn't sever it. But coincidentally, one of the Blood God Steels had closed its internal space, causing the passage to become unstable. Zhou Yuan forcibly severed it with his divine power, and in an instant, the void passage collapsed with a thunderous boom. Damn it! The Blood Ancestor's face turned extremely grim, but at this moment, he could no longer attack Zhou Yuan. With the collapse of the passage established by the Blood God Steel, all members of the Blood God clan would be swallowed by the void. The void was an existence outside of space, without direction, causing people to be eternally lost within it. The Blood Ancestor hurriedly mobilized all his power, transforming into a boundless sea of blood to forcibly envelop all the members of the Blood God clan. Doing so would greatly weaken his power, but it ensured that his clan members would stay together and not get lost in the void one by one. Zhou Yuan had already retreated in advance and, looking at the Blood Ancestor and his people falling into the void, chuckled, "Blood Ancestor, enjoy your journey." In recent days, due to the sudden arrival of the Celestial clan, Great Xia had been under immense pressure. But now, this crisis was resolved. With over 50% of the Blood God clan's strength trapped in the void, the human forces on the front line could now fully exert themselves. Though relying on the void's power to completely mislead strong warriors like the Blood Ancestor might be unrealistic, It was enough to buy the human race ample time. Once the reinforcements from the spirit domain arrived in a day, the battlefield situation would be instantly reversed. With the crisis completely resolved, everyone in the academy couldn't help but cheer. This time, the Blood God clan's plan had backfired spectacularly. Not only did their plan fail, but it also provided the human race with a breakthrough method. It was foreseeable that it wouldn't be long before the human race launched a counterattack. At the same time, as Zhou Wu Yuan severed the passage and completely disrupted the Blood God clan's plan, a tremor echoed deep in Suin's mind, where the fate stone was engraved. End of the Great Tribulation of 10,000 Clans event. Mastered the Blood God steel and comprehended the undying body. The Blood God clan's plan failed, saving numerous prodigies from the academy and increasing the future strength of the human race. Caused a chain reaction leading to significant losses for the Blood God clan on the frontline battlefield, indirectly saving many great Xia soldiers who were destined to die. Perfectly altered the future trajectory of the human race, greatly enhancing their strength, fortune, and morale. Overall evaluation. Major event perfectly altered, gaining the divine power Heavenly Hand once. Due to the positive chain reactions, the impact of the event exceeded its original scope, additionally granting one forced use of Heavenly Hand. The sudden changes on the Destiny tablet left Suin stunned. This event was far more complex and had deeper implications than the previous one. Suin noticed that this time, instead of granting additional Destiny points, the event imposed a forced effect mandate of the Empty Hand. His heart couldn't help but race with excitement. A new divine ability. With his already formidable comprehension skills, this new ability could be even more extraordinary. Filled with anticipation, Suin eagerly examined his new divine power. Mandate of the Empty Hand. Reach into the depths of destiny to steal the essence of creation, the fruits of the earth. Even talents, insights, and fortunes can be taken and used for oneself. Suin read the description, his eyes widening with each word. Note: destiny is unpredictable. Activating Mandate of the Empty Hand will randomly steal one attribute from the target. Damn! Even though he was somewhat prepared, Suin was still shocked by the new divine powers effect. This was an absolute game changer, potentially even more terrifying than his extraordinary comprehension. While extraordinary comprehension allowed him to instantly grasp the essence of things, Mandate of the Empty Hand was far more domineering. It could steal anything, including talents not inherent to humans, and convert them into his own abilities. Countless possibilities flashed through Suin's mind. He could even directly steal Gu Li's state of mind insights, achieving an invincible aura. More importantly, this power had no racial limitations. The thought made Suin feel dizzy. The human race was weak because they lacked the innate talents, physiques, and bloodlines that other races possessed. But what if a human who could cultivate their state of mind also gained the unique physique of other races? They would become an unparalleled existence, not just a prodigious talent but a true monster capable of dominating all. Of course, this power was absurdly strong but had a significant drawback: it was impossible to determine what would be stolen each time. With good luck, he might get what he wanted in one go. With bad luck, he might have to try many times. This divine power had very clear pros and cons. However, due to the successful alteration of the event, the Destiny tablet granted an additional effect. Forced designation. This meant Suin had one opportunity to precisely steal a specific attribute from his target. This is a huge win. Suin's heart pounded, his eyes gleaming with undisguised joy. He looked at the Destiny tablet again and saw that the information had dramatically changed. Divine abilities. Extraordinary comprehension, 30,000. Mandate of the Empty Hand, 30,000. One force designation available. Destiny points, 14,000. Suin nodded in satisfaction. After slaying those Blood God clan members, his Destiny points had reached 44,000. After using Extraordinary Comprehension once, he still had 14,000 left. With just another 16,000 Destiny points, he could use these powerful abilities again. Plus, he had one chance to precisely designate what to steal with Mandate of the Empty Hand, making him eager to try it on an exceptional being from another race. As Suin counted his gains, he couldn't stop smiling. The Blood God clan's secret treasure, the Blood God tablet, insights into the Blood God immortal body, a new divine ability, and additional Destiny points regardless of the state of the Great Xia. Suin had reaped substantial rewards this time. As his strength grew, he would encounter more beings from other races, and they would be stronger. This meant his rate of gaining Destiny points would significantly increase. When that time came, his power would grow rapidly. 5 years is enough. Suin clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes shining with confidence. With him there, the human race would not face extinction in 5 years. While Suin was immersed in his thoughts, the Blood God clan and the Great Xia domain fell into panic. The collapse of the Void Passage left them unable to return, not even the Blood Ancestor. What were they to do? They were deep in human territory. If they couldn't escape, they were doomed. Just then, from From the endless void of the shattered space, the blood ancestor's enraged voice echoed, Garoa, what are you waiting for? Enter the void. I will guide you. Frustrated with Garoa's slowness, the blood ancestor wished he could crush him. If it weren't for Garoa's ancestral bloodline, he wouldn't care about his fate. Yes, there's still a way out. The blood ancestor is waiting for us in the void. Panicked, Garoa grasped this last lifeline and shouted, my blood god eyes and the blood ancestor's blood god arm share the same origin. We can find the blood ancestor. Follow me into the void. As soon as he spoke, the once arrogant blood god clan now fled like defeated dogs. However, the humans had no intention of letting them go easily. Trying to run? Stop them. Guan Wanshan laughed heartily, his fists glowing brilliantly as he struck at the fleeing blood god clan. The human warriors saw the blood god clan in disarray and charged at their enemies like ravenous wolves, grinning viciously. Despite the blood god clan's initial ferocity and strength, which matched that of the great Xia, they now scattered like sand, unable to mount any defense. Spare the others, but Galuoya must die. Guan Wanshan roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. Don't get tangled with the rest. Kill Galuoya. Before he finished speaking, he charged straight at Galuoya, eyes filled with murderous intent. Hearing his command, the other human warriors abandoned their current foes and converged on Galuoya. At this critical moment, a furious voice echoed from the void, the blood ancestor's wrathful shout. Protect him. If Galuoya dies, your bloodlines will be extinguished. This thunderous command instantly reignited the blood god clan's fighting spirit. The once fleeing warriors' eyes gleamed with a blood-red glow as they recklessly blocked the human warriors. They were willing to die to protect the future of their clan. Mordo watched this unfold, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He knew he wouldn't survive, but resolutely told Galuoya, my lord, go. Take care of my lineage. With that, he thrust Galuoya away and faced the charging Guan Wanshan himself. A cataclysmic battle erupted, with terrifying energy waves sweeping the area. In the distance, Suan asked curiously, is Galuoya really that important? Why must he be killed? Lin Changyuan responded gravely, because Galuoya's potential is immense. If he grows, he could become even more terrifying than the blood ancestor. He then explained the origins of the blood god clan in the legend of bloodline reversion. Galuoya has also reverted his bloodline and awakened the blood god eyes, which are far more powerful than the blood god's arms. If he matures, it will be a disaster. So, others can live, but he must die. Everyone present was astounded by this revelation. Their gazes toward Galuoya became sharp, realizing such a monstrous talent could not be allowed to survive. However, Suan's reaction was different. He stared at the fleeing Galuoya, his eyes shining brightly. He licked his dry lips and slowly extended his hand, a barely restrained smile forming on his lips. Blood god eyes, they will be mine. The fierce battle between the human clan and the blood god clan raged on, tearing the void apart. Far away in the endless void, the blood ancestor, in a desperate bid to save Galuoya, expended immense power to forcefully tear open the void, creating an escape route for Galuoya. On the battlefield, the human clan, driven by a murderous intent, swore to kill Galuoya, while the blood god clan fought desperately to protect their bloodline. Both sides were evenly matched, with victory hanging by a thread. The heads of various departments at the academy fought bravely, covered in blood. Even the usually low-profile Yi Yongfeng was drenched in blood, fiercely battling Xianyi. Suddenly, a flicker of panic crossed Yi Yongfeng's eyes, and he took the opportunity to transmit a message to Xianyi. The crisis at the front line is resolved, and the plan has failed again. My Yi family can't stay in Daxia City anymore. We need to come up with a plan quickly. If Daxia turns their attention to us, both my Yi family and your blood god sect will be in grave danger. Xianyi glanced coldly at Yi Yongfeng and said indifferently, don't panic. Stay at home quietly. Someone will come to save you. Though the truth of his words was uncertain, they acted as a temporary reassurance, steadying Yi Yongfeng's nerves. Xianyi surveyed the battlefield, a hint of struggle in his eyes, before coldly saying, use all your strength and injure me. Yi Yongfeng dared not ask questions and immediately unleashed his full power, striking a heavy blow at a deliberate opening left by Xianyi. Xianyi spat blood and was sent flying, landing precisely beside Galuoya. Without hesitation, he grabbed Galuoya, and the two plunged into the void. My lord, go. Xianye's voice echoed in the air as they disappeared. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Guan Wanshan roared, Xianyi, are you courting death? Even the usually composed Lin Changyuan showed shock and anger. Galuoya, having narrowly escaped death, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Xianyi, you have done a great deed. Once we return to the blood god clan, I will make you a blood general. He looked menacingly at the human clan warriors. Just wait. When I return, I will leave your human clan in ruins. Xianyi held Jialuaya by the nape of his neck, capable of killing him as easily as crushing an ant. A struggle flickered in his eyes, but he eventually loosened his grip. Meanwhile, Suan closed his eyes, raised his palms slowly, and silently chanted, "Mysterious hand of emptiness." In an instant, he felt his soul detach from his body, floating above the heavens. His gaze locked onto Jialuaya, who suddenly radiated an endless light, displaying all his experiences from birth to the present like a fast-moving slideshow. Among these lights, the most brilliant was Jialuaya's blood-red gaze in a dark space. Su An's heart stirred. "Found you." His hands seemed to transcend time and space, precisely grasping the blood-red light. With a thunderous sound, Su An's soul was abruptly pulled back into his body. He blinked, slowly opening his eyes, which now glowed with a deep, brilliant scarlet hue. At this moment, Jialuaya, falling into boundless darkness, suddenly heard a vast voice. "Jialuaya, use the blood god eyes to lock onto me, and I will guide you." Simultaneously, a terrifying wave, perceptible only to the blood god clan, emanated from the depths of the void. This wave was extremely faint, almost imperceptible even to the purest bloodline members, only detectable by the blood god eyes. Jialuaya smiled confidently and opened his eyes wide, but his expression changed the next moment. No response? Blood god eyes. He roared, his blood surging, eyes widening further. Yet the void remained pitch black, unchanged. "What's happening?" "My blood god eyes," Jialuaya panicked, more terrified than before. The blood god eyes were crucial to his status as a prodigy of the blood god clan. Without them, he would be nothing. "Come out, blood god eyes, come out." Jialuaya screamed hysterically, trying to awaken his eyes. But somehow, it felt as if a mysterious force had severed a part of his fate. The blood god eyes that should have been his seemed stolen. This feeling was inexplicable yet incredibly real. So real that Jialuaya doubted if he ever truly possessed the blood god eyes. "No, it's mine. It should be mine. Who are you? Come out. Give it back. It's mine." Jialuaya's screams echoed with terror, filled with the panic of losing his blood god eyes and the dread of facing an unknown power. His cries reverberated through the endless void, receiving no response. "Sir?" Xianyi softly called out, looking at the devastated Jialuaya with confusion. Jialuaya's strange behavior puzzled him. To Xianyi, the priority should be to lock onto the coordinates of the blood ancestor and quickly rendezvous. However, Jialuaya seemed to be in some incomprehensible state. At that moment, an urgent voice from the blood ancestor echoed from the void once more. Even someone as powerful as the blood ancestor couldn't maintain the state of energy explosion for long in this boundless void. "Blood ancestor, I'm injured, and my blood god eyes are temporarily out of commission." Hearing the blood ancestor's voice, Jialuaya seemed to snap back to reality and hurriedly explained. This thought calmed him down a bit. He believed that he was merely injured in the previous battle and that once he recovered, his blood god eyes would return to normal. On the other side, the blood ancestor frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The blood god eyes, obtained through ancestral bloodline reversion, were akin to his innate divine abilities. In theory, even if his internal energy was depleted, it shouldn't affect the use of the blood god eyes. What kind of injury could cause such a failure? The blood ancestor pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and turned to the blood clan army he was protecting. "Blood flame, protect the others and don't get separated in the void. I'll go bring Jialuaya back." Upon hearing this, Blood Flame Venerable panicked. "Blood ancestor, this void has no concept of space or time. A single step could span thousands of miles. If we get separated here, reuniting would be nearly impossible." Blood Flame Venerable knew that with the blood ancestor's strength, he would eventually find his way back. But he himself didn't have that capability, especially not while leading an army through the void. If the blood ancestor didn't return, they would be doomed. At best, he could abandon most of the troops and take a few strong ones to find an exit, but the losses would be catastrophic. Jialuaya is the hope of the Blood God clan. He cannot be lost. Do your best to stay together. Once I find Jialuaya, I will come for you." The blood ancestor said no more and disappeared into the darkness with a single step. Blood Flame Venerable sighed deeply. He knew that in the blood ancestor's eyes, all of them combined were not as important as Jialuaya. This choice proved it. In the endless darkness of the void, the concept of time had disappeared. The blood ancestor, relying on his powerful bloodline perception, followed an unseen guide, moving swiftly through the void. A day? A year? 10 years? 100 years? No one could tell. The all-encompassing darkness could drive anyone mad. After an indeterminate amount of time, the blood ancestor finally found Jialuaya and Xianyi in the darkness. "Blood ancestor." Jialuaya rushed forward, his face full of relief. Xianyi followed silently, head down. Activate your blood god eyes. The blood ancestor's face showed no joy upon reuniting. Instead, it was as grim as ever. He couldn't sense any trace of the blood god essence in Jaluaya. Panic flashed across Jaluaya's face as he desperately tried to mobilize his bloodline power, but his eyes remained unchanged. The blood ancestor took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent. He placed his hand on Jaluaya's head. Trace. He commanded softly. Light burst from his palm, and he stared intently at the images within the light fragments of Jaluaya's memories. The blood ancestor sought to uncover what had rendered the blood god eyes ineffective. Suddenly, a deafening roar. In Jaluaya's memory, a terrifyingly huge hand appeared out of nowhere, capable of crushing the heavens and earth, descending with immense power. Ugh. The blood ancestor's face changed dramatically as he spat out blood. Even he couldn't withstand that mysterious force. Fortunately, he severed the connection quickly, or that hand might have crushed his consciousness entirely. The power of laws, no. Something beyond laws. The blood ancestor's expression flickered, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was already powerful and had begun to touch upon the power of laws, but because of this, he understood the terrifying magnitude of the force he had just encountered. Blood ancestor Jaluaya called out with hope, desperate to understand what had happened. But he didn't get an answer. With a sudden explosion, Jaluaya's body disintegrated. A small god realm without the blood god eyes was worthless. Moreover, the blood ancestor had abandoned blood flame and others, and spent a lot of time because of this failure. Who knew how long it would take to find them again? Most critically, the blood god clan and the human clan were racing against time to see which side's strong ones could return faster. Clearly, because of Jaluaya, he had missed the best opportunity to lead his people back. This battle had cost the blood god clan an ancestral return. Over half of their forces were trapped in the void, and he himself was injured. It was a complete and utter failure. Suppressing his frustration, the blood ancestor turned his gaze to Xianyi, who was now treading cautiously, not daring to utter a word. Who are you? The blood ancestor asked coldly. Following Goroya into the void was a bold gamble for Xuanya. He bet on Goroya's future rise to power, hoping he would become the new blood ancestor, and thus provide Xuanya with a foothold among the blood god clan. However, fate had other plans. The exceptionally talented Goroya perished in the void before he could return. Xuanya knew there was only one path left for him, now following the blood ancestor. He bowed deeply, showing utmost respect, and said, "My lord, I am Xuanya, the leader of the blood god sect of Daxia." The blood ancestor nodded slightly upon hearing this. His sharp gaze fell on Xuanya as he asked emotionlessly, "The blood god clan, is that the creation of Shuyan?" He then questioned further, "Why would you go to such lengths to save Goroya? As a human, shouldn't you have eradicated such a gifted member of another race?" The blood ancestor had witnessed Goroya's escape firsthand, which was why he hadn't immediately killed Xuanya. What intrigued him even more was the extraordinary power of this human, Xuanya. Xuanya chuckled lightly and replied candidly, "I have completely betrayed the human race. There's no place for me there anymore. By following Lord Goroya, I hope to become a noble within the blood god clan once he ascended." He made no effort to hide his ambitions and plans. The blood ancestor studied Xuanya for a long moment before a faint smile appeared on his lips. He nodded and said, "Interesting. Such prowess would be a waste to kill. From now on, follow me." Despite this being their first meeting and Xuanya still being human, the blood ancestor did not doubt his words. Given the human race's watchful eyes, someone who had forcibly saved Goroya could never be accepted back. It was akin to a destined king among humans being saved by the blood god clan in the blood realm. In such a scenario, the blood ancestor would undoubtedly have killed the person himself. Without further words, the blood ancestor turned and walked deeper into the void. Xuanya lowered his head, a barely noticeable smile playing on his lips, and quickly followed. Meanwhile, in the academy, Suan was observing the world from a completely new perspective. The immense power of the blood god's eyes had drastically enhanced his strength and combat abilities, as if opening a whole new door for him. The Granxia, the united academy of all races. With the departure of Jaluaya, the human warriors were seething with rage. Guan Wenshan's face was as dark as iron, his brows furrowed. Such a golden opportunity, yet Jaluaya managed to escape, and it was with the help of a human. In their hearts, they could already foresee the rise of another blood ancestor, another formidable enemy for the human race. Damn Xinyi, what is he up to? Guan Wenshan gritted his teeth. Xinyi was once a prodigy among humans, his talent rivaling that of Lin Chongyuan and Gu Li. As one of the earliest members of the perfect series, his strength was unfathomable. If he could serve the human race, he would undoubtedly become a powerhouse on par with Zhou Yuan. However, a few years ago, after returning from the Lingtian domain, Xianye's personality drastically changed. He not only betrayed the human race but also joined the blood god clan and became their leader. Gran Xia sent people to investigate but found little information, only that Xian Yi had clashed with the demon clan before disappearing for a while. Despite this, no one believed Xian Yi would truly betray them. In fact, after Xian Yi became the leader of the Blood God sect, turmoil in Gran Xia had actually decreased. Guan Wanshan even tacitly allowed some humans to contact the Blood God sect to gather information about Gran Xia. Overall, Xian Ye's actions were more beneficial than harmful to Gran Xia. Guan Wanshan and others firmly believed that Xian Yi was merely helping the human race in a different way. But today's events completely shattered their assumptions. Xian Yi had actually saved Jialuaya. This was unforgivable. Ha ha ha, I must thank your people. Without them, my Blood God clan would have one less ancestor reborn. Moldo, drenched in blood and looking battered, laughed loudly, his laughter filled with mockery. Kill! Guan Wanshan's face was ashen, and with a fierce shout, he charged forward. As he passed by Yi Yongfeng, his cold gaze swept over, as if looking at a dead man. Xian Ye's sudden appearance in front of Jialua was largely due to Yi Yongfeng's actions. Yi Yongfeng felt a chill in his heart and was about to explain, but Guan Wanshan didn't even spare him a glance and left straight away. The battle erupted once more, and the remaining Blood God clan members were no match for the humans. Their annihilation was only a matter of time. Stay here. I'm going to take down some aliens. Lin Changyuan, filled with anger, stepped forward, his sword intent surging. With one step, a Blood God clan member at the Divine Realm exploded instantly. Let's go, Suan. The Blood God clan's essence blood is a treasure, and it all counts as credits. As Lin Changyuan left, Guli reminded with a sly grin, quickly heading off towards the fallen Blood God clan members. All right. Suan nodded with a smile, his gaze shifting to the distant battlefield. A flicker of crimson flashed in his eyes, and the world changed instantly. He could clearly see scenes miles away, even the ferocious expressions and fine hairs on the faces of the combatants. The wind itself seemed to have patterns, with intricate lines visible to his eyes. This clarity could be even stronger. Su An's eyes shone brilliantly, the crimson in his pupils unnoticed by others. He took a light step, moving slowly but with incredible speed. Each step followed the wind's trajectory, flowing with it, appearing in the distance with a single stride. At the edge of the battlefield, a Blood God clan member at the bone-forging realm, having just won on the martial stage, fell into despair. The human warriors ignored them disdainfully, but they knew their death was merely a matter of time. With death in their hearts, they began searching for weaker humans, hoping to take a few down with them. Coincidentally, Suan, moving with the wind, caught the eye of a bone-forging realm Blood God clan member. A prodigy of the human race? Ha ha ha, die. The Blood God clan member's face twisted with murderous intent, throwing a punch. The immense blood energy surrounding him far exceeded the limits of the blood fusion realm. Though these defeated remnants were downcast, they were still elite members of the Blood God clan. A few minutes ago, Suan would have been no match for this person. But now, boom. The fierce punch, accompanied by a sharp wind howl, came at Suan. He slightly tilted his head, effortlessly dodging it. Luck won't always be on your side. The Blood God clan warrior sneered, his fists striking out like a torrential storm, leaving afterimages in the air. However, what happened next left him in shock. Suan moved like a butterfly in a storm, each action precise and deadly, yet light and agile. Despite the ferocity of the Blood God clan's attacks, they always narrowly missed Suan at the last moment. Even though the Blood God clan warrior's speed was as swift as lightning, Suan remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Blood God clan warrior exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even for a prodigy among humans, no one at the blood fusion realm should be this formidable. He gritted his teeth, his blood surging like boiling lava, and launched an even fiercer barrage of attacks. You're too slow, Suan chuckled softly, a bright crimson glint suddenly appearing in his eyes. In an instant, everything around Suan seemed to move in slow motion. The lightning-fast fists now appeared trapped in a viscous honey, moving so slowly it was almost comical. This was the first technique of the Blood God Eye Stasis. Stasis didn't actually manipulate time but made everything in the user's vision slow down to a standstill. Under the influence of this eye technique, Suan's movements would also slow, but his thoughts could calmly choose the best countermeasure before the attacks landed. Even though Suan's strength was far inferior to his opponents, with the aid of stasis, he easily sidestepped the powerful punch. At the same time, his right fist, brimming with power, aimed precisely at the path the Blood God clan warrior was bound to take. After completing these actions, Suan released the stasis, and the world returned to its original speed. Die! The Blood God clan warrior charged forward, his figure so fast it left only a blur. But in the next moment, Suan, as if he had foreseen it, effortlessly dodged the fierce strike. The Blood God clan warrior's head collided directly with Suan's already charged fist. Due to the incredible speed, The impact made it seem as if the Blood God clan warrior had willingly offered his head. With a thud, Suan's powerful punch sent the Blood God clan warrior flying. Suan looked at his fist, a barely suppressed smile spreading across his lips. Stillness was not the only power of the Blood God's eyes. Suan closed his eyes, feeling the immense power coursing through these eyes said to be from the Blood God himself, and he was utterly astounded. The Blood God's eyes possessed 4 techniques, each incredibly powerful. Stillness. It can slow down everything within sight. When perfected, it can freeze all of heaven and earth. Penetration. It can see the true nature of everything, discarding falsehoods and retaining truths. When perfected, it can perceive the essence of the universe. Separation. It can perfectly strip the bloodline power from any being, using it to nourish one's own bloodline. Annihilation. Wherever the gaze falls, the world crumbles, and all things perish. Suan suppressed the excitement in his heart, realizing that the power of the Blood God's eyes far exceeded his imagination. Each of the 3 auxiliary techniques was more powerful than the last, and with their support, crossing boundaries to slay enemies would no longer be a difficult task. The sole offensive technique was terrifying beyond measure. The world would shatter wherever the gaze passed, its power unimaginable. Although Suan's current level did not allow him to use the final technique, he could already wield the first 3 auxiliary techniques with ease. Even so, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, making him a match for any human prodigy. At that moment, the Blood God clan member who had been blasted away staggered to his feet and charged again with a roar. Impossible. This is a fluke, a fluke. How can someone at the blood fusion stage be my match? Suan's eyes glowed with a blood-red light as he muttered, penetration. In an instant, the Blood God clan member before him became transparent in Suan's eyes. The meridians, the wildly circulating blood, the attack about to be formed all were laid bare. Suan's punch landed precisely on the opponent's forming battle technique, shattering it instantly. No, no way. How did you do that? The Blood God clan member was terrified, feeling as if he were standing naked before Suan, with no secrets at all. Suan delivered a heavy punch, knocking the opponent to the ground. Looking down at the fallen Blood God clan member, his eyes shone even brighter. Wait, there's one more. Separation. As soon as he spoke, the Blood God clan member let out a horrific scream. His blood boiled, and his bloodline was forcibly extracted, causing unbearable pain that nearly made him faint. Despite this, he could not hide his shock, staring at Suan's crimson eyes in disbelief, muttering, the Blood God's eyes? Impossible. This can't be. These are Lord Garoa's eyes. How could they be with you? Lord Moldo, he has... Seeing that the Blood God clan member was about to reveal this discovery to Moldo, Suan said softly, you seem to know too much. In an unseen moment, Suan's eyes burst with dazzling light. Instantly, the Blood God clan member, who had just been roaring, died on the spot, and a faintly glowing essence blood floated in the air. Suan grabbed the essence blood, and it melted into his body. Boom. The blood in Suan's body surged, his originally spacious blood vessels expanded further, becoming more resilient. Simultaneously, he felt his internal organs being nourished and strengthened. Stripping the opponent's bloodline, merging it into oneself to strengthen blood and meridians. Nourishing the internal organs, what an incredible technique. Suan stood up, marveling. The technique, separation, not only increased his potential, but was also a divine ability beyond belief. Suan knew the significance of the Blood God's eyes and decided to use them cautiously in the future. The origin of these eyes was hard to explain, and if the Blood God clan found out, they would pursue him relentlessly. Considering his current strength was still lacking and that the human race was not united, Suan decided to keep the Blood God's eyes a secret until he grew stronger. Just then, Guli's voice called out from a distance, Suan, hurry up, or all this will be confiscated. Suan turned to see Guli rummaging through a Blood God clan member's weapon. Looting bodies? Suan's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted back, save some for me. At this point, the battle between the human race and the Blood God clan was nearing its end. If they waited until it was completely over, all the belongings of the dead Blood God clan members would be confiscated. The other humans present dared not pick up anything, fearing repercussions from the academy. But Guli and Suan had no such concerns and began their treasure collection spree. In the recent battle, Guli and Suan had already made significant contributions, so even if they were caught, the academy would likely turn a blind eye. Guli thought to himself, I've shed blood for the academy, can't I at least pick up some scraps? On the battlefield, while fierce fighting raged at the front, some were quietly scavenging at the back. Guli and Suan cautiously searched the edges of the battlefield, their eyes constantly scanning the ground. Unfortunately, the real treasures were in the center of the battlefield, where the fallen Blood God clan warriors lay. These were formidable opponents, but the aftermath of the battle in that area was too dangerous for them to approach recklessly. Even so, The spoils left behind by the Blood God clan warriors at the spirit and body levels were already quite substantial. The two quickly gathered scattered weapons and blood essence, their faces barely concealing their excitement. Soon after, the battle was completely over. The human forces, with their overwhelming advantage, annihilated the invading Blood God clan, including the powerful Ma Erdwa, who was on par with Guan Wanshan. Except for letting Jalua escape, the battle was a decisive victory. Of course, what others didn't know was that even though Jalua escaped, he was now a cripple. The true blood god I was quietly lying in Suan's arms. Clear the battlefield and assist the wounded. A loud voice suddenly rang out from afar. Guan Wanshan, covered in blood, returned to the academy, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over the entire battlefield as he took stock of the gains. Seeing Guli and Suan busy at work, his expression first froze, then he shook his head with a wry smile. Striding over to them, he said with a half-smile, "You two have the guts to loot the academy's spoils, don't you?" Guli and Suan froze upon hearing this. Suan quickly stood up, looking up at the sky as if nothing had happened. Guli, on the other hand, nonchalantly dusted off his pants and said righteously, "How can you call it looting? We've shed blood for the academy, Director Guan. You can't question our integrity. We're just helping out by collecting the spoils since the instructors are so busy." Suan watched silently, inwardly giving a thumbs up. When it came to shamelessness, Guli was indeed unmatched. Guan Wenshan glanced at Guli and asked, "Is that so? How much have you collected?" "I'll take it all." Suan felt a pang of reluctance and was about to hand over the dozen bottles of blood essence they'd collected. But Guli only handed over a single low-grade weapon, extending his hand. "Here, just this one." Suan was dumbfounded, looking at the array of spirit-level weapons hanging from Guli and then at the small, broken knife being offered. After a moment of silence, Suan reluctantly pulled out half a bottle of blood essence, looking at Guan Wanshan with puppy eyes. "You little rascals, do you think I'm blind?" Guan Wanshan laughed in exasperation, looking at the two of them. "No one is going to take your stuff. Consider it a reward for your service." In today's battle, Guli and Suan had indeed made the greatest contributions. Without them, the human forces would have suffered a significant loss of face. Especially Suan. Guan Wanshan gave Suan a deep look but didn't ask any questions. How had Suan managed to use divine abilities at the blood fusion level? How did he make the Blood God clan's Blood God tablet recognize him as its master? And how did he block the Blood God clan's army from arriving? Anyone could see that Suan likely had some secrets, but no one would pry. Blue Star was in a phase of ascension, with countless small secret realms continually appearing. These realms contained numerous legacies, secret arts, and divine weapons. Which rising human didn't have a few fortuitous encounters? The Academy's role was not to dig into these secrets, but to protect these future hopes of humanity. Gathering his thoughts, Guan Wanshan smiled at the two of them. "What the Academy can offer you are resources and access to various secret realms for training. However, personally, I acquired a few small items recently. You can choose for yourselves." With that, Guan Wanshan waved his hand, and two exquisite, symbol-like keys appeared in his palm. While Suan was still curious about what these were, Guli had already jumped up in excitement. "Holy crap! Keys to the all-realm trading secret realm. The key to the universal trading realm?" Suan looked at Guli with a puzzled expression, his brow furrowing. He had never even heard of such a thing, and couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. Sensing Suan's hesitation, Guli quickly explained, "Trust me, choose the key to the trading realm. It's not something you can easily get your hands on." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to the two intricately designed keys. "With this key, you can enter a special realm anytime, anywhere. That place is like a treasure trove, filled with everything you can imagine." Still confused, Suan asked, "A special realm? Can this key really cross realms?" Guli nodded and explained that special realms don't just exist on Blue Star. Other realms also give birth to various secret realms, even the celestial battlefield. He described the celestial battlefield as a magical continent that spans endlessly, connecting all known planes. In this unique land, some realms with special effects are born, much more powerful than those in ordinary planes. That realm is called the Trading Realm, Guli continued, his voice brimming with excitement. As the name suggests, it's a massive marketplace. It brings together all kinds of races: humans, blood gods, demons, deities, you name it. Guli's description grew more vivid. There, as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can buy anything. Heavenly combat techniques, divine arts, even flawless spirit seeds. If you're wealthy enough, you can even buy super powerful slaves from extinct races. He went on enthusiastically about the wonders of the trading realm. The biggest gold-spending paradise in the universe, a high-stakes casino, restaurants that serve divine beings, and mining clans gambling stones that could make you rich overnight. With a wink, Guli added mysteriously, "And there's also the largest brothel run by the Charm clan and the Night Elves now. That's a true paradise." Bang! Before Guli could finish, Guan Wanshan, who had been standing nearby with a stern face, smacked him on the head. You rascal! Do you think going to the trading realm is for fun? He gave Guli a disapproving look before turning to Suan, speaking seriously. Don't listen to his nonsense. The real benefit of entering the trading realm is to broaden your horizons and better understand the myriad races. Of course, there are plenty of opportunities there. Someone once found a stellar treasure from a shattered interface at a small stall. But these things depend on your discernment. Guan Wenshan seemed to remember something and warned, oh, and don't go to the mining clan's gambling stones. That place can swallow up all your money. Few people get rich overnight. He smiled bitterly, recalling his own experience of losing most of his wealth on his first visit to the trading realm, egged on by the old headmaster. Suan was enthralled, but then raised a concern. Headmaster, with so many races coexisting there, isn't there constant conflict? Can trading really be peaceful? Guli waved his hand, pointing to the key in Guan Wanshan's hand. The trading realm has a safe zone. See that key? With it, you can enter the safe zone where all fighting is prohibited and violators are suppressed by the realm itself. This key is like a protective talisman. Every year, 1,000,000 keys are naturally produced and scattered across the universe, each one incredibly precious. Without this key, you'd have to trade outside the safe zone, where there's no protection and it's very dangerous. Hearing this, Suan's eyes lit up, and his heart raced with excitement. He had always worried that his low cultivation level would prevent him from bringing back any treasures he found. But with guaranteed safety, this trip's value skyrocketed. He thought to himself that his blood god's eye, with its ability to see through illusions, would be perfect for treasure hunting. Suan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the thought of the unknown adventure ahead. Seeing this, Guan Wanshan smiled and handed over the 2 keys, reminding them, have you made your choice? Remember, the Academy's resource realms are solid and reliable, but the value of these keys is uncertain. You might come back with a fortune, or you might come back empty-handed. Before he could finish, Guli and Suan eagerly reached out and took the keys, holding them tightly. When you're young, you have to take some risks, they both said, exchanging excited smiles as they carefully put away the keys. After giving out the rewards, Guan Wanshan's gaze fell on the towering blood god monument beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Suan, have you made this blood god monument recognize you as its master? Today's events with the blood god clan had given him quite a scare. But he had also realized the monument's true power. The combined secret technique of the 3 blood god monuments was large-scale spatial teleportation. This technique's battlefield potential was unimaginable. It has recognized me, Suan replied honestly. Guli was astonished. Isn't the blood god monument only supposed to recognize members of the blood god clan? How did Suan manage to control it? Though curious, he didn't ask further, as everyone has their own secrets. Good, Guan Wanshan exclaimed, then asked seriously, if we get the remaining 2 blood god monuments for you, can you also make them recognize you as their master? This is very important. Suan was taken aback, but then nodded firmly. As long as the monument is there, even if it has a master, it will recognize me as its new master. This confident answer surprised both Guan Wanshan and Guli. Being able to comprehend another race's treasure and make it abandon its original master was no small feat. Yet Suan seemed unfazed. Suan smiled slightly. No one else could understand the terrifying extent of his extraordinary talent. Guan Wanshan pondered for a moment, then decisively said, your word is enough. I'll contact some powerful individuals to get the remaining 2 blood god monuments for you. Large-scale spatial teleportation was too important to pass up now that they knew about it. The blood god clan would have no choice but to hand them over if the human race got serious. Tsk tisk, Guli looked at Suan enviously. So you've also comprehended the blood god's immortal body? That physique is practically invincible at the physical level. Feeling the powerful energy surging within him, Suan smiled and nodded. Kid, you're lucky, Guli said, patting Suan's shoulder. The Celestial Realm's Golden Forge event is just over 4 months away. Try to reach the body forging realm by then. With your blood god's immortal body, you'll have a good chance of ranking high in the event. The divine abilities granted by the realm are the real treasures. Divine powers bestowed by the heavens? Suan's eyes lit up at the mention, his voice brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Guli smiled slightly and explained, anything associated with divine powers is undoubtedly an extraordinary combat technique. Within the forging gold furnace, there's a leaderboard. For those ranked in the top 10, the secret realm will craft a divine power tailored specifically to your experiences, physique, and spirit. He paused for a moment before continuing. Forging gold refers to forging a golden body. The furnace refines divine techniques. This secret realm is quite magical, seemingly involving both the past and future. It's something you have to experience for yourself. As he spoke, Guli glanced at the eager Suan and teased, don't be careless. The secret realm is full of various races and plenty of monsters. Back then, I honed my body for a year and barely made 8th place with my enlightened state of mind. Suin smiled and didn't argue. With his blood god immortal body, blood god eyes, immortal vanquishing spear, and human emperor seal, he was a monster in his own right. While they were chatting, the human warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield gradually returned. Guan Wenshan scanned the crowd and asked coldly, "Where is Yi Yongfeng?" A warrior responded, "Right after we defeated the Blood God clan, Yi Yongfeng left, saying there were issues in his family." Strange, has anyone heard of any problems in the Yi family? Another person asked, puzzled. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure why Yi Yongfeng had left in such a hurry. With the Blood God clan defeated, it was time to divide the spoils, and Yi Yongfeng would usually be the first to step forward. Today, however, was unusual. Guan Wenshan sneered, "Of course, there's trouble in the Yi family. Big trouble." He ascended into the sky and loudly announced, "All experts above the divine realm in Daxia City, hear my command. Today, we will cleanse the Daxia domain. Seal the city." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive formation rose, enveloping the entire Daxia city. Everyone in Daxia City turned pale at the sight. Holding a book filled with names and factions, Guan Wenshan coldly declared, "Daxia has been unable to act until now, but that doesn't mean we are unaware of those who have betrayed humanity. Anyone who has colluded with other races, traded with them, or harmed human interest has been recorded. Now that Daxia's crisis is over, it's time for a purge." He issued a series of ruthless orders. Kill everyone listed in this book. Children of those factions, if their cultivation is below the divine realm, send them to the battlefield as death row inmates. They can redeem themselves by killing 100 enemies of the same realm. Anyone who defies the Daxia military order, kill. Anyone who harbors fugitives, kill. Those who resist to the death and refuse to admit their guilt, exterminate their clan. Daxia City fell silent, except for Guan Wenshan's chilling orders echoing through the air. At this moment, everyone who had ever had dealings with other races or factions was in a panic. Move out. With the final order, Guan Wenshan led the charge, followed by an army of divine realm warriors exuding murderous intent. On this day, Daxia City was destined to run red with blood. Watching them leave, Guli shivered slightly and said with some fear, "Old Guan is really scary when he gets serious." Suin was about to return to his training but was stopped by Guli. In a low voice, Guli said, "With such a great opportunity, you want to go back to training?" Suin was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Guli winked and whispered, "What are old Guan and the others doing?" "They're ransacking homes. I don't know about the others, but the Yi family is loaded. When they start looting, we can—" Suin's scalp tingled, but his eyes sparkled as he licked his lips. The two quickly arrived at the back of the Yi family's residence. A large protective formation temporarily barred Guan Wenshan and his men from entering. "Damn, with this formation in place, we can't get in either," Suin said, frowning. But Guli was confident. "A formation? That's a minor issue." In front of the Yi family mansion, a tense standoff was unfolding. Lu Wenhua from the alchemy department frowned as he looked at the tightly sealed formation and said to the head of the house, "It seems the Yi family is prepared to fight to the death." The Yi family was renowned for their formations, and the protective barrier they had activated was as impenetrable as a fortress, making it difficult for anyone to break through. Chen Xuan, the head of the combat techniques department, had a cold expression on his face, his long-standing grudge against the Yi family evident. "Humph. Stubborn to the end. How long can this formation protect them? The Daxia Skylock formation is already in place. They have no escape." Guan Wenshan pondered for a moment before turning to the elderly man beside him. "Old Tian, how long will it take to break this formation? If it takes too long, we might as well use brute force." Although the Yi family was already like fish on a chopping block, if they could take them down easily, no one wanted to waste energy attacking the formation. Tian Bolin, the vice head of the formation department, stood next to Guan Wenshan. His expertise in formations was on par with that of Yi Yongfeng. Previously, he had been suppressed by the Yi family, but with their downfall, he was poised to become the new head of the formation department. Tian Bolin scrutinized the large formation in front of him, his brows furrowed. "This is a large formation, the 6 Harmonies Sealing Formation. To break it by force would take about an hour. The Yi family must have been prepared. This formation integrates several smaller formations, changing every minute. I'm not entirely confident, but I can give it a try. If I can understand the pattern, I might be able to disrupt the formation within a minute and create a breach." The gathered human experts nodded in agreement. They had time. A short wait was nothing. The Yi family couldn't possibly fly away, could they? Inside the formation, the members of the Yi family were drenched in cold sweat as they watched the scene unfold. The clan leader, his face covered in sweat, roared, "When is the blood god sect arriving? Contact them immediately." Yi Yongfeng was extremely anxious, constantly glancing into the distance. The blood god sect isn't close by. They must be on their way. Yes, definitely on their way. He looked up at Guan Wanshan and the others, trying to reassure himself. It's fine, they'll make it in time. This formation has many changes. Tian Bolin won't be able to break it quickly. His eyes were red with anxiety, and he kept shouting in his mind, hurry up, come quickly. As Tian Bolin and the others slowly worked on breaking the formation, Guli looked at Suin in surprise. Can you handle this formation too? Although he didn't understand formations, it was clear that a formation used as the Yi family's protective barrier was no ordinary one. Suin looked around carefully, studying the structure of the formation. It's not a big problem. This formation is mainly defensive and doesn't have any killing arrays inside. It changes a lot, but that's useless. As he spoke, a red glint flashed in his eyes. Blood god eyes, shatter illusions. In an instant, the formation before him seemed to become transparent, with the flow of its patterns clearly visible. Suin only took one look before his hands started to move quickly, inserting a series of patterns into the formation. Whoosh! In no time, a small breach appeared at the base of the formation. Done. Suin clapped his hands, his face showing neither joy nor excitement, as if he had just opened his own front door. Guli looked up at Tian Bolin, who was still focused on studying the formation, then back at the relaxed Suin, and finally at the breach in the formation. He gave a thumbs up. Impressive. He had witnessed Suin's prowess with formations before. Ever since Suin had told him he had mastered a small formation, Guli hadn't seen any formation that could stump him. Suddenly, he thought that if Suin was so good with formations, wouldn't it be better for Ruo Nan to learn from him directly? He glanced at the old man in the sky, who was frowning deeply, and shook his head expressionlessly. Damn it! Misleading the young and teaching my Ruo Nan all wrong. Suin, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, looked at the many buildings of the Yi family with excitement in his eyes. Let's go. While the head and the others are still trying to break the formation, no one will compete with us. This is all money. Guli carefully stepped through the breach, keeping an eye on the situation above. Won't the Yi family notice the disruption in the formation? Suin looked at Guli with dissatisfaction. Trust the professional, okay? If a small breach could be noticed, I wouldn't be any good at this. Guli's mouth twitched, then he lightly waved his hand. Let's move. Unnoticed by anyone, while everyone was focused on Tian Bolin breaking the formation, the two youngsters quietly sneaked into the Yi family grounds. At this moment, all the Yi family experts were gathered at the main gate, nervously watching the outside. As for the inside, they were confident no issues would arise. With so many powerful figures outside being blocked by the formation, what could possibly go wrong inside? With the Yi family's overconfidence, Suin and Guli moved unimpeded, reaching the heart of the Yi family estate. Damn, the Yi family is really wealthy. Even the wood used to build their houses is spirit-attracting wood, and the floor tiles are made of highly conductive horn jade. Guli looked around, muttering continuously, training in this environment, even an idiot could reach 6 body tempering sessions or more. Over the years, who knows how much academy funding the Yi family has embezzled? Are these things worth anything? Suan's eyes lit up as he rushed toward a large pillar. Unlike Guli, his focus was entirely on value. Having been poor for too long, Suan drooled over anything that might be worth money. As Guli pushed the door open, he explained, these items aren't worth much individually, but in large quantities, they add up. Just this room alone is probably worth 1,000 credits. He glanced around. Don't bother with this junk. We can't carry it all. Let's find something valuable. With that, Guli dove into the room and began searching. However, the room's owner was clearly not a powerful figure, as there was nothing of value inside. Soon, Guli lost interest. Let's go. Let's find the Yi family's treasure vault. There's nothing good in these rooms. After a brief discussion, the two decided to split up. The Yi family estate spanned hundreds of acres, making it difficult to find the treasure vault without familiarity. Brother, let's split up. Whoever finds it first should notify the other, Suan suggested. Guli nodded in agreement. Once Guli left, Suan's eyes sparkled as he pushed open the door again. The house was built with spirit-attracting wood, so these pieces of furniture must be valuable too. Whatever, I'll take them first and think later. He licked his lips, eyeing the antique furniture in the room. With a light wave of his hand, he commanded, collect. In an instant, all the items in the room vanished into thin air, leaving the once grand room empty. Satisfied, Suan nodded and quietly closed the door behind him as he left. The room fell silent, its emptiness eerily unsettling. Suddenly, the door creaked open again, and a hand reached in. Collect. With that command, the floor tiles lifted one by one and disappeared. In no time, the once empty room revealed its ugly dirt floor, adding an extra layer of desolation. It's a pity. The noise from demolishing the house is too loud, and we can't take these spirit-guiding wood pieces with us, Suan sighed regretfully, standing outside the house and shaking his head. Each house is worth 1,000 credits, and now we can only take half of it. It's like watching money slip through your fingers, painful indeed. Fortunately, there are plenty of rooms here, Suin muttered to himself, quickly heading to the next room. Collect. He stopped wasting time searching for valuable items. Everything except the house itself was being absorbed into the blood god monument. With incredible speed, Suin advanced eastward. The houses along the way looked exquisite on the surface, showing no signs of damage. However, the interiors were astonishingly empty. As Suin passed by a pond, his eyes were drawn to the rockery in the center, and a glint flashed in his eyes. This is good stuff. Can it attract spiritual energy? Collect it. With that, the rockery vanished, leaving the once beautiful pond without its focal point. Huh. These fish are spiritual creatures too? Haha. And these flowers are spiritual plants? Suan's exclamations echoed continuously. Whoa. This rich guy used such a big spirit stone to carve a plaque. His excited voice echoed as he left no stone unturned. At that moment, a hurriedly approaching member of the Yi family appeared from a distance. It was Yi Fei, who had once competed with Suan for Villa No. 1 at the academy. With the Yi family in chaos and the younger generation in a panic, Yi Fei had initially been watching from the main gate but decided it was too dangerous and sought a hiding place. As he hurried past the pond where he often played, he subconsciously glanced up and suddenly froze, staring in confusion at the scene before him. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what. After standing there dazed for a moment, he suddenly realized. The rockery? Where's that huge rockery? And the fish Grandpa raised? And the spiritual plants Uncle planted? They're all gone. Yi Fei stood there in shock, staring at the familiar yet alien scene, as if it had been ransacked by bandits. Thieves! The thought crossed his mind, and panic spread across his face as he turned to report the theft. But as he turned, he came face-to-face with Suan's expressionless face. Suan, what are you doing here? Yi Fei was terrified and confused. Weren't the academy people blocked outside? When did Suan get in? No one answered him. Suan grabbed Yi Fei by the throat. Yi Fei, who once could spar with him, was now as fragile as an ant. What do you want? This is the Yi family, Yi Fei struggled desperately, his face filled with fear. One more word, and I'll send you down early, Suan interrupted impatiently. Where's the Yi family's treasure vault? Don't tell me you don't know, and don't try to deceive me. If something happens to me, you'll be the first to die. Yi Fei swallowed hard. I'll take you there. Just let me go. Deal. Seeing Suan nod, Yi Fei shakily led the way, heading deeper into the Yi family estate. At the same time, Suan sent a message to Gu Li, urging him to hurry over. Time was running out, and if they delayed any longer, the formation would be breached. Before long, a 3-story pavilion appeared before Suan. The pavilion was exquisitely crafted, with protective formations around it, indicating its significance. This is the Yi family's secret treasure pavilion. Most of the family's treasures are stored here and distributed by the family, Yi Fei explained nervously, glancing inside the pavilion. Normally, 3 elders guarded this place, and if any one of them were present, Suan would be in serious trouble. But with the Yi family in crisis, even the elders guarding the pavilion had rushed to the main gate. You promised to let me go. Yi Fei trembled, looking urgently at Suan. Didn't your girlfriend ever tell you that you can't trust a man's word? Suan chuckled, tightening his grip. Yi Fei's neck snapped with a crack. Traitors have no place in this world. Such people deserve no trust. Suan, how's the haul? Just then, Gu Li arrived, his face beaming with satisfaction. Not bad, there's some gain, Suan replied, glancing at the miscellaneous items in the blood god monument, then looking at the pavilion before him with a smile. But this is the real jackpot. There must be a lot of treasures inside. Give me a moment. Suan approached the pavilion, activated his eye of insight, and easily saw through the formation. Forming a seal with his hands, he opened a portal in the formation. Gu Li watched enviously. Your formation skills are perfect for burglary. Hurry up, let's grab what we can and get out, Suan said, glancing at the distance. The academy should be close to breaking through the gate. Let's go. Gu Li and Suan entered the pavilion excitedly. As they saw the scene inside, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rows of wooden shelves were neatly arranged, laden with treasures. Deep sea silver, great stuff. It's excellent for crafting. Hee hee, black thunder iron, 1,000-pound stone. These are perfect for setting up formations. And heavenly heart flower, water spirit lotus, haha, the Yi family is filthy rich. It's our turn to get wealthy. The first floor was filled with treasures, their aura making the place glow. Quick, Suan, grab the valuable stuff. Gu Li laughed, rushing towards the precious items. Suan, however, smiled and said, no worries, senior brother. You go first. I'll pick after you're done. Gu Li, touched, patted Suan's shoulder. Good brother. I knew I could count on you. Don't worry, I'll look out for you in the future. Suan remained silent, watching Guli until he was almost overloaded with treasures. Are you done, senior brother? Guli nodded, satisfied. Then step aside. Guli, puzzled, stepped into a corner with his pile of treasures. Aren't you going to pick anything? Suan smiled. I don't need to pick. If it fits in the pot, it's food. Before Guli could understand, Suan raised his hand and shouted, collect. In an instant, all the treasures in the pavilion, including the shelves, floated into the air and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded first floor was empty. Guli, holding his pile of treasures, stared in disbelief at the gleaming floor. Wait, even the floor is gone. What the? After a full minute of stunned silence, Guli finally shouted in frustration. A spatial treasure? You really don't pick, do you? Staring at the empty attic, Guli felt his composure crumble. His hands hung limply by his sides, his eyes filled with disbelief and frustration. Although his haul from this trip was already considerable and would translate into a significant number of credits, it was nothing compared to what Suan had gained. Grinding his teeth, Guli thought, if my haul is a 1, Suan's is a 10,000. His gaze landed on Suan, eyes gleaming with envy. Damn it, how much more treasure do you have on you? Images of Suan's possessions flashed through Guli's mind. Formation treasures, divine abilities, an indestructible body, the blood god monument, and now even a spatial treasure. He had once thought himself impressive, capable of scouring the entire academy alone and gathering enough resources to break through before reaching the spirit realm. But comparing himself to Suan, he felt like a beggar in rags. How long has Suan been at the academy? Guli mentally calculated. Any one of his treasures is worth more than the credits I've accumulated over 2 years. Thinking about the Yi family's haul today made Guli even dizzier. Although the best items were likely with the Yi family's powerful members, the treasures in this secret treasure pavilion alone were astronomical. How many credits would the wealth accumulated by a large family amount to? The number made Guli feel faint. As Guli wallowed in self-pity, Suan noticed the change in his expression. Glancing at the multitude of treasures in his own space, Suan cheerfully reassured him, don't worry. When we get to the trade realm, if there's something you fancy but can't afford, just tell me. I'll buy it for you. He patted his chest confidently, a broad smile on his face. Hearing this, Guli's eyes showed a hint of relief. He laughed heartily, haha, just hearing you say that is enough. Although he envied Suan's gains, he would never ask for anything. Suan's offer made him feel much better. Feeling a surge of excitement, Guli began to imagine their trip to the trade realm. You've struck it rich this time. We should check out the stone gambling market of the mining tribe. The stones there are ridiculously expensive, but if you get something good, it's worth it. In the food Immortal Pavilion, their dishes are delicious. This time, we have to make sure you treat us to a feast. As Guli rambled on, Suan gently reminded him, senior brother, we should hurry. There are still 2 more floors above us. Damn, I forgot the main task. Guli snapped out of his thoughts, quickly pulling Suan up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was smaller, without the sparkling treasures, only rows of books. Guli frowned and shook his head. These are the Yi family's secret techniques. We can't take them. Treasures are one thing, but if these techniques go missing, Old Guan will investigate thoroughly. The Xia dynasty is very strict about this. Selling or stealing them will get us wanted. They quickly moved to the 3rd floor, which was even more Spartan, with only a solitary circular formation. Guli circled it twice, but couldn't figure out its purpose. Suan's eyes flashed red as he said, it seems to contain a formation that the Yi family hasn't fully deciphered yet. At that moment, a violent explosion echoed from afar, shaking the entire Yi family estate. The protective formation had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. Take it and go, quickly. Guli shrank back, jumping directly from the 3rd floor. Suan swiftly stored the strange formation in his space and followed closely. They ran headlong, escaping from the Yi family's rear towards the academy. Meanwhile, as the Yi family's formation collapsed, Guan Wanshan and others unleashed a massacre like ravenous wolves. The academy's experts were numerous, and the Yi family crumbled within moments. Yi Yongfeng died without ever seeing aid from the blood god cult. Finally, an academy expert strolled through the ruins of the Yi family, clicking his tongue in wonder. The Yi family must have embezzled a lot over the years. This place is built extravagantly. Chun Chuan gazed at the towering pavilions of the Yi family estate and let out a cold sneer. He thought to himself, perfect timing. The academy has been short on resources lately. We'll just confiscate all of this. Beside him, Lu Wenhua from the alchemy department was in high spirits, wearing a smile. Even the usually stern-faced Guan Wanshan had returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. Let's go and see what the Yi family has accumulated, Guan Wanshan said, taking the lead with large strides. In no time, they reached the heart of the Yi family estate. With a slight raise of his arm and a sweep of his sleeve, a powerful figure caused all the doors of the Yi family to burst open. Such a strong individual didn't need to waste effort searching for the treasury. A simple gesture was enough to determine its location. As the doors flew open, some of the hiding Yi family members were exposed and swiftly captured or killed. However, Guan Wanshan and the others standing above paid no attention to these minor details. Their eyes were all focused below, and everyone was momentarily stunned. From the core of the Yi family estate towards the west, all the houses were in disarray, as if ransacked in a hurry. While surprising, it didn't shock them too much. They assumed it was due to the Yi family members fleeing in panic. But when their gaze shifted to the houses to the east, everyone was left speechless. The exteriors of these houses were exceptionally ornate, but once the doors were opened, they were completely empty, with even the floors laid bare. Is the Yi family really this poor? Just for show? One of the human warriors muttered in disbelief. It doesn't make sense. The houses are built so well, yet they didn't even lay down floor tiles? The other warriors were similarly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. It doesn't matter. These are trivial details. The real treasures of the Yi family aren't here, Tian Bolin said, scanning the surroundings before locking his gaze on a house protected by a formation. With a confident smile, he added, if it's protected by a mid-level formation, it must hold the Yi family's secret treasures. Let me break it open and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Bolin formed intricate hand seals, channeling complex formation patterns into the barrier. After 7 or 8 minutes of effort, the formation was finally breached. Guan Wanshan and the others eagerly pushed open the door, but their expressions quickly froze. The so-called treasure house of the Yi family could only be described with 4 words: bare walls and empty rooms. Senior brother, when are we heading to the secret realm for the trade? Suen asked eagerly, his face beaming with joy on the way back to the academy. The trip had been fruitful, and he was even more excited about the upcoming adventure. Guli pondered for a moment before replying, how about a month from now? I still need time to fully refine the flawless spirit seed, which should be enough for me to break through to the spirit realm. He turned to Suen, a hint of envy in his eyes. Don't rush into adventures just yet. Use these resources to enhance your strength first, especially that blood god immortal body. It's rare among humans. If you can master it, its power will be extraordinary. Once you advance to the body forging realm, you'll also perform well in the golden furnace. Guli continued with his advice. If you have any questions during your cultivation, ask senior brother Lin. If he's not around, come to me. He reminisced about how Lin Changyuan had guided him when he first joined the perfect sect. Now, it was his turn to mentor Suen. All right, see you in a month, Suen agreed. With their plans set, they each returned to the perfect sect to begin their secluded cultivation. Suen sat cross-legged and began to inventory his gains from the trip. With a gentle wave of his hand, precious treasures filled the room, their aura enveloping him. He calculated. The jade and furniture could be sold for academic credits, the herbs could be exchanged for pills in the alchemy sect, and the ores could be taken to the artifact sect. His gaze finally settled on the materials for forming array bases. These were what he had been missing. Suan's eyes lit up with joy. He could finally attempt to set up the complete 10 directions annihilation array. After some thought, Suen decided to use these materials as his trump card. True protection could only come from one's own strength. He planned to first break through to the bone refining realm, then craft the array base, and finally sell the remaining items for spirit stones to power the 10 directions annihilation array. With his plan in place, Suen closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, his blood and chi circulating rapidly. Although his realm had decreased after obtaining the complete blood god immortal body technique, the quality of his blood and chi had significantly improved. This technique not only enhanced his vitality but also boosted his strength and defense. As the technique activated, the sound of waves echoed within him, and ancient, intricate patterns appeared on his skin. He swallowed a drop of blood god's essence blood, feeling a surge of power erupt within him. The blood god immortal body refined the essence blood at an astonishing speed, turning it into pure energy in an instant. Seeing this, Suen decided to swallow the entire bottle of essence blood in one go. Immediately, a torrent of blood and chi surged through his body, expanding his meridians and strengthening his organs. His vitality grew even more exuberant. With bottle after bottle of exotic blood consumed, Suan's aura visibly intensified, and impurities were expelled from his body. Time passed, and when no more impurities could be expelled, Suen felt a sudden jolt had successfully broken through to the bone refining realm. Opening his eyes, he sensed the overwhelming vitality within him, his gaze sharp and bright. Supported by abundant resources, his breakthrough had far exceeded expectations. At this moment, every drop of Suen's blood felt like molten gold and iron, his flesh glistening like crystal. His entire body brimmed with power. With his flesh fully refined, he smoothly advanced from the blood-melting realm to the bone-refining realm. The essence fire began to refine his marrow, forging unbreakable bones. According to the blood god Immortal body records, when all his bones shone like flawless blood crystals, he would reach the pinnacle, the bone replacement realm. Is this what it means to transform? Suin opened his eyes, his gaze falling on his own hand. On the surface, his palm appeared unchanged, but when he activated his eye of insight, a completely different scene unfolded before him. The bone of his right pinky finger, once as white as jade, now gleamed like a blood-red crystal. This transformation was not just a change in color. The density, hardness, and enhancement of qi and blood flow in the bone had all significantly improved. Suin clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power and strength in his right hand surpassing his left by 30%. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, if just a small bone can have such an effect, how powerful will I become when my entire right hand undergoes this transformation? The blood fusion stage increases internal energy, but the bone forging stage is an all-around enhancement. The human body has 206 bones, and the goal of the bone forging stage is to make all these bones stronger. Once all the bones have been transformed, strength, defense, and speed will reach their peak. Suin calculated in his mind, at my current training speed, I can refine 2 bones a day. So, it will take 103 days, or a little over 3 months, to complete the transformation of my entire body. Thinking about this, he frowned. The alchemy furnace will start in about 4 months. If it takes him over 3 months to complete the bone forging, he won't make it in time for the secret realm's opening. Even if he barely makes it, he would still be at the initial stage of body forging. How could he compete for a good position then? Too slow. I need to find a way to speed up my training, Suin muttered in frustration. However, Suin didn't realize that refining 2 bones a day was already an astonishing speed. Normally, bone forging techniques take about 23 days to refine a single bone. Even with the aid of elixirs, blood essence, and special secret realms, it would still take at least a day. But Suin, just by devouring blood essence for training, could refine 2 bones a day, which was already an incredible pace. The efficiency of the blood god's immortal body in converting essence fire was far higher than that of ordinary techniques. Of course, the resource consumption was also several times greater. But Suin didn't care about resource consumption at the moment. He just wanted to train faster. With this thought, Suin took out a communication talisman and contacted Guli. Senior brother, the bone forging stage is too slow. What should I do? Urgent. After about 10 minutes, Guli replied, don't worry. Keep training slowly for now. When we get to the trading secret realm, I'll take you to a place where you can break through quickly. Suin nodded thoughtfully. Before he could put away the communication talisman, Guli sent another message. By the way, make sure you have enough money. You can't get far in the trading secret realm without it. Suin nodded again and, after a moment of contemplation, checked the time. With over 20 days left until the month end, he decided to finish setting up his formations, sell off unused items, and then exchange them for money. Since Guli mentioned that there are ways to break through quickly in the trading secret realm, Suin decided not to rush his training for now. He took out a large amount of formation resources he had prepared, categorizing them in front of him. Let's see if I can set up a complete 10 directions annihilation array with these. Suin took a deep breath, and insights about the forbidden array flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes tightly, his hands moving so quickly that they left afterimages as he condensed formation patterns. On a piece of mystic silver stone before him, intricate patterns quickly formed. In less than 2 minutes, the stone was densely covered with formations. Suin casually put it away and continued with the next piece. For Suin, creating formation bases, a process that required meticulous care and was considered extremely difficult by others, was as simple as eating and drinking. Not long ago, Suin might have needed to rest and recover his qi and blood after carving a few formations. But now, with the blood god's immortal body operating at high speed, a continuous flow of qi and blood surged through him. At his current engraving speed, his abundant qi and blood could keep up. Even if the process took too long, a few blood essence pills could quickly restore him. Thus, Suin continued for 23 days without pause, his hands never stopping their work. When he reached for the next material instinctively, he realized he had run out. Phew, that was exhausting. Even with the blood god's immortal body, Suan's face looked haggard, and he felt weak all over. Immersing himself in the vast array patterns for over 20 days had taken a serious toll on his physical strength, but his eyes were incredibly bright, like lights in the dark, emitting a deep and brilliant glow. The long hours of engraving formations, while physically draining, had also tempered his spirit. Suin might not even realize that his mental strength was gradually increasing. Looking at the completed formation bases, Suin nodded in satisfaction. With so many materials used for the formation bases, and using a formation treasure as the core, it should be able to exert 50% of the forbidden array's power. If I find a good place to set it up, its power could increase even more. He had prepared a powerful trump card for himself. Suin felt a sense of secret satisfaction as he recalled the formation base he had just completed. Although the current materials couldn't fully unleash the formation's power, even at 30 to 50%, it was enough for him to make a mark in this world. 2 days later, senior brother Gu should be breaking through. Suin put away the refined formation base and pushed open the door of the secluded room. The long mist sunlight fell on his face, and he squinted in comfort, feeling some of the fatigue from a month of seclusion dissipate. After a brief rest, he headed straight out of the academy. With 2 days left, he needed to sell some of his belongings to exchange for urgently needed spirit stones. In front of the Wanjin Hall in Disya City, Suin looked up at the sign of the largest merchant guild in the city, took a deep breath, and walked in. Inside, the place was bustling with people, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. He had quite a few items to sell, and the noisy hall was obviously not convenient for that. "Hey, Suin," a familiar voice called out. Suin turned to see a chubby man running towards him with a face full of surprise and joy. "Suin, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have prepared a feast for you." The chubby man enthusiastically dragged Suin upstairs, saying, "It's too noisy here. Let's go upstairs and talk." Suin was momentarily stunned. He carefully scrutinized the chubby man before suddenly realizing who he was. Shun Wanjin. He remembered that this was the person who had given him a heads-up during the villa competition. On the second floor, seeing the respectful attitude of the staff towards Shun Wanjin, Suin couldn't help but ask, "Brother Shun, this place is?" Shun Wanjin blinked and said with a chuckle, "Didn't you see the name of the building before you came in? It's Wanjin Hall, my family's business." Suin understood and couldn't help but look at the chubby man with newfound respect. "Brother Su, are you here to buy something?" "No problem, I'll give you a 20% discount," Shun Wanjin said generously, not caring what Suin wanted to buy or how much it would cost. Suin smiled slightly. "I'm here to sell some things." Shin Wanjin was momentarily stunned, then patted his chest and assured him, "No matter what it is, I'll buy it at 30% above market price." Suin politely declined. "No need, just a fair price will do." Shin Wanjin's eyes widened. "Are you looking down on me? I'm the sole heir of the Shin family. The entire Shun family business will be mine someday. Just show me what you've got. I stand by my word." Seeing this, Suin no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a tall rockery appeared out of thin air in the room with a bang. Shun Wanjin, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of water in shock at the sudden scene. His eyes widened. A spatial treasure. Shun Wanjin was astounded. He had never seen a bone-refining stage cultivator possess such a precious item. He initially thought Suin was just a poor guy, but the spatial treasure alone had already surpassed his worth. After calming down a bit, Shun Wanjin carefully examined the rockery and professionally commented, "Made of Xinjing stone, excellent spiritual energy compatibility, and such a large size is rare. We sold a similar one at Wanjin Hall for 1,500 spirit stones. This one, I'll give you 1,700. However, Shun Wanjin's voice grew softer, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. He carefully scrutinized the rockery, as if he had discovered something unusual. Shun Wanjin felt a growing sense of familiarity as he scrutinized the object. He quickly stepped closer and suddenly realized it was the very treasure his store, Wanjin Pavilion, had once sold. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he recalled that the item had been purchased by the Yi family. Just as Shun Wanjin was about to inquire further, Suin made a grand gesture. In an instant, a myriad of furniture, jade-tiled floors, and even plants and trees materialized out of thin air, filling the entire office. Among the clutter were some precious mineral resources and rare flowers, prominently displayed in the most conspicuous spots. "Brother Shun, hurry up. I'm pressed for time," Suin urged. He had just received a message from Guli and was preparing to head to the secret trading realm. Shun Wanjin stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word as he took in the scene. He suddenly recalled his father's complaints about the Yi family being penniless after returning from a military campaign recently. At the time, he hadn't understood, but now, witnessing this, it all made sense. "Brother Su, you're incredible," Shin Wanjin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "You've got guts, daring to snatch food right under the governor's nose." "Hey, don't say that, Brother Shin," Suin replied righteously. "This is all for my brother Guli." Shin Wanjin's mouth twitched as he thought to himself that Guli must be the daring mastermind behind this. These two had managed to ransack the Yi family before the governor's men could, hinting at some alarming possibilities. Shin Wanjin cast a deep look at Suin and clapped his hands, calling out, "Someone, come here." 2 hours later, Suin walked out of Wanjin Pavilion, satisfied. Although most of the Yi family's resources had been used to forge array bases, the remaining items had fetched a staggering price. The assorted goods, along with the precious minerals, medicinal herbs, and spiritual stones, totaled 310,000 spirit stones. Suin felt a bit dizzy. That was equivalent to 310,000 academic credits, and if one credit was worth 20,000 yuan, he couldn't bring himself to think further. On his way back to the academy, Suan walked with his head held high, feeling triumphant. Finally, he could say, "I'm rich." With a spring in his step, Suan soon returned to the perfect apartment. Guli, who had been waiting for a while, floated down to Suan's side. Huh, I thought only those at the spirit-nourishing stage could fly? Suan asked in surprise. Having just broken through, Guli was in a good mood, but he responded with a hint of irritation. Do you think I'm that weak? Whether you can fly depends on the quality of your spirit seed and the purity of your spiritual power. With a perfect grade spirit seed, if I couldn't fly, I'd go find a piece of tofu and smash my head with it. Suan suddenly understood and resolved to revisit that valley someday. Is the money ready? We're about to set off, Guli said, holding a key with a sense of urgency. Crush it, and the passage will open. Suan nodded, took out the key, and immediately crushed it. A white glow emanated from the key, causing the void to collapse and revealing a silver portal. Let's go. We'll meet inside the trading realm. I'll find you there, Guli said before stepping into the portal and disappearing. Without hesitation, Suan followed suit. As soon as he stepped through, the world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, a cry reached his ears. A human? Oh no, you're ruining my plan. Get down. Before Suan could react, someone pulled him down. A greenish-blue barrier descended, isolating them. Almost simultaneously, several figures radiating terrifying auras sped by, seemingly searching for something. Suan felt helpless. He had just arrived and had no idea what was happening. Deciding it was best not to get involved, he waited quietly. Once the figures had completely left, he stood up. Turning around, Suan was stunned by the sight before him. A girl, appearing to be only 17 or 18, with long silver hair cascading like a waterfall and skin as white as snow, stood there. She wore a dress seemingly woven from leaves and flowers, and she was nervously peeking around the corner. Seeing the figures leave, she sighed in relief, her slender hand patting her chest. Facing Suan, her pure and beautiful face came into view. She glanced at the dumbfounded Suan, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Hi, my name is Lillian. Looking at the girl in front of him, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Suan was momentarily stunned. He had seen many beauties before, but the girl's breathtaking appearance left him speechless. Her face was exquisitely delicate, her eyes sparkling like stars, and she exuded an aura of purity, as if untouched by the world. What are you staring at? Lillian's slender, fair hand waved gently in front of Suan's eyes, her face filled with innocent curiosity. She seemed unaware of her own stunning beauty. Suan blushed, quickly clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment, and diverted the conversation by asking, "Which race are you from? You don't seem to be human." Apart from her long silver hair, Lillian didn't look much different from a human. However, her attire, woven from leaves and flowers, set her apart. I'm from the Light Elves, but I'm actually a holy elf, the only one in existence, Lillian said proudly, puffing out her chest. Hearing Light Elves, Suan relaxed a bit. The Light Elves were a neutral race and had no conflicts with humans. But the term holy elf piqued his curiosity. Since your bloodline is so precious, didn't your elders come with you? Suan asked with interest. This was his first close encounter with another race. Lillian immediately glanced around cautiously and then whispered, "Sure, don't tell anyone." I sneaked out. No one from my family noticed. Suan was speechless at Lillian's proud expression. But Lillian soon waved her small fists in frustration, saying, "My mother and the others are too strict. They never let me out, not even once in 400 years. I was going to die of boredom. They didn't even allow other elves to play with me. All I could do was look at the holy tree every day. It was so dull." Suan was dumbfounded. Lillian was over 400 years old? She looked like she had just reached adulthood. No wonder she was so innocent. For centuries spent looking at a tree had kept her heart as pure as a child's. Wait a minute. With so many powerful elves guarding you, how did you get to the trading realm? Suan asked, puzzled. Trading realm? I don't know. Lillian looked at Suan innocently. One day, while I was staring at the holy tree, a shiny stone suddenly appeared. When I accidentally crushed it, I was brought here. Suan couldn't help but laugh. The keys to the trading realm were randomly distributed across the multiverse every year, with millions being sent out. Who would have thought that one would land right in front of Lillian, who had been confined for 400 years? So, how is it? Is the outside world different from what you imagined? Suan asked with a teasing smile, thinking this naive princess might regret her escape. To his surprise, Lillian's eyes lit up. Oh, you have no idea. The outside world is amazing. There are races with horns on their heads, deer with wings, and so many things I've never seen before. As she spoke, Lillian waved her hand, and a pile of treasures appeared on the ground. There were dazzling gems, hairpins, weapons, and more. Lillian pointed proudly at the items, like a child showing off new toys. Look, I bought so many things. The shopkeepers said these are rare treasures. I'm so smart. I bought them all. Let's see if my mother still thinks I'm foolish when I go back. Suin was momentarily stunned by the sight of the treasures, but then activated his piercing eye, and his expression quickly turned strange. The treasures indeed radiated a heavy aura, their brilliance dazzling. Even their interiors seemed to exude an ancient essence. However, under the scrutiny of the piercing eye, these seemingly powerful treasures were all fakes. The seller's craftsmanship was so advanced that even the interiors were meticulously forged. Ordinary people, and even some strong individuals would find it hard to tell the difference. But with the piercing eye, the true nature and origin of these items were laid bare. They were nothing but a pile of carefully crafted junk. Watching Lillian's smug expression, Suin hesitated and asked, "How much did all of this cost you?" Lillian tilted her head, a look of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Money? What's that?" She pondered for a moment before it dawned on her. "Oh, you mean these stones?" With a flick of her wrist, a flawless spirit stone appeared in her palm, glowing with a pristine light. "These things are cheap, just 6 or 7 stones in total." Suin was stunned. Could the seller really be so generous, only asking for 6 or 7 spirit stones? But when he saw the spirit stone in Lillian's hand, his pupils contracted sharply. Superior quality spirit stones. He hurriedly explained, "Spirit stones are graded into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and supreme. 100 low-quality stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-quality stone, 100 medium-quality stones for 1 high-quality stone, and so on. This means 1 high-quality spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-quality ones, which equals 10,000 academy credits." Suan's voice trembled with shock. "You spent 60 to 70,000 spirit stones on these things." Even though it wasn't his money, Suan felt a pang of heartache, and his breathing became labored. Lillian wrinkled her delicate nose in dissatisfaction. "Hey, these aren't just some junk, you know. They're treasures." Suan shook his head wearily and activated his true sight to examine these so-called treasures. He casually picked up a hairpin and immediately sensed the cracks within it. With a crack, the hairpin, which had been glowing with a mystical light, was instantly covered in cracks, its brilliance fading to reveal its mundane essence, just a piece of hard stone shaped like a hairpin. "Lillian," Suan sighed, "it's clear you've been scammed." Upon hearing this, Lillian's face fell, her eyes welling up with tears, looking deeply hurt. She choked out, "Can you check if all of these are fake?" As she spoke, she conjured up more flashy treasures, covering the ground. Suan scanned the items, shaking his head repeatedly. But when his gaze landed on a heart-shaped lock, he paused. Huh. He picked up the small, pure white heart lock, examining it closely. The lock was peculiar, engraved with intricate patterns, and though it was white, it lacked any luster. The lock was divided into 2 halves, tightly fitted together, with only a thin seam in the middle. "Can this lock be opened?" Suan's curiosity was piqued, and he was surprised to find that his true sight couldn't penetrate the heart lock. He gripped it with both hands, preparing to separate the halves. Seeing this, Lillian hurriedly said, "Hey, that heart lock wasn't bought. It was a gift from my mother. No one can open it." Before she could finish, there was a soft click, and the heart lock split into 2 halves in Suan's hands. Lillian stood frozen, her beautiful eyes staring intently at Suan, unmoving. At the same time, a flash of shock appeared in Suan's eyes. His once calm mind was suddenly overwhelmed by a raging tempest, and his consciousness was pulled away from reality into a fantastical space. A familiar, boundless battlefield unfolded before him, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood stretching endlessly. Innumerable divine and demonic armies stood tall, their deafening war cries echoing through the heavens, with countless gods and demons exuding terrifying auras. At the forefront, no longer the valiant man he had seen before, stood a stunning woman with silver hair cascading like a waterfall. She wore a noble moon-white gown and a pristine crown, her entire being radiating a holy light that could illuminate the world. Though her face was breathtakingly beautiful, it was streaked with tears. Surrounded by divine and demonic armies, her sorrowful gaze seemed to be waiting for something. The world's only holy elf, truly unmatched in beauty, a burly being with horns on his head at the front of the divine and demonic armies, gazed at the woman with obsession. "But you chose the wrong person. Follow me, and the elf race will thrive forever. When I become emperor, I will make you my queen, honored by all races." The woman paid no heed, still gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the sorrow in her eyes began to fade, as if she had found something. "Yi Hua!" The horned being roared. "He's already dead. No one will come to save you." "Dead?" The woman, called Yi Hua, murmured softly, her eyes shimmering. "You're wrong. You're all wrong. He isn't dead, just temporarily away. When destiny begins to turn, everyone will return. She seemed to have an epiphany, her gaze sweeping over the divine and demonic armies that filled the heavens. When the Emperor returns, he will settle accounts with you. Her words struck a nerve, and countless gods and demons roared in fury, their murderous intent shaking the heavens, causing stars to shatter. Yet Yi Hua smiled, her smile like a blooming flower. The holy light around her exploded, sweeping through the heavens and across the realms. Amidst the endless light, she raised her head towards the sky, arms outstretched, as if in prayer, murmuring, through countless cycles of reincarnation, I await the return of my Emperor. Her gaze fell on a void somewhere, a smile curling her lips. When the golden age arrives, don't let me down again. As her words faded, the endless light gradually dispersed, and the world's only holy elf vanished like a bubble. Only a small, intricately designed lover's lock remained, flashing briefly before vanishing. The scene shattered abruptly, and Suan's consciousness snapped back to his body. He looked down at the broken lover's lock in his hand, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The recent vision replayed in his mind, and Suan fell into deep thought. Why did merely unlocking a lover's lock allow him to witness an ancient scene again? The previous experience could be explained by devouring the human emperor's soul, but what triggered it this time? He began to ponder the relationship between the Holy Spirit and the human emperor. Were they spouses? Subordinates? Followers? Even if the Holy Spirit had a close relationship with the human emperor, Suan couldn't see how it related to him. When the wheel of fate turns, everyone will return. This sentence puzzled him even more. Did everyone refer to the human emperor? Other human warriors? Or did it include all races? And did the wheel of fate refer to the fate inscription? Suan furrowed his brows, his mind in turmoil. These two ancient visions gave him a sense of temporal disarray. According to the memories of a reborn person, he should be from the future, and the events he experienced supported this. Yet, the ancient human emperor seemed deeply connected to him, the two divine techniques granted by the human emperor, and now the Holy Spirit he encountered. If what he devoured was the soul of a future human emperor, then when the ancient human emperor looked at him, was he seeing the future human emperor, or himself? If those words were meant for him, then who was he? The current human emperor? But if he were the current human emperor, the conclusion about the future human emperor wouldn't make sense. These complex thoughts gave Suan a headache. The relationships among the past, present, and future human emperors were intricately entangled, further intensifying his sense of temporal dislocation. Forget it, there are too few clues to make sense of it. Suan shook his head, forcing himself back to reality. No matter what, I need to keep getting stronger. In 5 years, everything will become clear. Looking up at Lillian in front of him, Suan suddenly felt a hint of doubt. Was their meeting really just a coincidence? The secret realm key happened to fall into the hands of the elves. Lillian happened to pick it up, and he encountered her as soon as he entered the secret realm. Wasn't all this too coincidental? Lillian, sorry about this. It seems like it's broken. Suan awkwardly held up the two halves of the lover's lock. No matter what, he was indeed the one who broke it. Seeing Lillian staring at him without moving, Suan called out in confusion, Lillian? Oh, it's nothing. Lillian snapped out of it, waving her hand quickly. It's supposed to be like this. She picked up the left half of the lover's lock. This? Suan was stunned, looking down at the remaining half in his hand. This half is yours. You must carry it with you. It's very important, Lillian said seriously, then looked at Suan solemnly. Can you come back to the elven tribe with me? Suan was taken aback. Why do I need to go to the elven tribe? Lillian blinked and suddenly said, to get married. Marriage? Suan exclaimed, his face a mix of confusion and shock. He looked around, as if searching for a reasonable explanation. Lillian pointed to herself, her eyes clear as a spring. Marry me. My mother said that whoever can open this lock will be my future husband. A black line appeared on Suan's forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Do you even know what marriage means? Lillian tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then shook her head decisively. No, my mother didn't tell me. Suan sighed helplessly. Although Lillian was over 400 years old, her mind was still like that of a child. He realized that pressing the issue further would be futile. Recalling that ancient image, Suan speculated that there might be some connection between the Holy Elves and the human emperor. Since the Heartlock was left by the ancient Holy Elves, the elven race should know something about it. But for now, these were not Suan's primary concerns. A great war would descend in 3 years, and in 5 years, humanity would face a catastrophic disaster. Suan's only goal now was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. The ancient human emperor and the Holy Elves could wait. I need to find my friend now. I don't have time to go back to the elven realm with you, Suan said, scanning his surroundings warily. And besides, it's dangerous out here. You should go back. The trading realm was vast and boundless, and it seemed they were in a city. According to Guli, The two had been teleported to the same location, so they shouldn't be too far apart. Unfortunately, communication talismans were useless here, and they could only rely on their feet to search. Fortunately, the city wasn't large, and it shouldn't take long to find Guli. Guli mentioned a place where I could quickly improve my cultivation. I wonder if it's in this city, Suin muttered to himself as he turned and headed down the main street. Hey, don't go. Lillian hurried after him. Believe me, I'm not lying. My mother really said that. And she also mentioned that whoever opens the lock has something lost in the light realm, and only you can retrieve it. Suin paused, but then waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk about it later. He knew he would eventually visit the Elven realm, but not now. Given his current level of cultivation, going there recklessly would be too risky. Seeing this, Lillian pouted. Realizing she couldn't persuade Suin, she decided to follow him wherever he went. Meanwhile, at the center of the Elven realm, a towering ancient tree suddenly emitted a holy light, its radiance piercing the sky and illuminating the entire realm. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of all the light elves. Do not panic. It is merely a hiccup in my cultivation, a gentle and soothing voice reassured everyone. Inside the sacred tree, a breathtakingly beautiful light elf gazed at the tree's core, her expression dazed. Your Majesty, Princess Lillian is missing. The sacred tree has taken a key from the trading realm, an elderly elf reported softly, bowing. The sacred tree acting on its own? Could it be that the destined one has appeared? Nalia, the queen of the light elves, murmured to herself, lost in thought. She could feel that the heart lock left by the Elven Emperor had been opened. The elderly elf looked worried. Your Majesty, should we send someone to bring Princess Lillian back? If her identity as a holy elf is revealed, it might cause turmoil in our realm, and then… Nalia waved her hand, interrupting him. Supo, send a few people to protect the princess, but do not force her to return. If the sacred tree is guiding her, it means the holy elf is about to emerge. After Supo left, Nalia approached the core of the sacred tree and gently waved her hand. The tree's heart opened, revealing a hidden space. Inside stood a dim, majestic suit of armor, exuding a terrifying aura. The time for a decision has come, Nalia whispered, staring at the armor. She recalled the secret song known only to the light elf queens. The holy descends, the lock divides, the armor donned brings a golden age. The human emperor arrives, the elves rejoice. Atop the peak of all races, 461 years ago, the holy elf descended, confirming the first line of the song. 18 years ago, the sacred tree's core split open, revealing the armor within. And today, the heart lock left by the Elven Emperor had truly been opened. Nalia's gaze turned distant. The one who can wield this armor must be the human emperor. If you are the current human emperor, then I will stake everything on the light elves. If you are not… Her voice trailed off, leaving an unfinished sentence and endless speculation hanging in the air. Suin and Lillian entered the city, winding through its streets as they searched for Guli, while also curiously observing the strange creatures and rare resources along the way. Lillian, like a chatty shadow, kept talking non-stop, but Suin didn't mind. Having a beauty by his side was always pleasing to the eye. Suin, look, that person has 3 eyes. Lillian suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a member of the three-eyed clan by the roadside. The person glared angrily upon hearing this. Damn elf, what are you saying? Suin chuckled, which only further infuriated the other. A mere bone-forging realm dares to laugh at me, the three-eyed person said coldly. Suin was momentarily stunned. Then he seriously pulled Lillian in front of him. Lillian, you can't mock others casually. It's very impolite. Even if he looks ugly, it's not his fault. It's because his father is ugly, and his grandfather is ugly, so he turned out this way. The Three-Eyed Clan is one of the hostile races to humans, born with divine eyes and formidable combat abilities. If encountered outside, Suin would definitely turn and leave. But in this non-combat secret realm, he could only say, brother, you still need more practice. Lillian didn't catch the sarcasm in Suan's words, and instead looked seriously at the three-eyed person, shaking her head. Poor guy. It's really not his fault. The three-eyed person was so angry that his 3 eyes turned red, glaring at them hatefully before turning and leaving. Is he angry? Lillian asked in confusion. No, he's going to settle accounts with his dad, Suin said, barely holding back his laughter. As they continued towards the city center, Suin learned the rules of this trading secret realm. Within the realm, there were numerous natural cities, and those holding keys were protected within the city. Fighting would result in suppression and expulsion. Those without keys could only trade outside the city, where they were vulnerable to being robbed. This small city was just one of many. To leave, one either had to spend a large sum to use a teleportation array or walk to the next city on foot, relying on their strength. Suin guessed that Guli might be waiting for him at the teleportation array. Ah, it's you. Old man, how dare you cheat me? Lillian's angry shout broke Suan's train of thought. Turning his head, Suan saw Lillian glaring at an old human man. The old man was dirty all over, and his stall was filled with weapons and miscellaneous items emitting a faint glow. Suan, he's the one who sold me those fake goods. Old man, pay up, Lillian said angrily. The old man remained unruffled. Little elf, buying things depends on your eyes. Once sold, there's no reason to revisit the account. Suan held back the still arguing Lillian and said to the old man, Senior, you really went hard, cheating a little girl out of 60 or 70,000 spirit stones. Hard. The old man curled his lip. If I really went hard, I would have made her buy everything at my stall. I only went easy because she's from the elf clan and I feared her elders might come after me. Otherwise, he didn't finish, clearly intimidated by Lillian's extravagant spending. Suan couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the old man still had some conscience. He activated his eye of truth to see if there was anything valuable. After a quick scan, he was speechless, not a single genuine item among the pile. Just then, the old man raised an eyebrow. Kid, who are your elders? Can you see through the authenticity of my items? The moment Suan activated his eye of truth, the old man was taken aback. With his level of cultivation, he actually felt as if he was being seen through. As he circulated his internal energy, that feeling of being watched vanished in an instant, but it still left him deeply surprised. Among the human race, very few people could give him such a sensation. Gu Tiantong, a master of turning falsehood into truth, had crafted items that were not easily seen through. Suan thought to himself, if I can't see through it, I won't buy it. He noticed the strange look in the old man's eyes and immediately sensed danger. He quickly turned around and grabbed Lillian, ready to leave. Wait. Gu Tiantong blocked Suan's path like lightning and hastily waved his hand in explanation. No fighting is allowed here, don't be afraid. I might even be friends with your elders. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Just tell me, can your eyes see the essence of things? If so, I can grant you a great fortune. Before Suan could respond, Lillian suddenly raised her eyebrows in anger and questioned furiously, Old man, are you trying to bully him? In an instant, spots of holy light emerged from Lillian, and a heart-pounding aura spread out. Her dress, woven from trees and flowers, slowly transformed into a silver-white gown, and a phantom crown above her head gradually solidified. Not only that, but Lillian's demeanor also changed in an instant. The innocent and naive image vanished, replaced by an air of nobility and majesty. Holy Spirit! Gu Tiantong's eyes widened, and he quickly waved his sleeve to isolate the space, blocking outside detection. Boom! The entire city shook violently, and a vast force appeared out of nowhere, seemingly intent on expelling Lillian and her companions. Lillian, don't act rashly. Suan was also startled by the sudden turn of events and hurriedly grabbed Lillian's hand. He didn't want to be kicked out of the secret realm just after arriving. A secret realm key was incredibly precious. Yes, young lady, don't be nervous. I can't harm you here. Gu Tiantong swallowed nervously, his eyes fixed on the phantom crown above Lillian's head. He thought to himself, damn, a holy spirit has appeared. If I can bring this girl over to the human race, wouldn't that bind the entire elf race to our cause? After Suan's persuasion, Lillian finally calmed down, and the terrifying aura she had been emitting gradually dissipated. Suan let out a sigh of relief, but his gaze towards Lillian was filled with a peculiar expression. This seemingly innocent elf turned out to be so terrifying when angered. Lillian, we can't fight here, or we'll be expelled, Suan reminded her, seeing that she still looked a bit angry. He laughed and shook his head. It's not worth getting so mad. We didn't suffer any loss. Calm down, Lillian looked puzzled and said. I don't know why either. When I saw someone trying to harm you, I just felt this inexplicable anger. Suan's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he fell silent. Lillian's concern made him feel a bit warm inside. After all, no one had ever treated him so well without any reason. Yet, he was also confused, wondering if this care was for him, or for the shadow he carried from someone else. Standing nearby, Gu Tiantong glanced at Lillian and then at Suan. He leaned in and whispered, Kid, you've got some skills. This girl isn't simple. If you can bring her to the human race, you'll make a great contribution. Gu Tiantong had heard some legends about the sacred elves. A born elf ruler, once a sacred elf descended, the elf race would unite. Each branch of the elf race was powerful, and if they united, their strength would be unimaginable. The human race was besieged on all sides. If they could ally with the elf race, it would be an incredibly powerful support. Suan shook his head, not showing any joy on his face. Elder, you're mistaken. We just met today. Although he wasn't a saint, he couldn't bring himself to deceive someone so pure and who trusted him completely. Lillian looked warily at Gu Tiantong, clutching Suan's sleeve tightly. Suan, this old man isn't a good person. Let's go back to the elf race. We can come out to play after we get married, and then my mother can come with us. No bad guys will dare to bully you. Married? Gu Tiantong's mouth fell open, staring at Suan in shock. You call this just meeting today? Suan shook his head, not saying much, and turned to leave. Elder, farewell. Just then, a group of 7 or 8 terrifyingly powerful aliens approached. These aliens were tall, with bodies like molten lava, radiating intense heat. The leading alien looked at Gu Tiantong with a scrutinizing gaze and said, Gu Tiantong? You humans have sharp noses. I knew we couldn't hide from you. Gu Tiantong stepped forward, shielding Suan and Lillian behind him. Cardis, does this secret realm belong to your flame demon clan? Do I need your permission to go anywhere? Cardis laughed disdainfully. Heh, even if you humans come, it won't help. The ruins inside are filled with illusions. Without a map or a guide, you can't move an inch. My flame demon clan has allied with 7 other races to completely block off the ruins. No one is allowed to approach. He looked at Gu Tiantong and continued, even if you hide here, you'll end up empty-handed. Unless you bring all the human experts from the 3 realms. But do you dare? Ha ha ha. Gu Tiantong's face turned a bit grim. Not long ago, the human race received news that the Flame Demon Clan and several other alien races were frequently appearing in the trade secret realm. After some investigation, they found out that a relic suspected to be from an ancient human expert was about to emerge. To avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Tiantong came to the secret realm alone and hid in this small town, closely monitoring the progress of the relic. He had secretly checked it out, but as Cardis said, the ruins were filled with illusions that could nullify any cultivation level. Only those with special abilities could explore them. This was why he was so excited when he saw Suan's eye technique. But his earlier actions had alerted the Flame Demon Clan, leading to their discovery. Now, hearing Cardis' tone, it seemed they had found a way to break into the ruins, which made Gu Tiantong anxious. But there was no way around it. The human race in the 3 realms was already stretched thin due to ongoing wars. Where could he find so many experts? Would he have to watch the ruins fall into the hands of the aliens? Gu Tiantong, I'll be waiting for you in the ruins. Let's see if you dare to come. With a burst of laughter, Cardis and the Flame Demon Clan members walked away. Gu Tiantong's face was dark and uncertain as he quickly thought, I need to get some people here. Even if we can't seize it, we can't let the Flame Demon Clan have it. He began to consider the situation in each realm. The Lin Tian realm is probably out of the question. That place is a bloodbath, and the human experts can't leave. The Ling realm is also tricky. It's full of mixed races, and every move of the human experts is likely monitored. The Disya realm? That might work. I heard the Blood God clan suffered a significant loss recently, even losing their ancestor, so they shouldn't be under too much pressure. Muttering to himself, Gu Tiantong was about to start calling for reinforcements. I'll get Zhou Wuyuan over here, and then find old Xia. As for the others, Suan was taken aback, his gaze falling on the elderly man with white hair. He carefully recalled the familiar names he had just heard, feeling a pang of doubt. Could he have misjudged this old man? Senior, Suan cautiously began. Did you really say you wanted to bestow a great opportunity upon me? Gu Tiantong glanced at Suan, his tone unfriendly. What's the matter? Now you believe me? Too late. That place is already surrounded. Even if I secretly take you there, we might still get caught. He paused, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. However, your eye technique is quite unique. It might see through the illusions. But now that you've been exposed, the Yinma clan will surely be on high alert. Going there now is like walking into a trap. Suddenly, Gu Tiantong's eyes lit up with a sly smile. Maybe it could work. If we lure some people away first, then sneak into the relic, it might be feasible. He turned to Suan, his tone serious. Kid, listen up. When I tell you to follow me, don't chicken out. You might want to inform your elders first, so they don't blame me later. This is dangerous. Elders? Suan shook his head, then his eyes brightened. Senior, how about you contact my master? Gu Tiantong raised an eyebrow. Who's your master? Let me tell you, I don't know just anyone. You'd better have someone impressive. Suan hesitated. I think he's pretty impressive. Senior, do you know Su Chonglai? He's my master. Gu Tiantong's expression twitched at the name, turning peculiar. Su Chonglai is your master? The Su Chonglai from the Great Xia domain? Suan's face lit up. Yes, senior. You know him? Know him? Gu Tiantong's face grew more complex, a mix of amusement and frustration. So, you're saying you're a disciple of the perfect faction at the Myriad Races Academy? Suan nodded, surprised at Gu Tiantong's knowledge. Damn it! Gu Tiantong suddenly exploded, cursing furiously. You joined the Myriad Races Academy and don't even know who I am? What the hell is Guan Wanshan doing? Does he think I'm dead? Suan shrank back, cautiously asking, You are? Who am I? Gu Tiantong pointed at himself, his voice rising. I'm the headmaster of the Myriad Races Academy, Gu Tiantong. This roar struck Suan like a thunderbolt. making him realize the gravity of his mistake. Suin looked at the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression, marveling at how small the world could be. He had just gone out for a casual stroll, only to bump into the long-lost dean of the 10,000 Races Academy. The coincidence made Suin laugh helplessly as he shook his head. The old man, Gu Tiantong, sized Suin up, a hint of approval in his eyes. Daring to enter the secret realm at the bone-refining stage. You've got guts. Who gave you the key to the secret realm? Guan Wanshan or Chang Yuan? Meeting a student from his academy in this distant battlefield secret realm, Gu Tiantong couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. The joy of encountering a familiar face in a foreign land filled his heart, especially since it was one of his own juniors. Suin answered truthfully, "It was Dean Guan who gave it to me. I came with senior brother Gu Li." Knowing the old man's true identity, Suan's initial wariness had long dissipated. The founder of the 10,000 Races Academy, this title was well known among the human race. Gu Tiantong pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. Gu Li? Is he the one who nearly drove his entire cohort to despair a couple of years ago? Suan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking how Gu Li's reputation was indeed notorious. Even the dean remembered him. Gu Tiantong closed his eyes and concentrated, his powerful spiritual sense sweeping through the ancient city in an instant. Moments later, he opened his eyes, waved his sleeve, and transported Suin and Lillian away from their original spot. When Suin opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar figure and couldn't help but call out, "Senior brother?" Gu Li turned around at the sound, only to see an old man grinning at him. Instinctively, he jumped back and blurted out, "Whoa, where did this old geezer come from? Stay away from me." Gu Tiantong's face darkened, his good mood dissipating. Suin, seeing this, silently mourned for Gu Li. "You little brat, you don't recognize me?" Gu Tiantong demanded angrily, suddenly realizing he had done a poor job as the dean. He risked his life for the Academy's resources, only for Guan Wanshan to take all the credit? He vowed to erect a giant statue of himself at the Academy's entrance in the future. Gu Li scrutinized the old man, finding him somewhat familiar. After thinking hard, he suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. "Oh my god. Gu Tiantong. You're Dean Gu, right?" He smiled broadly and pulled out a communication jade. "Ha ha ha, finally meeting you in person. Suin, come here and get the dean's contact. Dean Gu is a legendary figure in Argh, not someone you meet every day." Gu Tiantong, initially furious, found himself unable to stay angry at Gu Li's words. Instead, he felt a bit pleased. "Hee, do I really have such a big reputation? Of course. Who in our academy doesn't know you, sir?" Gu Li's flattery was masterful. Just a bit of fame," Gu Tiantong said modestly, though he was secretly delighted. Seeing the two chatting happily, Suin couldn't help but admire Gu Li. His ability to turn situations around was indeed rare. Meanwhile, Gu Li was secretly relieved. Luckily, he had seen a portrait of Dean Gu in the dean's office, or he might have offended a big shot today. As for what he just said, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Lillian, who had been observing quietly, suddenly spoke up. "Suin, their smiles look so fake." Although her voice was low, everyone present was not ordinary and heard her clearly. Gu Tiantong and Gu Li's expressions instantly froze, unable to keep up the pretense. Suin quickly pulled Lillian aside and whispered, "Sure, you don't understand. This is social etiquette. It helps to quickly build rapport with strangers. You should learn it too." Lillian nodded thoughtfully. Gu Li finally noticed Lillian, a flash of amazement in his eyes. Even someone like him, usually uninterested in other girls, had to admit Lillian's beauty was exceptional. Lillian put on an obviously fake smile and said warmly, "Hello, I'm Lillian. I've heard a lot about you, senior brother Gu Li. Finally meeting you in person. Suin, come quickly, this is a rare opportunity to get his contact." The originally cheerful Gu Li froze, speechless, unsure how to respond. He felt so awkward that he wished he could disappear. Gu Tiantong's expression became quite interesting, thinking to himself, as expected of a saint elf, truly impressive. Suin quickly pulled Lillian back to his side, giving a dry laugh to the visibly upset Gu Li. "Senior brother, don't mind her. She's not very good with people." Gu Li forced a smile. Your friend is quite unique." Usually eloquent, he found himself utterly defeated for the first time. Lillian returned to Suin's side, looking smug. "How about that, Suin? Didn't I learn quickly?" Suin sighed. "Not at all. What you did was a social blunder, not social etiquette." "Huh, aren't they the same?" "No, they're not." All right, if you say so." Gu Li watched the two banter, his expression odd, as he moved next to Gu Tiantong. "Dean, what's going on? These two seem a bit off." Gu Tiantong chuckled, unable to hide his smile. "Being a bit off is good. It means immense fortune is finally coming to our human race." Suin was explaining his troubles to Lillian when he noticed Gu Tiantong and Gu Li watching them with knowing smiles. Startled, Suan quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just teaching Lillian some life skills, nothing more." Guli, with an experienced look, chuckled and said, "I get it, I get it." Gu Tianhong waved his hand and added, "It's all good, young man." Suan felt 3 imaginary black lines appear on his forehead and thought to himself, "You guys understand nothing." Gu Tianhong leaned in and whispered to Suan, "This is a great opportunity, kid. If word gets out about your little girlfriend's identity, the line of suitors will be endless." He then gave Suan a heavy pat on the shoulder. Switching to a serious tone, Gu Tianhong said, "All right, I don't have much time. I need to return to the Xia domain to handle some matters. Stay in the secret realm and wait for me. I'll come find you as soon as I get the chance." Suan nodded solemnly. "Got it. I'll wait for your message." Guli reminded, "Chief, communication in the secret realm doesn't work. We might not stay in one city the whole time. How will you find us?" Gu Tiantong dismissed the concern. "No problem." He suddenly looked in a particular direction and shouted, "Stop eating and get over here." In a restaurant within the city, a chubby young man was enjoying some dark glowing noodles. Hearing the angry shout, he shuddered, quickly stuffed a few more bites into his mouth, and hurried out. Soon, the panting chubby young man appeared beside Gu Tiantong. "Teacher, what's the rush?" Gu Tiantong introduced him briefly. "This is Tang Yu, my new apprentice. With him around, I can find you any time." With that, he turned to leave. Lillian grumbled, "Old man, you still owe me those spirit stones." Gu Tiantong paused and laughed heartily. "I'll return them when you and Suan get married, along with a generous gift. Not just from me, but from the entire human race." Lillian's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. "Old man, you better not be lying this time." As Gu Tiantong disappeared with a hearty laugh, Suan reluctantly lowered his hand, thinking, "Forget it. Explaining will only make it worse." Guli discreetly gave Suan a thumbs up, silently praising his speed in finding a wife. Only Tang Yu seemed confused, staring at the strangers around him. His unreliable teacher hadn't even introduced them by name. Lillian suddenly sniffed the air and whispered to Suan, "Suan, he smells really good." Guli and Suan also caught the enticing aroma coming from Tang Yu. Guli licked his lips. "That's the specialty dish from the Horong tribe, black radiance noodles. Haven't had that in ages." Tang Yu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly suggested, "You have a good eye. I haven't had my fill yet. How about we grab a bowl together?" The group happily made their way to a restaurant called Horong Noodle House. While waiting for their food, they introduced themselves and quickly became acquainted. Suan also shared the purpose of Gu Tiantong's departure and the matter of the ruins. Gu Li excitedly said, "A human stronghold's ruins? I've heard that the ancient humans were a dominant force, but their heritage was cut off, leaving no trace. Even their ancestral land, Blue Star, was sealed, hiding all ancient marks. Maybe these ruins hold clues to their disappearance." Suan listened quietly, sighing inwardly. Based on his experiences, he suspected that ancient humans weren't just strong. They were a royal race that ruled the heavens and commanded respect from all tribes. Tang Yu pondered and added, "It's not just our human heritage that's been cut off. All information from the ancient times of various tribes has been severed." After following Gu Tianong for some time, Tang Yu gained insight into some hidden matters. With a grave expression, he revealed to Suan and Gu Li, "Actually, there haven't just been one relic appearing recently, but 4. Because the human race has been preoccupied with defending the interface, the other 3 have been quietly taken by the alien races." Suan and Gu Li fell silent upon hearing this. The human race was already in a difficult situation, and if the alien races obtained any treasures from the ancient relics, the humans would be in even greater peril. "So, we must secure this last relic, or at least understand the alien race's intentions," Tang Yu added. Just as they fell into deep thought, a creature covered in fur approached with 4 bowls of noodles emitting a black, shiny glow. The aroma was enticing, and the 4 of them eagerly picked up their bowls and started tasting. The noodles were incredibly chewy, coated in a special sauce. With the first bite, a rich flavor exploded in their mouths, the noodle smoothness blending perfectly with the sauce's taste, making them want to swallow their tongues. Lillian was the first to finish and looked at Suan with longing eyes. "That was delicious. I want another bowl." Having lived for over 400 years, it was the first time she had tasted something so exquisite. Tang Yu and Gu Li chimed in unison, "Me too." Suan generously ordered 4 more bowls. "Boss, 4 more bowls of black radiance noodles." However, just as Suan began to think, how much could 4 bowls of noodles cost, his expression suddenly changed. A surge of energy erupted within him, and he hurriedly activated his blood god technique. Intense spiritual fire emerged, beginning to temper the bones in his hand. This time, the fire was different. It was enveloped in a faint black glow. In just a few moments, under the strange spiritual fires burning, 2 small bones in his hand became as crystalline as blood jade. Seeing Suan's astonished expression, Guli smiled and explained, running a restaurant in the trading secret realm isn't just about selling food. Both the noodles and the sauce of these black radiance noodles are made from precious spiritual materials using a special secret method. One bowl not only lets you enjoy a delicious meal, but also rapidly advances your cultivation. Guli then added disdainfully, look at them, and then look at the alchemy department, always relying on old methods without any innovation. Their pills are so unpalatable even dogs wouldn't eat them. Suan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Though Guli's words were somewhat exaggerated, it was true that this food was better than pills. Senior brother, is eating the way you mentioned to quickly enhance my strength? Suan asked curiously, recalling what Guli had said before entering the secret realm. Guli shook his head and explained, of course not. This special diet is just one part of it. The effect is obvious at first, but it diminishes with long-term use, so it needs to be complemented with other methods. After we finish eating, we'll head to Jiao City, where you'll make rapid progress. With a playful smile, Guli added, it's a great place. When Lin Chongyuan took me there, I almost didn't make it out alive. Senior brother, what kind of place is Jiao City? Suan asked, puzzled. Tang Yu shivered and replied with lingering fear. It's full of cultivation maniacs and terrifying gamblers. Seeing Suan's confused expression, Tang Yu elaborated. Jiao City is named after a unique race called the Jiao clan. They are naturally combative and value fairness above all. However, they angered the Abyssal Demon clan and were nearly exterminated, leaving less than 1,000 members. To avoid the demons, they moved to the trading secret realm and became the rulers of a city. They possess a unique racial treasure called the arena. In the arena, all beings' cultivation levels are suppressed to the same realm, and no matter how intense the fight gets, no one dies. Suan exclaimed in surprise, no one dies? Guli waved his hand and added, it's not that no one dies, but the arena has special rules that can revive the dead. However, there's a cost. Each death greatly reduces one's cultivation, and the terror of life and death can leave you with nightmares, damaging your martial heart. Many who believed themselves strong were killed in the arena, and their martial hearts shattered. Though they didn't truly die, the cost of failure is severe. Guli smiled and said, but that's exactly the charm of the arena. It allows you to push your limits in life-or-death situations. What's there to fear about losing? Surviving the terror of the brink of death tempers your martial spirit in a way that nothing else can. His eyes sparkled with excitement. That's why the arena's fame echoes across the heavens. Almost every strong warrior has trained there in their youth. Tang Yu nodded in agreement and added, the arena's true allure lies in two things. First, as Brother Gu mentioned, it's the honing of oneself in genuine life-or-death scenarios. The second is betting. He elaborated, the Jiao clan sets odds based on each fighter's win rate, and everyone can place bets on their favored contestant. This system has attracted countless gamblers to settle in Jiao City, making a living from it. Tang Yu emphasized, no one fears any trickery here because the Jiao clan is inherently combative and values fairness. This is something all races can attest to. The daily betting volume is astronomical. Suan listened quietly, his heart suddenly aflame with excitement. He thought to himself, the arena, what a place. Sharpening oneself in life-or-death situations daily without the fear of actually dying, and facing opponents of similar strength. In such an environment, it's hard not to improve quickly. Guli winked at Suan and teased, hey Suan, my first shot at getting rich is riding on you. I don't care about anything else, but you must win your first match in the arena. I'm planning to bet my entire fortune on you, so whether I make a killing depends on you. Guli had two goals for this trip, to find a few spirit-level combat techniques suitable for himself, and to get a handy weapon since he had lost his sunset bow in his secret realm. Without his bow, his combat effectiveness was significantly reduced. Given his discerning eye, ordinary techniques and weapons wouldn't satisfy him. He had two choices, spend a fortune to buy what he needed or gamble on spirit stones. Clearly, he had abandoned the uncertain option of gambling on spirit stones and decided to purchase them honestly. However, this left his resources quite tight. But Guli had a plan. He intended to place a big bet in the arena. He had seen Suan's strength, and as a newcomer with no track record, Suan's first match was almost a guaranteed win. This way, Guli could have the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on his face. Tang Yu licked his lips and hesitantly looked at Suan, asking, Brother Gu, are you betting that much? He wasn't entirely sure. The arena hosted numerous matches daily, and many races would bring their exceptionally talented members to place big bets. Being a newcomer with no record and confident in their abilities, they believed the first match was a sure win and bet everything. However, there were many instances of this backfiring, like encountering equally strong opponents or hidden experts, resulting in significant losses. Despite this, such bets still held a certain level of confidence and indeed presented a chance to get rich overnight. Tang Yu didn't know Suin's true strength, but seeing Gu Li's confidence, he was tempted and hesitated whether to place a bet himself. Gu Li noticed Tang Yu's hesitation and laughed. Hey, chubby, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You treat us to this meal, and I'll help you win big later. With that, he pulled Suin along and quickly headed out of the shop. Suin looked at Gu Li beside him and said firmly, Don't worry, senior brother. Since you trust me so much, I'll definitely win the first match. Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly at his words, and he whispered, Hurry up, I was bluffing that chubby guy. Those bowls of noodles are expensive. Suin waved dismissively, just a few bowls of noodles. No big deal if I pay. Gu Li glanced at Suin sideways and said flatly, One bowl costs 1,000 spirit stones. What the heck? Upon learning the real price of the noodles, Suin started walking faster than Gu Li. By this time, they had already walked quite a distance but could still vaguely hear the anguished cry from behind. You bastards, you tricked me. Damn it. 8,000 spirit stones. Tang Yu's furious shout echoed through the group, his face flushed with anger. You guys just left me there. That was my hard-earned savings. He turned to Suin, his eyes filled with hope. Suin, you have to help me win it back. All the way, Tang Yu's complaints were incessant. For a practitioner at the forging stage, 8,000 spirit stones were indeed a significant amount. If it weren't for his relatively well-off family and a powerful mentor, he might have been devastated. Gu Li nonchalantly picked his teeth and said casually, Relax, with the resources from old Gu, we have nothing to worry about. Once Suin gets in the game, we'll place a big bet and double it back. Suin and Lillian ignored them, engrossed in discussing whether they could find that delicious noodle shop once they reached Jiao City. Though Tang Yu kept cursing, he was already calculating in his mind whether to place a big bet later. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the teleportation array. After paying a hefty amount of spirit stones, they were instantly transported to Jiao City. Compared to the previous small town, Jiao City was a colossal metropolis. The towering city gates stood 100 feet high, and the black walls stretched endlessly like a natural barrier. The entire city was octagonal in shape, uniquely distinctive. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, the deafening noise of the bustling crowd hit them. A variety of beings moved through the wide streets, each with an excited expression. From the city center, thunderous cheers, curses, and encouragements intermingled, creating the unique vitality of Jiao City. Suin marveled at the sea of people before him, while Lillian excitedly looked around, pulling Suin to share anything interesting she saw. Gu Li chuckled. This is nothing. Wait until you get to the real arena. You'll see what true madness is. The cheers there will ignite your blood instantly. With that, he led the group towards the city center. Come on, let's get you registered with the Jiao clan. Just as they left, a group of figures cloaked in black appeared at their previous spot. Granny, the princess is with some humans. Should we bring her back? One of the cloaked figures asked softly. Leaning on her cane, Granny Su shook her head. No need. The king's orders are to protect the princess from the shadows. Do not interfere otherwise. Her gaze softened as she looked at Lillian in the distance. Lillian, whom she had never seen before, was curious and excited about everything, her face beaming with joy. She clung tightly to Suin's sleeve, eagerly sharing anything that caught her interest. Granny Su's eyes were full of scrutiny. Is that the destined one? Her gaze fell on Suin, feeling a sense of displeasure for some reason. He seemed like a thief about to steal her carefully nurtured flower, making her uneasy. Humph! Ignoring the princess like that. Granny Su tapped her cane, her tone displeased. Boy, you better have some real skills, or even if you're the destined one, Granny will give you a hard time. She turned and instructed, Don't reveal yourselves. Follow them. All the way, Lillian's chatter never ceased. Suin, there's a new restaurant over there. How about I treat you to a meal later? Suin, look, those two people are arguing. It's so interesting. Hey Suin, look, those ladies over there aren't wearing any clothes. Suin didn't pay much attention until the last sentence, quickly covering Lillian's eyes. Don't look around. That's not a good place. He glanced briefly, his lips twitching as he realized it was a brothel. The alluring succubi were scantily clad, laughing coquettishly as they greeted passers-by. Lillian tilted her head curiously. Suin, if it's not a good place, why were you looking? I wasn't. Suin defensively retorted, turning his head with difficulty and quickly pulling Lillian away from the trouble. Behind them, Gu Li and Tang Yu whispered to each other, occasionally letting out wicked chuckles. The topics among men were always so simple. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of one of the Jiao clan's arenas. The crowd here was even denser, with beings of various races visible. Suddenly, Lillian exclaimed softly, pointing at the busiest spot, That old man is so strange. Why is he sitting in the middle of the road? Suin and Gu Li turned their heads and saw the old man in the center of the road. He had white hair and beard, sitting cross-legged, completely shrouded in a white robe, making it hard to see him clearly. What was even more bizarre was that the creatures coming and going passed directly through the old man, as if he were just an illusion. This scene made Lillian gasp. Grandpa? Tang Yu heard Lillian's words and turned to look, but he was utterly confused. In his view, the center of the road was empty. Gu Li and Suan, on high alert, shouted, "Let's go." Just as they were about to turn and leave, the void twisted suddenly and swallowed the three of them in an instant. In a flash, Suan, Lillian, and Gu Li found themselves in separate spaces, surrounded by nothing but an old man sitting cross-legged in front of them. Gu Li glanced around and demanded harshly, "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" Despite his fierce tone, his heart trembled. To be able to divide space so effortlessly within the secret city, this level of power must be terrifyingly high, likely beyond even Gu Tiantong's reach. The old man's face was indistinct and blurry, but his tone was gentle and kind. "Don't be nervous. You weren't brought here by me. It's fate. Anyone who can see me may ask one question, and afterward, you will leave this place." Hearing this, Gu Li was first puzzled, then a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He realized who he had encountered: the most mysterious race in all the heavens, the Tianji clan. Legend has it that the Tianji clan is incredibly powerful, mastering the art of divination and understanding the past and future. However, because they reveal the secrets of heaven, they are cursed with a fragile destiny. Despite their long heritage, only one member of the clan can exist at a time, and they can never meet another of their kind. To mend their fate, the Tianji clan roams the heavens, offering divinations to those destined to meet them, answering one question. Gu Li couldn't believe that such a fortunate event had happened to him. He fell into deep thought, weighing what question he should ask. Wealth? Opportunities? Or something else? After a long while, Gu Li raised his head, his eyes filled with barely suppressed killing intent. "Tell me how to annihilate the Shadow Clan." Just mentioning that clan made Gu Li tremble uncontrollably. He would never forget the blood feud of his family, slaughtered to the last member. He had trained hard, scavenged resources, and even rejected Shangguan Runan's feelings, all for revenge. The old man looked up, his eyes filled with countless images. Time and space seemed to tremble, and a phantom river fell from the sky, disappearing upon touching him. Moments later, the old man's expression shifted as if he had seen some future scenes. Such strong fortune, destined to be a king despite having the potential to be an emperor, the old man murmured, then suddenly understood. No wonder, in this lifetime, he must pave the way for destiny, one of its key pillars. Gu Li anxiously asked, "Senior, is there a way?" The old man chuckled softly, "Don't rush. The Shadow Clan's fate is already at its end in this era. Your fortune lies not in the Great Xia domain but in the Spirit domain. In 6 months, a secret realm of inheritance will open there. The legacy of the ancient Yi nothing could be more suitable for you." Gu Li pressed further, "Can Yi's inheritance help me destroy the Shadow Clan?" The old man replied, "The sun itself can shatter. A mere clan is but a trifle." Hearing this, Gu Li bowed deeply. "If what you say is true, once I have avenged my family, I will fulfill any request you have without fail." The old man chuckled softly, "Good." Then his body dissipated like light. At the same time, Lillian was also facing an old man. She said, somewhat troubled, "But I don't have any questions. Can't you just let me go?" The question that countless powerful beings across the heavens longed to ask had become a source of annoyance for Lillian. Her mind was not yet fully awakened, but she had inadvertently cultivated a pure heart. The old man looked at the cheerful and innocent girl before him, a smile playing at his lips as he gently shook his head. "Ask your heart," the old man advised kindly, "the thing you desire most, the event you hope for the most, that is your question." Lillian tilted her head, furrowing her brows in brief contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "I got it. Grandpa, when can Suan and I get married?" As soon as she asked this, the old man's vision shifted through time and space. Countless images flashed before his eyes as if spanning millennia. After a moment, he regained his focus, looking at Lillian with a complex expression in his eyes. "Child," the old man said earnestly, "you were born to be extraordinary in this life. But remember, you are you, not her. Her desires should not affect you in this lifetime. Once you truly understand your destiny in this life, then decide about marriage. Remember, no one can dictate your path, not even your past self." As he spoke, the old man's gaze drifted past Lillian, settling on an ethereal figure behind her that no one else could see. It was a stunning woman in a silver-white gown, wearing a sacred crown, radiating an aura of nobility. "It's been a long time, Tianji," a sigh echoed as if from a distant time. The ethereal figure slowly opened her eyes, revealing a look of wisdom, compassion, and deep sorrow. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Lillian, but exuded a profound sense of age and experience. "Yihua, why do you persist?" Tianji sighed, her tone filled with the familiarity of old acquaintances. Yihua's gaze shifted to a neighboring space where Suan resided. Her eyes were filled with pain. I just want to know the answer. I can't tell if it's him. He has his aura, yet he's completely different. After waiting through countless ages, I can't just give up. She turned to Tianji, her voice almost pleading. Tianji, you know, don't you? Tell me, is it him? If not, where is he? Tianji remained silent. He knew the answer but could not reveal it to Yihua. With great power came strict rules that had to be followed, or the heavens would mercilessly obliterate him. Forgive me, I forgot your position, Yihua said with a bitter smile, then resolutely continued, it doesn't matter. Soon, I will know the answer. The sacred descends, the locks part, the armor donned, the golden age arrives. The human sovereign rises, the elves smile. As the sorrowful chant echoed, Yihua's figure gradually faded. Only Lillian remained, curiously looking around, not understanding why she hadn't left after answering her question. Tianji smiled slightly and gently waved his hand, causing the space before them to shatter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suan also recognized the old man's identity before him. After pondering for a long time, he finally found the question he wanted to ask. Suan looked at the old man, his eyes filled with confusion, and asked uncertainly, Who am I? Upon discovering Tianji's true identity, Suan fell into deep contemplation. His gaze grew profound, as if trying to pierce through the mists of time. What Suan truly longed to know, deep in his heart, wasn't resources, divine abilities, or cultivation techniques. These were not scarce to him. The power of the destiny engraving was enough to make him stronger in every conceivable way. Those overwhelmingly powerful destiny abilities would eventually propel him to unimaginable heights. For Suan, becoming stronger was just a matter of time. Suan closed his eyes slightly, his thoughts surging like waves. He recalled how his fate seemed to subtly change after devouring the future reborn one. The dying words of the reborn one still echoed in his ears. Indeed, the destiny engraving, hope remains. The tone lacked surprise, and was instead filled with a sense of relieved liberation. Suan's brow furrowed as questions emerged in his mind. Did this mean that the reborn one knew he would be reborn and was aware of the destiny engraving before his rebirth? More importantly, the destiny engraving only gained the energy to activate after absorbing the reborn one's memories. Without the reborn one's intrusion, the destiny engraving might never have been activated. In this life, Suan might have lived a mediocre life, only to perish quietly in the clan's destruction 5 years later. Suan's hands clenched involuntarily, and a larger mystery loomed before him. How did the reborn one know he possessed the destiny engraving? And who placed this mysterious engraving on him? Given the engraving's immense power and mystery, Suan believed that unless he revealed it himself, no one could possibly know of its existence. A bold conjecture formed in Suan's mind. The reborn one he devoured might very well be his future self. This journey had gradually allowed Suan to piece together a possible future. In that future, he became the human emperor, but even then, he couldn't save the human race from extinction. After reaching a certain level of power, his future self activated the destiny engraving. But by then, it was too late. The human race was in decline, and even the engraving couldn't reverse their fate. Thus, his future self used great power to be reborn, intending to activate the engraving at the earliest sign of hope, thereby gaining the strength to oppose all races. Suan's breathing quickened slightly. Though this theory was bizarre, it was logically consistent and seemed the most reasonable explanation. He recalled his initial assumption that he was the future human emperor. However, the mysterious ancient steel encountered in the Guli's secret realm had instantly overturned all his hypotheses. A flicker of shock crossed Suan's eyes. The ancient human emperor had seen him across endless time and space in a future vision, and had cut through the river of time to bestow upon him half of the extinction spear and the human emperor seal. Why choose him? Was it because he was the only one seen? Or did he possess certain traits that caught the human emperor's attention? Even if his conjecture was correct and the ancient human emperor showed goodwill because he was destined to become the future human emperor, how could this explain Lillian's existence? Suan, though confident in his appearance, didn't believe himself charming enough to captivate the only holy elf of the time at first sight. And the heartlock left by the holy elf Yihua was clearly meant for the ancient human emperor, so why could he open it? Suan recalled Yihua's words in the ancient vision. Everyone will return. Did this return refer to reincarnation or something else? If the reincarnation hypothesis held, only the reincarnation of the ancient human emperor could open the heart lock. Did this mean he was the reincarnation of the ancient human emperor? The identities of the past human emperor, his present self, and the future reborn one intertwined, containing information too complex to unravel. Suan struggled to sort through it, but he couldn't make sense of it all. Ever since meeting Lillian, his mind had often been in a daze, with one fundamental question lingering. Who am I? Suan looked up at Tianji, his tone still uncertain despite knowing the latter's true identity. You will tell me the answer, won't you? Tianji chuckled softly at his words, pausing before praising. Good question. As expected of you, even now, your insight is sharp and precise. But this question is too difficult. One phrase, who am I, can solve countless mysteries. Some things I know, but most of it, you'll have to ask yourself. At this moment, Tianji seemed less like he was answering Suen and more like discussing with an equal. Suen had many questions, and Tianji seemed to have his own confusions as well. Ask myself? Suen's eyes grew more bewildered. Tianji shrugged, his tone tinged with helplessness. Of course, destiny is something even heavens will cannot fathom. Your appearance is fated, yet also unknown. Who you ultimately become, no one can predict. You're entangled with too many things. Those people I'd rather not provoke. Suen's eyes widened in shock. You actually know about destiny? He hadn't expected the old man before him to be so thoroughly aware of his greatest secret. Tianji smiled serenely. Destiny is powerful, but don't underestimate heaven's will. Upon hearing this, Tianji's mouth twitched involuntarily. A hint of irritation appeared on his face, and his tone carried a sense of urgency. You people are always like this, looking down on the heavenly Tao but unable to transcend it. How are you any different from me? At least I am. Before he could finish, Tianji suddenly realized something and abruptly closed his mouth. At this moment, Tianji seemed completely different from the enigmatic old man that Guli and Lillian remembered. Facing Suen, he appeared to drop all pretense, becoming more relaxed and genuine, no longer needing to consider others. For the first time in many years, Tianji felt so at ease, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Suen keenly caught the key point in Tianji's words and urgently took a step forward to ask, You people? Who are you referring to? Are there others like you, bound by fate? Tianji shook his head and slightly smirked. Sorry, you only get one question, and I can't tell you that. Seeing Suen's frustrated expression, Tianji couldn't help but show a teasing smile. Suen gritted his teeth and said, Then at least answer my first question. By now, he had completely seen through the unreliable nature of the old man in front of him. Tianji shrugged innocently. Oh, that question is a bit tricky. I don't have the full answer. Suen could no longer contain his anger and shouted, You bastard! Are you messing with me? Why did you bring me here? To show off? He was now certain that Tianji knew him, not as his current self but as an ancient human emperor or a future reincarnated being. Tianji, angered by Suan's rude attitude, glared and scolded, Hey, remember your place. I represent the will of heaven, and you're just a small ant in the grand scheme of things. Despite his immense power, he was constrained by his current role and couldn't teach this insolent boy a lesson. Suen didn't back down and retorted, Heaven's will, my foot. You can't even answer a simple question. Go home and feed the pigs. This remark completely infuriated Tianji. He stood up, radiating anger. Damn it. If you mention pigs again, I'll risk the backlash of the heavenly Tao to give you a good beating. Seeing the old man was serious, Suen realized he might have gone too far. He awkwardly smiled and shrank back a bit. For some reason, he just couldn't muster any respect for this so-called Tianji. Realizing he couldn't get any useful information, Suen shrugged and turned to leave. Old man, if you can't answer my questions, then I'm out of here. My friends are waiting for me. Even though he was in a confined space, Suen discovered that he could leave with just a thought. Seeing Suen about to leave, Tianji seemed somewhat reluctant inside. Hey, old friend, don't lose yourself. When you know who you are, you're not truly you. When you don't know who you are, that's the real you. When the lost persona reassembles, you'll gradually understand everything. Suen paused, and behind him, Tianji's solemn voice rang out again. The path of destiny is fraught with challenges. Take care in the future. Every word from Tianji carried great risk, as he tried his best to evade the established rules. However, Suen dismissed these cryptic words with disdain and left the enclosed space, cursing under his breath. Seeing Suen leave ungratefully, Tianji stomped his feet in anger and cursed the heavens. Damn it, he doesn't understand a word. Idiot. Moron. Everyone else plays their pieces on the board, and even if things go wrong, they don't worry. But you, as the player, flipped your own board and jumped in yourself. Big idiot. If you die, you won't even have a chance to turn things around. I don't care if you die. In fact, it's better if you do. I've got the heavenly Tao covering me, so everyone has to give me some respect. With that, Tianji angrily waved his sleeve and was about to leave. But after taking just 2 steps, he cursed again and turned to walk in another direction. Damn it. It's your fault from the last life. Hurry up and grow stronger. I can't keep fooling them for long. Outside the gladiator arena in Jiao City, Tang Yu asked in confusion, What old man? As soon as he spoke, the glazed expressions in the eyes of Suen, Gu Li, and Lillian refocused. Hearing Tang Yu's voice, Suen and Gu Li felt a jolt in their hearts. They didn't know how long they had been away, but in reality, it seemed only a moment had passed. This display of otherworldly power was enough to prove how terrifying the old man Tianji was. Gu Li looked into the distance, his face full of excitement. The spiritual realm. He had found his direction for the future. The legacy of Yi was now his goal. With 6 months remaining, once he obtained what he needed from the secret realm, he would set off immediately. Lillian, hearing Tang Yu's words, asked in confusion, "Huh? Didn't the old man ask you any questions?" Tang Yu looked puzzled. Questions? What questions? Just as Lillian was about to explain, Suan quickly interrupted. There was no old man. Lillian, you must have been seeing things. Lillian glanced at Suan, muttering something under her breath, but said no more. At this moment, Gu Li, full of vigor, strode towards the gladiator arena. Let's go. Let's earn the money we need first. Suan and his group followed closely behind, and soon arrived at the identity registration office of the arena. They were greeted by a seemingly endless line. Lillian exclaimed, "Oh my God, so many people." Suan couldn't help but be secretly impressed, not by the sheer number of people, but by the gathering of powerful individuals. Spiritual realm cultivators were everywhere, and there was no shortage of divine realm experts. Even those above the divine realm were present. In contrast, there were very few physical realm beings, but each was surrounded by several formidable protectors. Pointing to one of the physical realm beings from a distance, Gu Li explained in a low voice, "Don't be fooled by their low realm. Those who come here are no ordinary beings. The dark horses in past duels were often such newcomers." Suan nodded gravely, realizing the significance of this place exceeded his expectations. After all, it was a gathering of prodigies from various races. However, he noticed something peculiar. How is it that the order here is so well maintained? There are people from powerful races and noble backgrounds, yet everyone is lining up without trying to cut in. Tang Yu laughed and explained. The Jiao tribe values fairness above all. Whether it's in duels or other matters, everyone is treated equally. Even if you're a prince, you have to queue up here. The Jiao tribe is deeply rooted in this secret realm and fears no one. On the contrary, if you offend them, you'll be banned from Jiao City forever. No one would risk angering the Jiao tribe just to save a bit of time. Suan marveled at this. The Jiao tribe, though small in number, seemed much more carefree compared to the human tribe. In their territory, everyone had to follow the rules, no matter their race. As they chatted, the line moved quickly. 2 hours later, Suan finally completed his registration. Gu Li eagerly pulled him toward the arena, excitedly shouting, "Let's go. Time to start our road to riches." Seeing this, Lillian pouted in dissatisfaction, but then moved to Suan's other side. However, just as they reached the entrance of the arena, Gu Li's expression suddenly changed. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, his eyes turning red and trembling, his body shaking. He stared intently at a group approaching them, almost instinctively stepping forward to attack. Suan quickly grabbed Gu Li's arm and sternly shouted, "Senior brother." Following Gu Li's gaze, Suan saw several beings shrouded in black mist walking toward them. 6 individuals were flanking a young man in the center, who also noticed them. The young man, exuding an aura of nobility, raised an eyebrow and said with a mocking smile, "Humans? How dare you show killing intent toward me, you ants? Do you want to die?" Gu Li said nothing, but his eyes, filled with boundless hatred and killing intent, were fixed on someone behind the young man. He growled out a name through gritted teeth, Azkazar. Suan's face changed dramatically. In his memory, Gu Li was always a carefree, jovial person. But now, his usual playful demeanor had turned into a terrifying rage. Azkazar first frowned in thought, then suddenly understood and sneered. "Ant, you know me?" "Ah, I remember. 10 years ago, I followed the crown prince on a Comingafage mission and ambushed a group of humans. There were 8 in total, but 1 was rescued." He looked Gu Li up and down mockingly, continuing, "The little runt from back then has grown up and dares to bare his fangs at me. Are you here to avenge your family? How commendable." Azkazar's tone was full of ridicule, showing no concern for the human filled with intense hatred before him. He chuckled and added, "That pretty little girl back then was your sister, right? TSK, you saw everything, didn't you? She was quite enjoyable." Before he could finish, Gu Li roared like a wild beast, "You scum! I'll kill you." Gu Li's eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous intent around him was almost palpable. The nightmare of that day 10 years ago replayed vividly in his mind. His grandparents, parents, sister, and him. A family of 8, with only him narrowly escaping. His parents died tragically, his grandparents were torn apart by the Shadow Clan while protecting him. Finally, his sister thinking of that scene, Gu Li closed his eyes in pain. His sister's desperate gaze haunted him for life. "Lear, run. Go to the Disya region. Go to the multiracial academy and avenge us." His sister's last words were etched into his heart like a brand. The bloody scene remained as clear as yesterday, even after 10 years. At this moment, Khazar's words ignited the fury in Gu Li's heart. His eyes widened with madness as he was about to attack. Senior brother, don't be reckless, you can't fight here. Suin hurriedly grabbed him. Gu, calm down. We need to think this through. Tang Yu also held on to Gu Li tightly, while cautiously eyeing the group from the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was one of humanity's mortal enemies. It was rumored that the Shadow Clan had an unwritten rule. Royal family members must infiltrate human territory to complete their Comingafage ceremony. The more humans they killed, the stronger they became, making their ceremony more perfect. Despite the human army guarding the interface entrance, the Shadow Clan's talent was too terrifying to fully defend against. Countless humans died at their hands every year, and Gu Li's family was among them. Let me go. Let me go. Gu Li roared, his eyes blood-red, nearly losing his sanity. Suin and Tang Yu struggled to restrain him. Seeing this, Lillian frowned and waved her hand, sending a holy light onto Gu Li immediately. The light felt like a bucket of ice water, bringing a hint of clarity back to his eyes. Gu Li gradually calmed down and turned to Lillian, whispering, "Thank you." Lillian waved her hand dismissively and, noticing the gazes from the Shadow Clan, quietly hid behind Suin. What a pity. I thought I'd get to see another genius's martial heart shatter. Khazar glanced at the now calm Gu Li, shrugged indifferently, and smiled. To him, meeting Gu Li was just a minor episode. Gu Li stared intently at Khazar. Khazar, do you dare to face me in the arena? Although Khazar's strength far surpassed Gu Li's, the arena would compress both sides' power to the same level. Typically, duelists would be in the same major realm. Exceeding one major realm, even a genius could easily lose. But Gu Li didn't care. As long as he could fight, he swore to kill this enemy. Heh, you want to fight me? Khazar sneered. Even your grandfather wasn't my match back then. And you? Just entering the spirit realm? Think you're worthy? Too bad we can't kill here in the Horn Clan's territory, or I might have been interested. Now, I don't want the other clans to mock the Shadow Clan for bullying the weak. In the arena, fighting with an advantage of more than one major realm was disgraceful if victorious and humiliating if defeated. Khazar clearly wouldn't do such a thing. Gu Li's face turned grim, staring daggers at Khazar. Meeting his enemy again after many years, he had to take action. Khazar, let's go. The young Shadow Clansman glanced coldly at Gu Li and the others before turning to leave. The other Shadow Clansmen followed, chatting as they walked. Ignore these humans. The little prince's first duel is more important. Haha, I can't wait. I brought a lot of spirit stones this time. Haha, when I came with the crown prince back then, I made a fortune. They laughed and walked towards the registration area, paying no attention to Suin and the others. Bringing the little prince to make money was their priority. Senior brother. Suin looked worriedly at the silent Gu Li. It's okay. Give me some time. We'll pay the Shadow Clan a visit. Gu Li grinned, his white teeth looking exceptionally chilling. He secretly planned that once he obtained Yi's legacy, the Shadow Clan's end would be near. Let's go register. Whether it was due to Lillian's light, Gu Li quickly returned to normal and led the group to the registration area. The registration area was divided into 3 sections: Body Realm, Spirit Realm, and Divine Realm. Participants registered according to their realm, and the arena would randomly match opponents based on various ratings. In fact, when registering their identities, the Horn Clan had already collected some data. They would further investigate using special methods to ensure the matches were as fair and just as possible. The registration area for the physical arena was bustling with people, but the process was swift. In no time, Suin completed his registration. Go inside the duel arena and wait. You'll be notified when it's your turn, Gu Li said. Suin nodded in agreement. The group headed to the physical arena. As soon as they pushed open the door, a deafening roar greeted them. Rip him apart. Come on, you water spirit trash. Fight back, you giant loser. Haha, great hit. Take down the water spirit. I'm going to win. The interior of the arena was grand and imposing, with a massive stage at the center where a water spirit and a giant were locked in fierce combat. The stands were packed, and the cheers of spectators from various races rang out incessantly. Each face was filled with frenzy, as they had all placed heavy bets. The outcome on stage directly impacted their interests, prompting them to fervently cheer for their chosen side. Suin and his companions finally managed to find a vacant spot to sit. Suin, witnessing such a scene for the first time, curiously observed the stage. Hovering above the stage was a large, transparent light symbol that detailed the ongoing battle. Giant, San. Realm, Peak Body Forging. Bet amount, 3.7 billion. Water Spirit, Rualan. Realm, Accomplished Body Forging. Bet amount, 1.3 billion. Unified Realm for this battle, Accomplished Body Forging. This is so detailed, Suin marveled. Next to the light symbol were portraits of the 2 contestants, along with their detailed profiles, including their history, number of battles, and win-loss records. This is the specialty of the Arena clan. Fairness, justice, and transparency, with no favoritism, Tengu explained. This not only gives bettors a clear understanding of the contestants' strengths and weaknesses, but also ensures that the arena can match opponents of similar strength. Rarely do we see one-sided battles here. Most are evenly matched. The audience enjoys the thrill, and the contestants get a chance to improve themselves. Suin nodded repeatedly, silently praising the Arena clan's transparent duel system. It was no wonder it attracted talents from all over the universe. Such a system commanded respect and trust. Just as Suin was getting excited, Guli calmly reminded him, "Get your money ready. It costs 10,000 spirit stones to enter the ring." "What? That's so expensive?" Suan's smile froze in disbelief. 10,000 spirit stones is 20 million city coins. Just for one match? What did you expect? If there were no fees, anyone could just enter the ring, Guli explained. The entry fee increases with the realm, but you can bet on yourself to win. The odds for a newcomer's first match are 1-to-1. If you have confidence, you won't just break even. You could make a significant profit. Here, everything is about strength. As soon as Guli finished speaking, the audience erupted in screams. Suin looked closely and saw that the duel on stage had reached a conclusion. The giant had torn the water spirit apart, with blue blood splattering across the stage. Suin was shocked, but in the next moment, the entire stage was enveloped in light. The torn water spirit's body began to reassemble, and the blood recoagulated, as if time had reversed. Although revived, he looked pale, and his aura was chaotic, clearly indicating a significant drop in his realm. The water spirit was in a pitiful state, but no one cared about his loss. The spectators who had lost money hurled curses and insults at him. Amidst the barrage of verbal abuse, the water spirit left the arena with his head down. Suin was stunned. No wonder so many warriors in the arena ended up with shattered spirits. Losing not only meant a drop in realm, but also enduring countless insults. Once a prodigy of his clan, carrying high hopes, with his clansmen placing heavy bets to support him. Losing meant a drop in realm, causing many to lose significant money, and his clansmen to be deeply disappointed. Just thinking about this scenario sent chills down Suin's spine. On the surface, it seemed like a simple duel, but it had far-reaching implications, especially for first-time participants who faced immense pressure. Don't be nervous. If you lose, well, just lose a few 100,000 spirit stones and complain about it for a lifetime. Guli glanced at Suin and comforted him nonchalantly. Suin's face darkened. "I wasn't nervous until you said that." Tengu, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. Suin might not be nervous, but he certainly was. He had decided to place a big bet, and if Suin lost, he'd be in big trouble. "Suin, don't be afraid. How could you possibly lose?" Lillian's radiant smile and gentle yet resolute tone were filled with unwavering trust in Suin. Her eyes sparkled with faith, as if in her heart, Suin was invincible. Guli and Tengu looked at Lillian in surprise. Among everyone present, she had the most confidence in Suin. As their conversation continued, one duel after another concluded on the arena. Various fascinating races showcased their astonishing combat skills, and their unique talents left Suin in awe. These thrilling battles offered insights far beyond what textbooks could provide. Just watching them made Suin feel greatly enriched. Another match ended, and new combat information appeared on the giant light symbol. Human, Suin Realm, Minor Bone Refining. Shadow Clan, Ivan Cassius Realm, Peak Bone Refining. Unified Realm, Mid Bone Refining. The Horned Race's host excitedly stepped onto the stage, his voice booming and energizing the crowd. "Friends, a new round of battle is about to begin. These two are newcomers to our arena, promising an unpredictable fight." He enthusiastically introduced Ivan Cassius, the Shadow Clan's young prince, exceptionally gifted and extraordinarily powerful. Suin, a prodigy of the human race, though only a minor bone refining, has reportedly slain numerous elite Blood God clan warriors. This is bound to be a fierce battle. Place your bets now. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 holes appeared in front of each seat, labeled with Suin and Cassius names. The audience began placing their bets, throwing spirit stones into the slot of their chosen contender. However, as soon as the betting opened, the crowd erupted in uproarious laughter and chatter. "Hilarious. This is like picking up free money. How could a human possibly contend with a Shadow Clan royalty? Ha ha ha, this human killed a few Blood God clan elites? The Blood God clan is nothing compared to the Shadow Clan. Brothers, I went all in with 200,000 spirit stones, my entire fortune. Pathetic. I bet 500,000. The Shadow Clan is sure to win this fight. If it were in the spirit or divine realms, maybe there'd be a chance. But in the physical realm, how can a human without racial talents stand against a Shadow Clan royal?" Amid the noisy chatter, the betting amounts above the arena changed rapidly. Shadow Clan Ivan Cassius bet amount, 1.38 billion. Human Suin bet amount, 50 million. Suin looked at the overwhelming betting disparity and shook his head helplessly, preparing to stand up. At that moment, Guli suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. With his head lowered, trying hard to suppress his excitement, Guli whispered, "Help me! Take him down." Suin remained silent for a moment, then turned to Guli with a confident smile. "He's as good as dead." "What? A human? How unlucky, getting matched with such a weak opponent." The members of the Shadow Clan shook their heads in disappointment upon seeing the duel arena selection. This was the first time the Shadow Clan's young prince, Cassius, had come to the arena, and also his debut in the multiverse. The Shadow Clan had hoped for a formidable opponent, someone who could serve as a stepping stone for the young prince to make a name for himself. Instead, standing before them was an ordinary human without any inherent racial advantages or remarkable experiences. Such an opponent would hardly highlight the prince's strength. Cassius said expressionlessly, "All right, since it's a human, I'll finish him off quickly." With that, he calmly stood up and walked towards the arena, as if he were about to do something as mundane as brushing his teeth. The young prince is a born shadow fusion master. "How long do you think this fight will last?" one Shadow Clan member asked. 10 seconds. "The young prince is more merciful than the crown prince," another replied. "Haha, I bet 1 second. This is his debut fight. He'll want to end it as quickly as possible." The Shadow Clan members eagerly discussed, none predicting the fight to last more than 10 seconds. They had absolute confidence in the young prince's abilities. The shadow fusion talent was comparable to the crown prince's shadow holy body, and combined with the clan's inherited divine skills, victory seemed assured. Even the average peak body forging experts of the Shadow Clan wouldn't stand a chance, let alone an ordinary human. Khazar laughed and asked, "How much did you guys bet?" "Not much, just 1.3 million spirit stones." "Haha, you're too conservative. I pawned my weapons and bet 3.7 million. You guys are too cautious. I sold the Shadow Clan's estate and bet everything I had 6.2 million. Everyone laughed heartily, placing heavy bets. They believed this was a sure-win deal, a rare opportunity to make easy money after the young prince's rise to fame. Those who brought less money regretted missing out on the chance. Meanwhile, a few cloaked figures were secretly observing Suin and Lillian from a distance. They were elves. Upon learning that Suin's opponent was Cassius from the Shadow Clan, they frowned. "I heard Cassius recently awakened a powerful physique," one elf whispered. "Doesn't that mean young Master Suin is doomed?" "Almost certainly. The Shadow Clan's abilities are already formidable, and with a special physique, Suin doesn't stand a chance. Good thing I bet 1,000,000 spirit stones on Cassius. I secretly bet some too." The elves chatted in hushed tones. Despite their allegiance to Suin, the disparity in strength was too great. Suin was relatively unknown, while Cassius was already renowned. It seemed like an inevitable loss. Even though they supported Suin in spirit, they couldn't ignore the money and placed significant bets on Cassius. "Humph." Supa snorted. "The man Princess Lillian fancies won't lose." Despite her dissatisfaction with Suin, she had placed a heavy bet on him. Even though she believed Suin's chances were slim, she trusted the Holy Elf's judgment. "Super? How much did you bet?" one curious elf asked. 10 million. Super replied flatly. 10 million. The elves exclaimed. "Super? Why go against the odds? Even if we support young Master Suin, this is clearly a losing battle. You'll just throw away 10 million spirit stones." Supo ignored them, gazing deeply in Suin's direction. "The man chosen by the Holy Elf won't lose. If he does, then he's not the destined one, and I'll take Princess Lillian away immediately." The nearby elves could only shake their heads in regret. Although they said nothing, it was clear they lamented the potential loss of 10 million spirit stones. This scene wasn't unique to the elves. Tang Yu was similarly conflicted. He was about to ask for Guli's opinion when he noticed Guli had already bet his entire fortune on Suin. 1.3 million spirit stones. Seeing the amount, Tang Yu's pupils contracted. He was shocked not only by the wealth Guli had amassed so early in his cultivation journey, but also by his audacity to place such a large bet in a seemingly hopeless situation. "Brother Gu, are you really going all in?" Tang Yu asked incredulously. "Suin won't lose." Gu Li's eyes were as sharp as blades, fixated on the direction of the Shadow Clan, with an unmistakable murderous intent gleaming in his pupils. "Won't lose?" Tang Yu frowned in confusion. Gu Li turned his head, his gaze following Suan's departing figure. His voice was low and resolute. "He promised me he'd take down that scum. Be it the Shadow Clan or the royal family. Since he made a promise, I have no choice but to believe him. My junior brother won't lose to the likes of the Shadow Clan trash." Tang Yu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Throughout their journey, Suin hadn't left a particularly strong impression on him. He couldn't fathom the reason behind Gu Li's unwavering confidence in Suin. As Tang Yu hesitated, he noticed Lillian had already placed her bet. When he saw the amount, his eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. 12 million spirit stones. Are you all insane? Tang Yu frantically ruffled his hair. When he first met Gu Li's group, he felt quite proud, being the disciple of the renowned Gu Tianong. But now, he realized these people were far from ordinary. How could an average elf casually produce 12 million spirit stones? How could a regular spirit realm cultivator easily bet 1.3 million? And Su-un, a mere beginner in bone refinement, dared to claim he would kill the Shadow Clan prince? Looking back, he, a disciple of Gu Tiantong, turned out to be the most ordinary one. Place your bet. Su-un will definitely win, Lillian said confidently, cupping her hands around her mouth to cheer for Su-un. But that's the Shadow Clan prince. Tang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, his inner turmoil nearly tearing him apart. Lillian, however, remained unfazed. Don't worry, even if the Shadow Clan royalty themselves were here, Su-un would still win. In her mind, the Shadow Clan was nothing compared to Su-un. Damn it, you're all crazy. Tang Yu's eyes were red. Gritting his teeth, he bet all his savings on Su-un's victory. Fine, I'll go crazy too. Though his 130,000 spirit stones were trivial compared to Lillian's and Gu Li's stakes, it was all he had. After placing his bet, Tang Yu, now looking deranged, shouted at the top of his lungs, Su-un, kill that Shadow Clan scum. The spectators around them burst into laughter at Tang Yu's outburst. Insults like idiot, moron, and burning money echoed, quickly drowning out his voice. Amidst the crowd's attention, Su-un and Cassius stood below the arena. A member of the Horn Clan stepped forward to explain the rules. Friends, if you have protective thoughts from elders, you may temporarily store them. They will be returned after the battle. If one party dies, do not intentionally damage the opponent's body, or we will kill you on the spot. Also, the deceased will drop one minor realm, and the more damage the body, the more realms they will drop. Of course, we offer a special service. You can surrender before death, and the arena's rules will protect you, preserving your realm. Body protection costs 100,000 spirit stones per use. Please notify us in advance if you need it. Su-un's eyes widened upon hearing this. Protection? 100,000 spirit stones? That's daylight robbery. Even if I drop a realm, 100,000 spirit stones would be enough for several rounds of training. Only an idiot would buy that. He promptly declined the service. The Horn Clan member smiled without comment. While it was true that those in the body realm rarely purchased this service, for higher-level cultivators, dropping a realm was a heavy price. Moreover, in the face of death's terror, many wealthy individuals would still choose this protection. Foolish, Cassius sneered, looking at Su-un with interest. Human, are you broke? He casually tossed 100,000 spirit stones to the Horn Clan member, not out of fear of losing, but to bask in the envious gazes of the crowd. Idiot, Su-un muttered, his mouth twitching. These rich kids could throw money around like it was nothing. Cassius arrogantly waved his expensive robe. Beg me, and I'll buy you a protection. Just 100,000 spirit stones. If you curse out your companion in the arena, I'll give you 1,000,000. Oh, and that's the guy whose whole family was killed by my brother, Gu Li, right? I'd love to see the scene where a junior curses out his companion. The thought of it brought a smile to Cassius's face. Su-un's eyes flashed with cold light, anger rising within him. You should be grateful you bought insurance. Since leaving the small town, Gu Li had taken care of him diligently and even saved his life. Su-un had made few promises in his life, and there were few things he could do for Gu Li. Now that I've promised Gu Li we will win this battle, we absolutely must win. No matter the cost, Cassius must die at least once. As the loud voice of the horned tribe member echoed, the spectators erupted into deafening cheers. Almost everyone in the crowd was rooting for Cassius, with the occasional cheer for Su-un quickly drowned out by the overwhelming noise. On the stage, Cassius and Su-un stood facing each other, their expressions eerily calm, as if the upcoming fight was just a casual sparring match rather than a life-and-death duel. Cassius shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Today is my moment of glory. Though my opponent is merely a human, I still want to win in style. So, you can go die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Cassius raised his hand slightly, and Su-un's shadow seemed to come alive, violently surging towards Su-un. A pitch-black figure wielding a giant scythe attacked at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the sharp blade slashed across Su-un's neck. Splurt! Bright red blood spurted from Su-un's neck, painting the air with a macabre bloom. Cassius watched this scene with a blank expression, muttering, "Boring," before turning to leave. The audience's cheers grew even louder as they celebrated Cassius' swift victory. From the Shadow Tribe side, someone chuckled, "Tisk tsk." As expected, it didn't even take a second. I won. Several of the light elves shook their heads in resignation, while only Supa stared impassively at the battlefield. Tang Yu, eyes bloodshot, clutched his hair in frustration. We lost. I was a fool to go along with your madness. Only Gu Li kept his gaze fixed on the stage, fists clenched tightly. However, just as Cassius turned to leave, a chilling voice called out from behind him, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Cassius paused and slowly turned around. Suin, bloodied but standing, had a long gash on his neck that was rapidly healing before their eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed Cassius' eyes. A human, you've piqued my interest." As he spoke, a dark aura began to rise from his body, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Suin touched his now-healed neck, turned to Cassius, and grinned. "Today, you're going to find a lot of things interesting. Nice trick, now watch mine." Before he finished speaking, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Suin, his sheer force shattering the stage beneath his feet as he shot forward like an arrow. He had no weapon, but his iron fists carried a terrifying power. "Shadow!" Cassius barked, and the dark aura around him flared up once more. The familiar scene played out again as Suin's shadow seemed to betray him, swinging the deadly scythe at lightning speed. "Stop!" Suin's eyes glinted red, and the previously lightning-fast shadow moved as if in slow motion. The nearly unavoidable strike missed, and Suin's momentum remained unchecked. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Cassius, throwing a powerful punch. Cassius sneered, sidestepping 3 meters away. "With your speed, you think?" But before he could finish, a figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. The powerful punch landed squarely on Cassius' head. Boom! Cassius was sent flying by the unexpected blow, crashing to the ground in a heap. Suin stood where he was, digging in his ear and grinning. "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." The audience was in an uproar, stunned by the sudden turn of events. On the stage, Cassius, who had just been full of vigor, was now in a sorry state. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he fell heavily onto the platform. This sudden twist left everyone in the audience stunned for a moment, before erupting into a torrent of angry shouts. "You idiot! Can't you dodge? An elite from the Shadow Clan taken down by a human? Pathetic! And you call yourself royalty? Go home and eat dirt. Get up, damn it! Are you trying to make me lose? Damn it, I bet everything I had on you. If you lose, I'll hang your picture and curse you every day." The spectators showed no mercy in their curses, disregarding Cassius's status. To them, anyone who made them lose money was unforgivable, even if it were the Emperor himself. This was supposed to be a sure victory for Cassius. If he lost due to carelessness, not only would his rank drop, but the scorn from the crowd could drown him. Khazar narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent evident on his face. What should have been a triumphant moment for the young prince had turned into a disgrace. The shadow of being bested by a human would likely haunt him for a long time. That damn human. How did he predict the prince's position? Yeah, the prince clearly dodged the last strike, but somehow still ended up in the attack range. There's something off about that human. His recovery rate is insane. His neck was nearly severed, yet it healed. Several members of the Shadow Clan whispered among themselves, eyes filled with confusion. It was well known that humans lacked special racial abilities, which was why everyone believed the prince would win. But the current situation was unexpected. This human must have a unique constitution, Khazar coldly stated. No matter what his rank is, he has to die. No one can match the prince in the body realm. He glanced in Guli's direction and locked eyes with him. Interesting, Khazar sneered, then ordered, "Send someone to keep an eye on them. If they dare leave the city, kill them." Understood. As soon as the words were spoken, a member of the Shadow Clan seemed to merge into the darkness and disappeared instantly. On the other side, Guli glanced coldly behind him. "Get lost, scum." A soft sound of surprise came from a shadowy figure that appeared, looking at Guli in astonishment. "A mere spirit realm, and you can sense my presence?" Guli shifted his gaze away, casually replying, "The stench of trash is hard to miss." The Shadow Clan member's face darkened, threatening, "Kid, be careful when you go out. Even in the human realm, your safety isn't guaranteed." Among the myriad races, the Shadow Clan are born assassins. Seeing Guli ignore him, he gave up hiding and turned his attention to the stage. "Are you happy for your junior? Just watch. An enraged prince is terrifying." Guli slightly turned his head. "Don't worry, my junior specializes in handling such cases." The Shadow Clan member's eyes turned cold, and he fell silent, focusing on the stage. At this moment, Cassius wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a trembling hand. Looking at the blood, and hearing the audience's curses, his face twisted in rage. "Human. Very well indeed." Cassius panted heavily, black energy emanating from his body, almost engulfing the entire platform. In the midst of the dark mist, only his icy eyes were fixed on Suin. "You are the first to injure me in the same realm. Do you hear those curses? They will be your ticket to hell. Not just you, but everyone associated with you. I will send them all to meet you, one by one." As the young prince of the Shadow Clan, Cassius had never faced such humiliation. Not only was he injured, but he was also being insulted by countless people. His rage surged like a tidal wave. Die! With a furious shout, an endless black mist spread, plunging the world into eternal night as Cassius's figure vanished. The Shadow Clan possessed two racial abilities, controlling the power of darkness or shadows, with individuals awakening one based on their constitution. Cassius was exceptional, having the shadow fusion body, allowing him to control both darkness and shadows. No one knew the terrifying power that could be unleashed by combining these forces. In the darkness, Cassius moves like a shadow, with unparalleled speed and deadly precision, able to control his opponent's shadow. He is a natural-born assassin and infiltrator. On the arena, Cassius's eyes blazed with cold fury. He not only wanted to kill Suen, but to torment him to death. As if responding to his will, an endless black fog suddenly enveloped the entire arena. Suan's expression turned grave, his blood-red eyes fixed ahead. "Break illusion," he muttered. Instantly, the previously imperceptible black fog thinned significantly. Through the thinning mist, he barely caught sight of Cassius's lightning-fast approach. Freeze! Suen activated the dualier effect of his blood god eyes, finally discerning Cassius's movements. However, foreseeing an attack didn't equate to being able to defend against it. In the shrouding black fog, Cassius's speed was astonishing, and even though Suen adopted a defensive stance in advance, he struggled to fend off the assault. A long blade formed from the black fog whistled through the air, slashing down on Suen. Blood splattered as the sharp blade tore a gruesome wound across his body. The audience outside the arena seemed to see through the black fog and erupted in deafening cheers, all shouting in support of Cassius. Cassius spread his arms, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, basking in the overwhelming cheers and applause. "Look, this is the treatment a prince deserves," he murmured with satisfaction. With the black fog blade in hand, Cassius walked slowly towards Suen, sneering, "You can predict my attacks and positions? Not bad. But your speed is too slow. What good is prediction if you can't keep up with my speed?" A cruel smile spread across Cassius's face. "This time, I'll cut off your left leg." Suan's heart tightened as he thought, "Damn it. My dragon step can't keep up with his rhythm. My attack methods are too limited. Apart from the immortal spear and the human sovereign seal, I have almost no countermeasures." Forcing himself to stand despite the pain, Suan's robust vitality quickly mended his wounds. Although the fight had just begun, Suen was already aware of his shortcomings. Cassius had been trained in battle techniques far beyond the earthly level since childhood. In comparison, the dragon step was decent but clearly insufficient against such an opponent. Sometimes Suen could mentally dodge the attacks, but his body couldn't keep up, highlighting the limitations of his techniques. Even worse, his offensive methods were overly simplistic. Despite having powerful trump cards like the Blood God Eyes, Immortal Body, Immortal Spear, Human Sovereign Seal, and the Tenfold Annihilation Array, no one would use their ultimate moves right away. In a life-and-death duel, every move aims to find the opponent's weakness, and continuous attacks force the opponent to expose a fatal flaw for a decisive strike. Suen's biggest problem was that he mainly had ultimate moves and lacked intermediate techniques. A basic blade technique alone was useless against a royal expert like Cassius. If this continued, even with the immortal body's incredible regenerative abilities, he would eventually be worn down and killed. Realizing this, a fierce determination flashed in Suen's eyes. "If there's no chance, then I'll go all out." By then, Cassius had already closed in, his black fog blade slashing down with lightning speed. Suen dodged with all his might, but Cassius's speed was too fast. Even with the freeze effect, his left leg was cut deep to the bone. Thanks to the immortal body's formidable healing, the injury, though severe, wasn't fatal. "This time, I'll cut your right leg." Cassius's confident voice echoed through the black fog, and Suan's right leg soon bore a fresh wound. "This time, I'll cut your back." Before the words finished, Suan's back was slashed open, blood gushing out. "This time, I'll cut your neck." As Suen focused intently on defending against the black fog blade, his shadow suddenly rebelled, slashing his neck with blinding speed. One after another, Cassius inflicted new injuries on Suen with his extraordinary speed. Suen now looked like a blood-soaked figure, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet, no one noticed his icy calm eyes or the terrifying energy gradually gathering within him. In the stands, the crowd erupted in wild cheers every time Suen was injured. The sight of his blood excited the spectators even more. Gu Li stood rigid, his eyes fixed on the arena, his fists clenched tightly. Beside him, Tang Yu pulled at his hair, torn between the pain of losing his spirit stones and the sight of Suan's suffering, eventually turning away. Lillian had fallen silent at some point, tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched Suen struggle. Meanwhile, the members of the Shadow Clan burst into laughter, seemingly celebrating the young prince's victory in advance. The elves, however, remained silent, and Su Po's gaze at Suin grew increasingly cold. On the arena, Cassius's attacks came like a relentless storm. He basked in the cheers of countless spectators, each spurt of blood bringing him a sense of exhilaration. This time, I'll sever your left shoulder, he shouted, moving with lightning speed to Su-An's side and bringing his blade down with a fierce slash. Seeing Cassius's stance, Su-An's calm eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. With a sickening sound, the dark mist blade struck heavily on Su-An's left shoulder. This time, he did not dodge but took the hit heeding. Blood gushed from his shoulder, splattering across his face. Cassius sneered, "How many more hits can you take?" He was about to retreat back into the dark mist when he saw Suin suddenly grin, staring at him intently. "Got you," Suin declared. Boom. A torrent of vital energy surged within Suin's body, and a shadow filled with destructive aura rapidly manifested. The violent power made his resilient meridians throb with pain, but he paid it no mind. Clenching his right hand in the air, Suin shouted, "Spear of Annihilation." As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant spear imbued with a terrifying aura appeared in Su-An's hand. The smile on Cassius's face froze instantly. The horrifying power emanating from the spear made his hair stand on end. Impossible to resist. Retreat. Cassius's instinct screamed, and he turned to distance himself, but he forgot that his blade was still lodged in Su-An's left shoulder. Trying to run? Stay. Suin snarled, gripping the spear with his right hand while his left shoulder's muscles tightened, locking the blade in place with his vital energy. Cassius, caught off guard by the sudden force, hesitated. He quickly decided to abandon the blade and flee. This was the moment Suin had been waiting for. Shatter illusions. Freeze. Spear of Annihilation. Star Shatter. Suin roared, his eyes turning crimson as his blood god pupils activated to their fullest. The fabric on his right arm shredded, revealing bulging muscles brimming with immense power. Die. A fierce shout accompanied the spear's throw. Boom. The brilliant spear tore through the arena, shattering the ground, sending debris flying, which turned to dust before it could land. The spear, with a terrifying whistle, reached Cassius in an instant, aided by the blood god pupil's freezing effect. Facing Su-An's meticulously prepared strike, Cassius had no way to dodge or escape. With a violent explosion, a deep crater appeared at the center of the arena, with cracks spiderwebbing outward, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped everything. The previously noisy Colosseum fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone was stunned by the sudden reversal. As the dust began to settle, the sight of a blood-drenched, battered figure on the arena left the crowd in disbelief. Who could have anticipated such a drastic change in the blink of an eye? Suin, who had been utterly overpowered moments ago, had almost instantly annihilated his opponent. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their minds replaying the image of that terrifying, brilliant spear. But as they finally snapped back to reality, a wave of enraged shouts erupted, loud enough to shake the Colosseum to its core. "Son of a..." A roar of anger exploded in the arena, causing the audience's eardrums to ache. Did the Shadow Clan prince actually lose? The arena instantly erupted. The crowd, like a powder keg, ignited, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Damn it! My 300,000 spirit stones!" A spectator with a flushed face clutched his head, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Die, you piece of trash!" Another person spat furiously at the fallen Shadow Clan prince in the arena. "You couldn't even beat a human? What a joke of a prince. Go home and eat dirt. Unbelievable. I bet my entire fortune." The angry shouts rose one after another, as if they would overturn the entire arena. 99% of the audience had placed heavy bets on Cassius to win, and now, with their significant losses, they were livid. "You've got to be kidding me, useless Shadow Clan. Pay me back my money. Go home and drink milk. You couldn't even withstand a single hit after all those strikes? Screw you, Shadow Clan. If I see you outside, I'll kill you. Get lost. Useless Shadow Clan. Calling yourself royalty? Go die, my money." The betting amounts in the arena were staggering. 8 million spirit stones on the human Su-An, and 1,890,000,000 on the Shadow Clan's Ivan Cassius. Nearly 2 billion in total. With losses so severe, it's no wonder the crowd was so furious. Some powerful beings even etched "Shadow Clan, damn you" in the void to vent their anger. The louder they had cheered for Cassius earlier, the harsher their curses now. Khazar and the other members of the Shadow Clan were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Cassius lying in the pit. "He lost," a member of the Shadow Clan muttered, seemingly questioning his own eyes. Their mission was to make the young prince a renowned warrior, but it turned into a colossal joke. Thinking about reporting this to the crown prince made their vision darken. What pained them even more was the loss of their entire fortune. If it weren't their prince lying in the arena, they might have joined in the cursing. "Don't panic. I'll explain to the Crown Prince when we get back, Khazar said, trying to maintain his composure, though his face was grim. He analyzed. That human is no ordinary person. That spear he used must be a divine weapon. Also, his physique is peculiar. He must have trained in some extraordinary technique, otherwise, he wouldn't have such formidable recovery abilities. Moreover, he seemed to predict the young prince's moves. This guy. Khazar's expression turned incredulous. Having fought countless battles with the humans, he had seen many human prodigies, but never someone with such powerful combat abilities at the bone-refining stage. A prodigy, a monster. He must not be allowed to live. Khazar's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could foresee that if Suin were allowed to grow, he would become a new war god for the humans. The Crown Prince has already arrived with his men for the relic matter. We need to find a way to eliminate this human. And that other kid we missed earlier isn't easy either. Khazar pondered, thinking of ways to completely eradicate these potential threats. On the other side, the elves were also in distress. What the heck? He actually lost. Boo-hoo, I bet 1,000,000 spirit stones, and now I'm broke. An elven girl cried, covering her face. Was it carelessness? Cassius had the upper hand all along. Several elves who bet on Cassius were now on the verge of tears, not knowing what to think. Suan's victory proved the princess's keen insight, and they should be happy, but the loss of spirit stones was a real blow. What puzzled them more was how Suan turned the tables when he had been at a disadvantage the whole time. I've told you before, don't be short-sighted. The elder elf rarely smiled. In terms of raw power, Suan indeed isn't a match for Cassius. But in terms of burst potential and combat awareness, Cassius falls short. Admiration flickered in the elder elf's eyes as she continued. The Shadow Clan are natural stealth fighters, incredibly fast. Cassius is one of the best among them. Just his speed alone can absolutely suppress Suan. Suan's strength lies in his ability to stay calm even when at a disadvantage. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he patiently waited for the right moment. Ultimately, he resorted to self-harm to forcibly restrain Cassius, then struck with the force of a thunderbolt, delivering a lethal blow. This final strike, in both execution and intent, was nothing short of top tier. Cassius's defeat was without regret. Supa chuckled lightly and praised. The choice of the Holy Spirit did not disappoint. She had been observing the battle with a scrutinizing eye from the start, and thus saw Suan's true prowess. His physicality, awareness, techniques, and mindset were all exemplary. Even with her initial biases against Suan, she found no faults. However, Supa was puzzled by one thing. Why was someone as gifted as Suan so lacking in basic combat skills? Apart from his simple footwork and the final divine strike, Suan seemed to exhibit no other noteworthy combat techniques. Supa silently criticized, humans are so stingy, not even providing decent combat skills to such a genius. If it were any other race, such a prodigy would have been groomed as a crown prince. The more Supa thought about it, the more frustrated she became, even considering having Princess Lillian entice Suan to join the elves. She had initially been displeased with Suan, but now she felt indignant on his behalf. It was well known among all races that humans were unique. In other races, those with outstanding talent received unconditional resource support. But for humans, even someone as gifted as the human emperor had to earn everything themselves. This training method undoubtedly slowed down the growth of geniuses. Some human prodigies couldn't stand this environment and defected to other races. However, this peculiarity was precisely the strength of the humans. Despite the seemingly unfair resource distribution and the number of defectors, humans always managed to produce terrifyingly powerful individuals in a short period. Their physiques might not be strong, and resources might be scarce, but their tenacity struck fear into the hearts of prodigies from all races. Supa suddenly realized she had just witnessed this tenacity firsthand. Suan, beaten and battered, was like a wolf licking its wounds in the dark, calmly waiting for the right moment. When the opportunity arose, he did not hesitate to sacrifice an arm to kill his opponent instantly. Humans, truly formidable and terrifying, Supu thought to herself, dismissing her previous idea. Perhaps only in such an environment could humans produce such overwhelmingly powerful prodigies. Her gaze shifted to Lillian, who was tearfully concerned, seemingly indifferent to the duel's outcome and only worried about Suan's injuries and fatigue. Supo's eyes softened with relief, thinking that the Elven Empire's golden age might indeed be approaching. Outside the arena, Tang Yu was so excited he was dancing. His face flushed with joy as he laughed. We won. Brother Gu, look, Suan won. He was not only thrilled about doubling his spirit stones, but also proud of the humans' victory over the Shadow Royalty. The sparse cheers were the greatest recognition for the humans. Guli finally relaxed and smiled, reverting to his usual playful self. Of course, that's my junior brother. Didn't the chubby guy tell you? How much did we win this time? Tang Yu couldn't stop grinning. Over 100,000 spirit stones. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Guli smiled slyly. Well then, you owe us a treat. You can't just pocket those 100,000 spirit stones, can you? Tang Yu patted his chest confidently. No worries, dinner's on me today. Eat to your heart's content. Guli grinned like a cunning fox, thinking, I heard a new branch of Shurxian restaurant opened in Jiao City. Suan just finished a battle, the best time to boost his cultivation. The food at Shurxian is all highly nutritious. Tang Yu was still cheering enthusiastically, completely unaware that he was about to spend a fortune. However, neither of them noticed that Lillian had already stood up and was running towards the arena. On the stage, Suan took a couple of deep breaths. His immortal body's abundant blood energy had been nearly depleted but quickly restored, showcasing the formidable nature of the blood god immortal body. After a brief respite, Suan hobbled towards the deep pit. There, Cassius lay, staring blankly at the sky. The excruciating pain in his body and the insults ringing in his ears drove Cassius into deep self-doubt. He lay in the crater of the arena, battered and bruised, with the scenes of the recent fight replaying incessantly in his mind. I'm the prince of the Shadow Clan. I'm the Shadow Fusion. How could I possibly lose? How could I be defeated by a human? Cassius muttered to himself, disbelief clouding his eyes. He recalled the ease with which he had defeated his peers in the past, and suddenly a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Were all those victories just them going easy on me? Cassius had come here full of confidence, eager to make a name for himself. But now, he felt utterly humiliated. How can I face the Shadow Clan now? He closed his eyes in agony. The Shadow Clan should be respected by all, but now we are despised. Is it because of me? On the stage, Suan stood covered in blood, his face entirely stained red. He looked like a bloodthirsty demon, crouching at the edge of the arena and looking down at Cassius in the pit. Suan grinned, revealing sharp white teeth that contrasted starkly with his bloodied face. You're right, trash, you lost. Suan's voice was cold and cutting. You are the reason the Shadow Clan has lost face, and you are the reason your comrades have suffered so greatly. He tilted his head exaggeratedly, as if listening intently. Hear that? The overwhelming curses are all directed at you. Because of you, they've lost countless fortunes, and they hate you to the core. Suan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Tisk tisk, they trusted you so much, yet you let them down. It's truly pitiful. All because you are utterly useless. Each word from Suan felt like a dagger stabbing into Cassius's heart. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. It's me. It's all because of me, Cassius muttered in despair. You're right, I am trash. I've disgraced the Shadow Clan. I've disgraced my brother. My followers, I failed to lead them to victory. Instead, they suffered greatly. I am a sinner. Before he could finish, another mouthful of blood spewed from Cassius's mouth. Suan stood outside the pit, a cold smile playing on his lips, as if he could hear the shattering of Cassius's martial spirit. In the audience, Guli watched the scene unfold and suddenly bent over in laughter, tears welling up in his eyes. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. Although Suan hadn't said much, Guli knew that this scene was meticulously orchestrated by his junior brother for him. For Guli, this was the greatest gift he had received since his family was destroyed. Khazar's face turned pale as he flashed to the front of the arena in an instant. Several other members of the Shadow Clan followed closely, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura that enveloped the entire stage. Their cultivation levels were impressive, and it was clear they had noticed something unusual about the young prince, Cassius. What do you think you're doing? Khazar snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. The arena is meant for combat, and what you're doing now is unacceptable. The young prince merely lost a match due to carelessness, and you dare to disrupt his mental state. For the Shadow Clan, a drop in cultivation level was acceptable, but a disturbance in their mental state could be catastrophic. Seeing the Shadow Clan approaching, Guli and Tang Yu quickly moved to the front of the arena as well, though their expressions remained relaxed. In this place, even if the Shadow Clan had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Suan stood up and turned to the referee of the Horn Clan, asking, Sir, does the arena's rules allow for what I'm doing? The referee, a burly figure mostly covered in natural armor, exuding immense strength, didn't even glance at the Shadow Clan members. He laughed heartily and said, one of the iron rules of the arena is that the stage cannot be opened unless one side is dead. Young friend, do as you wish. Even if the Shadow Emperor himself were here, he couldn't interfere with the duel one bit. The crowd erupted in laughter at his words. Haha, those Shadow Clan brats think they can threaten people? Do they even know where they are? Exactly. You think the Horn Clan is afraid of your threats? What a bunch of idiots. Can't win. So now they want to show off? Go home and eat dirt. The referee's eyes held a mocking look as he glanced at the Shadow Clan members. Although the Horn Clan was known for its fairness, it didn't mean they didn't have their own sense of right and wrong. Compared to the Shadow Clan, He actually favored the humans more. Suin shrugged and turned his gaze to the pit where Cassius lay, his face ashen. Trash. See that? Your people want to save you. Didn't you buy arena protection in advance? As long as you concede, the protection will activate, and you won't lose much. Come on, noble prince of the Shadow Clan. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'm waiting for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, your cultivation level will drop. A glimmer of hope flashed in Cassius's eyes. That's right, protection. I still have arena protection. If I concede, my cultivation level won't drop. Suan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Killing Cassius was meaningless, but making him admit defeat would truly break his spirit. Khazar saw through Suan's intentions and hurriedly shouted, Cassius, you are royalty of the Shadow Clan. How can you admit defeat? Death is nothing. A drop in cultivation is nothing. The Shadow Clan can lose, but it cannot show fear. Stand up and kill that damned human. Even if you die, you cannot tarnish the Shadow Clan's name. The audience erupted in a chorus of jeers. Coward, just admit defeat. If you can't even face death, why are you in the arena? What a piece of trash. And this is supposed to be royalty? Has the Shadow Clan run out of people? Puffed. A flower in a greenhouse. Can't handle this? Just admit defeat. You trash. You've already cost me a fortune. Adding insult to injury is a dark side of human nature, especially when the target has caused them significant financial loss. Cassius's martial heart shattered, giving the crowd a sense of vindication. Venomous words flew towards the ring like arrows, plunging the newly spirited Cassius back into a pit of despair. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with hopelessness. Though he wasn't dead, his cultivation level was clearly declining. Khazar called out anxiously, Little Prince. But Cassius didn't respond, his head hanging low. Khazar turned his furious gaze towards Suin, gritting his teeth. Human, you're asking for death. If anything happens to the little prince. Before he could finish, Ghoulie interrupted. Oh, who is the mighty Shadow Clan threatening now? He picked at his ear and sneered. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Is backstabbing and cheating all you're good at? Pathetic. A bunch of rats who can't fight openly in the arena. Go home and save yourselves the embarrassment. Seeing the Shadow Clan seething with rage but unable to do anything, Ghoulie felt a surge of satisfaction, like drinking a cold soda on a scorching summer day. Khazar pointed at Ghoulie and Suin, his chest heaving with anger, unable to utter a single word. Suin's soft voice, like the whisper of a devil, pushed Cassius further into the abyss. Look, the honorable little prince. If you don't admit defeat soon, your guards might lose control. You wouldn't want to anger the Horn Clan, would you? Surrender now. You have protection, you won't lose much, right? Cassius's face was full of despair as he painfully closed his eyes. He just wanted to end this nightmare quickly, to hide away like a quail and never come out again. Just as he was about to admit defeat and activate the arena's protection, a slender, pale hand pierced through his throat. Blood gushed out, and his words were forcibly silenced. Suin leaned in close and whispered into Cassius's ear, Sorry, I changed my mind. Destroying your spirit isn't enough. I need to end your life too. Cassius clutched his throat, pointing at Suin, unable to speak. The crucial words, I surrender, were never uttered, and the arena's protection was not activated. This resulted in Cassius not only conceding mentally but also suffering severe physical losses. Under this double blow, he lost consciousness and fell into the pit. Khazar roared, Suin, the Shadow Clan will make sure you die a miserable death. Suin shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? He walked off the stage, covered in blood and stumbling. Ghoulie greeted him with a punch, his eyes full of approval even though he said nothing. Suin winced in pain but smiled. Tangyu, nearby, couldn't stop grinning, already counting the tens of thousands of spirit stones they had won. Only Lillian, with tears in her eyes, gently touched Suin's blood-stained face and softly asked, Does it hurt? This question touched a soft spot in Suin's heart. He turned to look at Lillian, her eyes full of concern. Throughout his journey defeating school champions, slaying cultists, braving secret realms, and seizing divine monuments, she had endured many wounds, though he hadn't gone through much. People cheered for him, but no one had ever asked if he was in pain. This subtle, familial concern left Suin momentarily stunned, his eyes slowly welling up with tears. Who could have imagined that the one carrying the fate of the human race was an orphan, and he was only 18 years old this year? Haha, it's nothing, it doesn't hurt. Suin brushed off his emotions and wiped his face, erasing the unnoticed tears. He grinned, looking at Lillian with a newfound, indescribable emotion. Lillian, her eyes red, looked at Suan's wounds and gently raised her hands. In the name of the holy elf, I summon. An endless holy light shone, bathing Suin in an unprecedented warmth. His numerous wounds healed instantly. Suin looked in astonishment at the ethereal crown above Lillian's head, deeply impressed. This healing ability surpassed even the blood god's immortal body, not only healing his wounds but also greatly alleviating his fatigue. The power of the holy elf was beginning to show. However, neither Sue nor Lillian noticed the shocked expressions in the audience when the holy light appeared and the ethereal crown formed. The legend of the holy elf was clearly not a secret. The light elves anxiously looked at Supa. Supa. The revelation of the holy elf would bring immense upheaval to the entire elf race. Supa calmly responded, "It's fine." Madame Sue's deep gaze swept over Sue and Lillian, and she slowly waved her hand. Her voice was low but firm. "The chosen one has appeared. It's time for the elves to change their old ways. A glorious era is coming, but a scattered tribe cannot aid him." As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Sue turned to a light elf behind her and commanded, "Inform the king. The light realm is to go on high alert. Spread the news of the holy elf. Begin uniting the scattered clans. Within a year, the elves must be unified." The light elf felt a chill down his spine and quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes?" The other elves wore grave expressions. They understood the weight of Madame Sue's words. It meant that a brutal and bloody reality was about to unfold. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in front of the arena. Khazar, holding the unconscious Cassius, fled in a panic. Cassius was gravely injured, his martial spirit shattered, and his consciousness blurred. Khazar was anxious. He needed to find the crown prince quickly, or Cassius might be beyond saving. Even with timely treatment, it would be difficult for the young prince to regain his former glory. Thinking of this, the members of the Shadow Clan shuddered and quickened their pace. On the arena stage, the Horned Clan referee laughed as he announced the result. "What a spectacular duel. The final winner is Sue-in of the Human Clan. We look forward to Sue-in's future performances. Let me remind you all, achieving 100 consecutive wins in our arena will earn you the friendship of the Horned Clan and a precious gift. Now, let's welcome the next contestants." The atmosphere in the arena was ignited once again, with frenzied cheers resounding. This place was like fast-paced duels that quickly made people forget their troubles. Upon hearing that 100 consecutive wins could earn a gift, Sue-in's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Can you really get a gift?" Guli, in a good mood, smiled and explained, "Of course, but those who achieve 100 consecutive wins are rare. No one has done it in nearly a century. The arena will always match you with opponents based on your past performance and individual strength. In other words, your next opponent will never be weaker than Cassius. Every battle here is a challenge to your limits. A few consecutive wins might be manageable, but 100 in a row." Guli shook his head. "It's too difficult. Overcoming your limits 100 times in a row is something even the most prodigious talents find hard to achieve. I've never heard of anyone taking the Horned Clan's gift, let alone earning their friendship." He continued, "Though the Horned Clan's numbers are few, each member is incredibly powerful. With just over 1,000 members, they attract prodigies from all over the realms and generate countless spirit stones daily. The resources they can mobilize are terrifying. Whether it's cultivation techniques, combat skills, divine abilities, or weapons, everything is top-notch. Each member of the Horn Clan is wealthy beyond measure, and their equipment is all premium quality. Gaining the friendship of such a clan would bring unimaginable benefits." Seeing the longing on Sue-in's face, Guli chuckled and said, "Forget about 100 wins. Aim for 10 consecutive wins first. Although you won't get those rewards, you can receive the arena's blessing." Sue-in's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, "Is the arena alive? It can bestow blessings?" Guli nodded with a soft chuckle and explained to Sue-in, "The arena does indeed consume energy each time it revives the deceased, but the power of those who die also seeps into the stage. The energy of one or two individuals is negligible, but day after day, after hundreds of battles, the accumulated energy is astonishing." He continued, "Winning 10 consecutive matches is not only an honor but also activates the arena's blessing. All that stored energy is then bestowed upon the victor. This isn't just a fighting platform. It's a mysterious treasure of the Jiao tribe." Excitement gleamed in Guli's eyes as he added, "With 20 consecutive wins, 30 consecutive wins, the blessings effect gradually intensifies. It's said that a peak-level deity once broke through to a higher realm after 50 consecutive wins. And this breakthrough enhances the foundation comprehensively, without any instability in the new realm." Sue-in listened intently as Guli pointed to a small number inscribed in a corner above the stage. "See that number? 372,372. What does it mean?" Sue-in asked, puzzled. "That number represents the 372 people who have died here. Their energy has been absorbed by the stage. The next person to win 10 consecutive matches will receive all that energy," Guli said, patting Sue-in on the shoulder. "You'd better hurry. 10 consecutive wins are difficult but not impossible. If someone achieves it in the next few days, that energy will go to someone else." Sue-in's eyes lit up with determination. 100 consecutive wins seemed far-fetched, but 10 consecutive wins felt within reach. With the opening of the Golden Furnace secret realm approaching, this blessing could save him a significant amount of training time. Guli continued to advise, "You've just experienced a life and death struggle, which is an excellent opportunity for training. Go have a hearty meal first. With your energy replenished, your training will be more effective." Tang Yu chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Exactly. We must celebrate our great victory." Although the battle had been perilous, their gains were substantial. Guli earned over 1,000,000 spirit stones, Tang Yu tens of thousands, Suin around 30,000, and Lillian an uncountable amount. Despite their varying levels of cultivation, they were all now quite wealthy. Amidst laughter and joy, Guli led the group to the most renowned restaurant in the trading secret realm, the Immortal Feast Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Shadow Tribe was shrouded in gloom. Instead of returning to their homeland, they arrived at another bustling city in the trading secret realm, Heavenly Stone Valley. Heavenly Stone Valley was as famous as Jiao City, equally vibrant. While Jiao City was known for its arena, Heavenly Stone Valley was renowned across the realms for its stone gambling. Among the many forbidden lands in the realms, there is a vast island called the Time Cage. Legend has it that it originated from an ancient war, where space-time shattered, burying countless gods and demons. The place is fraught with danger, filled with time fragments and deadly formations. Even those with unparalleled cultivation might get lost forever if unlucky, becoming eternal prisoners. However, countless people still flock there, hoping to find the time stones imbued with endless opportunities. These stones, over long ages, absorb the remnants of those who got lost. Each stone brought from the time cage is worth a fortune, and their age-worn aura makes it impossible to see inside, giving rise to the stone gambling industry. The Shadow Tribe brought caches here because the great prince of the Shadow Tribe, Ivan Asmo, was in Heavenly Stone Valley. With the ruins about to open, the Shadow Tribe had sent many people, and the great prince, having some free time, decided to try his luck here. Unexpectedly, soon after Asmo arrived, Khazar and others rushed over, carrying the unconscious Cassius. Great Prince, Khazar and the others knelt, trembling, unable to speak out of fear. Something happened? Asmo frowned, looking at the unconscious Cassius. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Cassius before him. A dark light flashed, and Asmo's eyes filled with killing intent. It's one thing for his cultivation to fall, but why is his Dao heart so severely damaged? His consciousness is even starting to fade. What did you do with the young prince? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, causing 2 Shadow Tribe members to explode on the spot. Even in their final moments, they desperately suppressed the secret realm key's energy, not daring to let the secret realm expel the great prince. Blood splattered all over him as Khazar collapsed to his knees, trembling and unable to lift his head. In a shaky voice, he reported to the first prince, Asmo, "We took the young prince to the arena and encountered a human." That human. Khazar dared not hide anything and recounted the events in detail. Asmo, upon hearing the story, laughed in fury. "Ha! An insect at the bone-tempering stage injured my brother like this? Very well." His terrifying aura spread out, causing Khazar and the others to shiver. They knew all too well the absolute authority and formidable strength of this first prince in the Shadow Clan. Asmo coldly looked in the direction of Horn City and ordered, "Khazar, find a way to lure that damned human to Tianshur Valley. We can't kill in the secret realm, but the Time Stone can." Khazar's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, "Understood." After they left, Asmo gazed at the unconscious Cassius, his face twitching slightly. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Humans, once we obtain the relics, your good days will be over." The scene shifts to the branch of the Food Immortal Pavilion in Horn City. Guli cheerfully ordered, "We'll have the spirit mushroom soup, flame dragon skewers, roasted wings from the Skywing clan, magic pig stew with celestial clams, and ice crystal shrimp, and for Lillian, a mermaid pearl cake and unicorn cheese." He handed the menu back to the waiter. "That'll be all for now. If it's not enough, we'll order more." The waiter, beaming, replied, "Sure thing, sir. Please wait a moment." Tang Yu anxiously looked at Guli. "Brother Gu, let me see the menu. Don't go overboard." Guli chuckled and reassured him. "No way, we won't exceed the budget. Don't worry, everything we ordered is reasonably priced." Tang Yu almost cried, regretting his loose lips that gave Guli the chance to take advantage of him. The Food Immortal Pavilion was the most famous restaurant across the realms, known for its dragon liver and phoenix marrow and an array of rare ingredients. Not only were the dishes exquisitely delicious, but their effects were also incredibly potent. Guli might say it's cheap, but Tang Yu figured this meal would cost a fortune. Guli sipped the complimentary spirit tea, smiling, "Don't be stingy. We made tens of thousands of spirit stones. This meal won't bankrupt us. Besides, Suin is still here. Next time, we'll go Alan again." Tang Yu, still shaken, replied, "You must be kidding. Do you even dare to go Alan again?" When Suin was nearly defeated, my heart was in my throat. It was only because Cassius lacked combat experience that we won. Suin nodded in agreement. Guli ordered another cup of spirit tea and analyzed, relax, in the bone tempering stage, it's ultimately about strength. Suan's 2 moves are enough. Once he breaks through, we can get some good treasures at the secret realm auction. They even have divine abilities there. Tang Yu scoffed. Auction? Just the entry fee is 1,000,000 spirit stones. With our current assets, we couldn't afford anything good even if we saw it. Guli replied sternly. Do you think I told you to go Allen on Suin for no reason? Although the next opponents will be stronger than Cassius, how much stronger can they be? The bone tempering stage has its limits, and Suin's ultimate moves are at the peak of this stage's attack power. After 3 consecutive wins, it might be uncertain, but for the next 1 or 2 matches, Suin will definitely win. These matches are our chance to get rich. After 3 wins, the risk of going Allen would be too high. Tang Yu and Suan's eyes lit up at the prospect. If they could amass a significant fortune, they could indeed attend the auction. Suin, especially, needed combat techniques and a suitable weapon. Lillian, however, worriedly tugged on Suan's sleeve. It's so dangerous. Why do you still want Suin to go? Suin gently patted her hand, comforting her softly. Don't worry. Though he felt a bit uneasy, the concern felt nice. Guli glanced at the two, a subtle smile forming on his lips. He thought to himself that this secret realm trip would be highly profitable for Suin. With the Elven clan as his in-laws, who could say Suin had no backing? Just then, the waiter arrived with the elegantly packaged dishes. As the covers were lifted, a colorful glow filled the room, and the rich aroma made everyone's eyes light up. They immediately dug in, savoring the exquisite flavors. The fresh spirit mushroom soup, the chewy flame dragon skewers, the spicy and savory roasted wings from the Skywing clan. Each dish was a culinary masterpiece, almost making them swallow their tongues. As the rare ingredients entered Suin's body, his energy surged. A pure, continuous stream of power flowed through him, transforming into blazing essence that began to temper his bones. One by one, his bones turned into flawless blood crystals, visible to the naked eye. Suin had just survived a life-and-death battle and was utterly exhausted. However, a hearty meal of spiritual food not only instantly restored his energy but also significantly boosted his strength. As he finished the meal, Suin was pleasantly surprised to find that he had tempered over 20 bones. Although they were just small bones in his hands, the speed far surpassed the slow and arduous traditional cultivation. Guli lazily reclined on a chair and pointed to the 4th floor of the food Immortal Pavilion, saying, Don't waste time. Strike while the iron is hot. The room upstairs is ready, and it's the perfect time for you to cultivate. The food Immortal Pavilion not only offered delicious dishes, but also top-notch accommodations. Nodding in acknowledgement, Suin headed to the reserved room. The luxurious interior had everything one could need, including a dedicated cultivation space. Sitting cross-legged, the massive spiritual array beneath the room activated instantly, enveloping him in abundant spiritual energy. As the essence fire within him burned brightly, his bones were rapidly refined, and Suan's aura visibly grew stronger. Just as Suin was deeply immersed in his cultivation, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. How much? 40,000 spirit stones? Guli, I'm going to kill you. In the blink of an eye, 3 days flew by. Feeling refreshed, Suin stood up and sensed the tremendous surge of power within him, nodding in satisfaction. In just a few days in the secret realm, he had tempered 42 bones. While small bones were easier to refine in the early stages, the speed was still astonishing. Upon reflection, all of this was built on a foundation of spirit stones. Top-tier ins, rare spiritual materials, and battles with equally matched opponents, each costing 10,000 spirit stones. In such an environment, his cultivation naturally progressed rapidly. Suin calculated that he could break through in less than a month. What would typically take 3 to 4 months of cultivation had been shortened to less than a month, greatly boosting his confidence. With nearly 4 months left before the secret realm closed, breaking through to the body refining realm was well within reach. After a brief tidy-up, Suin headed straight to the arena, his mind on the 10-win streak reward Guli had mentioned. Sure enough, both Guli and Tang Yu were present, but there was no sign of Lillian. Where's Lillian? Suin asked as he took a seat beside Guli. She seems to have encountered some light elves and went off somewhere, Guli replied, standing up and heading to the ring. Hold on, I'm going to have a fight. Seeing this, Suin didn't hesitate to bet all his belongings on Guli. What the heck? Tang Yu exclaimed, eyes wide as he looked at Suin. What's with you two brothers, going Allen with your bets? Despite his extensive experience, Tang Yu had never seen such trust between brothers. Don't worry, it's a sure win, Suin said confidently. He vividly remembered Gu Li's glowing fist, an invincible aura. In a match between equals, who could defeat an invincible aura? Guli wouldn't step into the ring unless he was fully committed. If Guli dared to wager everything, how could Suan hesitate over a few spirit stones? This battle was destined for victory. Seeing the confident look on Suan's face, Tang Yu felt a deep inner conflict. He recalled Suan's wild actions last time, which nearly gave him a nervous breakdown. After struggling for a moment, Tang Yu hesitantly placed a bet of 50,000 spirit stones. Damn it, if you lose, you'll take me for 9,000, including my meal money. You have to win, you just have to win. At least let me recover my meal money, Tang Yu muttered nervously, constantly glancing towards the arena. Noticing Suan's relaxed demeanor, Tang Yu couldn't help but ask, how much did you bet? Suan pointed to the betting amount displayed in front of him, which showed a staggering 680,000. Tang Yu trembled at the sight, his face filled with admiration. Before long, Guli and another contestant from the Fire Spirit Tribe took the stage. The screen above the arena displayed their information. Fire Spirit Tribe, Yin Quan, 13 wins, 1 loss. Human Tribe, Guli, 7 wins, 0 losses. Betting amounts. Fire Spirit Tribe, 1.34 billion. Human Tribe, 1.56 billion. Wow, these two are really strong. Brother Gu is on a 7-win streak? Tang Yu exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. A 70 record was impressive. Anyone with such a record was undoubtedly a prodigy. The opponent was no slouch either, with a 131 record that commanded respect. More importantly, if Guli won 3 more times, he would earn the 10-win streak reward. Unlike Suan, Guli was competing in the spiritual realm arena, while Suan was in the physical realm arena. The death toll in the spiritual realm arena had reached 953, a chilling number. If Guli could achieve a 10-win streak, his cultivation level would surely see a significant boost. Senior brother Gu's strength is not less than mine. He's just been held back by resources. Now that he's broken into the spiritual realm, his progress will be astonishing, Suan remarked. Guli's 2 years of struggle in the physical realm were not in vain. His honing of skills, enhancement of potential, and accumulation of resources had all reached a peak. Now, he was poised to break through to the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Still too slow. I can't afford to fall too far behind, Suan thought to himself, and then turned to walk toward the registration area for the physical realm arena. Tang Yu looked at Suan and then at Guli, feeling a sudden sense of defeat. As a prodigy who had apprenticed under Gu Tiantong, he considered himself exceptional. But compared to Guli and Suan, he felt like he was lagging behind. Damn it, I can't disgrace my master. If I'm afraid here, how will I survive the Golden Furnace secret realm? A determined look flashed in Tang Yu's eyes as he headed toward the registration area for the physical realm arena. The battle began. Guli and Yin Quan from the Fire Spirit Tribe were evenly matched, each move showcasing their exceptional combat skills and awareness. Initially, Guli was at a disadvantage due to losing his weapon, but Yin Quan was shocked to find that this seemingly weaker opponent only grew stronger as the fight progressed. Guli's aura continued to rise, eventually overwhelming Yin Quan. With an invincible mindset, Guli's every move exerted immense pressure on his opponent. Ultimately, through ruthless tactics and sheer willpower, Guli shattered Yin Quan's defense, securing his 8th consecutive win. Suan's battle ended quickly as well. His opponent was formidable, with incredible strength and defense, comparable to Cassius. However, Suan's blood god eyes proved to be the decisive factor. From the start, Suan dominated his opponent, finishing the match without sustaining any injuries. Damn it, this is so frustrating. He can even predict my movements. How am I supposed to fight that? Suan's opponent muttered in frustration as he left the stage, pale-faced. Suan smiled faintly. In the bone-refining realm, the blood god eye's immobilizing effect was almost unbeatable. Unless his opponent belonged to a race with extraordinary speed, he could easily suppress them. Double victory for the human tribe. It seemed like today was destined to be their day. Tang Yu also won his match. Though not exceptionally strong or fast, his deceptive combat skills and footwork left his opponent bewildered, leading to his victory. After the battles, the 3 of them headed to the Shurxian Inn. They indulged in fine wine and gourmet food, not caring about the expense. As they ate and drank, the aura around them grew increasingly formidable. Once they were satisfied, they went upstairs to train in the inn's powerful spirit-gathering formation. Their cultivation level soared, and their combat skills became more refined. Time flew by, and 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Suan, Tang Yu, and Guli became like cogs in a battle machine, repeating the cycle of fighting, eating, and training day after day. They spent a fortune, but the returns were equally substantial. This investment was not in vain. 20 days of relentless training propelled Suan's cultivation to new heights, reaching the peak of the bone refinement stage. His bones gleamed like blood-red crystals, flawless and transparent, greatly enhancing his speed, defense, and strength. Even more exciting, he had achieved 9 consecutive victories and was just 1 win away from receiving the arena's blessing. Suan, it's time to go, came Gu Li's lazy voice from outside the room. During this time, Gu Li's progress remained a mystery, but everyone knew he was the first among them to achieve 10 consecutive victories, amassing nearly 1,000 death energies. Whether he had reached the peak of the spirit integration stage, the spirit nurturing stage, or even the higher spirit C stage was unknown. They could only feel the increasingly intense aura emanating from him. Coming, Suan replied as he and Tang Yu stepped out of the room. In just 20 days, Tang Yu, though well-fed, appeared even more gaunt due to the intense training. However, the gleam in his eyes spoke volumes about his gains. Despite not having consecutive wins and even suffering a few defeats, his cultivation remained solidly at the peak of the body forging stage. Today, it's all on you. Can you get that 10th win? Gu Li said, licking his lips with anticipation. The death energy in the body refinement arena has accumulated to over 700 people. Make sure you win. It's a valuable resource. Suan smiled silently, looked around and asked, has Lillian not returned yet? Though they hadn't known each other long, he seemed accustomed to her chattering presence. Don't worry, she's a holy spirit. Who would dare touch her? Gu Li replied nonchalantly. You should worry about yourself. Lillian's cultivation is far beyond yours. Suan shook his head with a smile. Let's go. Today, I'll get that 10th win. The three of them arrived at the familiar arena. This time, Gu Li and Tang Yu chose to watch from the sidelines. As soon as Suan registered, the burly referee from the Jiao tribe took the stage and announced, everyone, it's another exciting moment today. The body refinement arena will see another warrior achieve 10 consecutive victories. Today, we have 2 fighters with 9 consecutive wins, who will claim the title and accumulate 1,076 death energies. The short introduction instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, with cheers echoing throughout the arena. The referee looked around and loudly proclaimed, please welcome Suan, who achieved 9 consecutive wins in just 23 days. Cheers and applause filled the arena. During this time, Suan's name had become well known, with many people making a fortune betting on him. His dominance in reaching 9 consecutive wins with a human body had earned him the respect of many different races. Suan calmly ascended the stage, his eyes locking onto his opponent. The referee continued the introduction. Next, we have the Stone Giant tribe's prodigy, Shi Ming, known for his absolute defense and dubbed the Wall of Despair. As the words left his mouth, a towering, muscular figure with grayish-white skin stepped onto the stage. Shi Ming looked down at the smaller Suan, pounding his chest with a heavy thud before letting out a roar. Roar! A gust of wind howled, rustling Suan's clothes, but he stood firm, a serious glint in his eyes. He had witnessed Shi Ming's fights. The opponent's combat style was brutally straightforward, overwhelming strength that could defeat opponents with a single punch and an almost impenetrable defense. The Stone Giant tribe's racial talent allowed their bodies to turn to rock, rendering most attacks ineffective. Ha ha ha, human, break my defense and you win. Shi Ming laughed heartily, his massive presence exuding immense pressure. Suan remained unfazed, his eyes flashing red. If you can hit me, you win. The tension was palpable. Begin, the referee shouted, and Suan shot out like an arrow. He executed the dragon step, his figure resembling a dragon as he swiftly approached Shi Ming. Shi Ming swung a fist, the wind howling. Suan tilted his head slightly to dodge, then delivered a powerful punch straight to Shi Ming's head. Against a normal opponent, this punch would have been devastating, but Shi Ming didn't budge, and Suan's fist didn't even leave a mark on his skin. Damn, it's so hard. Suan cursed inwardly, pain shooting through his hand. He had no choice but to retreat. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Shi Ming laughed, stomping heavily on the stage. Boom! The stage shattered, countless fragments floating in the air. With a wave of his hand, Shi Ming used his innate stone control ability to launch the fragments like arrows at Suan. From the whistling sound, it was clear each fragment carried tremendous power. Freeze! A red glint flashed in Suan's eyes, and time seemed to come to a standstill around him. The speed of the flying debris slowed dramatically, and Suan moved gracefully among the stones like a nimble sprite. This clash was evenly matched, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The crowd in the stands erupted, their cheers and roars reverberating through the arena as if they could overturn the whole place. Go Suan! Smash him with your spear! Shi Ming! Tear that human apart! Some even bet 10,000 spirit stones, adding more fuel to this spectacular showdown. Gu Li and Tang Yu watched quietly, their brows gradually furrowing. Shi Ming's defense was impregnable, and Suan's attacks seemed too straightforward. At this rate, Suan wouldn't even break through Shi Ming's defense, let alone win. Similarly, while Shi Ming wasn't slow, catching Suan seemed nearly impossible. Could it end in a draw? Tang Yu asked, half-jokingly. There are no draws in the arena, Gu Li explained. The platform won't open unless one side dies. Gu Li lounged leisurely in his chair, hands behind his head, and analyzed with a smile. This is a battle of endurance. Whoever lasts the longest will be the winner. Tang Yu's face turned bitter upon hearing this. Then we're doomed, aren't we? The Stone Clan's natural strength and endurance can easily crush humans, even if they run out of energy. Gu Li gave a mysterious smile, his eyes fixed on Su-En's back in the ring. You're wrong. Su-En is destined to win. Others might not know, but I do. Su-En has mastered the blood god Undying Body. His blood energy is boundless. In terms of defense, he might not match Shi Meng, but when it comes to endurance and recovery, Shi Meng can't even compare. Gu Li's prediction was spot on. In the ensuing battle, neither Shi Meng nor Su-En could overpower the other. Su-En couldn't break Shi Meng's defense, and Shi Meng couldn't land a hit on Su-En. They clashed fiercely on the platform, but neither could inflict significant damage. Refusing to give up, Su-En gathered his Star Shatter attack twice. However, at critical moments, Shi Meng would activate his absolute defense, turning his body to stone. Even the powerful Star Shatter could only cause superficial wounds. Su-En aimed for Shi Meng's eyes, but Shi Meng's speed made it difficult to find an opening. The two battled back and forth for a full 4 hours. Shi Meng was panting heavily, his blood energy nearly depleted. Su-En, however, remained vigorous, continually adjusting his position to seek the perfect opportunity. What the hell are you? Shi Meng, retreating step by step, looked incredulous. 4 hours and you're not tired? Even if you're not, is your blood energy an endless ocean? Feeling the boundless blood energy within him, Su-En grinned. Tired? Maybe a bit. Running out of blood energy? Impossible. Star Shatter. Once again, a dazzling spear materialized in Su-En's hand. Taking advantage of Shi Meng's exhausted state, he thrust the spear fiercely into Shi Meng's eye. Splurt. For the first time, gray blood spurted from Shi Meng, gravely wounded. Explode. Su-En shouted, not giving Shi Meng any chance to react. The spear exploded within Shi Meng's eye. Boom. Shi Meng's tall frame crumbled, his head shattered. Even in death, his eyes held confusion. He couldn't understand why Su-En's blood energy was so abundant and endless, despite both being at the bone-refining stage. No one would answer him now. With Shi Meng dead, Su-En stood on the platform, gasping for breath, his body aching and spirit waning. Yet, he smiled brightly. He had won. Boom. The platform's barrier opened, and a surge of pure, overwhelming energy flowed from all directions in the arena, converging into Su-En's body. In just a moment, Su-En's body shuddered violently. He had broken through to the body-forging stage. And this was only the beginning. Under the vast and overwhelming energy, the barrier of the bone-tempering stage was instantly shattered. The pure and dense energy dispersed by thousands of prodigies far exceeded Su-En's expectations. With the breakthrough of the bone-tempering stage, he stepped into the final phase of the physical realm, the body-forging stage. The physical realm is divided into 3 stages: blood fusion, bone tempering, and body forging. The first 2 stages primarily focus on superficial enhancements, such as blood coagulation and bone replacement. However, the body forging stage delves deeper into the internal organs, enhancing overall physical quality. There are 11 vital organs, each representing an opportunity for body forging, with each session bringing comprehensive improvements. The blessing from the arena granted Su-En an unexpected fortune. As the immense energy poured into him, his 6 viscera began to temper at an astonishing speed. First was the gallbladder, the organ responsible for decision-making. After its tempering, Su-En felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, and his blood circulation became more efficient. Next was the stomach, significantly enhancing his digestive system. From now on, whether it was medicinal pills or spiritual stones, his absorption efficiency would greatly improve. His small intestine, large intestine, and bladder were tempered successively, making Su-En's physique increasingly robust and complete, boosting his overall strength at least 3-fold. However, only half of the immense energy had been consumed. Su-En closed his eyes and focused, pushing his blood god Undying Body to its limits. His chi and blood roared through his meridians, creating a deafening rumble. The tempering of his 5 organs began, with the essence fire first enveloping his kidneys. As his kidneys were tempered, Su-En felt his bones becoming sturdier and more resilient. His spirit rejuvenated as if he had endless strength. His appearance also underwent significant changes. His face became as smooth as jade, and his hair glistened, giving him an ethereal presence. Simultaneously, his lungs and spleen began tempering. Su-En's muscles and limbs grew tougher, his breathing became longer and more stable, and his blood circulation accelerated once again. In just a short moment, his overall strength had surged 10-fold. Finally, it was time to temper his liver. Su-En's chi and blood surged like waves in a vast ocean, endlessly flowing. More importantly, his blood god eyes received a significant boost. The stillness effect improved from 5 times to 10 times, and his ability to see through illusions greatly enhanced, almost allowing him to perceive the essence directly. Although he had not yet fully broken through to the next level, Suin felt that he was very close. This unexpected fortune significantly enhanced his strength, laying a solid foundation for future challenges. As for the separation and eventual destruction, there were no noticeable changes in the blood god's eye. Suin wasn't sure if it was due to his insufficient level or a lack of control methods. As the refining of his liver was completed, the vast energy finally dissipated completely. Although the most crucial organ, the heart, was yet to be refined, Suin was already overjoyed. A blessing from 10 consecutive victories propelled him from the peak of bone forging to 10 instances of body forging. This stroke of fortune thrilled Suin immensely. He felt the powerful energy surging within him, his face brimming with confidence. Even if he wasn't at the absolute peak of his realm, he had nothing to fear. The blood god's immortal body only needed the heart to be refined to reach minor completion, at which point he would possess preliminary immortality traits. This would grant him extraordinary endurance and recovery abilities, allowing him to quickly return to peak condition from non-lethal injuries. Coupled with the blood god's eye, this physique would make him unrivaled among those at the same level. Suin was contemplating his next steps. He needed to find a way to obtain the remaining 2 blood god tablets to prepare for his impending breakthrough to the spiritual realm. There should be suitable spiritual seeds in the valley to choose from. As for techniques, he needed to find a spirit refining method that suited him. By now, Suin had amassed considerable wealth. It was time to purchase formidable combat skills and a trusty weapon. He realized that the training effect of the arena was diminishing. His techniques were too simplistic, and the lack of weapons made him very passive in battles, overly reliant on the blood god's eye. The 10 consecutive victories had earned Suin 6 million spirit stones, an astonishing sum for a body-forging martial artist. With this money, he could easily buy several impressive combat techniques. As for weapons, he planned to look for suitable options at the auction in the trading realm. As Suin pondered, the horned race referee took the stage, his enthusiastic voice echoing throughout the arena. Congratulations to Suin of the human race for achieving 10 consecutive victories and becoming the new champion of the arena. It was a thrilling battle, marked by precise predictions, incredible recovery and endurance, and powerful combat skills. Suin of the human race is undoubtedly a 10-victory warrior. Let's give him the loudest cheer. The arena erupted in deafening applause. The crowd shouted, "Suin is amazing. Glory to the human race. I won 1,000,000. Even those who lost had to acknowledge Suin's prowess. Standing on the stage, Suin raised his right fist high, basking in his moment of glory. The referee continued, "I hope Warrior Suin will keep up the good work. Our 100 victory prize is still waiting to be claimed." Ha ha ha, the passionate battles never end. On to the next match. As the new introduction began, Suin slowly stepped down from the stage. Guli punched him hard, laughing, "Well done. I made a fortune again. Not bad at all, reaching 10 body forgings. Looks like you'll do well in the forging furnace competition." Tang Yu, envious, said, "It took me over half a year to break through to the peak of body forging, and here you are, reaching my level in no time." Lately, Tang Yu had been feeling quite discouraged by the rapid progress of Guli and Suin. Suin looked at Tang Yu, blinking and smiling. "Come on, you've made quite a profit too, right? How about treating us to a meal?" Guli also looked at Tang Yu with a playful smile, his eyes darting around. Tang Yu jumped and cursed, "Damn, I'm not treating you guys. You two scoundrels always target me. You both earn more than me, and I end up treating you every time. Damn it. This time, Suin has to treat us. I'm going to make him pay big time." Suin and Guli burst into laughter, no longer teasing Tang Yu. Tang Yu was a decent guy. Even though he knew Guli was setting him up, he didn't say much. The group was about to head to Shurxian Tower to celebrate Suan's recent success when they were drawn by a hushed conversation nearby. "Rumor has it that something valuable has appeared in Tianstone Valley," a voice whispered. Guli's steps halted abruptly, and he perked up his ears to listen closely. A phantom image of a phoenix gold dragon bow appeared above the stone store of the mining tribe. Another person added in a low voice, "That's a treasure above even the divine artifacts, and many people have rushed there to cut stones. An ancient powerful weapon, it might even hold records of divine techniques," a third person said excitedly. The group quickly left their seats and headed towards Tianstone Valley. Guli stood still, frowning. He knew all too well the reputation of Tianstone Valley. The anomalies that appeared there often signaled great opportunities, but they also came with immense risks. "Gu, any thoughts?" Tang Yu noticed Guli's unusual behavior and asked tentatively. Suin remained silent, just watching Guli. He knew his friend well and was aware of Guli's fascination with bows. Ever since losing the falling sun bow in a valley, Guli had been without a suitable weapon. Guli scratched his head irritably. "Why does it have to be Tianstone Valley? That place is a nightmare." He recalled his previous terrible experiences there and hesitated. But after a moment, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Damn it, I have to go. I'll try to buy one from someone else. If I can't, it means it wasn't meant to be. Suin smiled and suggested, why not cut one yourself? It's not like you're short on money now. You've made quite a bit recently. You must have at least a few million, right? Guli shook his head, his expression serious. It's not about the money. Tian Stone Valley is very dangerous. You could lose your life there. The time stones do hide many treasures, but they could also contain cursed weapons, malevolent energy, or other bizarre and deadly things. One wrong move, and you can't even protect yourself. It's too risky. Suin and Tang Yu nodded solemnly after hearing this. After a brief discussion, the three decided to head to Tian Stone Valley immediately, agreeing to avoid cutting stones if possible and first see if they could purchase one directly. They didn't notice that shortly after they left, a stone figure shrouded in darkness quietly appeared where they had been standing. It was none other than a member of the Shadow tribe they knew well, Khazar. Trading Secret Realm, Tianshur Valley. As its name suggests, Tianshur Valley is a massive pit, with more and more buildings clustered together the closer you get to the center. From above, the dense crowd looks like swarming ants, making it even busier than Ju City. However, unlike the frantic hustle and bustle of Ju City, despite the throngs of people here, there's a unique, serene atmosphere pervading the valley. Suin and his group arrived at the outskirts of Tianshur Valley through a teleportation array. Before they could even steady themselves, they were surrounded by a large group of uniformed beings, all eagerly promoting their services. Hey friend, need a stone master to guide you? Our Mind Clan stone masters are safe and reliable, ensuring you leave with a fortune. Friend, the Mind Clan charges too much. Choose a stone master from our Yihang Pavilion instead. Affordable and practical, we won't let you waste your money. Hey, step aside. I'm an independent stone master. My fees are the lowest, and I'm very familiar with this place. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Suin was bewildered and turned to Guli, asking, Senior brother, do we really need a stone master to navigate Tianshur Valley? Guli, unfazed, patiently explained, it's not mandatory. You can choose to hire one or not. But Tianshur Valley is all about betting on stones. Without a stone master, a novice would lose everything. However, with a reliable stone master, even a novice has a chance to make a profit. He continued, stone masters are a profession that evolved around time stones. They may not have formidable strength or power, but they understand time stones very well. Some even practice special arts and techniques specifically for stone analysis. Powerful stone masters can see through the illusions covering the time stones and discern their true nature, making a good living in Tianshur Valley. Suin pondered for a moment and then asked, if they can analyze stones themselves, why don't they cut the stones personally? There are countless time stones here. If they find an ancient artifact, it would be more lucrative than taking jobs here. Stone masters shouldn't lack money, right? Tang Yu, standing nearby, chimed in, it's not that simple. Time stones are formed over endless ages. Even the top stone masters can make mistakes, let alone these less experienced ones. Time stones are expensive, with the cheapest costing tens of thousands of spirit stones, and the priciest reaching billions. Though stone masters have money, they cut many stones daily. One wrong judgment on a good stone could bankrupt them. So, stone masters send their subordinates here to take jobs as an additional income. Guli added, it's not just extra income. These stone masters charge a lot. A typical stone master charges 10,000 spirit stones per analysis, with the fee fluctuating based on the time stone's price. Stone masters from reputable clans like the Mind Clan not only charge a hefty fee, but also take half of the value of any significant find. There was once someone who hired a Mind Clan stone master and ended up finding a functious stone, which sold for a fortune, half of which went to the stone master. Suin was secretly astounded. These stone masters seemed to be making risk-free profits. If nothing valuable was found, the client would still have to pay the stone master. But if something valuable was found, the client would have to pay and share half the value with the stone master. It was a win-win for the stone masters. So, should we hire a stone master? Understanding the rules of the place, Suin looked at Guli and asked. Guli pondered for a moment before nodding. Let's hire one. Without a stone master, we know nothing about time stones and might get ripped off. But let's not hire an expensive one. Some independent stone masters will do. We just need to pay a fee for their analysis. As Suin and his group were discussing, a ragged young man squeezed through the crowd and came forward. He looked about 18 or 19, holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old girl, sweating profusely as he said, Gentlemen, choose me. I'm an independent stone master, and I only charge 5,000 spirit stones per analysis. The young man's low price and unique appearance caught Suin and his group's attention. However, before they could respond, the surrounding crowd began to mock. Oh, isn't this a member of the Shur clan? Still not starved to death yet? Ha, Just a mere blood fusion realm cultivator, and you dare call yourself a stone master? Can you even see through a single stone? Even if he can. So what? With the Sang clan around, who dares to use a Sure clan member? Yeah, I almost forgot. Anyone who hires a Sure clan member is asking for trouble. It turned out this young man was named Sure Ji, from the Sure clan. Long ago, Tianshur Valley had three top stone master clans, the Sure clan, the Sang clan, and the Mine clan. Among them, the Sure clan and Sang clan were very harmonious, almost like family, even living in the same realm. But something happened later, causing over 90% of the Sure clan members to disappear, and their descendants' cultivation talents diminished along with their numbers. All these factors caused the Sure clan to fall from being a top-tier stone master race to a weak, insignificant group. The loss of their cultivation talent only added insult to injury, plunging the Sure clan into unprecedented hardship. Seizing the opportunity, the Sang clan began to make moves, coveting the Sure clan's secret stone-cutting techniques and continuously encroaching on their territory. To force the Sure clan into submission, the Sang clan targeted them at every turn. Although they couldn't stop others from choosing the Sure clan as their leader, people who came to Heavenly Stone Valley would deliberately avoid the Sure clan to avoid unnecessary trouble. Amidst the whispers and mockery of the crowd, a frail little girl lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. The boy beside her held her hand tightly, his angry gaze sweeping over the crowd. Our Sure clan may be few in number, but who dares say our stone viewing technique is worthless? The boy's voice trembled with emotion. What does it matter if I'm only at the blood fusion stage? The strength of a stone master cannot be judged by cultivation level alone. Turning to Su-en and the others, the boy's eyes held a hint of pleading. Respected sirs, though my cultivation level is low, the stone viewing technique of the Sure clan was once unparalleled. I ask for no share of the profits from opening the stones, nor do I charge exorbitant fees, just 5,000 spirit stones a day. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer you. Even if my stone viewing skills are not what they once were, this price is the lowest in Heavenly Stone Valley. As he spoke, Shurji felt his heart break. Once, many important figures vied for the Sure clan's stone viewing services, willing to offer sky-high shares of up to 80. Now, they had fallen so low that earning enough spirit stones for survival had become a luxury. To escape the dimensional plane, his people had paid a heavy price, managing to find only 2 secret keys. He carried the hope of his clan and could not afford to die here in humiliation. Surviving and breaking the curse on the Sure clan's cultivation talent was his sole purpose for escaping the plane. After hearing this, Su-en frowned and looked at Guli beside him. The plight of the Sure clan siblings was indeed pitiful, the disappearance of their people, the cursed talent, and now living on the edge. However, they didn't have the means to save every unfortunate soul. Spending a few extra spirit stones was no big deal, but offending the Sang clan over it was not worth the risk. This wasn't being heartless. In an era where survival itself was difficult, those who were overly compassionate often didn't last long. Forget it, let's find someone else, Su-en said softly. Guli shared the same thought. He cast a sympathetic glance at the Sure clan siblings before turning his attention to others. The boy's body trembled, and he forced a bitter smile, his hand holding his sister's trembling slightly. They had been in the secret realm for a month without securing a single job. Their meager savings had run out. He could endure, but his sister, who hadn't eaten for 2 days, couldn't possibly starve to death here, could she? Brother, I'm not hungry, it's okay, the little girl said, looking up. Her yellowed hair fell over her ears, and she forced a bright smile on her gaunt face. Seeing this, Su-en felt a sudden pang in his heart. Watching the despondent figures of the Sure clan siblings turning away, he gritted his teeth and finally called out, "Wait a moment." Shurji turned around, a glimmer of hope in his otherwise numb eyes. Su-en took out 50 mid-grade spirit stones and pressed them into Shurji's hand. "Take your sister to get a good meal, my treat." Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't just watch the Sure clan siblings leave like this. 5,000 spirit stones shouldn't be enough to offend the Sang clan. "Sir, are you hiring me?" Shurji didn't look at the spirit stones in his hand, but stared at Su-en with bright eyes. "You misunderstand." Su-en waved his hand. "We just met by chance. I don't want to offend the Sang clan for your sake. I sympathize with your situation, but I'm sorry, I can't help you. Consider these 5,000 spirit stones as a token of fate between me and this little girl. Go on, changing the Sure clan's fate is up to you." The light in Shurji's eyes gradually dimmed, and the spirit stones in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. What he cared about was never the spirit stones, but the recognition of the Sure clan by others. He wanted to earn spirit stones through his own skills, not by accepting pity. The Sure clan didn't need pity, but looking at his frail sister beside him, he knew he had no other choice. "I will remember your kindness today, sir. If I can break the Sure clan's curse one day, I will repay this 5,000 spirit stones 1,000-fold." Shirji knelt down and kowtowed deeply, his tears silently falling to the ground. Seeing her brother like this, the little girl looked up and stared intently at Suin, as if trying to remember this kind-hearted person. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, "Brother. This big brother has the aura of the Emperor." Boom. Shirji's head snapped up, his eyes filled with disbelief and excitement as he looked at Suin. At the same time, Suin felt a surge of emotion, his gaze shifting to the frail little girl. She can see. She actually sees the shadow of an emperor on him? Is it an ancient emperor? A future emperor? Or is it just him? The elder was about to speak, but was interrupted by Suin quickly approached the little girl, squatted down, and gently stroked her withered hair. He softly asked, "Little sister, tell big brother, what did you see?" Suin stared intently into the girl's eyes, but found nothing unusual. He immediately activated his blood god eyes, pushing his vision technique to the limit. Suddenly, a dazzling light, as blinding as the midday sun, pierced Suin's eyes. He involuntarily took a step back, tears welling up. Shocked, he looked at the little girl, his heart in turmoil. "Different eyes," Suin exclaimed inwardly, "and they are definitely not inferior to my blood god eyes, perhaps even a divine gift." When he pushed his vision to the extreme, Suin felt as if he was witnessing the passage of time and the changes of ages. A bone-chilling beam of light flashed by, making him feel as if he had crossed millennia in an instant. "Suin." Guli and Tangyu quickly came to his side, asking with concern, "What's going on?" Suin shook his head slightly and turned to Shirji, saying, "I now officially hire you as our guide. For 10,000 spirit stones a day. Is that acceptable?" Guli raised an eyebrow and stopped Tangyu from speaking. She knew Suin must have his reasons. Since he decided to hire the representative of the Shur clan, there was no need to question it further. Though the Sang clan was strong, the human clan would not be intimidated. "Sir, are you serious?" Shirji looked at Suin with excitement, the light in his eyes growing brighter. To Shirji, this was more than just gaining his first client. It was about the Emperor's aura emanating from Suin. The clan's record spoke of the Emperor as the leader of all clans, the benefactor of the tribe. Through ages and changes, the Emperor remains unparalleled. Descendants must remember, where the Emperor's blade points, the tribe shall follow, even to the mountain of knives. Countless questions flashed through Shirji's mind. Why did his clan suddenly disappear? Why was their talent cursed? Was it a coincidence, or the guidance of the elders that he and his sister encountered the Emperor's aura right after escaping the dimension? Could the method to break the curse be within Suin? Could he be the true leader of the Shur clan? The little girl looked up at Suin, her eyes filled with confusion, and softly said, "Big brother. This big brother is a good person. I feel his aura is so kind." "Big brother? Have we met before? Why does he feel so familiar yet so strange? Are you, not you?" The girl's contradictory words puzzled everyone present. What did she mean by "you are not you"? After pondering for a moment, they could only dismiss it as a child's innocent speech. However, Suin's heart was in turmoil. "You are not you?" He had heard similar words not long ago but had dismissed them as the ramblings of an unreliable old man. Now, hearing them again, he was deeply shaken. "Sorry for the delay. The new year has been incredibly busy. More updates coming in the next few days. Also, a big thank you to all the readers who sent gifts wishing you all health and happiness." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.